It was a simple decision. Truly, it was no decision at all. And in that instant, Jarrell Craith became aware of the contents of his own heart in ways he had never perceived before. He understood that all his life he'd been building barriers around his anger at the world, containing it, confining it with training, with patience and discipline, trusting in the rules. At first, he believed that his fidelity to those rules, to the correct way of doing things, earned him recognition and honors because his superiors valued the same thing. Not so. They valued him only insofar as they could use him. The disruptive brat children were still among him, in positions of power over him, and it filled him with rage. "Good. Thou sees it. Now use it," said Life Drinker. "Rage is thy weapon," said Soul Stealer. He was on Messia Porcina so fast it looked like he'd translocated. Perhaps he had. Perhaps he had the power to do so all along. He only held it back. Again he noted with satisfaction that her smile was gone. In its place was a glare of intense concentration as the blur of his blades pushed her defensive acumen to its limits. The clashing of swords echoed throughout the city below, faster and faster, the clamor of steel taking place at a tempo no human hand could match. She broke away, but barely, sailing through the air to the site of their next exchange. Corpus, 30,014. Gnosis, 8,253. He was there when she arrived. And this time, he saw fear in those eyes. It was the first time he'd ever found Messia Porcina attractive. Their duel would not be won with a masterstroke of perception and precision. He did not spot, at last, a fleeting gap in her exceptional defenses. Nor did he bait her with feints and patterns, only to change his rhythm at a fatal moment. His encyclopedic knowledge of the martial arts did not avail him in the least. This time Jarrell Craith prevailed with brute force. His arms and the weapons they held were a blur, too fast to be observed by the mortal eye. Life Drinker and Soul Stealer flooded him with power, made his offensive velocity into something unstoppable, unbeatable. The paths of those blades seamlessly integrated by the harmonious action of not one, but 3 minds. A ghostly, heatless fire emanated from the edges of the blades, flowing up his arms, red on the right, blue on the left, and the two became a haze of violet in the space between himself and the governess. Messia appeared to understand that her guard wouldn't last much longer. He could see it in her eyes. The strain on her face made Jarrell smile. Her smugness was a bitter memory. She sensed a small gap in his offense, tried to break away again. Soul Stealer struck the sword from her hands. It went spinning through the night sky, glinting in the light of the moons. Life Drinker bit deep into her stomach. Blood sprayed from her back as the blade punched out, running her through. The fell blades in their wielder felt a thrill of bloodlust, as if the 3 were a single consciousness. Corpus, 45,516. Messia Porcina let out a convulsive and distinctly unladylike snarl. She grasped the wrist holding Life Drinker in both hands, kicked the hand holding Soul Stealer so fast he barely had time to register the blow. He felt a jolt of fear as his grip on the black blade failed, and it fell. But all he would have to do was conjure it from the Godslayer's arsenal again, and then she smiled at him. Velovesna's detonation. There was a flash. When he regained consciousness, he could feel himself falling. The chill night wind buffeted his ears, blew his hair into his face. His body felt feeble. A new set of pain points on his body throbbed insistently, and he was even more badly burnt than before. Jarrell Craith blinked his eyes open, as if reluctantly waking from a nap. And then they snapped open when he returned to his senses. He righted himself in the air, realized he was empty-handed, But it was no matter. Life Drinker and Soul Stealer would have returned to the Godslayer's arsenal. He could call them again at need. But where was Messia Porcena? He was above the water. Terracon lay before him and far beneath him. In the darkness, there was no way of knowing where she'd landed. Perhaps she fell into the sea and drowned. He locked his eyes on the governess's tower and streaked through the air toward it as fast as he could fly. Confirmation would be necessary. He would dispatch a search party to locate the governess's remains. He would summon Arnth Turan and Lar Tathval for an emergency meeting. And then he would assume command as provisional governor. Jarell flew in through the hole Messia had blasted in her town tower and made haste to her offices. There he called up the Atlas of Volos, looking for her system tag. He let out a sigh of relief when he saw that there wasn't one. Good. All that remained was a search for her corpse, then. Jarell Craith fell into the governess's chair, the governor's chair now, and closed his eyes. For a few long moments he simply breathed, recovering, a quiet but growing swell of exultation in his chest. He'd actually done it. But all is not complete, said Life Drinker. Nay, there is much yet to be done, said Soul Stealer. Jarell's eyes opened. A pang of unease shot down his spine. The swords should not be able to speak to him from their storage space. We are in thy heart now, Jarell Craith, said Life Drinker. Now we can give good counsel to thee at any time, said Soul Stealer. We would see you rise to great heights, to conquer thy enemies, and to institute the order thou desires. We are most interested in your foe as well, the one called Redmane. Yes, well versed are we in the ways of slaying demons. Jarell shook his head, as if to clear their voices away. He did not answer them, but they spoke no further. They were right about there being much to do, however. As he got on the Pharos and called for the formation of a search party, summoned his remaining Sicarii for an emergency meeting, sent messages to Arnth Turan and Lar Tathval for the same, and began drafting an emergency address to the people of Terracon and the citizens and factions of the imperial province of Volos, he attempted to ignore the lingering sensation that he was no longer alone in his own mind. Life Drinker and Soul Stealer indulged him with silence, for the time being. Chapter 85. Scala Caverns, Deepwell Monastery. Between the ability to switch bodies with any of his spawn and the ability to travel the abyss, Redmane assembled his imbued allies in a remarkably short period. Flora was easy to find, because she was everywhere. And then there were Pieter, Dobrogost, Vang and his demi-human band, and the ice warg Gale, whom he could spawn wherever he chose. He gathered them all together at the abyssal well beneath the town of Rollo's Pass, knowing only that he urgently wished to speak of what he'd learned. But once he stood on the ledge of the well, as if it were a podium, he found himself momentarily speechless. There was much to explain. He found himself at a loss for where to begin. I am the cause of the blight across Volos. When in doubt, deliver the worst news first. It raised more than a few eyebrows. Even Volter and Vengarl looked a little perturbed. I take it you're going to explain that? Said Volter. Redmane nodded. And then he began by explaining what he used to be in lifetimes past. He described what was done to him at the hands of the 5 heroes, leading to his ultimate fate as a captive creature in the custody of the Morholt family, who, over the long course of generations, forgot the duty entrusted to them. He explained his connection to not only the peoples of Volos, but the very beasts of the land, owing to his original nature as the divine father of all animal life. He explained what his seditious son, Voss, had done to him, the death of his original self, and the birth of the Lord of Hunger. The reactions of his audience were mixed. Flora, Pieter, and Dobrogost listened attentively. The latter two nodded along at times. The imbued looked skeptical. He noted all their reactions, but spoke on. "Which brings me to the present," said Redmayne, "to what I believe my purpose is, in light of the doom hanging over our world." "Doom?" asked the Magister Irina. "The coming of Numantia portends the death of Volos, as it has for every world it has ever colonized." If the imbued were skeptical a moment ago, they were now upset. A few appeared insulted. Valter had his arms folded, a bushy eyebrow cocked. "Well, that's a claim. What gave you that impression?" "The Numantians have been nothing but good for Volos, far as I'm concerned," said Vengarl. "And you should know. You're in the system too," said the Justiciar Vela. "If anyone should be grateful to the system, it is I," said Redmayne. "I owe the Numantian god my freedom, but those who command Numantia's magic power do so only to conquer and consume. And when nothing remains of a world, they close their astral bridge and depart, leaving a dead world behind." Irina's brother, the warrior Radovid, appeared to have heard enough. His brows were drawn together, and there was a flush of anger on his cheeks. "This is nonsense. Let me guess, Redmayne. We're to take you at your word for this, yes? Can you furnish any proof of these claims?" Redmayne frowned and shook his head. "I cannot." "I can," said someone standing behind them all. The group turned as one. There stood a tall young man, wearing a hooded cloak made of a dark, silken fabric. When all the eyes in the room turned his way, he doffed his hood and bowed floridly, with a sardonic smile. "La Tathval, Dissentis of Terracon, at your service. I'll try to make this explanation concise, because this place will be overrun with Sicari in a moment." A towering, spectral image of Jarel Craith appeared in the sanctuaries of every faction in Volos, including the courtyard of Castle Redmayne. The praetor had bathed, fixed his hair, and healed his injuries, and he wore a fresh set of robes. Anyone who hadn't met him before would not have noticed how gaunt he now looked, or how much his hairline had grayed and receded in a few brief minutes. "Imbued of Volos, I am Praetor Jarel Craith. I send this emergency message to the sanctuary of every faction. First, I wish to extend my sincere thanks to you, valiant guardians of our land, for your unwavering dedication and perseverance in these perilous times, as you have borne the brunt of so many difficulties. But it is my great regret to inform you all that there will be more difficult times ahead. We have discovered the cause of this unprecedented blight. By the negligence of Governess Messia Porcena, however, it was allowed to run free and grow in power, and now, perhaps by the governess's very complicity, it appears to have infiltrated the system itself. I have confronted the governess with these allegations and the concrete evidence which supports them, but rather than submit to my authority as praetor, she chose resistance. And so, I regret to inform you, I had no choice but to answer force with force. Governess Porcena is no more, and my first action as provisional governor is to call a colony-wide hunt on her accomplice, the one called Redmayne. The faction known as House Redmayne is declared anathema, an outlaw faction. When this message has concluded, their access to the Pharos network and marketplace will have been severed, and any zones under their control will be considered fair game for any faction who wishes to expand their territory. The demon known as Redmayne, their ringleader, shall be considered a monster and dealt with as such. By the authority vested in me as praetor, I hereby strip this imbued of his status and protections under Numantian colonial law, along with those of any imbued who stand with him. The colonial government will richly reward the imbued who brings me their heads. To all those held captive against their will in the territory of House Redmayne, do what you can to escape safely, but do not act rashly. Shelter in place if you must, and await the coming of the imbued and other agents of the colonial government. And quiet your fears. Your deliverance is close at hand. Eric Morholt found himself on an endless field of corpses. His cousin Aaron sat next to him, staring vacantly off into the sky, rocking in place, muttering to himself. The proud knight, the imbued warrior, reduced to this. Eric would have taken more joy in the sight had they not found themselves in such a nightmare. He'd never have imagined the afterlife to be like this. It was quiet. Tranquil, if not for the scenery, but if it went on like this for a while longer, he supposed he'd lose his mind as well, like his poor cousin here. The grisly terrain stretched off into the horizon in all directions, rolling hills of gore, the blood bright red as if it had been freshly spilt. Objects of varying size floated in the orange sky, chunks of stone, half-eaten buildings, sections of the bodies of titanic life forms. His reaction to the horror of it was to retreat into the back of his mind, to analyze it. Analysis was a safe thing to do. You could learn from it, become better prepared. Something ate all these bodies and body parts. He could tell by the jagged wounds, the bite marks. If this was hell, it could be the hell of being eaten alive, or it could be even more specific than that. The hell of being eaten by Redmayne. If it were the second one, Redmayne had eaten quite a lot. Movement caught his eye in the distance. A tiny figure near the horizon, approaching slowly. Soon it took the shape of a man walking alone. He drew nearer still, and Auric could make out his features. The man bore a startling resemblance to Redmayne, except his hair was brown, and his eyes were green, and he was garbed in a style Auric could only refer to as ancient. A black cloak, decorative bracers and shin guards, a long loincloth, and naught else. Auric's pulse picked up a bit. He had a decision to make. There was no telling how long he would be alone out here. He did not know if this man was a friend or foe. But he'd died once already. Dying again would be worth the risk if the alternative was the eternal companionship of Aaron Morholt, the vegetable. He stood and waved his hands in the air. "Hail! Over here!" The man stopped, looked, and moved with such blinding speed that Auric fell back on his rear, his eyes wide with shock. Up close the resemblance was even more startling. But this man was definitely not Redmayne. There was a distinct air about him, a hardness in his eyes. He looked Auric up and down, and then Aaron. "My father spared your souls, did he?" said the man. "Why?" Auric swallowed, shook his head. "I don't know. To torment us, I suppose." The man's mouth creased into a frown. "Come." He turned and continued walking in the direction he'd been going before Eric hailed him. In a panic, Eric jostled his cousin, who looked up at him with wild eyes. Said Aaron. "Come on, get up. We're going somewhere." Aaron turned out to be agreeable, in the way of a drunkard or a witless old man. Eric helped him up, and the two of them hurried after the stranger. "Where are you going?" The man didn't look back when he spoke. "There is a failsafe, a way out of this place. This was not an outcome I desired, but I planned for it just in case." "I don't understand," said Auric. "I built the Lord of Hunger from the substance of my vanquished father. He was made to consume whatever I fed him, things I didn't want in my world. Those things will still be here." Auric felt a chill go down his spine. His mind burned with questions, but fear of the answers sealed his mouth shut. Makia Porcena beheld the dark waters of the sea coming up fast to meet her face. The impact would surely blast all the bones in her body to powder. But it wouldn't hurt. The impact would knock her out, and that would be that. She didn't notice how much darker than normal the surface of that water was until after she'd struck its surface. It felt like falling onto a plush mattress. like the gentle hands of a mother catching and cradling her child. If this was death, it wasn't so bad. She didn't even feel the wound she'd taken from Life Drinker. That was the worst pain she'd ever felt in her life. And even worse than that, she could feel the will of the weapon as it drained her life away. There was a sense of pleasure, of delight in her pain. Nasia touched her stomach, and to her surprise, she found that while the hole in her nightgown remained, the wound itself had stopped bleeding and was closing on its own. The longer she remained conscious, the more she came to wonder if she was truly dead, or if this was... Her bare feet touched what felt like solid ground beneath an inch of water. She looked about and saw no one. Nothing. Darkness stretching off into infinity. Her eyes slowly widened in recognition as she understood where she was. Quiet thy fears. The abyss is not so unfriendly a place. She wheeled around toward the origin of the voice. Behind her stood an old crone in earthen robes, with brilliant green eyes and a smile on her crooked lips. Do not thank me too soon, though, Numantian. I have need of thy knowledge. Messia Porsena's eyebrow rose. An abyss witch. So, Jarrell hadn't completely lost his mind. And if I should refuse to help you, then thou shalt wander the abyss until thy very mind and soul come apart. She smirked at the crone. I can appreciate a good negotiator. Chapter 86. Scala Caverns, Deepwell Monastery. The bottom level of the Deepwell Monastery was a large, circular chamber, its centerpiece an immense pool of dark water. Framing the pool was a scene etched directly into the stone. Voss, holding the Godbreaker in his right hand, his left grasping a pair of chains connected to the necks of the Lord of Hunger and the Lady of Plenty. Redmayne stood with his back to this image, using the ledge of the abyssal well as a stage to address his allies. Now he shared the stage with Lar Tathval, the Descentus of Terracon, and the audience didn't seem pleased with his words. If it was true, it was damning. Numantia came in peace first. They sent astral pilgrims to establish friendly contact with the world. There would be a cultural exchange. Language, religion, magic and technology, food and drink, music and art and sport. The astral pilgrims would beg the local rulers for permission to build churches of the Nine. Then, when consent was secured and the first humble chapels constructed, they would begin converting as many of the natives as possible. Those who showed exemplary devotion would be chosen to take astral communion and become their world's first imbued. The next arrivals would be mercantile concerns, trading companies in the employ of the Scion families. The Numantians would establish a colony somewhere in the world, as a show of good faith to the natives that they were here for a long and mutually fruitful relationship. The colony was the true purpose of it all. The site of this city is to be chosen with care. The strongest available ley line convergence will be located and built upon. Usually the natives have little geomantic knowledge and thus have nothing of consequence constructed in these areas. Sometimes there is, and Numantia has to persuade the natives that the site would make for a fine city, a metropolis. This world's shining hub of commerce, both astral and terrestrial. Once the colony is built, the game is over. The city itself is a work of geomancy, designed so that it funnels the power of the ley lines directly into the astral bridge. And the colonial government assigns an artifacts to the personal retinue of the governor or governess, whose duty it is to ensure the efficient channeling of the natural gnosis of the world through the astral highways toward the convergence of all power. The Adis Prism, the mind of the system. The system, in turn, manages a great hierarchy of lesser systems throughout the entire empire. Day and night, without ever so much as a moment's respite. It operates the machine of Numantia with divine efficiency. Sometimes the natives of a world learn the truth about this grand design. The successful ones close ranks, spread the word, make their preparations, and then rise in rebellion, which is when the legions are deployed. And the rebels have to contend with not only the vast military resources of Numantia, but also the large portion of their own population which the Numantians have converted to their way of life and the religion of the Nine. And if they do not begin the conflict fully sympathetic with their own conquerors, the dissentees of the colony will adjust their attitudes, opinions, beliefs, and political positions with the correct saturation of propaganda. The rebels will not be freedom fighters in the eyes of the common colonial citizen. They will be demons. Demons to be exterminated without hesitation or mercy. If the dissentist does his duty with even minimal competence, the demon slayers will always have the gratitude and moral sanction of the people. 999 times out of 1,000, this is a losing proposition for the rebels. If Numantia can't get its way by treating you well, you will be crushed. Because determined enemies can avenge themselves of lighter injuries, and neither the Triarchy nor the heads of the Scion families wish to stand in fear of revenge from anyone. Ever. They're a paranoid lot, despite their near incomprehensible power. Redmayne listened carefully to Lar Tathval as he laid it all out, noticing a hint of a sardonic smile on the dissentist's face. A curious expression to wear when delivering news of this kind, but perhaps that was simply the way his face looked. Then he looked out over the faces of his imbued friends. There were many sets of wide, unblinking eyes. Volt shook his head, mumbling in denial. The Magisters Alma Bredor and Evelina Kroll, whom he'd met in Asgoth, held each other's hands so hard their knuckles were white. The Justiciar Vela stared at the ground, her face tightened up in thought. Irina attempted to speak. Her lips moved, but no sound came out, which made her blink and shake off the daze, clear her throat. "If this is all true," she said, staring up at Lar Tathval, "why are you telling us now?" 999 out of 1,000 seditious colonies are crushed, as I said, he said. But I have a good feeling about this one. Her eyebrows rose, and she blinked. A good feeling. Irina looked as though a feather could have knocked her over. Radovid frowned with concern and put his arm around his sister, and she leaned on him. Radovid's own face was a mix of anger and disbelief. He clenched his jaw, his voice a growl. "All this time, we've been helping them tighten the noose around our own necks." "So they just let us all die?" asked Evelina. "They don't let anyone out? Migrate them to another world?" Lars' smile soured. "Well, yes. Sometimes they resettle populations in other worlds, but only when a population is unusually productive or useful in some unique way. In such cases, they will shrive their memories clean and fabricate a new story for them. The story of a world whose death could not have been avoided, and so Numantia, in its mercy, resettled them at great expense." "How long is this draining going to take?" asked Alma. "Several mortal generations," said Lar Tathval. "It's a fairly gentle process. They stretch it out over a long span of time, so as not to alarm the natives too much. The process can be accelerated, but this is detrimental to the stability of the overall gnosis yield of the colony world, so they don't do it except in dire circumstances." Flora, who sat on the edge of the well at Redmayne's side, spoke up at that. "I have indeed felt a strange pull in a southeasterly direction. I feel it in the roots and branches of all mine trees. It feeleth like the receding of the tide, a gathering in of gnosis." Redmayne noticed the way Lar Tathval glanced at Flora, his eyes subtly widening. As if he'd just discovered something. His own eyes narrowed. Valter spoke up next. "So if all they're doing is harvesting gnosis, Why bother with any of this imbued stuff? The imbued are useful tools. Monster hunters, evangelists, enforcers of Numantian law. They found it helps for the hand holding the truncheon to belong to a native. It makes them look magnanimous. What happens to the imbued when a world is done for? Asked Vengarl. That depends upon the character of the imbued in question, their power level, their loyalty to Numantia over their own home, their record of service, and their overall usefulness to the colonial government. Sometimes the Redmayne's third eye snapped open. A gigantic skeletal hand reached out over him and his entire group, and then that hand curled into a fist and crushed them. Death was near. It was here, now, in this very room with them. He turned and shoved both Lar Tathval and Flora into the abyssal well, with naught but a moment to spare before Sicari appeared all around them. Sicarius Neonate, first generation imbued, level 100. These he'd seen before. He fought one in a cavern not far from here. And of course, one of these was the fateful meal which set all this into motion. The neonates had porcelain-white skin and orbs of obsidian for eyes. They wore simple white robes and cloaks, and carried a single star-steel blade. This time, there were 18 of them. Sicarius Ancilla, first generation imbued, level 200. There were 9 of these, standing in the back rank. They too were white as bleached bone, with black pits for eyes. But the divine flesh they were made of seemed more mature. Their bodies were taller and leaner, longer of limb, and they held an assortment of finely wrought star-steel armaments. 27 god-killers appeared in an instant. 27 pairs of jet-black eyes fixed on Redmayne. They moved as one. Neonates first, in a perfectly coordinated leap, the Ancilla simply vanished. Within the 2 coteries of imbued present, a few were quick enough to see and react to what was happening, while the rest of them were wheeling around to regard the intruders with shocked expressions. Irina the Magister and Crumb of Asgoth were in action. Irina raised her staff, and its head glowed green. Alia's emerald arrow. A comet of gnosis burst forth, streaking toward a descending neonate. Crumb cracked his neck, grinning like a madman, and struck another out of the air with an overhand right. The neonates descended upon Redmayne's allies with precision. Blades clashed with a metallic ring, the chamber echoing with the sounds of struggle. Grunts, the scrape of steel, the flash of skills, the dull thud of bodies hitting the ground. The imbued fought with determination born out of pure shock, as if it weren't bad enough to have had the scales ripped from their eyes by Lar Tathval. This ambush drove home the reality of his words. Redmayne's other allies, all of whom were his own spawn, did not seem to share in those misgivings. Vang, Zorn, Nook, and Thrak leapt into battle with glee, as did the ice warg Gale, who was plainly confused by Lar Tathval's talking and how all the humans were reacting to it. Both the demi-humans and the ice warg greeted the attacking Sicari like friends making a surprise visit with swords. Pieter the priest and Dobrogost the warlock stood back to back, fending off neonates with defensive skills. Elma and Evelina made a fine pair, wielding skills of fire and frost. Valter and Vengarl had their weapons out and firing a heartbeat after Irina and Crumb. Redmayne took it all in at a glance. For a moment, things looked like they would be all right. Then his third eye burned. Flicker Gnosis, 2143. A straight-bladed polearm appeared out of nothingness just before Flicker yanked Redmayne's body to safety. It would have appeared inside his chest. The skill translocated him behind the Sicari Ancilla, and he raised a claw to strike down his surprise assailant, a snarl in his throat. Which is when 8 more blades and their owners appeared in a circle around him, all at the same instant, all in the middle of an attack of their own, the translocation a seamless part of their technique. All too quickly for him to use flicker again. It was only the power of his third eye which made him aware of what had just happened, and what was about to happen. Through it, Redmayne sensed the precise angles and velocities at which he was about to be stabbed and cut. All he could do was hope he still stood after the blades fell. Chapter 87. Scala Caverns, Deepwell Monastery. 2 straight blades pierced Redmayne's torso from the left and right. The broad edge of an axe sank deep into his back. A sword sliced his left arm off above the elbow. Another took his right leg, just below the knee. A pair of bladed polearms, of the kind he'd evaded a moment ago with flicker, stabbed through his trachea from the front and his skull from the back. The 8th, a long, slender, 2-handed sword, pierced into him through his right armpit and out at the spot where his neck met the slope of his shoulder. These weapons belonged to 8 Sicarii who had materialized the instant they struck, acting as if they shared a single mind. Corpus, 16,263. Wrath, 8. First generation imbued. Marked as prey. Even with a blade sticking through it, his third eye functioned fine. It seemed to distort his perception of time. It slowed things down, giving him a moment to appreciate the pain of being chopped and skewered from so many inventive angles. But it also gave him a moment to consider his next move. 9 level 200 opponents were here for him. The neonates, meanwhile, had his allies outnumbered. He himself was level 118, but he was much more than his level would let on. A roar would do a great deal of damage and accrue lots of wrath, but it would also damage and deafen his comrades, and it would be prudent to help them rather than impair them further. A phantasm, of the kind the Sphinx used on him, would require his concentration to maintain, and the Ancilli, who were higher level than him, would likely see through it. He thought back to his first engagement with the Sicarius. They could bleed. They were susceptible to venom. They could likely burn as well. His severed limbs returned in a burst of explosive regeneration, and maws full of jagged teeth sprouted all over his body. Flame breath. Venom breath. Flame breath. Venom breath. Flame breath. Venom breath. Gnosis, 1,843. Wrath, 23. The Sicarii reeled from the omnidirectional spray of red flames and violet venom, one evading completely, 2 more taking one or the other, but most getting soaked in both. As they flinched from it, Redmayne's mind reached into the abyssal well to call forth an envoy. Ironic. When he first came here, this place's defenders summoned an envoy to fight him. Now he was this place's defender. Gnosis, 1,818. The surface of the water bubbled as the tentacles of the envoy curled and extended over the edge of the well, one after another, reaching from the murky depths. A bulge appeared on the pool's surface, from which a mass of impenetrable blackness emerged, the source of the countless tentacles now twisting around the pool's perimeter. Eyes opened all over the envoy's central mass. It needed no instructions. The Sicarius neonates, who until this moment had done an exceptional job of separating Redmayne's allies into small groups, cornering them and corralling them to take full advantage of their numbers, contended now with a forest of ink-black tentacles as well. They shot at the Sicarii like spears from every direction, to pierce flesh and ensnare limbs, and for the most part both his spawn and the imbued wrested the advantage back from their assailants. Redmayne would have watched over his allies a moment longer, but he had more pressing concerns. 9 Sicarii were right on top of him, and if he didn't do something drastic in a heartbeat, they would clean out the rest of his corpus in another perfectly coordinated strike. Wrath, 0. Evasion, plus 100.
Attack speed up, +9.
The Sicarii and their weapons were a deadly lattice of star steel. Each blade sought him with precision, each strike informed by highly developed technique, and they moved with preternatural speed and unity, one mind with 9 bodies. He supposed it was appropriate. Gods had many bodies, himself included. God slayers would have developed the same way. Redmayne flowed through the meager gaps in their assault. With an instinctive grace, he weaved between the thrusts and slashes, his movements swift and precise. And as he evaded, he lashed out with bite and claw, and an arsenal of flesh and bone besides. His kicks became axes. A thrust of his hand became a spear. If his claws weren't long enough to land a strike, they would lengthen just before the point of impact, before shrinking back again. He was now moving at a speed with which he could both evade and counter, and his natural weapons left bleeding and venom in their wake each time his strikes found flesh. Wrath, 3. Wrath, 7. Wrath, 13. But the longer he fought, the fewer strikes he landed. At first, Redmayne thought he was slowing down, but the effects he'd gained from Wrath hadn't faded yet. Then it hit him. The Sicarii were learning. The synchronization of their movements, their repositioning, their attacking, made their defense and offense into a seamless whole. They were presenting one of their own as a target, as bait. It attacked, and then moved just out of reach of Redmayne's counter, which was the team's cue to cycle in the next one from a different angle of attack. Redmayne answered with aggression. Faster he struck, harder he charged. He doggedly pursued the bait they dangled in front of him, daring them to try and match his speed. It turned out they didn't need to. Redmayne finally caught one, and it vanished. Another appeared in its place, already swinging. Redmayne ducked at the last second, snarled, and charged again. Another Sicarii took its place, the point of its spear darting at Redmayne's face at blinding speed. Just as quickly as he'd won the advantage with speed and aggression, the Godslayers won it back with a skill they had been waiting to use, waiting to see if they needed it. And when they decided they did, they promptly adapted. So he too would have to adapt. Wrath, 0. Double Might, 13 actions. 9 weapons descended on him from every side. He slipped aside from the first, a spear thrust, struck back with a punch that smashed the Sicarii's body against the wall, hard enough to crater the stone and shake the entire room. Wrath, 1. 2 more evasions, then a backhand and a kick, another pair of booming impacts, and now there were 3 Sicarii-shaped craters in the wall. Wrath, 3. The blade of a polearm swung low and he stomped it to the ground, shaking the room again and cracking the stone under his foot. He took an axe across the back, twisted around to grab its wielder and hurl him across the room at Crumb of Asgoff, who looked up at the last second with wild eyes. Crumb was about to catch the Sicarii with his face, but instead, he caught it in a grapple and body slam. Wrath, 5. Corpus, 14,589. A pair of Sicarii came at him from the left and right, and he ducked the swing of the first, grabbed hold of its calf, and swung its whole body like a club at its partner. The two collided and went spinning through the air over the group melee. Wrath, 6. The last pair came from above him. 2 swordsmen, one on his left and one on his right, descending with their blades angled for killing thrusts. Redmayne's hands shot out and caught them both by the necks. One of their blades glanced off his arm, and the other struck true. Corpus, 12,002. Wrath, 6. Redmayne growled and crushed their throats. Slowly at first, watching their blank faces register the mildest look of alarm while they struggled, feet kicking the air, blades slashing around wildly. He took another cut across the belly, but it wasn't a focused strike, just a scratch. Corpus, 11,585. Wrath. 7. Heat flushed through Redmane's body. His pulse quickened. The urge to kill boiled up inside him. He would not lose to these machines, these toys. He would not lose what he had won by righteous action, by victory, by breaking free from everything that had held him down. The struggling of the Sicarii grew urgent. They were quite strong as well, and their thrashing and kicking threatened to break his grip. The thought of them escaping him raised his internal temperature, elevated his anger to incandescence. Their skulls broke with a sickening crack as he slammed their heads together. Then he dropped them to the ground, twitching and convulsing. Redmane glared down at those bodies with burning eyes. And then those eyes shifted to the larger battle playing out in front of him. Alma sat cradling a deep cut across her belly. Evelina stood over her, blasting a neonate off its feet with a gout of frost, fury in her eyes. Krum of Asgoff ran in their direction, bowling over anyone in his path. Radovid and Vela were down, unconscious but breathing shallowly. Valter, Vengarl, and Irina stood in the semicircle around their prone bodies, firing skills and arrows and bolts at a duo of advancing neonates. It would have been 4, but the tendrils of the envoy had caught the other 2 and were slowly pulling them apart. Pieter rode on Gale's back, the duo bounding around the perimeter of the battlefield, dealing death with ranged skills and frost breath. Vang and his demi-human cohorts had a growing stack of neonate bodies around them. The warlock Dobrogost lay at the bottom of the pile, chopped in half by a star-steel blade. The envoy hovered over it all, watching with an eye upon each ally with plenty to spare, attacking and entangling neonates with its everlasting supply of ink-black tentacles. Perhaps they would survive this. Perhaps they could prevail. These were the thoughts that crossed Redmane's mind, just before the second wave of Sicarii appeared. This second group materialized above them, positioned on the staircase bracketing the chamber of the well, and they were armed with dark bows and quivers of star-steel-tipped arrows. Those arrows were nocked, and the bows drawn. In the blink of an eye, in the instant they flickered into existence, they would loose their first volley. Helpfully, his third eye counted them in that instant. 18 neonates, 9 ancillae. Redmane's eyes widened. "To the well!" he roared. "Into the abyss!" Chapter 88. The Abyss. As Redmane shouted to call the retreat, the gleaming points of 27 star-steel arrowheads loosed from their bows. Every last one was aimed at the same target. Again he felt the effect of his third eye, a distortion of his perception of time. He would not have enough time to activate a skill before the arrows pierced his body. He had, however, alerted his comrades to the danger, and they were turning to regard it with fresh expressions of shock on their faces. Redmane watched them move in slow motion, grabbing their wounded and the unconscious, and making for the well with haste. Then the arrows hit him, and he saw nothing. Corpus, 0. For a moment, he was infinite, and then his consciousness seemed to hover above the scene of his own body, riddled with black arrows, sinking into the well as his allies ran toward it. They killed him, but he was still here. His corpus existed in the inert body of Dobrogost, the warlock, in the bodies of Pieter, Gale, Vang, and his cohorts. And he found he was not only present in their bodies, but in their minds. He felt Vang's battle lust, Pieter's shock at seeing his lord's body pierced by so many arrows. With his own body gone, Redmane suddenly perceived the thoughts and emotions of his spawn as if they were his own. Because they were. This had not previously occurred to him. Somehow, he had thought the souls of his spawn were still separate and distinct from his own, as if, on the threshold of death,
He'd invited those souls into a different abode instead, like offering travelers shelter for the winter. But no, they were joined to him. They were as much a part of him as his claws.
And now that he found himself fully aware of this, he moved them as one. Vang, Zorn, Nook, and Throck snatched up the wounded and ran for the well. Pieter rode by on Gale, and Irina leapt onto the ice warg's back, while Walter and Vengarl took shots at the Sicarii on the staircase. He couldn't make Dobrogost's slain body move, but it didn't matter. They were going to make it. There was only one issue. The Sicarii were knocking the next volley of arrows and choosing their next targets, and they appeared to know exactly whom to shoot. They took aim at Vang, Zorn, Nook, Throck, Pieter, and Gale. 27 arrows streaked through the air. Even as they dove into the well, arrows struck the body of the demi-human Zorn, who carried the injured Magister Alma in his arms. He threw the girl into the well as arrows riddled his head and torso, and he fell. More arrows sought Pieter and Gale, and Crum of Asgoff dove in between them and their target, gritting his teeth as they struck deep into muscle and bone. Splash after splash into the well. Pieter and Gale were the last inside, just as the Sicarii readied their third volley. In the darkness of the abyss, Redmayne felt all of their injuries combined. He felt Vang's frustration at having to retreat, Pieter's deep dismay at the might of the Sicarii, Gale's fleeting fear that he'd never see his pack again. These emotions were amalgamated in his own mind. Truly, they were his emotions, only now he was experiencing them directly. But he put aside the novelty of this discovery. His people were counting on him. Redmayne brought his 6 injured bodies together and reformed himself. Corpus, 7,576. Gnosis, 1,131. Then he stretched out his perception, feeling through the abyss for the presence of his comrades. Flora and Lar Tathval were near. They had been wise enough to stick together. And then there were 8 imbued, floating apart from each other, lost and disoriented. Redmayne reached out to them first, one at a time, guiding them toward him until all were present. Standing with him on an infinite plain of black, inch-deep water. In a moment, the abyss seemed to sense the presence of living things, and a glow of stars came to life overhead. By the gods! Valter looked around, breathless. They teach us about this in school, said Lar Tathval, who was casting his gaze around with interest, as if they had found themselves in an exotic country. But experiencing it is something else. Flora slid up to Redmayne and wrapped her arms around one of his, hugging it tightly. I feared for thy safety, she said in a small voice. Redmayne smiled. He lifted her chin gently to direct her gaze up to his. Never fear for me. I am everlasting. She smiled up at him. He'd have liked to find a quiet place to relax with her. But this was not the place, nor were these the circumstances. Nearby, Evelina crouched over Alma, who sat cradling her wounded stomach. Beside her, Vengarl and Irina were trying to rouse Vela and Radovid, neither of whom had regained consciousness. Redmayne reached out toward the 2 imbued with one hand. Shamans heal. Shamans heal. Gnosis, 131. 450 corpus for Radovid and Vela each. It was about the best he could do. They began to stir, Vela rubbing her head and Radovid clutching his stomach. Irina let out an explosive sigh of relief and hugged her brother. Then he looked over at Alma, and the Magister smiled and shook her head. I'll be all right, she said. Her voice was a bit weak to sound convincing, but they couldn't tarry here, so Redmayne nodded. Then he considered their situation. If the Sicarii had located them so easily, it was likely they could do so again. With the way the Numantian system functioned,
The way one could see all of Volos from a magical atlas, it was possible there were no safe places in all the land. Redmayne looked up and called the envoy to them. It was already present all around them, he realized. At his call, it coalesced from the liquid floor of the abyss to hover before him, a sphere of black with a single eye.
"Show us the nearest place the Sicari cannot reach," he said. The envoy stared silently at Redmayne for several moments. "Come close." Redmayne gestured for the group to gather in. Alma was too weak to stand on her own, so Evelina squatted down and took hold of her legs, carrying her like a backpack. The envoy expanded. The darkness, profound as it was, somehow grew darker. It enveloped them all. Nothing changed inside the sphere, but there was a sense of movement at great speed. Close your eyes. Focus on cherished memories, things you wish to hold on to. Redmayne realized it spoke not only to him, but to everyone. "What?" said Irina. "Hold on to memories," said Radovid. "We move into what mortals call Depth 1. If you do not hold on, you will come apart." Not so long ago, when Redmayne first found himself in the abyss, he recalled that the system called it Depth 0. It warned him about this. Redmayne closed his eyes and tried to find a cherished memory. He found many unpleasant ones instead. A long chain of them, stretching off into antiquity. Centuries, nay, eons of torment, anger and grief, hunger and starvation. As Sensus Corrallus had sown his fields with the blood of the Lord of Hunger, the Lord of Hunger sowed suffering in the wake of his passage. A wretched existence. A god struck into the shape of a monster by his own son. Then, one morning, he found himself walking the road to Hertz Castle from the town of Barrowgrad with new acquaintances in tow. And he saw Flora. The look on her face. That strange moment of recollection. It occurred to Redmayne only now that he'd recalled the scene in perfect detail, the warmth of the morning sunlight, the sound of birds chattering in the trees of Midva Forest, the kitchen maid's dress Flora had on, the way her cheeks dimpled when she smiled, the way the breeze played with her hair. That was something worth remembering. Redmayne's mind closed around that memory like a fist, and just in time. He felt a change in the air, a pressure, as if they now plunged into deeper waters. Flora clung to his side even tighter. But like the moment the arrows of the Sicari had struck him down, he now felt her fear as if it were his own, and that of his companions. They were all coming apart, melding into each other. Hold fast to your memories. He felt them respond mentally to the envoy's command. Their minds contracted in alarm, discipline taking hold. Some were more disciplined than others, though. Lar Tathval was a different breed, to be certain. In his mind, Redmayne sensed a small swell of fear, but mostly the Numantian felt mere amusement. He could sense Vela struggling to hold her own fear at bay. It gnawed at the edges of Vengarl's mind as well. Redmayne wished he could lend them his will, shelter them with it. But all he could do was hope they pulled through. They dwelled together in a swirl of their own fears for what felt like a long time. It may only have been moments, but stress had a way of distorting one's perception. And then, as suddenly as it began, the air cleared. Redmayne felt like himself again. He could no longer sense the minds of the people around him. Sighs of relief swept through the group. The envoy disgorged them in front of a familiar presence, a beacon in the dark, a column of energy that was an abyssal well. "My thanks," said Redmayne. The envoy stared silently. Then it melded into the abyss from whence it came. "So this is a safe place," said Evelina. "Hope so," said Walter, as he looked up the column into the infinite darkness above.
I'd rather not go up there and walk into another forest of star steel arrows. They didn't look like they felt too nice. They did not, said Redmayne.
He had the group gather around again, and once they were all close, he reached out and touched the root of the well. They ascended. And when they rose as one, from a circular pool of black water, many gasped in shock. The group stood in the ruin of a building, which once had 4 walls, but now only had 2. Redmayne noted that this chamber appeared to be of the same make as those housing the abyssal wells he'd already seen. It was built from the same black stone, but the carvings on the walls were different. That wasn't what made the people gasp, though. The downed wall revealed the landscape stretching out before them, and it was empty and desolate. The ground was cracked and dry, devoid of any sign of life. No trees, no grass, no animals. Just an expanse of barren earth under a slate-gray sky. The wind howled, a constant, mournful sound that echoed through the emptiness, carrying with it a biting chill that cut through to the bone. This building stood at the top of a hill overlooking a valley, offering a panoramic view of the wasteland below them. Redmayne saw what looked like a dry riverbed running from one end of the valley to the other, and in its center lay the ruins of a town. Off in the distance, he spied another ruin, that of a great city, with buildings of marble and granite and tall spires. "Looks like Terracon," said Irina, as she shivered and drew her cloak around her.
Lartathval squinted at it.
"Ah, this would be Astia, the nearest colony to Volos." They all looked at the Dicentus, and he smirked. "If you required proof of my words, look no further," he said. "Behold the fate of a Numantian colony at the end of its usefulness." "A dead world." Vangarl's tone was breathless. Evelina looked over her shoulder. "Alma, are you cold?" Alma didn't answer. Her eyes were closed. She was smiling, but she wasn't breathing. Their first act on the world of Astia was a burial. Redmayne saw to the digging of the grave himself. Frustrated, he hadn't spared healing for her, despite the girl declining it. He hadn't pressed the issue. His mind was on other things. And now her soul was departed. Even if he'd consumed her flesh, there would be nothing to save. He dug a deep pit in a brief period. Lartathval kept himself at a polite distance from the others. Crom of Asgoff, after plucking all the arrows out of his hide, held Evelina and did his best to console her. When all was prepared, they lowered Alma into her final resting place, and Redmayne asked anyone if they would like to say a few words. "You deserved better," was all Evelina could say. Later, when the grave was fully covered, Flora crouched over it and held out her hand, and a tiny, glowing seed took purchase in the barren earth. What grew from the seed was not nearly as robust as the plants she could conjure on Volos. It was a short, slender sapling, with a black trunk and leaves that gave off a faint blue-green glow. Redmayne and the others found a place to shelter against the chill wind and have a conference. "We can't stay here," said Radovid. "That much is plain," said Redmayne. "I don't intend to hand Volos to the enemy, and 3 more seals remain besides." "But the moment we come up out of the well, they'll know where we are," said Volter. Redmayne folded his arms. "So we require a way to either conceal ourselves from the system or strike out with such force that we need not fear any number of Sicarii." "One of those options sounds more likely than the other," said Irina. Lartathval stood facing away from the circle, stroking his chin, staring off into the distance at the ruins of the Numantian city. His eyes glittered with avarice. "There might just be something useful in those ruins," he said, with a note of knowing mirth in his voice. Chapter 89. Astia, Novium. Redmayne had never seen a Numantian city before. Up close, the sight was breathtaking.
Lar Tathval said this place was called Novium. Its stone structures rose against the horizon, tall and mighty. The sheer size of the buildings and their fine workmanship a demonstration of the power and refinement of Numantia. They approached by air, Redmayne floating on the silent wings of the Sphinx, Lar using some manner of skill to fly beside him.
"That would be the governor's tower," said the Descentus, as he pointed out the white spire, the tallest by far, its mere presence a declaration of authority. As they flew over the city streets, Lar continued to point things out. Nearby stood the Temple of the Nine, columns reaching skyward, roof long gone, altar exposed. The bathhouse walls enclosed empty pools, their outlines clear under the open sky. The amphitheater, its tiers descending in a wide arc, steps smooth from use. Further along, the forum opened up, scattered stones marking former market stalls. All of it existed in a state of ghostly silence, and the dull color of the sky drove home the sense of lifelessness. "Why would they build such things only to abandon them?" said Redmayne. Lar smirked. "Perhaps you'll see Numantia someday. Compared to its splendor, this is nothing." It was nothing. This magnificent city, the grandest he'd ever seen. Nothing indeed. Novium overlooked a whole world, drained of its essence. Redmayne beheld the aftermath of an appetite which put Kral the Devourer to shame. "What we seek will be up there," Lar pointed at the governor's tower. "If it's here at all. Sometimes people pack up their things fastidiously when closing out a colony. Mostly they don't. Why bother, after all? The world is empty. The astral bridge will be closed behind you forever. If you leave things behind, who will know but the dead?" The Numantian accelerated upward, as if an invisible hand pushed him. Redmayne beat his wings to follow, arcing along beside him as they circled and climbed. There was a wide balcony at the top of the tower, which Lar alighted upon first, then Redmayne, who folded in his wings and dismissed them. The balcony adjoined lavish living quarters. There was a bed fit for a king, fine furnishings, a marble basin which Redmayne supposed was a bath. Lar Tathval took in the room with a glance, hastened to an enormous wardrobe which he opened and began rummaging through it as if he knew precisely where everything was. Redmayne watched him. The words of the crone floated up to the surface of his memory. "Not everyone who helps thee is thy friend." "Why are you helping me?" he asked. Lar paused for a moment. Redmayne could only see the back of his head, but he guessed the Numantian wore one of those sardonic smiles. "Would the answer, mutual self-interest, satisfy you?" he said. "It would not. I also wish to know why you appeared moments before the Sicarii attacked us. Surely you understand how suspicious that is." Lar turned to face him, and though he wore his characteristic smirk, there was some steel in his eyes. "I came to you moments before the Sicarii attacked precisely to warn you of the same. I wished to speak to you sooner, man to man, but caution stayed my hand. The circumstances are a little different now, as you can see." Redmayne's eyes narrowed. "Your emergence caused somewhat of a disagreement between our governess and her praetor, you see. At first they were simpatico. When the blight struck your world and all their productive workers became beastmen, the praetor and the governess both felt that finding and dealing with the cause of the blight should happen as quickly as possible. It took us some time to figure out what had truly occurred. What you were, what you became, what we unwittingly unleashed on our own colony. Our praetor, Jarrell Craith, was the one who discovered it. He reveres the Nine, which, for your purposes, means he'd have wanted you dead eventually, regardless of the outcome. When the blight suddenly evolved, he was about to choose sooner, but I stalled him. And then your lady friend did whatever she's done to your zones, which caused their gnosis generation numbers to rise to inconceivable levels. This is where the governess and the praetor experienced, well,
You could call it a conflict of values. Lar paused for effect. Redmayne stared at him flatly. Go on, he said. The Numantian smiled. Governess Messia decided she wasn't so upset about the citizens of her colony transforming into monsters after all. Not with those Gnosis generation numbers. Jarell Craith, on the other hand, is not so morally flexible. I awoke to the sound of them trying to kill each other, incidentally making a mess of Terracon in the process. Which is when I came to you. Redmayne kept his gaze fixed on Lar Tathval's face as he explained himself. He found he didn't have to open his third eye to sense sincerity in the Numantian's words. Even so, his story was all too convenient. Someone had told him dissentus meant speaker, giving him the notion that the man possessed skills to help him seduce and betray with words. Lar Tathval's entire demeanor gave off that impression. Redmayne kept his stare fixed on the Numantian, who seemed as if he'd expected this sort of treatment. He looked relaxed. He also didn't wilt under that gaze, as so many others did, which won Lar Tathval a little of Redmayne's respect. You said you'd wished to speak to me before, said Redmayne. About what? A smile curled the corner of his mouth, and he walked out of the governor's quarters, gesturing for Redmayne to follow. In a hallway between rooms, he paused to open a set of cabinets and look around within them. I'm the youngest of 9 boys, he said, with his head in the cabinet. My eldest 3 brothers all hold rank in the legions. The middle 4 are an artifex, an artist, a playwright, and a marriage broker. My youngest elder brother is a cleric of the 9. And then there's me, speaker to a governess out in the colonies. He closed the cabinet, having not found what he was looking for, and walked a few paces to the next item of furniture to search. My mother and father are accountants. Their plan was to have as many children as possible in the hope one of them would be a winner. So I suppose they're gamblers as well. But not the destructive sort. No, they're solid, sensible Numantians. They have faith in the 9. They believe in expanding the light of civilization, in the potential greatness within every man, and all that other filler. I assume you're going somewhere with this, said Redmayne. Lar Tathval closed the drawer he'd been inspecting, smirked, and nodded. He moved on to the next room, which appeared to be an office. It was a circular chamber with a large map across the back wall, and a central desk with curving bookcases on the walls beside it. Lar started on one side of the room, checking over everything while he talked, clearly searching for something. I had little ambition when I was young. In truth, I was quite irresponsible, a problem child. Why play along with a life chosen for you? Why put forth all that effort to satisfy someone other than yourself? To play a role for which responsibilities and rewards have already been designated, parceled out in advance like feed for the pigs. Redmayne watched Lar walk away from the bookcase he'd been searching, toward the desk and its chair. The governor's chair, most likely. The Dissentus grinned down at it, tapped his fingers on its fine leather surface. Then he pulled it back and took a seat, looking smug, as if what he were doing were a transgression. Lar Tathval leaned forward, placing his elbows on the desk and steepling his fingers, as if he were the governor having a meeting with a co-conspirator. I didn't understand ambition until the day I saw Primogen in the flesh, he said. Redmayne's eyebrow rose. Lar appeared to understand further explanation was in order. They are the heads of the scion families, each chosen by a triarch to be invested with power and influence, much like the imbued, only on a far grander scale. Consider how far above the power of a mere mortal you are as a terrestrial divinity, and then look up. For the Primogen are that far above us all. Numantians grow up hearing stories about the Primogen, their powers and their great deeds, but even so, encountering one in living color is relatively rare. They spend little time in the public eye. It can leave a boy of a certain age with the sense that such things aren't truly real. They're fairy tales, nationalistic propaganda, Something you tell your gullible followers to get them to carry on with their work.
When I was 11 years old, my brother Lucius, the artifacts had taken me to the heart of the city to see the Adis Prism. He left me on a bench to fetch us a snack, and I snuck away. I wanted to see behind the curtains. I had this notion that everything in the world was false. Everything the people around me believed was nonsense. I thought the Adis Prism was some sort of light show they put forth as a miracle of sorcery. So I went looking for the truth.
Lartathval's grin waned, and a wry smile took its place.
And I found it.
I take it you saw something that changed your mind, said Redmayne.
I saw Ectorus, primogen of the house of the same name. He was assisting an artifacts and his apprentices with the maintenance of some part of the prism's mechanism. The artifacts and his aides were accustomed to such a presence, but I gave away my hiding place with a gasp. Ectorus looked right at me, and until that moment I had not understood what a god was, what its presence felt like, how insignificant we all are before them. He was like a sun wearing the skin of a man, radiant, all-powerful. He looked right through me, into my soul. For an instant, I felt his displeasure at my presence, and even one breath of that sensation was enough for me to bolt in fear for my life. Lucius found me and chastised me for sneaking away from him. He wanted to know why I looked so shaken, but I never told him. Regardless, I went through some changes that day. My parents were most pleased with what they considered moral development, but ever since that day I've been reaching for something far beyond them. So you stood in the presence of divinity, and now you desire that power for yourself, said Redmayne. Lartathval smiled and nodded. Yes. And you expect me to help you, he said. Why? The smirk returned. Why indeed? You find yourself in a dangerous position without many friends. Jarel Craith would like very much to exterminate you on moral grounds. I won't be able to persuade him from this course. He's decided you're a demon, and when he makes up his mind about something, he can be vexingly obstinate. It sounds as though he doesn't much like you either, said Redmayne. That's why I opened this conversation with mutual self-interest. The Descentis rose from the governor's desk, with a hint of reluctance, and moved on to continue his search of the tower. Redmayne followed, not sure whether or not to offer his help in the search. If Lartathval were even searching for something specific. They moved into a small armory, where Redmayne's interest peaked at the sight of star-steel blades and armor resting on pedestals and in neatly arranged weapon racks. Even if I were to agree to help you in your... Redmayne searched for a good word to encompass quest for godhood. Career, I need to return to Volos, and if they're waiting for us, we must emerge with either stealth or overwhelming force. Lartathval was inspecting a cabinet in the corner, his eyes squinted in concentration as he felt along a groove in its side. Then his eyes widened in delight as there was a faint click before the cabinet slid to the side to reveal a hidden compartment. The Descentis removed what hid in there, held it in his hands with a wide grin. It appeared to be a simple leather breastplate, plain in construction, but made of fine materials. Stealth it is, he said, and he tossed it to Redmayne. Castigator's Lorica vestment, body, passive. When worn, the Castigator's Lorica removes the wearer from all system tracking, unless the tracker is a member of the Ordo Inquisitorus. For a cost of 10 gnosis per 30 seconds, the wearer may extend this effect to include creatures adjacent to him. Supple leather breastplate worn by members of the Ordo Inquisitorus, sometimes awarded to high-level justiciars. At times, it is necessary to move unseen, even from the eyes of the system. Chapter 90. Astia, Novium. Jarel Craith watched the battle on his map screen. The first wave of Sicarii didn't fare well. Then the second wave deployed.
One by one, he watched all the names on his target list wink out, including the most important name on the list, Redmayne. His problems were over. Or were they?
He sat in the chair which recently belonged to Messia Porcena, staring down at the glowing map with an empty feeling in the pit of his stomach. He kept his breathing slow. His nail tapped on the polished hardwood, possessed of an anxious volition of its own. Reports told him this zone was the site of an abyssal well. It was possible that they escaped into depth 0 of the abyss. But if that were so, they wouldn't last long. The more time they spent down there, the easier they would come apart, body and soul. It would be difficult for such a large group to even find each other in the darkness, not to mention stay together. The praetor, who had promoted himself to provisional governor a few minutes ago, reviewed the list of names again. It included the name Lar Tathval. That backstabbing degenerate. He knew the DeSantis would do anything to advance his station, but this was surprising. Further proof the Empire moved into a period of moral decay. Lar Tathval was the product of a good patrician family. He'd received a fine education. He was born in a Numantian home and attended Numantian schools. This is what the system produced now, an empire of little gods serving only themselves. Jarrell caught himself before his thoughts spiraled out. He found he had to do this often of late. The state of Numantia troubled him, and there were no simple solutions to the problem. He could only solve the problems in front of him. No sooner did this thought cross his mind, did notifications light up the atlas of Volos. All the zone tags that hadn't turned blue were in a state of flux. The monster type category and associated level ranges underwent frequent and rapid changes. Jarrell Craith had seen this happen once already, when the Beastman type branched into Mongrel and Chimera. Now it branched again. More Mongrel types became Chimera. And a few of both types branched into a third, Beast Lord. With a growing sense of alarm, he watched the level range of every zone climb a second time. The timing was too convenient to ignore. Was Redmayne responsible for these evolutions of the Blight? Did this coincide with his disappearance into the abyss? Did it have something to do with his little adventure in the icy north? He didn't know. And the absence of information invited fear into his body, like a fist closing in his guts. Thou hast naught to fear, Jarrell Craith. We are with thee. Take up thy swords, go out into the world and slay monsters. Wield us. Together, we are invincible. Show these folk your true quality, Jarrell Craith. Thou art their hero, their champion. Jarrell closed his eyes. He stopped tapping his nail on the desk, and his hand closed into a fist. Answering their voices would only make their pull on his mind stronger. He did his best to put aside a sudden swell of mental images. He slashed monsters into quivering chunks, Life Drinker and Soul Stealer in his hands, and when it was done, he stood atop their carcasses while the small folk cheered. With an effort of will, he closed the door in his mind. It would stay closed for a time, until the next temptation arose. Time enough to attend to the new slate of problems at hand. Another glance at the changing map told him this was a problem Sikari alone could not solve. Soon he would receive desperate calls from Gull's Glut and Port Luck, the only two sanctuaries left belonging to legitimate factions. They were doing their best to level up before, to keep pace with the first evolution of the Blight. This would be too much. Outside help was called for now. He took a deep breath to steady his nerves. And then he placed his first Pharos call to Legata Scipio Draconis of the Venturian legions. His next call went to all the imbued of the Venturian domain of level 200 and above.
declaring a state of emergency in the world of Volos and an open hunt on all monsters therein. He recalled Lar Tathval wanting to do this when the Blight first appeared. The traitor would get his wish. Too bad he wouldn't survive to see it done.
The last to be notified was his own artifacts, Arnth Turan. "Drop what you're doing and open the astral bridge." Redmayne examined the castigator's lorica. It was light in his hands, simple but well crafted, and the leather felt freshly oiled, despite having lived in that hidden compartment for who knew how long. It didn't look like it would provide any real protection to its wearer, despite being fashioned to look like armor. But the ability to move without the system detecting you would be more than an equal trade under certain circumstances. Precisely the circumstances he faced at the moment. "It's customary to say thank you when you're given a gift, in most places," said Lar Tathval. Redmayne's eyes shifted to the smirking Numantian. "You expect repayment, however. I am merely attempting to embark upon a mutually fruitful relationship." He stared at Lar Tathval a few moments longer. The man was so transparent in his self-interest that Redmayne felt a sort of respect for him. Even so, he felt stirrings of wariness in the back of his mind. Sensus Keralis knew people of this sort. They had surrounded him. Dissemblers, deceivers. They were the same across all times and worlds, anxious to avoid injury and covetous of gain. So long as you promised them what they desired, they were entirely yours. But when an opportunity for greater gain arose, out came the scales to weigh the risk versus benefit. Redmayne would be a fool to trust Lar completely. What he could do instead was trust the man's selfishness. This would be simpler to predict. "My thanks," said Redmayne. And then he ate it. When they returned from the ruins of Novium, Redmayne gathered everyone near the grave of Alma to have a conference. "I will return to Volos first, to check on the state of things. When it's safe, I will come back to retrieve you. Until then, I ask that you shelter here and await my return." "You better make it quick," said Volter with a frown. "As you can see, the region's a little light on good hunting." "Aye, and the crops this year left something to be desired," said Vengarl. Redmayne considered the problem. Perhaps he could send a spawn back through the abyss with provisions for them. For a moment, he considered asking Flora if she could furnish food for them in the interim, but a glance at the small, sickly tree growing from Alma's grave suggested the answer to that question. So he spawned Dobrogost the Warlock, and endowed him natural born of the abyss and castigator's lorica. He had little gnosis to spare, but he gave him what he could. Corpus, 5,000 gnosis, 31. "If I don't return, or send back provisions for a longer stay, I need you to bring them home," he instructed. The old man didn't seem to hear him at first. He was busy looking around the barren landscape with wide eyes. "By the gods, what fate is this?" Redmayne rapped him on the shoulder. The Brogost blinked and turned around to face him. "If I don't return soon, you bring them back to Volos through this well. Understood?" "Ah, yes, understood." Redmayne took a moment to explain to Dobrogost how his new skills worked. Then he promised he'd either return or send word soon, excused himself from the group, and made for the abyssal well. Flora chased after him, caught his wrist, and flashed him a smile. "Don't tarry, my lord," she said, and she kissed him on the jawline. He smiled back. "I won't." Then he stepped up to the ledge of the well and dove into the dark. To his dismay, he found he had little gnosis left, barely enough to call another envoy. Gnosis 6. With luck, he could make it to Flora on the other side and replenish his stores, if Sikari hadn't torched his entire domain yet. There was no telling how bad it would be. According to Lar Tathval, the new self-appointed governor of Terracon would stop at nothing to destroy him and what he'd built.
An envoy of the abyss emerged from the infinite plain of black Redmane stood upon. "Bring me to an abyssal well on Volos I haven't been to before," he said. Then the envoy swallowed him. It didn't matter where he landed. He could travel quickly. What mattered was his ability to see and not be seen.
He would have to take a different approach now. Move straight away to the sites of the 3 remaining seals. Gru burrows would also be worthwhile places to locate. "Pieter, my lord, we make for the remaining seals straight away. Tell me where they are." Redmane could feel the swell of giddy anticipation in the priest of Kral, as if he were feeling it himself, which he was, in truth. That was still a strange thought. "All 3 lie to the west of Castle Redmane, my lord. The seal of the Griffin hides in the heart of Erdu Forest, to the west of the domain of the Kiskas. The seal of the Kirin dwells in the highest of high places, up among the clouds in Skyrend peaks. The seal of the Dragon can be found in the heart of the scorching Eridorn wastes, within the ruins of an ancient city. Skyrend, Erdu Forest, the Eridorn wastes. He would travel to the nearest one, wherever he surfaced. He would grow to such a size that no one could contain him again. He would snuff out this Numantian who dared to challenge him, to claim his own world. There was a sense of decompression as the envoy released him. As before, it placed him in front of a familiar node of power, a column reaching up to the material plane. An abyssal well. This one would be new if the envoy had followed his instructions. He ascended. And when he surfaced, he found himself again surrounded by walls of black stone. Whoever had built these abyssal wells seemed to favor it. This one was in much better condition than the one he'd left on the world of Astia. It was a small, round structure encircling the well itself, with no windows and a single arched doorway. Redmane pushed the heavy stone doors open, and when he stepped out into the world of Volos, a shocking sight was there to greet him. He was looking out over a lightly forested valley with the ocean beyond it. In the distance, on the coast, he saw a city which resembled the city of Novium. Except this one did not lie in ruins, its splendor not yet eroded by the passage of time, or the death of the world it surveyed. This had to be Terrakon. But the sight of the city wasn't what shocked him. Beyond the outer walls of Terrakon, there were soldiers. Thousands of them. Tens of thousands. A massive military encampment composed of row after row of tents, training areas, staging areas for siege weaponry, summoning circles. There were ranks of Numantian legionnaires drilling next to the encampment, an uncountable number of blue cloaks marching in perfect synchronicity. It gave him a chill. The weight of this challenge settled onto his shoulders, but it also kindled a fire in his belly. Redmane would show these fools whose world this truly was. Chapter 91. Terrakon, Outskirts. Redmane did not find himself immediately surrounded by Sicarii. A good sign. It meant the castigator's Lorica was working. Even so, it would be wise to move with stealth. Hold on to the advantage for as long as possible. He stared down at the encampment of the Numantian Legion for a while, considering his next move. The time for clearing zones was past. He should claim the seals as quickly as possible, and any Gru burrows he came across on the way. The enemy was here in force. Doing so would give him the best chance of being the prevailing force. That last thought made his brows draw together. The enemy was here in force. But why? They should think him defeated. Perhaps something else was going on. Redmane would return to his own territory first. If he was close enough to Terrakon to see it, that meant he was at the southwestern edge of the continent. Barrow Keep would be the closest friendly place. Sir Velibor and Sir Grimgarl would be there,
as the two of them opted to stay behind rather than attend the little conference which landed most of his faction in another world for the time being.
Flora would also be there, which would be well, because he needed Gnosis. She would know how the group in Astia fared as well, and also because she was just pleasant to be around. She made him feel something he couldn't describe. He left a few small spawn in this spot, since he would certainly like to return to this site later, and brought forth the powerful wings of the manticore, because it would be a lengthy flight. Redmane battled the wind and climbed until he was as high as the clouds, and then he went higher. He flew throughout the rest of the day and night, and on the morning of the next day, he spied the alpine forests of Asgoth and a certain dark castle standing atop a mighty hill. Flora's enchanted trees and other greenery surrounded Barrow Keep, making it easier to spot. When he was close enough to the keep, he angled his wings to descend upon it. But when he drew closer, he noticed something peculiar. Sir Velibor and Sir Grimgarl stood on the drawbridge, facing a procession of beastmen. It looked as though they were attempting to communicate. His view improved the closer he came. There were a dozen beastmen, mongrels by the look of them. They had goat-like horned heads, the coat, tail, and claws of wolves, with cloven feet. Their leader stood at the front of the group, towering over Sir Velibor and Sir Grimgarl, who were both a little pale at the sight of him. Venedor Ironhorn, monster, type, Beast Lord, level 133. Beast Lord? That was a new one.
The knights backpedaled, wide-eyed, when Redmane landed in front of them, facing Venedor Ironhorn.
"Oh, thank goodness," Sir Grimgarl muttered. The Beast Lord glared down at Redmane, who glared right back at him. "Usually I'm the one coming to fight your kind," said Redmane. "Not the other way round." A deep growl rumbled at the base of Venedor's throat. "The fight comes to you now, Redmane," said the Beast Lord, and to Redmane's surprise, he could understand what Venedor was saying. Evidently this breed of beastman was intelligent enough to communicate. "They are watching for you. They search for you and your clan. They know this is your territory. They come soon." Redmane's eyebrow rose. "So you come to warn us?" The Beast Lord let out a roar that made Sir Velibor and Sir Grimgarl and the sentries at the gatehouse behind them flinch. Redmane did not flinch, though the force of it blew his hair back slightly. "I come to get them off our land. They come for you next. You help us, or they kill you too." Redmane stared at the Beast Lord, and then he smiled. "We have an accord," he said, and offered his hand. Venedor Ironhorn canted his head curiously at the offered hand, inspecting it as if searching his memory for what it meant. When it dawned on him, he smacked his great paw into Redmane's and shook it, and his third eye burned like a little sun. There was a flash. He sat upon a great golden throne, lounging in the manner of a lion in the midday sun, tapping his claw against its armrest. His chin rested on his other fist. Flora sat at his side, dressed in fine silks and bedecked in jewelry. Redmane found himself similarly clad in the trappings of wealth. Their seats overlooked a massive coliseum. Tens of thousands of people filled its seats, roaring their approval of the violence taking place below. Beastmen battling beastmen for the favor of their ruler. They had come from every world in his domain. Flash! Sir Velibor and Sir Grimgarl watched this exchange with open surprise on their faces. "You understand this bestial speech?" said Velibor. "Did we just shake hands with a monster?" said Grimgarl. Redmane blinked, shook his head, momentarily disoriented by the place his third eye had taken him. It took him a moment to understand the questions he'd been asked. Yes, and yes. Redmane turned to face the two knights.
There is much to explain, and little time. Since the two of you are still standing, I assume you haven't been visited by a group of Sicari.
A group of what? Said Sir Grimgarl.
Good. We're going to help these beastmen hold their territory against a Numantian legion.
We're going to do what? Said Sir Velibor.
They're on our side now. Our faction is anathema. I dreaded your fortunes, to be truthful. After what happened at the Deepwell Monastery, I presumed they would come for the territory of House Redmayne. But it seems they have more pressing issues to attend to. So let's keep it that way for as long as we're able to. The knights had many questions. Redmayne did his best to answer them all. But there were other things to attend to as well.
It would be unwise to let Venrador and his beastmen into the keep, so he bid them to wait them outside. The small folk were likely to be anxious enough already without the sight of monsters in their midst. The first order of business was an emergency feast on the supply of Magister's Delight. Then he created a few spawn. Vang first, to whom he gave Voice of the Beast Lord, so he could act as a translator between Venrador and the knights.
And then Zorn, Nook, and Throck, who received Natural Born of the Abyss, before he raided the larder and loaded the quartet down with provisions for the group stranded in Astia. He went light on Corpus on all of them, for he himself was light on Corpus. Corpus, 5,512. After taking care of all of that, and setting his spawn and imbued comrades into motion, he ate some more Magister's Delight. Gnosis, 1,516. While he did that, it was time to consult the map.
3 locations interested him: Skyrend Peaks, Erdu Forest, the Eridorn Wastes. The first 2 were the closest. Due west, beyond Mount Mercur, Erdu Forest filled the valley between the mountains and the sea. It would take time to search by air, but at least Redmayne had some idea of what to look for now. The mountain range which Mercur belonged to continued to curve in a northwesterly direction, until reaching its highest and densest volume near the coastline. This was where Redmayne found the Skyrend Peaks, a considerably smaller zone, albeit in a less convenient place. And then there were the Eridorn Wastes. They lay on the opposite corner of the map, in the barren patch of desert and tundra on the southeast side of Volos, opposite Terracon. There were mountains here, but they were squat and eroded by the searing wind. One such cluster of them sheltered what appeared to be the remains of a city. Redmayne bit another Magister's Delight in half, chewed while staring down at the map, and made his travel plan. Erdu Forest first, then Skyrend, then Eridorn.
All in rapid succession, not including side trips to any Gru burrows he may come across on the journey. Numantia had flipped the game board. The monsters were on his side now. But perhaps it had always been that way, and he hadn't been seeing things correctly. Perhaps these changes in the blight directly resulted from the seals breaking, in the same manner his consumption of the flesh of the Sicari caused the blight in the first place.
It made him wonder where he ended and everyone else in this world began. Or if there was a difference. Perhaps it was all one consciousness, killing and consuming and birthing itself forever. Weighty thoughts. But there was no time for philosophy. He'd done what he came to do here, so it was time to fly. Redmayne took wing with no further delay, having already given out instructions to his people. He did so without seeing Flora, as he had a feeling he'd have dawdled. He journeyed west on the high currents, and as he came over the top of Mount Mercur, fortune favored him. He sensed a Gru burrow quite close, recessed in a cave between 2 jagged peaks. Its grandmother carried the memory of Kral the Devourer, battling Belskaya and Dynasty on the mountainside, climbing to the rock with insectoid legs ending in tips like spears, which he used to find purchase in the stone and stab the offending warriors. The memory lived in what used to be one such appendage. Corpus, 16,567. Might +1.
Grace +1, Fortitude +1, Armor +10. Now that he knew what to do, his delve into the burrow was quick. By the time he'd taken wing again, invigorated and empowered, there was still plenty of daylight with which to traverse the mountains to the forest beyond them. And he needed it. Erdu Forest was vast indeed, now that he saw it with his own eyes. A crescent of deep, dark green, stretching from south to north between the mountains and the coastline, for as far as Redmane could see in either direction. You have entered Zone, Erdu Forest. Tasks: slay Vargath the Great Boar. Slay Grom, Troll Chieftain. Slay King Ed. Tasks completed, 1/3. One task was complete already. Interesting. Either someone left Erdu Forest without finishing the job, or there were imbued hunting here, marked as prey. They were here, 4 of them to the north, not far. Redmane glided down closer to the canopies of the trees and cloaked himself with Astral Stalker. His tracking brought him right to them. At the moment they sat around their campsite, having a snack, discussing their hunting plans. In Numantian. Redmane's eyebrows rose. He could understand their conversation. A hidden perk of Voice of the Beast Lord, he supposed. These were Numantians, then, or imbued from another colony world. Their gear and clothing looked foreign enough, though they still favored blue, silver, and white, as the imbued of Volos had a tendency to do. Redmane noted several powerful items amidst their gear, and not one of the 4 was lower than level 150. Astral Stalker made him incorporeal. He hovered above and behind the group, considering what to do with them while they talked. It was possible they were here to watch over the seal of the Griffin. Perhaps the Numantians had learned of the seals. If so, their deaths would be conspicuous, and they would know about them immediately, thanks to the system's map. He could bypass them completely and carry on to the seal, and either deal with them afterward or simply leave. But that would leave the monsters here at their mercy. And given the change in circumstances, monsters were now potential allies. Redmane's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Yes, he'd go and speak to them. It would be an awful shame if the denizens of Erdu Forest attacked the imbued as one. And if there happened to be one extra monster, who would notice? Chapter 92. Erdu Forest, Demi-Human Village. King Ed sat upon a throne of skulls. Mostly they were the skulls of demi-humans, though there were other kinds mixed in. Cats, birds, rodents. The occasional human skull stood out because of its size. The king was himself a demi-human, with gray-green skin and yellow eyes, an uncharacteristically noble set of facial features, and a crown of small skulls on his head, worn at a jaunty angle. A great steel sword, obviously forged for a human, leaned against the side of that throne. King Ed Monster. Type, demi-human. Level 141. You tell the king there are interlopers in his land. He has not seen this. His scouts bring no word. Your scouts are likely dead, said Redmane, or else the powers of the imbued have fooled their senses. King Ed made his displeasure at this suggestion plain. He straightened on his throne, frowned theatrically. The throng of demi-humans huddled around him, encircling both Ed and Redmane, grew agitated at his show of frustration. There was much growling and jabbering in the clipped, guttural demi-human language. The king's eyes widened in a glare. His nostrils flared. Who is this who comes before the king and tells him his chosen scouts are witless? Redmane sighed. He didn't want to fight them. He had a fondness for demi-humans. He used to look like one, even. If you don't believe me, then come see for yourself, he said. This was the wrong thing to say. The demi-humans around them jeered and howled. Many brandished weapons.
Redmayne found himself the target of dozens of yellow-eyed glares and shouted invectives in the demi-human language.
King Ed sees through your ruse, red-haired one.
Ed grinned and leaned back on his skull throne. You would lure the king into the wilds, away from his clan, and then you would try to usurp him, yes? Redmayne wanted to tell the demi-human he was overestimating the value of his kingdom, but he supposed that would go over about as well as the suggestion he come look for himself. So he took a moment to consider his next actions.
He wasn't above a little trickery, so long as it was well-intentioned. Redmayne changed form. A gasp rippled through the crowd of demi-humans as Redmayne shrank down to their size, took on their features. It was the form the Morholts called Little Redcap not so long ago.
I travel in the guise of a human for safety, he said, but I am the last of my clan. These Numantian-imbued hunt our kind. Indeed, they hunt all monsters for their own gain. Great King, I come to warn you of their arrival. If you truly don't believe me, bring your warriors along with you. I will show you all the danger is near.
Under just about any other circumstances, he would not have voluntarily taken this form again.
But he knew he'd made the right choice. Their reactions were too perfect. Even King Ed had gone wide-eyed at Redmayne's transformation. He leaned forward on his throne, his hands clutching two skulls that made the tops of its arms. "Where did you learn such sorcery?" he asked. "I can show you. But first, good king, you must rise and protect your people."
Elsewhere in the forest, Redmayne had sent Pieter to engage in diplomacy of a different kind.
In the form of a giant boar with crimson fur, the priest of Kral stood before the lord of the Southron section of Erdu Forest, who, at the moment, dozed in a clearing. Vargath, the Great Boar Monster. Type: Beast. Level 145.
Vargath was a colossal beast, larger than an ox, larger perhaps than even the ice wargs of the north. His thick, bristled hide was as coarse as wire, and a mottled blend of dark browns and grays, providing both armor and camouflage against the forested backdrop. The creature's head was enormous, with curved tusks, each as long as a man's arm, that could likely uproot trees and fling boulders with a single swipe. Pieter's own boar form wasn't so impressive, but his lord had bestowed him with battle skills. If it came to a contest of strength, he could prevail. He hoped. Pieter wished Redmayne had chosen him to speak to the demi-humans. He was a scholar and a speaker, a holy man. He was no warrior. Oh, how craven he felt, even in such a powerful form as this. Or perhaps that was why. Yes, the master wished to test him, to push him toward greatness. He would be equal to the challenge. It was necessary for Lord Redmayne's plan that they arrive in the same place at the same time, so he couldn't dally. He trembled at the sight of the massive beast slumbering before him. But then he steeled himself, pitched his snout skyward, and let out a deafening screech. Vargath barely stirred. Many other boars napping in the clearing did, however. They awoke and grunted their displeasure, fixing their eyes on the crimson boar who dared disturb their nap time. I'm full. Leave me be." Vargath didn't open his eyes. "Humans are coming!" cried Pieter in the language of boars. "They come with weapons and magics. They hunt us." "Let them come," said Vargath. "We will crush them, gore them, trample them underfoot. We do it quick, then we rest again." "We should go out and catch them by surprise. They sit together unaware. Now would be the perfect time." Vargath shook his head side to side, let out a grunt of displeasure at the mere suggestion he get up. "Let them come," he repeated. Pieter's stomach lurched with fright. He knew what he had to say. Lord Redmayne had given him precise instructions, but no, he just had to do it.
and damn the consequences. If you don't rise and fight, Vargoth, I say you are a coward.
Vargoth's eyes popped open. They were like little spheres of obsidian, small but fierce, glowing with intelligence and anger. The ground trembled as Vargoth rose, muscles rippling beneath his thick hide, and the other boars backed away, sensing the challenge hanging in the air. Vargoth's tusks gleamed like the tips of spears as he shook his head, dislodging leaves and debris. His nostrils flared, and his breath came in powerful snorts that sent dust swirling. As he stood to his full height, towering over Pieter, his gaze promised retribution for the insult. Pieter tried not to let his voice shake.
If I knock you over, Vargoth, you have to come with me.
"Could you pass the sausages?" said Aranth. He sat with his coterie, Cale Ramtha, Livia Calestus, and Marcus Vesperian, having a late breakfast in a place called Erdu Forest. Earlier this morning, they dispatched the first of 3 enemies in the zone, and since their resources were a bit depleted by the fight, they chose to rest and scout around for the remainder of the day. There didn't seem to be any rush. Marcus handed him the pan with the sausages, picking some from between his teeth with a toothpick in his other hand.
Seems like a pleasant world, he said. Pretty scenery. A bit wild, said Livia Calestus. Wild things can still be beautiful when they're tamed, said Cale Ramtha, their magister. He held out his hand for the pan of sausages after Aranth, took some for himself, and then placed it back in the center of their little circle.
Aranth leaned back against the rock he was using for a chair and spoke with half a mouthful of food.
I don't see what all the fuss was about. An emergency Pharos call, and the whole Venturian Sixth is here. Crazy stuff. So far as I've seen, this world doesn't look much like it's in crisis.
Appearances can be deceiving, said Cale. Aranth shrugged his shoulders.
I suppose.
Livia let her gaze wander for a moment, taking in the sights and sounds of the forest.
Shall we make this zone a sanctuary?
Nah, said Aranth. We should continue north after this. There's a renegade faction, Redmane House, I think it's called. They have 2 sanctuaries, good ones, and a fat slab of territories besides. We'll have to be quick about it, though. Every other coterie fresh across the bridge is going to have their eyes on that one.
The provisional governor believes the one called Redmane may still be at large, said Cale.
Marcus Vesperian grinned broadly. We should claim his head too, then. I hear the reward is practically divine favor.
If the reward is practically divine favor, we probably have little chance, said Aranth. Livia was the first to notice the sounds. They came from both the north and the south.
From the north she thought she heard voices, the clatter of weapons, the drumbeat of many pairs of feet walking in a group. From the south, thunder. No, hoofbeats, large animals crashing through the underbrush. Her heart went still. Slowly, she leaned over to set aside her unfinished plate of food and took up her bow. Her companions noticed what she was doing, and a couple of them reacted with raised eyebrows.
We good? asked Aranth. She met his eyes and shook her head no.
His own eyes widened a bit, and he nodded. The rest got the message as well, setting down their plates and taking up arms as they rose to their feet. Aranth's sword whispered from its scabbard. Marcus took up his twin hammers. Cale grasped his staff, which he'd rested against the trunk of a nearby tree. In a moment, the sounds from the north and the south grew loud enough for all of them to hear. A moment after that, their enemies came into plain view. Out of the Northron horizon came a throng of demi-humans, their faces contorted with jeering mockery, storming forward, wielding plundered arms and crude wooden shields. Their leader was nearly as tall as a man, wore a crown of skulls, and carried a great double-edged sword that looked far too heavy for him. Nonetheless, he held it casually, a smile on his face, his yellow eyes agleam with the prospect of bloodshed. From the south came boars. Huge ones,
Such was the size of their hooves that the earth beneath them was deeply furrowed, scattering chunks of earth and cracked stone in all directions, leaving a trail which resembled the aftermath of an avalanche or a star falling to the earth. They knocked aside trees, trampled bushes, and the boar at the head of the pack, the one leading the charge and by far the largest of the bunch, had a glimmer of intellect in its beady eyes.
Aranth swallowed hard, gripped his sword tighter. They could handle this. They had been through worse. He wasn't an especially pious man, but he muttered a prayer to the Nine all the same.
Chapter 93. Urdu Forest. Imbued.
Camp Redmayne and Pieter rejoined each other once they had set everything into motion. He hadn't intended it, but this would be a splendid opportunity to observe the imbued of other worlds in action. Astral Stalker, imbued, marked as prey. Gnosis, 1501. For a vantage point, he chose the limb of a nearby tree, high enough to be out of their peripheral vision, and since they were mere moments before the battle was joined, he examined their system tags.
Aren't near. Class, Warrior.
Archetype, Fencer. Faction, Cohorse Invictus. Level, 149. This one looked like he was the leader of the group, or at least he carried himself that way. He was a tall fellow with dark hair and pale eyes, and wore a long blue jacket trimmed with silver. In his hand, he held a finely made thrusting sword. At the moment he leapt to his feet, Redmayne thought he saw fear in the man's expression, but the look went away when his weapon came out. Livia Caelestis.
Class, Warrior. Archetype, Winged Archer. Faction, Cohorse Invictus. Level, 145. A short, pale girl with light hair and keen blue eyes. She didn't look like she was strong enough to string the massive recurve bow she was holding, let alone draw it. But she held it confidently nonetheless, with an arrow nocked and held low, her eyes fixed on the charging boars to the south. Marcus Vesperian. Class, Warrior. Archetype, Thunderer. Faction, Cohorse Invictus. Level, 147. This one was tall and brawny, with broad shoulders, a barrel chest, and an anvil chin. He held a heavy hammer in each hand, their heads roughly the size of his own. Redmayne watched the bronze tint of his skin become something like actual bronze, a skill which hardened his flesh into armor. Kael Ramtha. Class, Magister. Archetype, Vitalis Conduit. Faction, Cohorse Invictus. Level, 144. The other three formed a protective triangle around this one. He was tall and willowy, with long hair nearly as white as his skin. Though he was no elder, this one may have been the youngest of the set, in fact. He held a staff and closed his eyes, muttering the opening syllables of an incantation which made the whole coterie take on a faint white glow. They would be a match for King Ed or Vargoth, to be certain, had they hunted them one at a time, slaying their minions while making their way toward the lair of each. Now everything came at them at once. From the north, many of the demi-human warriors had grown impatient with their leader's casual pace and broke out into a full charge, inspiring the rest to follow suit. King Ed, meanwhile, continued to saunter toward them with his blade rested on one shoulder and a bloodthirsty grin on his face. From the south, the boars had only picked up speed. They were close now, the thunder of their hoofbeats shaking the earth as they charged in a V formation behind Vargoth, who ran at full speed with his head held low, those tusks mighty enough to knock the whole coterie into the sky if they didn't move. The two groups would hit the coterie simultaneously. The first belligerent to contact the imbued was an especially eager demi-human, with longer legs than his comrades. He let out a battle shriek and leaped high into the air, his yellow eyes wild with exhilaration, his club held high for an overhead strike.
With a flick, Arnthnir casually sliced him in half from his groin to the top of his head, and the two pieces sailed past the fencer to land behind him on his left and right. And then the demi-humans truly charged. Hearts pounding and muscles straining, they surged forward, fueled by a burning anger at the imbued's audacity. Their eyes were wide and frenzied, aglow with rage, and sweat glistened on their brows. The air was thick with the sound of their grunts and the clatter of weapons, a cacophony of metal and fury as they bore down upon the coterie.
Livia Caelestis leapt straight up into the air, and Redmayne suddenly understood why her archetype was called Winged Archer. For she sprouted a pair of glowing blue wings made of pure gnosis. But they didn't behave like the wings of a flying creature. They remained static, as if they were a mere decoration. She moved through the air like a wasp, hovering and shifting about laterally and diagonally, firing arrows from her quiver, which glowed blue and struck the demi-human clan like bolts fired from a ballista. She turned and loosed a spike of blue into the neck of Vargath, but the boar was not deterred. They would all be trampled in one more heartbeat. Until Marcus Vesperian lifted his leg and stomped the ground, and Redmayne had to grab hold of the trunk of his tree to avoid being flung from it. Decimus's Earthshaker. The tip of Marcus's boot became the vertex of a triangle of shredded earth, a seismic wave that ripped through the ground faster than the boars charging in the opposite direction. The ground shattered and heaved, sending mud and grass and shards of rock flying in a triangular formation. It was like the breath of a dragon, if that breath were naught but pure force. All the boars, Vargath included, went flying. The earth bucked them, and massive as they were, they took to the air like leaves in a tempest. In an instant, the sound of panicked squeals joined the sound of weapons clashing on the other side of the battle. Marcus raised his twin hammers, and they crackled with power as he brought them down on Vargath's head with as much force as he could muster, which was a lot. The blow struck Vargath, but it made a fresh crater on the ground beneath the point of impact as well. On the other side, Redmayne watched King Ed's lackeys make way for him, the crowd parting so he could saunter up to Arnthnir, who greeted him with a bow and a flourish of his sword. The demi-human hefted his weapon, bowed as well, and at first it looked as if Ed's followers were going to hang back and observe their duel. But that lasted roughly a second, before one leaped at Arnth's back. Arnth stepped to the side, leaving an afterimage of himself in the wake of his evasion. Evidently, this illusion was convincing enough to bait the next few demi-humans into attacking it, but the first weapon to touch it made it vanish. The fencer seemed undeterred by their tactics, but he wasn't making much progress against his real opponent while fending off attacks from every direction at the same time. This was where Livia Caelestis came in. From above, she rained glowing death on the clan of demi-humans and the family of boars both. A few demi-humans were armed with ranged weaponry of their own, slings and shortbows mostly, and as they returned fire, she immediately knew who to pick off next. And she didn't stop with the demi-humans. Her covering fire swung toward the boars, preventing them from interceding in Marcus Vesperian's battle with Vargath. Kael Ramtha, meanwhile, was the heart of the diagram, the calm center of the furiously turning wheel. His eyes remained closed, trusting fully in the capability of his comrades to keep him safe, while he bolstered their strength and healed their wounds with support skills, untouched by the weapons of demi-humans or the tusks of giant boars. Arnth protecting him from the north side, Marcus from the south, and Livia from above. Clearly, they had done this before. This was a good team, well-trained and battle-tested, acting in perfect harmony. It was a shame they had come at the call of Jarrell Craith, that they were here to aid in the conquest of his world. The thought made it easier for Redmayne to put his finger on the scale. The beast, liberated. Gnosis, 1461.
Lacerations exploded all over Kael Ramtha's body, spraying arcs of bright red blood all over the coterie and their campsite. The Magister fell to his knees and doubled over, coughed out another spray of red which spattered the grass beneath him. He wasn't dead, but he was close. More importantly, the group briefly lost its cohesion. Arnthnir, in the midst of parrying a blow from King Ed, glanced back in alarm. Livia Caelestis looked down at Kael with panic and anger in her eyes. Marcus Vesperian, who had just struck off the tip of one of Vargoth's tusks, caught the other one full in the gut, just as Kael's protective skill faltered. The impact threw Marcus into the air at speed. The tree he struck cracked in half when his bronze body hit, sending him staggering. There was a bleeding wound in his stomach. Vargoth's tusk had punctured his metallic skin. Now Kael had to make a snap decision: heal his comrade or heal himself. The Magister chose Marcus, threw a healing skill that caught the warrior just as Vargoth charged at him with tusks swinging. Marcus Vesperian's wound glowed white, his body flushed with vitality, energizing him and clearing his mind just in time to meet the charging boar again. Redmane silently commended the Magister's loyalty before finishing him. The beast liberated Gosus, 1411. There was another spray of red, and Kael Ramtha hit the grass face first, motionless. With their pillar of support gone, Redmane suspected they wouldn't last too much longer. They were brilliant fighters, but they counted on their Magister. Their strategy revolved around him. Now he would see how they adapted to his absence. Livia Caelestis was looking for him, but it seemed she couldn't see the incorporeal because more than once her determined gaze swept right past the place he'd chosen to observe them. She could not spare much time to search, however, because her living companions demanded most of her attention. The winged archer continued to run Overwatch, harrying Arnth and Marcus's attackers with deadly arrows from above. And while she did so undeterred, having already picked off all the demi-humans carrying ranged weapons, she couldn't protect them from everything by herself. Arnth slipped to the side of an uppercut from King Ed's heavy sword, but before he could spring back with a riposte, 3 demi-humans were already lunging at him with powerful but clumsy swings of their own. Again, he had to sacrifice his offense, even though Livia was doing her utmost to keep them off of him. But there were just too many. Marcus took another critical hit from Vargoth, sending him skidding back, his heels digging furrows into the earth. But the warrior was far from defeated. His eyes burned with resolve. The boar came at him for another blow, and this time Marcus was quicker. His hammers came out wide and then shot in from either side, smashing into Vargoth's skull from the left and right simultaneously. There was a deafening crack, and the great boar's eyes rolled back in their sockets as he thudded to the ground, defeated. And then 2 more boars bowled Marcus over, trampling him under their hooves. His hammers went flying. Things became more chaotic. Where before Marcus kept the boars busy on one side, and Arnth kept the demi-humans occupied on the other, it all mixed. Boars charged through the ranks of demi-humans, sending them spinning through the air, screeching. Arnth had a new set of problems to worry about. Livia fired indiscriminately into the melee, now that her only restriction was not striking Arnth. Marcus lay on his back, arms and legs out wide, breathing, but weakly. King Ed leapt onto the back of a boar charging past him, holding a tuft of its bristly fur in one hand and his heavy sword in the other, grinning as he slashed at Arnthnir on his way by. The blow went high, easily ducked by the fencer, but the Immobed had more pressing concerns. He had to jump aside to avoid being trampled by another boar, and the demi-humans continued to fling themselves at him from every side. He sliced 2 in half mid-leap, wheeled around to locate King Ed, but he'd lost track of him. Redmane hadn't. He watched as the demi-human leader crouched on the back of the charging boar with impressive balance. And then he sprang high into the air,
bringing his blade back for a leaping overhead blow. Not for Arndt, though. For Livia, who was looking the other way.
Chapter 94. Erdu Forest, Imbued Camp. At the apex of his prodigious leap, King Ed brought his sword back with both hands gripping tight on the hilt. His body arched in such a way that when he swung the weapon, he would double forward, putting every ounce of force he could muster into the blow. A strike Redmayne himself wouldn't have wanted to be the target of. Fortunately, he was a spectator.
Livia, at the last instant, realized something was coming up behind her at speed. But she turned too late to do anything about it. Ed cleaved into her back from left shoulder to right hip. Blood flew from the wound, and her gnosis wings flickered and went out. King Ed clipped the winged archer's wings. Livia fell to the earth, landing face first, her bow a few feet away, out of reach. Her arms shook as she struggled to pick herself up off the ground, even as King Ed landed nearby and broke into a charge the instant his feet touched the ground, blade held low, ready to finish her with one more heavy cut. Onthnir was at least peripherally aware of what was going on, though he had much to deal with. An entire clan of demi-humans, barely diminished in numbers, even though his slender blade bisected or decapitated at least one every time it swung. And a smaller but no less dangerous family of giant boars who charged him, circled round and charged again, the lot of them carving out a vaguely star-shaped pattern in the dirt, with the fencer as its center point. He was moving toward Livia with care, one step at a time. But when Ed knocked her out of the sky and then sprinted in for the kill, he realized he'd have to go faster. Flicker. A little demi-human struck Arndt in the leg with his spear, and he shifted through space in an instant, vanishing and reappearing next to Livia's prone body, in time to intercept King Ed with a perfectly timed parry that made their blades ring against each other like a great iron bell. Interesting. Redmayne was unaware Flicker could be used in this way. Perhaps he'd leveled the skill up beyond the basic way the Sicarii utilized it. Or the Sicarii themselves weren't especially creative in the use of their skills. Either possibility seemed likely. Arndt's thrusting sword struck Ed's broad blade back with surprising force. The demi-human king was wide open for a counterattack. But the fencer didn't take it. Instead, he grabbed Livia Caelestis and ran. Onthnir must have known he wouldn't make it far in a running race with giant boars. Perhaps he knew and attempted anyway, accepting even the smallest chance of saving a comrade's life. Redmayne found it commendable. Stupid, but commendable. Onthnir took off as if shot from a cannon, sprinting faster than any natural human. And the boars charged after him as one, indifferent to the opportunistic demi-humans grabbing onto their fur to hitch a ride. Some attempted to climb onto the boars' backs. Some simply held onto a fistful of wiry fur with their feet planted on the boars' sides, weapons raised as they howled and screeched after the fleeing imbued. King Ed leapt onto the back of a huge boar, mounting it like a warhorse, holding his blade out to the side as he crouched low to reduce the wind resistance, his dark hair streaming behind him. Somehow the crown of little skulls didn't fly off his head. Redmayne had to fly along beside the group. It wasn't truly flying, as Astral Stalker rendered him incorporeal, but he moved fast enough to keep up nonetheless. Whatever skill the imbued used to run with such fleetness waned, and the boars gained on him. Arndt glanced back, gritted his teeth, and leapt high over the back of a boar that tried to charge and cut him off, his legs wheeling in midair, as if he were still trying to run. And run he did, the instant his feet touched the ground again, fueled by a fresh burst of gnosis. A demi-human pulled what looked like a bolas off his belt, whipped it around in the air and sent it whizzing at Arndt's ankles. But the imbued had a flicker ready to deploy. When the weapon touched his feet, he blinked out and reappeared further ahead of his pursuers. The boars fanned out, spreading their formation, the ones on the far ends surging forward to enclose their prey, to limit his options. They were steering him, Redmayne realized,
shepherding him away from the mostly flat, lightly wooded area and toward a patch of rocky hills thick with trees and overgrowth. His high vantage made it easy for Redmayne to understand their plan. They would push him into the difficult terrain and then encircle it, surrounding him and cutting off the possibility of retreat from all directions. And it looked like it was going to work. Arnth ran straight into it, and while he made his way through the dense obstacles with remarkable speed, he wasn't fast enough to beat the boars running all the way around him to the left and right on easier ground. The demi-humans dismounted from the beasts and brandished their weapons, hooting and hollering into the thicket from every direction. Only when the imbued emerged from the tree line on the other side did he realize they had corralled him. Sweat glazed his face, which shone at first with fear, and then with a sort of wry acceptance. He faced King Ed again, who was dismounting the boar he rode on to approach the imbued, with a gamely smile, his broadsword held casually in one hand. "Tell us," said the demi-human king. "Why have you come here?" "By order of the provisional governor," he said in a breathless tone. "So someone told you to come to our forest and slay us, yes?" "That's the long and short of it." King Ed grinned. "Well, at least you make no excuses for yourself." Arnthnir's chest rose and fell dramatically with his labored breathing. He still had Livia slung over his shoulder like a haversack. His grip on her tightened slightly as the demi-human king drew near. Redmayne could tell he was thinking fast, trying to come up with a way out of this situation. "What say you and I duel it out?" said Arnth. King Ed's eyebrow rose. "You and me. No cheats, no help from others. If I win, you let us go in peace, and I vow we won't return." "And if you lose?" asked Ed. Arnthnir shrugged. "You got us already. It's up to you." King Ed's smile grew. His yellow eyes glittered with malice as he considered the possibilities. He seemed uncommonly intelligent for a demi-human. Surely he was smart enough to understand that even if Arnthnir swore to leave and never return, Terracon would send another coterie to Erdu Forest without delay. "If you lose," said the king, "then we peel off that fine hide of yours for boots and belts, and perhaps a scabbard for this sword of mine. The woman can return to your big city and tell them all what became of you." The imbued swallowed hard, nodded. "You'll spare Livia either way? You savages are full of surprises." "You humans think you invented honor," said the king. Arnth gently laid Livia down, ensuring she was out of immediate harm's way. He straightened, rolling his shoulders to loosen the tension that had built up during the chase, and drawing his slender sword, its tip pointed toward the ground. His stance was relaxed yet poised, like a coiled spring. King Ed, in contrast, stood with his feet planted firmly apart, his broadsword resting on his shoulder. The weapon was massive, its blade wide and heavy, designed to cleave through armor and muscle and bone alike. Ed's wiry muscles rippled beneath his skin, packed with power well concealed by a deceptively lanky frame. The imbued fought for his own skin, literally, but he remained composed nonetheless. The demi-human king looked like he was about to enjoy an unexpected but pleasant game. Around them, the demi-human clan drew in closer to watch, forming a loose ring around Arnth and Ed. The boars appeared to understand what was going on. Either that or the demi-humans had some way of calming them down, because they did not disrupt what was taking place in the circle. Arnth and Ed circled each other, watching and waiting. The fencer spotted a chance to attack, streaked in behind the flashing point of his sword, and the demi-human king met him in the middle of the circle. Redmayne observed with a keen interest. Sword fights were like conversations, he thought. The attacks were the questions, and the dodges and parries were the answers. Sometimes one combatant would carry the conversation with an unbroken string of inquiries, only for his opponent to switch the line of questioning back upon the attacker, and then his turn came to defend his positions, literally.
Arndt's arguments were direct, precise,
much like the implement he used to make them. His thrusting sword moved in straight lines, sometimes diagonal, weaving through space to find openings and then dart in like a serpent. King Ed was a wheel of death. His broadsword fell upon Arndt in arcs, from above or below, or from side to side. He had an uppercut swing, which looked like it could take the imbued right off his feet if it ever connected. If it didn't cleave him in half first. Arndt did his utmost to make sure that didn't happen. He didn't use flicker again. Perhaps he was low on gnosis, but even without it he put on an impressive show of skill, always an inch away from the blade of King Ed as it whooshed by, always poised to counterattack. The crowd of demi-humans watched in intense silence as the imbued fought for his life, ducking and weaving away from the weighty swings of Ed's broadsword, all his concentration directed at it.
King Ed noticed the depth of his focus, so he hit him with something he wasn't looking at. Arndt slipped to the side of another uppercut slash, and King Ed's fist slammed into his temple. His sword flew from his hand. Sweat flew from his face. A few teeth flew from his mouth. Arndt spun all the way around and landed face first in the dirt. For a moment, it was quiet, and then a cheer erupted from all around. One of King Ed's followers approached him, keeping a cautious eye on the unconscious imbued. "What do you want to do with them?" King Ed grinned down at Arndt and rested the blade of his sword on his shoulder again, the other hand on his hip. "We do what we said we'd do. Send the woman back when she's recovered. Take the man and make some boots out of him or something. We're honorable demi-humans, are we not?" "Aye," said the other, though he didn't seem sure about what the word honorable meant. Ed turned to leave, but before he did so he paused to look around for someone. Redmayne, probably. He had been conspicuously absent since setting them into motion, after all. The king's gaze swept right past Redmayne, but he saw no one, which made him smirk, shrug his shoulders, and turn toward home. Behind him, a group of demi-humans gathered around Livia Caelestis and Arndt to tie them up and toss them on the back of a boar for transportation. As he watched the crowd disperse, Redmayne's mind caught on the image of the little demi-human contemplating the word honorable. Honor. Fidelity to one's companions, valuing their lives above your own. A trait worthy of respect. But it felt paradoxical to respect the coming of those whose intent was naught but murder and plunder. Murderers and plunderers who talked themselves into thinking they were heroes. Like the farmer who spares one livestock animal from the slaughter, keeps it as a pet, and calls it a friend, even as he butchers the rest of its family for sale at the market. For some reason he is troubled by the blood staining his hands, as if he alone, among all living things, should not survive by killing and eating. He tells himself that he kills only out of necessity, comes up with some sort of convoluted lie to justify his perfectly natural behavior. Then, once the lie has settled into place, the anxiety which caused its creation relaxes, and the man becomes something worse than an animal, something with an ever-growing appetite, backed by a story crafted to numb the moral pain. It isn't murder if it's the cost of doing business. It isn't plunder if it's the price of progress. Redmayne would rather the Numantians openly call themselves pirates. That would be more worthy of respect. Perhaps one day he would lead by example in that regard. It would begin here, in Volos, and the next step forward resided in this very forest. The Seal of the Griffin. Chapter 95. The Seal of the Griffin. Redmayne found the seal in the heart of the forest. It lay at the bottom of a thickly wooded basin, perhaps a mile wide and half as deep, suggesting the place may once have been the site of a great impact. And like the seal of the Sphinx,
It was housed in an ancient building of black stone. Though this was less a building and more a complex. Perhaps it had once been an arboretum or a botanical garden. It was like a castle wall, making a ring around something in the center. Whatever that something was in ages past, Redmayne could not say. But he knew what lay before him this evening, a circle of giant rune-etched bones containing a roiling mass of power. Crimson, like the others. No sooner did he lay eyes on it, did its pulsing seem to sync with the beating of his heart. It knew he was here. And it brought forth its guardian. As Redmayne stepped through the membrane of force, shielding the power of the seal, so too did the griffin take shape before him. It had the head and forelegs of an eagle, and the hindquarters of a lion. The tail of its leonine half ended in a tuft of golden fire, the source of the aura enveloping its whole body in a nimbus of warm light. Its eagle wings spanned wide, with tawny feathers tipped in white, and its talons were jet black, long and sharp as sickles. The griffin's amber eyes met Redmayne's, and it let out a call that echoed throughout the whole basin. Thole, the griffin monster. Type primordial. Level 200. The griffin reared back, unfurling its massive wings and taking flight, and Redmayne called forth the wings of the manticore to join it in the air. His heart raced as he climbed. Another seal within reach. Another fifth of his true self. When he returned to that legion encampment before the city of Terracon, he would lay waste to it himself. There seemed to be no limit to how high the griffin could climb, so long as it remained within the confines of the complex below. It soared higher, and Redmayne followed, striking only when he was certain he could reach. It was the opening move of an aerial dance. Redmayne's claws slashed through the space between them, projecting cutting waves that cleared the distance between them in a heartbeat. But the griffin rebuked those projections, its own talons sheathed in golden light. The griffin's wings beat with powerful strokes, propelling it wherever it wished to go with great power, while Redmayne arced around it with sharp turns and sudden dives, like a mockingbird harassing a crow near its nest. Redmayne dove at it from above and below and from either side, making the most of the maneuverability of the wings of the manticore. Evidently, the griffin grew frustrated with this. It turned toward him and exhaled a stream of gold fire, a blazing cone Redmayne dodged by rolling to the side, feeling the heat pass close to his face. They spiraled around each other in the open sky, and when Redmayne came about for his next pass, he gave the griffin a dose of its own medicine. Venom breath gnosis, 1436. The griffin was too close to avoid it. Redmayne soaked it in glowing purple as he flew past, but even though it clearly damaged it, he could see the singed feathers and burnt flesh beneath. The venom effect seemed to pour off its body without effect, like water rolling off a duck's back. Wrath, 1. No venom. Very well. Better to find out these things early. The griffin banked sharply, using its powerful wings to arc away from Redmayne and then gain altitude over him, positioning itself high above him. At the apex of its ascent, it tucked its wings in and dove with incredible speed. And as it descended, the griffin extended its talons, now glowing with intensified golden light, and at the same time it let out another piercing call that reverberated through the air. Griffin's dive. Redmayne grinned and surged upward to answer force with force. Lion's lunge. Gnosis, 1421. The griffin's call mingled with Redmayne's roar, and when the sounds merged, they created an oddly harmonious note. Then they struck, and a shockwave rippled outward from the point of collision. Corpus, 12,344. Wrath, 2. The force of their meeting sent both combatants reeling backward, tumbling through the sky. The griffin's wings flared wide, struggling to regain control as it spun away, while Redmayne simply fell for a few moments, punch-drunk from the impact. He shook it off, flipped himself upright, and beat furiously to stabilize his descent. But the griffin was already diving again. It swooped in, talons extended and glowing, cutting through the air with lethal intent. Redmayne twisted his body to avoid the full brunt of the attack, but the griffin's claws grazed his side, leaving a trail of searing pain. The griffin's momentum carried it past Redmayne, but it quickly banked around for another assault, its eyes locked onto its target with the unwavering focus of a bird of prey. Corpus, 10,208. Wrath, 3. Redmayne's lip curled in a snarl, and he streaked through the air at the griffin, who awaited him patiently, stationary for the moment. Redmayne understood why when the griffin gave a sudden, forceful beat of its wings, creating a gust of wind that struck him like a physical blow. The impact sent him reeling, struggling to maintain his position in the air. The griffin followed up with another wing buffet, using the turbulence to keep Redmayne off balance. Then the griffin unleashed a stream of golden fire from its beak, the flames roaring toward Redmayne, who twisted and dove, narrowly avoiding the full force of the fiery breath. But the edges of the flames licked at his wings, leaving scorched flesh in their wake. Corpus, 8,959. Wrath, 4. If that was a glancing bow, he'd prefer not to know what it felt like to be engulfed in the griffin's flame. Or perhaps he would. Wrath, 0. Enhanced fire resistance, 4. Redmayne steadied himself in the air. The griffin came at him with another griffin's dive, and he swooped away from it, but slower than he could have, and wider out, the maneuver carrying him around to the perfect distance for another breath attack. And the griffin did not disappoint. It reared back, chest expanding as it gathered energy for another blast of golden fire. Flames surged forward like water from a breaking dam. Redmayne did not dodge. Instead, he propelled himself straight into the fire, wings beating with force. It blinded him. He swam in light. But even though the flames engulfed his body completely, he felt the fire rolling off his skin, his enhancement sparing him from fatal damage. Corpus, 7,822. Wrath, 1. It would be a fair trade for this. Lion's Lunge, Gnosis, 1,391. He struck 3 times. A claw across the trachea, one down the side of its head, the third from underneath, an uppercut slashing it from its chest to the bottom of its beak. The impacts tore through feathers and flesh. Arcs of glittering blood flew through the sky. Wrath, 4. The griffin was wounded, but far from deterred. It closed the distance between them with a powerful beat of its wings, and the dance was on again. And this time it was bloodier. Redmayne and the griffin banked and dove and swooped at each other, claws and talons clashing or swiping through empty air, each exchange a near miss by either combatant, even as the speed and aggression of their maneuvering increased. A part of his mind stressed caution, but the scent of blood spurred Redmayne's hunger for more. The griffin fought as if it were truly the lord of the skies. It was no mere beast. The mind of a canny warrior lived in that body, a mind which could learn from previous errors, spot patterns and exploit them, set traps and bait specific responses. It aimed a precise slash at Redmayne's torso, at a speed and angle it had used several times already. Redmayne blocked it as he had before, but the block opened his left side for an instant, which is when the talons of the griffin connected there, raking across his stomach and rib cage and leaving deep gashes. Redmayne reeled from the impact, blood flying from his wound, struggling to correct his position in the air as the griffin circled back for another strike. Corpus, 6,525. Wrath, 5.
Without pause, the griffin beat its wings to create a powerful gust, hurling a wall of air directly toward Redmayne. The wind hit him like a battering ram, knocking him even further off balance and sending him tumbling through the sky. Then it dove in close to deliver another blow, its talons glowing with a nimbus of golden light. Griffin's dive. Redmayne's gaze centered on those talons. If they struck him full on, it could be the end. Even a fleeting thought of this was enough to spike his fury. He growled as it burned in his chest. Wrath, 0. Might, plus 50. The griffin's talons struck, and he met them with his own, one hand on each. The impact sent out another ripple of force as Redmayne and the griffin, now locked together, began to twist and tumble in freefall. Another stream of golden fire poured over Redmayne, and this time the fire engulfed him more fully, the heat searing his skin and wings. Redmayne twisted and turned, trying to escape the inferno, but the griffin maintained the pressure, keeping him trapped within the fiery onslaught as they wheeled through the air, joined by the claws. Corpus, 3,200, Wrath, 1. It burned, but he yet lived. Might would avail him. Redmayne flexed his arms, then his back and shoulders, and his trunk. With effort, he twisted their positions around so that he had the top position, and the griffin was beneath him, his legs locked around the beast's body, as if it were a mount, and Redmayne was the rider, which freed his hands to deliver claw after claw after claw. The first struck its shoulder, shearing through muscle and tendon alike. Wrath, 2. The second shattered the wrist of its wing, rendering it useless. Wrath, 3. The third raked down the side of its face, putting out its eye and rending the side of its pristine beak. Wrath, 4. He could feel the beast trying to buck him off, but it was useless. He was the stronger of the two, and with more stacks of wrath to spare, he drove the point home. Wrath, 0. Might, plus 40. Redmayne felt a wild exultation. He was stronger in this moment than he had ever been before. He wanted to go back to Terracon right this instant and go on a rampage, leave legions of Numantian soldiers dismembered in a pile, their bodies torn to pieces like the bloody ruin of their camp. He would tear down the walls of the city of Terracon and topple her towers, and then leave her ruins as a cautionary tale for any who may dare to follow in its example. Behold the fate of those who try to conquer his world. As Redmayne and the griffin plummeted toward the rapidly approaching ground below, he reached down and wrapped his arms around the beast's thick neck. Then he pulled with force, and there was a loud, wet crack. The griffin's came up sharply, its neck snapped, and it moved no more. Redmayne let go of it, just in time to spare himself the damage of the fall. The griffin's body fell to the earth with a thud, its wings splayed out at its sides as he flapped out his wings and coasted to a gentle landing beside it. As he looked down upon his fallen prey, the crimson points of his eyes gleamed with hunger. Chapter 96. The Seal of the Griffin. Redmayne crouched over the carcass of the griffin, his teeth shearing through muscle, his jaws crunching bone, hot blood flowing down his chin. The meat was satisfying, nourishing. It tasted like its siblings, the manticore and the sphinx. A flavor Redmayne seemed to recall, perhaps from a previous life. Had this happened before? He didn't know. Even after learning so much, he felt there was still much to discover. Level up. Level 116 to level 117.
Level 117 to level 118. Level 118 to level 119. Level 119 to level 120. Quality points awaiting allocation. 4. Might, 86 to 90.
Monster skills learned, Griffin's Dive. Bloodline skill, Monstrous. Rank 1, Evolution possible. Active, 75. Gnosis. The monster dives at its prey from above, enhancing its momentum with a surge of gnosis. This skill supplements the damage of an attack made with one of the monster's natural weapons, and if the monster performs the attack while descending upon its target, whether in flight or at the end of a leap or fall, the targeted creature's evasion is halved. Golden Flame Bloodline skill, Monstrous. Rank 1, Evolution. Possible. Active, 100 Gnosis. The monster is a keeper of Golden Flame. Golden Flame burns flammable substances in the same manner as mundane fire. The monster may breathe it, hurl it, project it from their eyes, or whichever other mechanism comes naturally. When used as a weapon, Golden Flame has the following weapon profile. Damage, plus 20. Armor penetration, 10. Evasion negation, 8. Spread, 6. Corpus damage over time, burning, 8. A creature afflicted with a condition will find itself cleansed of 1 stack of said condition for every 30 seconds spent in the presence of Golden Flame. Prolonged exposure may even purify creatures corrupted or possessed by malevolent spirits. The Golden Flame has a warding effect against such entities. The Griffin had impressive physical qualities. Its wings were strong, well suited for long-distance flying at high altitudes. Its talons were dense like iron and wickedly curved. And then there was its Golden Flame. Redmane held out his hand, palm up, and conjured a ball of it, watched it burn. Its color reminded him of the torches in the tomb of Voss. Had Voss given this weapon to the 5 heroes? Or had he taken it from him? As he gazed into the fire, he pondered those questions and considered the possibilities. Perhaps in the abyss, one could combine this weapon with others. He had an interest in what a combination of Lion's Lunge and Griffin's Dive would look like as well. But those were questions for later. The third seal lay before him now, broken. Redmane closed his fist, and the Golden Flame went up in wisps of glowing yellow. He directed his gaze up to the much larger and much more fiery mass of power before him. Tendrils of glowing crimson gnosis extending from it like veins of lightning, its pulse mirroring his own as he stood and approached it with a growing sense of anxiety. Strange. It had never made him feel that way before. Redmane reached out for it, gritting his teeth in advance to brace for the searing, transformative pain to come. It struck him the instant the tip of his finger made contact. White-hot power flooding into his body, fire pouring into his mind and soul, the contents of one vessel mixing with the other, connecting 2 long-separated parts of a once whole entity. The thing that was once called Kral the Devourer. But this time, Redmane truly felt Kral's presence, and he did so with a growing sense of alarm. He was in something like a soul space. Kral the Devourer loomed over him in his mind's eye, a being whose malice was as boundless as its hunger, who had nearly consumed a civilization, a single eye over a titanic maw. Its psychic presence dwarfed him, made him realize he was indeed a part of a once whole entity, a tiny part. Now Kral was alive. It was awake. And it was going to do to Redmane what Redmane had done to the others. Redmane didn't know where or when he was. There was no terrain around them, no sky, but such details hardly seemed relevant in the moment. The only thing he needed to know right then was that he felt the pull of the wind, faintly at first, but growing in power. Its origin was the back of Kral's all-devouring gullet. Oblivion. He stared at that point of darkness and understood. If it consumed him now, Redmane would become for Kral what Pieter and the others were for him, mere presences in the mind of a greater being, a higher power, expendable passengers who existed at its leisure, who could be disposed of on a whim.
The inexorable pull of that vortex took him. Slowly, at first, as if there were more mass inside Redmayne's man-sized frame than he realized. Even so, it drew him in slowly but surely, and there was nothing to take hold of, to grab onto, to arrest the pull of Kral's terrible hunger. Closer and closer he came to that maw, and at the same time he felt the urge to give in to it, to become one with it, to allow it to consume him and digest him, to make him part of its whole, to exult in its awakening, to witness the exhilarating, terrifying spectacle of the wrath of a god of old. It felt like a hint of Pieter's zeal mixed with his own. He couldn't tell where the priest ended and he began, nor the others. They were all joined together, their minds and his mind, parts of a collective. You have fed it well. As its stature has grown, so it is matched by its appetite. The voice was unfamiliar, deep and sonorous, regal. Even as panic grew in Redmayne's chest, as he began to flail and claw at the nothingness to arrest the drag of Kral's vortex, he saw a figure standing next to him, upright and calm, completely unaffected by the pull. He could have been Redmayne's twin, except for the hair and the eyes. His were green, and his hair was blonde like new wheat. He wore fine clothes and a red cloak trimmed in gold. "Sensis Karalis," said Redmayne, with more than a little tension in his voice. The king of the Stallmen regarded him sternly. "What do you intend to do with it now, Redmayne? Can you control it? Or will it become your master, as it became mine?" "I will not be consumed." "So you say." There was a note of grim amusement in the king's voice. He watched Redmayne struggle in vain, arms wheeling against the drag of the vortex, legs tensed as if there were any ground to brace against. He brought forth the wings of the manticore for a burst of power, but there was no air to lift himself into. There was nothing but the ever-shortening moments between this moment and the moment of his demise. Redmayne's heart pounded in his skull, faster and faster. He felt a cold sweat break out over his skin. His muscles tensed, senses made keener by the proximity of death. Despite the unreality of this place, his body felt increasingly real. But it wasn't. This was a projection, an abstraction. It was illusionary. It was the identity of Kral, the mind of Kral, but not the body. The body was already his. Redmayne noticed that mere thought was enough to arrest his movement. He held still for a moment, but then his stomach lurched as the pull of the vortex intensified, drawing him frighteningly close to that cavernous maw. He had become strong, but not strong enough to challenge the will of Kral the Devourer directly. Not yet. He felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned to see a grinning Pieter standing at his side. A hand landed on his opposite shoulder, belonging to Dobrogost. 4 demi-human warriors stood right behind him, and a mighty ice warg. Redmayne may once have been a part of this thing called Kral, but now others were a part of him, and they joined their wills together against the All-Devourer. And Sensis Karalis stood with him. Now they were a rock standing tall against the tide, like the shores of the Fangs of Frost, battered by the surf, but resolute. "I will not be consumed." Even with the aid of all of them, it still felt like any moment he would fly into the maw of Kral, like a man thrown into deep water with a stone tied to his ankle. Together they were strong, but even with their aid, there was precious little time. Redmayne drew in a breath, closed his eyes. When he opened them, his fanged mouth opened, and he hit Kral with the same vortex.
Two funnels of all-consuming power met each other in the space between them, twisted together like a tornado. If this were happening in the physical world, it would have devastated everything around them. At first, Redmayne struggled, seemingly in vain, against the great mass of Krall's will. But he remained in the fight, and, moment after moment, a disadvantage grew into a stalemate, and the stalemate, ever so slightly, tipped in his favor. He became aware of the growing dismay in Krall's mind. As his vortex grew to equal size, and then slightly greater, and then more than slightly greater, the massive form of the devourer was now the one moving, drawing closer to Redmayne, struggling and casting about in fear. Redmayne's heart flared like a furnace. "I will not be consumed. I will not become a part of you. I am Redmayne. I am Redmayne!" Krall the Devourer drew closer and closer. Its fear and rage as palpable as a 20-foot wall of fire in front of Redmayne's face. When it reached a certain distance, its form distorted, stretching toward the origin of the vortex in Redmayne's maw. Then, all at once, it shot into him. Redmayne reeled. The force of their joining blew him back through space. He felt as if something had shoved him backward under water, except nothing halted his momentum. The voice of Sensus Keralis returned, wielded with wisdom. And the darkness gave way to light. Redmayne fell to a crouch, his chest heaving, eyes wide. He focused on the sensation of the cold stone floor against the palms of his hands. It helped bring him down into physical reality, into his body, which was much more powerful. Might plus 30, grace plus 30 fortitude, plus 30 armor, plus 20 evasion, plus 20 skill. Evolved. Devourer bloodline skill, monstrous. Rank 3, evolution possible. Passive, rank 0. The monster derives sustenance from anything, and its digestion produces no waste. Its teeth and jaws can chew through most substances with sustained effort. The monster's consumption of flesh restores its corpus, and consumption of magic restores its gnosis. All caps for corpus and gnosis, regardless of source, are removed. The consumption of refined metals will permanently increase the monster's armor and the damage of its physical, natural weapons, such as claws, bite, horns, talons, or spines. Damage and the armor gains are proportionate to the quantity and purity of metals consumed. When the monster consumes the flesh of a creature possessing a skill, it will adopt that skill as its own at rank 1. If the creature possesses multiple skills, the monster will acquire that creature's highest ranked skill. If the creature possesses more than one skill tied for highest rank, the monster acquires them all. Skills obtained in this way increase in rank by whatever process the monster gains in power, if any. When the monster consumes weapons and armor with special qualities, it may allocate those qualities to its physical, natural weapons, such as claws, bite, horns, talons, or spines, if it possesses any. Armor qualities may be allocated as long as the monster possesses a natural armor bonus. If the damage and armor penetration values of a consumed weapon are higher than that of the monster's natural weapons, the natural weapons will gain the difference between the two as a permanent bonus. The monster may also consume talismans and vestments, thereby inheriting whatever bonuses or special qualities they conferred while worn. Rank 1. The monster consumes the souls of sapient beings it has eaten. The souls of consumed beings take residence in the monster's soul space, and may speak to and hear one another and the monster as if all were physically present. If the monster no longer wishes to speak or listen to souls occupying its soul space, it can block communication from them at any time. If the monster possesses a skill capable of creating a minion, it may imbue the minion with the soul of a being previously consumed by Devourer. The soul retains the ability to use all its skills, provided the form it occupies possesses sufficient gnosis to use them.
If the minion in question is slain or dismissed by the monster, the soul returns immediately to the monster's soul space. At any time, the monster may destroy the soul of a being it has consumed, granting it a sum of gnosis proportionate to the strength of the soul in question. Rank 2. The monster's mouth becomes a vortex of indiscriminate consumption. This ability functions as the opposite of a breath weapon. A conical area centered on the monster's mouth functions as a vortex, drawing in any objects within its range. Upon ingestion, these objects will bestow upon the monster any benefits they would confer if they were eaten normally. The monster's soul space serves as a repository for consumed souls per the norm, although the vortex has no effect on incorporeal creatures. The vortex has an effective might score equal to the monster's for the purpose of determining its ability to pull heavy objects in. The size of the cone will increase as rank increases. Rank 3. The monster consumes the incorporeal as well as the physical. If the monster can perceive incorporeal creatures, such as ghosts or spirits, it can eat them. This capability extends to the monster's vortex, which is not limited to a conical area for the purpose of this aspect of the skill. Instead, the monster can draw in all incorporeal creatures in a spherical area around it. This vortex use differs from the main version. They cannot be used simultaneously. The monster may send consumed ghosts or spirits to its soul space, or digest them for their gnosis and skills. In time, Redmane's breathing slowed. The thunder of his heartbeat subsided. His mind felt light, airy, released from the grip of the ordeal. He felt like his skin was the only thing preventing him from scattering all over the room. Splendid. He survived. And to think, there were 2 more of those to come. Chapter 97. Soul Space. Corpse Field. Eric Morholt couldn't tell how long they had been walking. It was difficult to mark the passage of time in this unholy place. The sky never changed. There was no evidence of a world which turned, nor were there a sun or moons to observe. Only fragments of things decorated the ruddy skies, gargantuan chunks of masonry and parts of titanic beasts which something had bitten or torn apart. Voss, their guide, spoke little, as did Aaron for a different reason. Their demise at Redmane's hands had broken him. The elder Morholt walked along beside Auric, his posture slouched. He was wringing his hands and muttering to himself. Auric watched him out of the corner of his eye, thinking about that face, the sneer it used to wear. "We'll make a knight of you yet," he used to be fond of saying, after delivering a beating that left Auric black and blue all over, his cousins and brothers having a laugh as he struggled to stand. It would have been so easy to extract some revenge now. He could shove Aaron down a hill of gore and leave him to rot here for all eternity. He doubted this Voss person would care. As the temptation drew closer to reality, the crack of thunder in the sky interrupted his line of thought. All 3 of them stopped and looked up. There was a rumble, like that of an approaching thunderstorm. The ground shook beneath their feet, making Auric's foot slip. He righted his posture at the last moment before falling over, but the ground hadn't stopped shaking. Indeed, it was worse. And the sky above blazed with power. It was like a mix of fire and lightning. It resembled both, but wasn't quite one or the other. Bolts of liquid energy shot out from a white-hot sphere, which appeared and disappeared overhead, flickering in and out, each appearance coinciding with a thunderclap in the sky and a tremor beneath his feet. Something like this happened earlier, but it was nowhere near this dramatic. Just a flash and a few rumbles. This felt like the end of the world. Whatever this world was. Aaron's eyes grew wide, and he latched onto Eric, clutching his cloak and sleeve, doubled over in fear. When Eric looked down at him, Aaron met his gaze, and he saw naught but undisguised, childlike fear in his elder's eyes.
Eric had nothing but contempt for this man for as long as he could remember, but this was the first time he felt pity blended with it. Their guide, meanwhile, frowned up at the display in the red sky. "He's broken another seal," he said. "Our time grows shorter."
"What do you mean? What's happening?"
asked Arik. Voss gave him a look that made it plain that he was wondering if it was worth the effort to bother explaining himself to a mere mortal. "We must hurry now. Come!" Arik nodded and tugged Aaron's arm to get him to pick up the pace, and he seemed to understand the meaning of the gesture. The two of them made haste to follow Voss, who was leading them down the long slope of a valley.
At the bottom of the valley, far in the distance, Eric thought he saw a building of black stone.
Redmayne sank into the abyss. He had found it calmed him, eased his mind. All was stillness and silence down here. At the moment, both were most welcome. His encounter with the great devourer of old had gone his way, barely, but it could just as easily have gone the other way. The world of Volos would never know how close it came to another apocalypse this morning. Of course, the world of Volos was presently amid an apocalypse already, and he was its catalyst. And the next two seals might be even more perilous than the last. Redmayne closed his eyes and sat down, folded his legs. He took a long breath in and then out.
The abyss had a way of softening things.
He'd felt it the very first time he had found himself down here. He imagined that if a being spent too much time down here, it would come apart like tissue paper, whether it was mortal or divine. This effect made it easy to notice how much stronger his body was after the griffin, how sturdy and resilient it felt in the abyss, how much more effectively it resisted its effects. His first dip in the abyss made him feel like brittle basalt. Later, he felt like granite. Today, he was steel. And speaking of steel, he had weapons to forge. Skills consumed: Lion's Lunge, Griffin's Dive. New skill learned: Claws of the Exalted Hunter. Primordial skill rank 1. Active: 25 gnosis per attack. The primordial divinity channels power into its natural weapons, enhancing their destructive potential. The divinity leaps at his prey to deliver a crushing blow, which deals extra damage and knockback to a single creature. This attack halves the targeted creature's armor if the divinity marked it as prey. If the divinity performs the attack while descending upon its target, whether in flight or at the end of a leap or fall, the targeted creature's evasion is halved as well. The divinity may follow the first blow with up to 4 more consecutive attacks, each with the same enhancement to damage, knockback, and potential armor negation as the first, at a cost of 25 gnosis per attack. Consecutive attacks may be directed toward the original target or separate targets. Redmayne observed the two skills merging with each other. The griffin's pattern branched like veins, a natural-looking thing, whereas Lion's Lunge was all straight lines and angles, clearly man-made. But here in the abyss, the two could come together naturally, creating something new. He held out his hand and formed a new set of claws to befit the new skill. These were a blend of his own and that of the manticore, the sphinx, and the griffin. Somewhere between the claws of a bear or lion and the talons of a bird of prey. They were dark, curved like daggers, and came to impossibly sharp points. Redmayne examined his handiwork, and then he turned his hand palm up and conjured a ball of golden flame. He began adding things to it. First, the flame breath of the rock warg Umber, then the venom of the manticore, and then the power of his own beast within. Out of curiosity, he brought the amalgam of skills close to the axis of it all, to Devourer, and while the two could not blend, the proximity of his central skill seemed to influence the admixture. Skills consumed: Flame Breath, Venom Breath, Golden Flame. The beast liberated,
New skill learned. Flame of Redmane. Primordial skill.
Rank 1 active. 100 Gnosis. The divinity is a keeper of the Flame of Redmane. The Flame of Redmane burns flammable substances in the same manner as mundane fire. The divinity may breathe it, hurl it, project it from their eyes, or whichever other way he chooses to wield it. When wielded as a weapon, it has the following weapon profile. Damage plus 50. Evasion negation 30. Spread 15. Might damage over time, venom 10. Grace damage over time, venom 10. Corpus damage over time, burning 10. Spirit touch, Godslayer 1. Vorpal, Godslayer 1. Soul sundering. A mere glance can also conjure the Flame of Redmane directly into a creature's body. If the targeted creature is an ally, bonded beast, or minion, it gains the divinity's qualities, armor, and evasion, as well as access to the divinity's skills at the divinity's discretion. If the target creature has a quality higher than that of the divinity, it receives a plus 10 to that quality instead. If the targeted creature is an enemy, the power of the divinity burns and tears its body apart from within. The targeted creature erupts into a fountain of blood and gore, as claw and bite wounds from an invisible source spontaneously tear its flesh asunder, and flames and smoke pour from the open wounds. The Flame of Redmane provides warmth and light in the same manner as mundane fire, and a creature afflicted with a condition will find itself cleansed of 1 stack of said condition for every 30 seconds spent in the presence of it. This effect does not distinguish between beneficial and detrimental conditions. The flame will consume either. Furthermore, the Flame of Redmane has a warding effect against incorporeal entities, such as spirits and ghosts. The flame consumes them as easily as physical kindling. Any substances consumed by the Flame of Redmane as kindling will nourish the divinity as if they had been physically eaten. Redmane examined his handiwork. The flame burned in the palm of his hand. Its core was a blend of violet and deep crimson, and the flames themselves were a blend of the two. Flecks of gold rose from it like embers before dissipating into the nothingness of the abyss. He could perceive the various strains of gnosis fueling it, the skills dissolved and reconstituted into a new whole. It would burn and weaken and heal and nourish. He was most intensely interested in that last permutation. Redmane read the final sentence of the skill description slowly, a few times over. His flame was a part of him. It would consume on his behalf. Immediately, he visualized the camp of the Numantian Legion ablaze in the Flame of Redmane. He found it was easy to imagine the scene. Soldiers rushing around to put out the fires engulfing their screaming comrades. The command tents and siege weaponry ablaze. The sky tinted red by flame and ash and embers. Redmane wondered what it would feel like to devour the bodies of hundreds or perhaps thousands of soldiers in this way. He wondered if their arms and armor would burn, and if they were of fine quality. Wouldn't it be something for his claws to suddenly gain the concentrated power of thousands of swords? He knew how to get there. There was an abyssal well not far from the city of Terrakon. He could find out right now. But it would be unwise to show himself before he was fully prepared, before he broke the last 2 seals and could stand before them at full power. Then he could beset them with all manner of gruesome surprises. The thought put a smile on his face. To Skyrend Peaks, then. To the seal of the Kirin. Redmane would test his new weapons on whatever stood in his way. Chapter 98. Terrakon, Legion Encampment. Praetor Jarrell Craith met General Tacito Fabian at the temporary encampment of his legion, the Venturian 6th, which sprawled out under the long afternoon shadow of the towers of Terrakon. They sat at the general's table within the large command tent at the center of the camp.
staring at an atlas of Volos which was in a rapid state of flux. Again.
The general drew his bushy brows together, his mouth twisted in a frown. He had his elbow on the table, with his chin resting on his meaty fist.
"What exactly is happening here?"
he said. The expression on Jarrell Craith's face provided the general no confidence. He simply stared, unbelieving, as again the level range of the monsters all over the continent leapt upward for a third time. Jarrell blinked, shook his head slightly. He realized his mouth hung open, so he closed it.
"I am at a loss, truly," he said in a small voice.
The general was quiet for a few moments. His gaze shifted to Jarrell's face, examining the wrinkles around the corners of his eyes, the pronounced widow's peak of his long gray hair.
"They told me you were younger," he said.
Jarrell recoiled inwardly at the words. He would prefer not to tell General Fabian he'd had his life force ruthlessly withdrawn by a pair of sapient swords. It wouldn't inspire confidence, and Jarrell felt he wasn't inspiring much of that to begin with. He cleared his throat, corrected his posture. "I would suggest it is related to the cause of the blight, the one called Redmane. But I lack the information required to state such with certainty. My Sicarii defeated Redmane and his accomplices at an abyssal well, but they may yet be at large. It depends upon their faculty with abyssal travel, which I'm afraid I cannot estimate." "So I should tell my men to watch their backs, because there's a barbarian god king out there waiting to resurface," said the general. "I suppose it would be prudent to do so." "Any idea where he might pop up?" Jarrell shook his head. "The best I can do is use my Sicarii to keep watch over the abyssal wells we know of, the one north of his faction's sanctuary, and another in a place called Asgoff." "Then I suggest you find the rest of them with haste," said General Fabian. "I'd rather not be ambushed by a Class 1 primordial divinity, whether or not it's fully awake." He gave Jarrell Craith a hard look while he spoke, and the Praetor did his best to bear it stoically. "You let me know when you have that handled," said Fabian. Then he rose from his chair, a tower of muscle clad in a general's lorica and armored kilt, and turned to leave the command tent. But he stopped halfway, half turned back to Jarrell Craith. "And another thing, just so you're aware, I did not know Messia Porsena personally, but she had strong friendships in Numantia. People are already asking questions about you. Questions I think you'd better be prepared to answer to their satisfaction." Jarrell Craith gave the general a small nod. "Of course," he said. This time he kept the fear off of his expression, but it felt like a cold steel blade in his heart, nonetheless. Combining skills was a task for the Abyss, but combining his wings was something he could do anywhere. He did so after arising from the abyssal well near the city of Terracon, from whence he would travel to the Skyrend peaks. And since it would be a long flight, he reckoned it would be a good idea to optimize. The wings of the manticore had great explosive power. They were excellent for taking off quickly and for maneuvering around in the air. The wings of the Sphinx were efficient, with comb-like feathers that made them silent as a ghost. And the wings of the Griffin were strong and enduring, capable of sustained soaring at the greatest heights. Redmane crafted a pair of wings, which would perform both the first and third functions. Strong enough to maneuver well if needed, wide enough for passive soaring without too much energy expenditure. If they didn't perform to his liking, he could always make adjustments on the fly. Before he took wing, he gave Terracon one last glance. It was late in the day. The city cast a long shadow over the Legion encampment. He'd like to go down there and burn it to the ground. But not now. Soon. Redmane jumped and beat his wings, taking flight to the northwest, wings beating with powerful strokes as he ascended above the landscape. It took a while to find an updraft, but soon enough he was high above the land and soaring toward the distant Skyrend peaks. They wouldn't come into view until tomorrow morning,
but the moment they did, they would be unmistakable.
He flew as the sun set behind him and throughout the night. And up there in the clouds he found there was much to occupy his mind. He wondered how his comrades were doing. He thought about Flora. He envisioned a future with the Numantians vanquished and driven away, their city sacked and razed. Redmane would destroy their astral bridge, send a message back to Numantia itself. Come at your own peril. A brazen thing to say to an empire of thousands of worlds, but it had to be said. Redmane was a child of this world. Perhaps he and Flora were its first children. The world had broken and remade them. It had done them harm. But it was their home, nonetheless. And it was a home worth protecting. His thoughts wandered through the night, even as his wings kept a steady course. When dawn broke over the mountains to the west, Redmane knew he'd flown in the right direction. The sky-rend peaks resembled a row of jagged teeth against the glow of the sunrise. They were tall and slender for mountains, suggesting some explosive seismic event in a time long past. As if a titan had punched the earth, spiking up a thicket of immense daggers of stone around the impact. Early morning mist shrouded the valleys between those daggers, and their peaks reached into the clouds. Redmane began a gentle descent when the mountains came into view. He'd have to scout the entire area from above, for he knew not if the seal of the Kirin dwelled in the highest places here or in the lowest. High would have been his first guess, but perhaps the 5 heroes would have suspected a seeker would search there. It was going to be a long search. But no sooner did he descend to where he could clearly see the foothills, did a distraction present itself. A small Numantian Legion camp. It hid right at the edge of the tree line, but Redmane's keen eyes spotted it regardless. At the moment it looked empty, suggesting the Legionnaires were elsewhere, which was unusual for such an early hour, unless they were embarked upon a mission of some sort. Redmane spied their footprints curving northward from the camp to get to a road. For a moment he hesitated. He was looking for the seal, not for a pack of soldiers, but curiosity overcame him. He veered to the north to see where this road would take him. It began as naught but a hunter's trail, but within a few miles it joined to a larger road, one clearly made for traffic, wide enough for a wagon or coach. This road wound its way through a valley and then climbed, ascending from the foothills of the sky-rend peaks up into their heart. And there, as Redmane banked around the corner of a sheer cliffside, a village appeared beneath him. You have entered Zone, Magus Village. Tasks: slay Burgomaster Ko, slay Sheriff Card, slay Almoner Sent. Tasks completed, 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3 tasks completed already. Redmane raised an eyebrow at that. He directed his attention down to Magus Village, a town of goodly size, sheltered in a circular valley. The village was made mostly of stone cottages with thatched roofs and a few timber-framed structures, all arranged around a central square. It had seen better days. Smoke rose from scattered fires throughout. The air was thick with the smell of sweat, blood, and fear. The sounds of battle reached Redmane even at his height, a mix of shouts, roars, and the clash of weapons echoing off the mountains all around them. Numantian legionnaires fought the native beastmen, creatures with the manes of lions, horns of goats, and eyes burning with righteous savagery. Squads of legionnaires moved through the streets of the village in disciplined formations, their shields a wall of silvery steel, spears glinting under the light of the dawn. The beastmen fought fiercely, pushing back against the organized ranks of the Numantians, but it was clear they would ultimately be on the losing side. Their corpses lie strewn about the village in much greater and ever-growing numbers. Redmane appeared to have arrived at a pivotal moment.
The opposing forces had found a point of equilibrium between them, which was to say that the beastmen still alive down there had gathered together to present a united front, mimicking the Numantians to the best of their ability. Their losses stymied, the natives now attempted to push back against their invaders. The central square was where the fighting was most intense.
There, the battle raged around a toppled statue.
Numantian legionnaires pressed forward, shields up, spears thrusting, and beastmen met them head-on, using horns and claws and the sheer mass of their bodies to disrupt the formation. The beastman leader's was unmistakable amidst the chaos. He stood head and shoulders taller than the rest, and his thick black mane and curving goat horns framed a face of grim determination. In one hand, he effortlessly wielded a massive two-handed battle-axe, its broad blades painted red with fresh blood. Amidst the clashing weapons and desperate cries he moved, his voice booming commands as he guided his warriors. Sheriff Card, monster type mongrel, level 212. Sheriff Card targeted the flank of a Numantian shield wall, swinging his axe to break their line. Its impact sent a shockwave through the entire squad. The force of it lifted the nearest legionnaires off their feet, sending them flying backward. Shields and spears scattered as the soldiers tumbled through the air, landing in a heap several paces away. The breach in the line created an opening, and the beastmen surged forward, swarming over the broken formation to savage its remainder with tooth and claw and horn and hoof. Redmane grinned at the sight of that. Nearby, another group of legionnaires attempted to encircle the beastman leader. With a grunt, he swung his axe, the heavy thud of steel on steel echoing through the air as he parried and retaliated, backpedaling from the steady advance of Numantian spears. The sheriff appeared to understand his predicament. Card continued to fight admirably, his focus on turning the tide in favor of his people, even as more and more squads of Numantians closed in on the village square from the streets around it, having dispatched whatever resistance they had encountered on their way. The Numantians clearly understood that Card presented their most important target. They devoted their full attention to him, several squads closing in to surround him, to close the noose. When they brought him down, the rest would fall with ease. Once again, Redmane found himself hesitant to get involved. He ought to carry on from here, let these small conflicts play out as they will, so that he may focus on his true goal and win the most important battle of them all. But it felt different now. The beastmen were truly his kin. He wished he'd understood that earlier. And it was no simple thing to watch one's own kind be brought low, however valiantly they fought. And he had new weapons to test. Redmane tucked his wings in and dove down toward the village. Chapter 99. Skyrend Peaks, Magus Village. Redmane did a quick count of heads. Apart from the squad Sheriff Card had just blown into incoherence with a single swing of his axe, there were 5 more small formations of Numantians moving to encircle him. From his vantage above it all, he could see there would be more on the way as well. The Numantians were thorough. They brought more than enough force to deal with the population here, but not quite enough to overwhelm them completely. Perhaps they had miscalculated. It would be gratifying to disrupt their calculations a second time. Redmane looked about for a leader, someone he could dispatch to throw them into disarray, but none stood out. Either the Numantians didn't wear obvious signifiers of rank, or they didn't have any. The first seemed more likely than the second, but he didn't know either way. He noticed they all resembled each other. They did not appear to be identical copies of the same person, but they could all have been brothers or cousins, which would make for a sizable family indeed. Legionnaire, first generation imbued, level 185. Ah, so they were something like the Sicarii, something less than human. But the Sicarii were distinctly inhuman in their appearance, whereas these legionnaires looked just human enough to fool a passing glance, but not direct inspection. It was possible they were automata,
given orders, or directly controlled from afar. He'd have no qualms destroying them indiscriminately then. First generation imbued, marked as prey.
Redmayne continued in his gliding descent, chose a rooftop at the far end of the village, and alighted upon it, dismissing his wings and crouching down to keep a low profile, even though no one was looking his way. Time to test his new weapons. The flame of Redmayne would be first. Below, in the square, he chose the nearest group of legionnaires marching in formation toward Card and what remained of his beastmen kin. His first instinct was to gather 2 lungfuls of air and breathe it down on them like a dragon. But there was a better way, one which would not give away his position. As he watched the backs of the Numantians, he felt the stirring of that presence inside him. The beast within. A construct of gnosis giving sapience to his baser urges. Redmayne felt its eagerness to kill, to rend, to burn and devour. So he let it off its chain. Flame of Redmayne Gnosis, 1291. It flew into the body of a Numantian legionnaire. This one stood at the center of his shield line. So when he doubled over, screaming, blood and smoke and crimson-violet flames flying from lacerations bursting forth all over his body, his comrades on either side recoiled from him with mild shock on their faces. Corpus, 14,252. Wrath, 3. Redmayne's eyebrow rose. Corpus, 15,209. Wrath, 6. Corpus, 16,201. Wrath, 9. He realized what was happening. Each moment the flame burned the legionnaire's body, it dealt damage, inflicted a stack of burning and a stack of venom. And since the flame was so closely tied to the central node of his powers, it fed on his behalf. Redmayne hadn't realized what he'd created until this moment. This was power on another level. A truly unfair development for his enemies. It was going to be even more difficult to hold back now. Flame of Redmayne Gnosis, 1191. Flame of Redmayne Gnosis, 1091. He burst the 2 legionnaires next to the central one, and they too erupted into screams and blazing wounds inflicted by phantoms within their own bodies. The remaining 7 fell back and reformed, closing ranks, their eyes scanning around for the location of their assailant. Corpus, 19,939. Wrath, 18. Corpus, 22,359. Wrath, 27. Corpus, 25,744. Wrath, 36. Redmayne's body shook with the power flooding into it. He imagined this might be what it was like to be struck on the head by a bolt of lightning in the middle of a raging storm. His third eye opened, and for a moment, or perhaps for hours, he had visions. He stood on a barren world, facing the mighty guardian of a tomb, the skeleton of a giant, wielding an immense hammer of black iron. He waved his hand, and the flame of Redmayne engulfed it whole. The gates of a mighty fortress towered above him, eclipsing the descending sun. His fist became something like a spiked mace as he struck those gates, blowing them wide open as if a siege ram had been battering them for hours. A battlefield stretched out across the horizon before him, and at his gesture the ground became like pitch, darker than night, and both armies sank into the abyss. There were more, but they were shorter. Flickering images of Redmayne liberating worlds single-handedly, burning down entire legions, closing in on the nexus of power itself. It looked like a prism. Corpus, 31,404. Wrath, 54. Redmayne snapped out of it. He'd have to figure out how to get those oracular events under control. Not that they weren't useful, they just arrived at inopportune moments.
First, he had to do something with all this wrath, or he felt like he might explode. Wrath, 0.
Plus 100 might, plus 100 grace, plus 100 fortitude, plus 100 armor, plus 100 evasion. Attack speed up, times 4. For 30 seconds, he would be the supreme force in the world of Volos. If he wasn't already. He leapt from the roof and landed before them, and as he charged, he could not help but note how slow they were to react to him, or even track his movement. It was as if the entire world slowed, except for him. So when his claws landed, they landed wherever he wished, and when they encountered armor, they sheared through it as if it were paper. Wrath, 8. The squad of 7 fell in the space of a heartbeat. He'd struck at such speed that they simply flew into shreds of blood and flesh and armor, and he was gone before their pieces had even touched the ground. In fact, the blast of air from his departure at superhuman speed blew gore and fragments of arms and armor all over the street. Redmayne was about to discover how much violence he could compress into 30 seconds. Around the corner, he encountered a fresh group of 10 legionnaires, who had been marching toward the town square. They were facing away from him, only just now turning to react to the sound of fighting somewhere behind them. Only one of them had eyes quick enough to focus on Redmayne, though it did him little good. He put those eyes out with a claw across the face. He swept his arm across 3 of them, and for an instant it became a blade that cleaved through their torsos and shields. He flurried on the rest, and his limbs were briefly elastic, whip-like, fluid in the moment of transit to their targets, and harder than steel at the instant of impact. Wrath, 34. 10 legionnaires died before any of them could even raise their voices in alarm. Their deaths gave Redmayne the fuel he needed to keep his godly wrath in motion. He sprinted fast enough to blast the streets clean of loose dust, leaving hard-packed earth behind. When he shredded squads of Numantian legionnaires, their parts struck the surrounding buildings hard enough to do structural damage. He came upon a cornered pack of beastmen, 6 of them backed up against the end of a dead-end street, 2 squads of Numantians closing in on them with their shields locked together. None of them saw him charge up behind their ranks. Redmayne speared one through the back and threw him. His neighbors to the left and right ate claws to the back, which chopped them neatly into several pieces each. The next flurry projected out from the tips of those claws, a trick stolen from the Godbreaker, and 8 bodies became 40 assorted body parts hailing around him through a shower of blood. One beastman appeared to become aware of what was happening. It was strange watching his face begin to register surprise in slow motion. Stranger still when it occurred to Redmayne that he could go even faster. He struck the helpless legionnaires on the opposite side, and as his claws rent through flesh and steel, he focused on how different it felt to fight in this way. His heart thundered in his chest, as it always did in battle, and he had the taste of blood in his mouth, hot and coppery. But the savage euphoria of fighting felt dampened by this sheer speed. Which wasn't necessarily a bad outcome. It was far simpler to focus on things, on striking precisely where he wanted his claws to land. He could bisect a legionnaire from groin to scalp, and then quarter him by clawing across the waist. He could strike off one's head, and then strike that head into 5 pieces as it popped free from the neck and spun in the air. And as he watched those pieces separate from each other in slow motion, he had time to pause and reflect on what he was doing. Saving his world, one eviscerated legionnaire at a time. The seal of the Kirin was near, but this was a worthy distraction. But there were none left to dispatch here, so he leapt over the building in front of him and carried on. The force of that leap blasted gore all over the walls of the dead end and the pack of bewildered beastmen. But they would be all right. In order to sack the town, the Numantians had broken their numbers into these small squads of 10 to sweep its streets and corral the outnumbered beastmen toward the town square. This would have been a successful strategy if Redmayne hadn't intervened. On the other hand, he could have engaged them on an open field with their force fully massed and prepared for battle. It mattered not. This just made it more like a hunt, which was his preference anyway. Redmayne made his way toward the village square, crisscrossing the streets leading there to dispatch every pack of Numantians he came across, moving at such speed that his prey could barely perceive their doom approaching, let alone do anything about it. Their slaughter stoked his wrath further, propelling him toward the next set of foes, and the next, until at last he barreled into the village square to join Sheriff Card in battle. No sooner did he sprint around the corner did the beastman leader notice him out of the corner of his eye, in the middle of a swing of his great axe. His eyes shifted, momentarily focused on him, and his eyebrow rose. Impressive. He ran up behind a group of Numantians and stomped the ground. The earth shook. This took place in slow motion, however, so the startled legionnaires did not fly through the air as they would if his perception of time was moving at its normal flow. Their feet barely left the ground before claws slashed them apart. But the added velocity would surely send their pieces flying at much greater speed. The next pack fared the same, except they were far enough away from the epicenter of the stomp to merely stumble around rather than fly upward. He noted with amusement that even Card staggered from its force. And finally, when the Numantians were dead to the last man, Redmayne let the effects drop, and he stood before the sheriff of Magus Village, who stared down at him with plain shock written all over his face. Redmayne bowed. Well met. Chapter 100. Skyrend Peaks, Magus Village. The beast-man called Sheriff Card was a mixture of man, lion, and goat. A leonine mane and claws, lyre-shaped horns that curved upwards and outwards from his head, cloven feet, and a lion's tail. His eyes were those of a great cat, their pupils compressed into vertical slits. Now that they stood face to face, Redmayne noted Card was roughly 2 heads taller than he was. Wounds covered Card's body, and his breath came with a faint wheezing. He looked down at Redmayne with a blend of shock and suspicion on his face. If the circumstances were different, Card would be his next foe. He'd claim this zone as his own, add it to his faction's territory, grant Card an afterlife in his soul space, if he fought well. But that would certainly alert the Numantians. They would see the zone change hands and know its owner was back. It would be wise to delay that for as long as he could get away with. "Who is this that comes to our aid?" asked Card, and his voice boomed, even though it was clearly weaker than normal. Redmayne considered the question. Who was he, truly? "I am he who bears responsibility for the changes this world and its people have been through. The one who awakened the beast lurking within every man of Volos. I have been a god, a king, an all-devouring monster, and a helpless wretch. Today, I am Redmayne." His answer appeared to have captured Card's interest, and that of the surviving beastmen as well, who were cautiously approaching the village square. Wounds afflicted many of them, some gravely, causing them to limp or rely on their comrades for support. "What did he say?" asked one of them. "Does he know what happened to us?" asked another. They could speak and think clearly, like the one he had briefly met at Barrow Keep. This was a splendid development. If the Blight had evolved yet again, if the Beastmen were becoming self-aware, sapient, he wouldn't have to face Numantia alone. He would have an army of his own. Redmayne waited until all the survivors had gathered in the village square, and then he stood upon the pedestal of the fallen statue and addressed them as a group. He explained the whole truth of recent events,
the reason they had transformed, his and Numantia's roles in it all. The beastmen listened in solemn silence. He had their complete attention. Disbelief shone plainly on a few faces, but mostly they listened raptly. There was a glimmer in their eyes. Redmayne supposed it was hope. Hope that their pain and suffering had not been in vain, that this had happened for a reason. It was remarkable to see how intelligent they looked, compared to the beastmen he'd seen mere days ago. As for why they seemed to gain in power and intelligence so rapidly, he speculated it was the breaking of the seals. Card, who sat at the rear of the group, raised his eyebrows. "So that is why you have come all this way." Redmayne nodded. "Can someone undo this change?" "I know not. Battle has occupied much of my time. Perhaps, when all is resolved, we could search for a remedy."
Redmayne's answer put a stricken look on the face of the beastmen who had asked. A few others looked dismayed as well. One or two stared at the ground with profound guilt in their eyes. In the opening days of the Blight, these beastmen would have been mindless killers. Those who had not turned, the ones who remained human, would have been devoured. Something would have to be done to help them mend their conscience. And his own, truly. He'd partaken of the flesh of beastmen himself, by the droves. But all was not clear in those first furious nights. He had been high on power and freedom from a period of terrible privation and suffering. He could justify what he'd done. It was clear to Redmayne that some of these beastmen would require a similarly sound justification. "I can be of assistance with that, my lord," said Pieter. "I am a priest, after all. Set your mind to the task now. These folk don't deserve their guilt." He did his best to field the rest of their questions. When they had no more, Redmayne helped them gather the dead. The rows of beastmen and legionnaires were roughly equal, but only because the ones Redmayne himself had dispatched were in so many pieces they could not be gathered. Those would have to be cleaned off the streets with buckets of water. By the time it was done, the sun was well past its zenith. Evening was near, which meant he'd be searching for the seal of the Kirin in the dark. Card noticed him frowning up at the late afternoon sky, approached him from where he had been helping his kin sort out the dead. "It is there," he pointed at the highest peak visible from their village. "You will find the seal at the summit, in a small temple built of black stone." "My thanks," said Redmayne. Black stone. It wasn't Numantian, that much he felt confident about. He'd first assumed the black stone buildings were his son's creation, leftovers from the reign of Voss, the first sovereign. But there had been a building just like it on the world of Astia. Although the wall carvings were in an unfamiliar language, the materials and architectural style matched the buildings on Volos exactly. Unless his son was spreading his civilization to other worlds, it had to have been built by others. Perhaps there had been an empire before Numantia. Perhaps Numantia had a predecessor. Earlier, he'd questioned his own wisdom at sparing the soul of his son. Now he felt better about it. He could question Voss, who would certainly have the answers. As for whether or not he'd be willing to share, he would have to find out. Redmayne felt confident he could convince Voss to be of help. But those were tasks for later. For now, he had another seal to break, and another shard of his power to reclaim. Redmayne centered his gaze on that mountaintop in the distance, framed by the dim glow of the afternoon sky. He turned and bowed to Card. "I wish you and your people safety and good fortune." Card bowed in return. "I give thanks for your aid." "You should take your men and leave this village for the time being," said Redmayne. "When the Numantians discover they have lost, they will surely return with greater numbers. Seek safety with allies, if you have any nearby, or seek a place to hide." Redmayne's words appeared to trouble the sheriff.
The beastman rubbed his chin, hummed thoughtfully. No allies to speak of. We could take to the mountains, fight with javelins and rocks. With a proper choke point, we could hold off a larger force for some time. The Numantians would find them in the mountains and crush them, in all likelihood. Given what they had endured, what nearly every soul in Volos had endured, Redmayne deemed it an unworthy fate for them.
There is a place I could send you and your people for a time. It isn't the most hospitable, but it would be safer by far than anywhere in Volos. My allies presently shelter there. The beastman's eyebrow rose. Oh? You would have to gather your provisions and ration them well, however. You could say the land lacks in bounty. His offer provoked another round of humming and chin-scratching. Let me bring this to the others. Redmayne nodded. Of course. Card gathered his surviving comrades and discussed their options. And while they did so, Redmayne found a place apart from them to sit and gather his thoughts. The imbued would have mixed reactions to the appearance of a group of beastmen, he supposed. But these were not the monsters they had done battle with in earlier days. Their minds were returning. They could be communicated with, reasoned with, which was a fortuitously timed development, for the true enemy was on their doorstep. He ought to send out envoys. Spawn he could use to introduce himself, explain the situation, and call for coordinated resistance. The Numantians were likely to be everywhere already. He was surprised they hadn't already stormed Castle Redmayne's gates this very day. So there was time. Little time, perhaps. But perhaps just enough. The only thing preventing him from spawning an army of fast-flying birds right this moment was the Kirin. He would save his resources for that battle, handle it first, and then see to the rest afterward. After a short while, Card made his way back to Redmayne. We have decided, he said. We will accept your offer of shelter. Redmayne smiled. Splendid! Allow me to introduce you to your guide. And then he spawned Pieter. Corpus, 30,404. To this body he granted natural born of the void for their trip through the abyss. Pieter resembled his old self, lanky, long-haired, and antlered. The foremost difference between the body of a spawn and the body of the original was the hue of the skin. They were always red. Card's eyes were wide with surprise as the priest bowed. A pleasure to meet you, Sir Card. You and your people are in for a most miraculous journey. Redmayne left it to Pieter to explain the particulars. He bid farewell to him and Card and the people of Magus village for now, accepted their profuse thanks, and then he turned and brought forth the wings of the manticore with a mighty sweep, beating his wings against the clear mountain air to begin his arduous ascent to the highest summits of Skyrend peaks, where power awaited. The world below shrank rapidly, the village and its inhabitants becoming mere specks against the vast tapestry of the land. As he rose higher and higher, the air thinned, making his heart pound harder in his chest, matching the rhythm of his wings, while the cold bit at his skin. A pleasant contrast to the heat building within him. Already the peaks loomed closer, jagged silhouettes against the fading light. Somewhere nearby, a temple of black stone awaited him. The anticipation of merely laying eyes on it fueled his ascent, propelling him ever upward. Redmayne grinned as he remembered something. Legend said the Kirin appeared at the imminent arrival of an illustrious ruler. Chapter 101. The Abyss. The crone drew the memory from Messia Porcena's mind in exacting detail and projected it onto the blank canvas of the abyss. They stood together in the darkness one moment, and the next they were deep beneath the city of Terracon, in the heart of its immense gnosis harvesting mechanism. It was a cathedral-sized chamber with a domed ceiling, the entire room lined with thousands of faintly glowing pipes.
The pipes fed into a central machine at the rear of the room, with a command and control platform atop it. The platform, made of fine Numantian marble, stood out in sharp contrast to the dark metal covering the rest of the room. Its control surfaces, the dials, levers, and switches, were gold-plated and artfully designed as well. This was the workstation of the artifacts assigned to supervise the colony. With Volos, that would have been Arnth Turan, but since he was not in attendance, the governess would have to do. "Doth this image match thy memory?" asked the crone.
Mechia Porsena did her utmost to keep her dismay at the situation contained. The abyss was supposed to tear apart the minds and bodies of mortal beings, yet here they stood, whole and unharmed. The crone had even healed her injuries, or else it was some peculiarity of the abyss itself which made them mend themselves in a remarkably short time. Regardless of the cause, she understood her situation. This woman was her captor, and if she wished to survive, it would be wise for her to cooperate. If the price for cooperation was a crime against the Empire, however, it would be prudent to dissolve into nothingness here in the abyss, rather than face the judgment of a tribunal. To the crone's question, she smirked and nodded. "I don't see what good it could do you," she said. "I am no artifacts. The workings of this machinery are as much of a mystery to me as they are to you." The old woman grinned crookedly. "I know what thou knowest, Mechia Porsena of Numantia. Now, thou wilt demonstrate certain operations of this mechanism to me, and I shall consider the deed fair recompense for saving thy life." The governess hid her racing mind behind a smile. It was treason or death, then. Not a situation she'd envisioned when she accepted custody of the world of Volos, to be sure. This old woman was almost certainly an abyss witch, which explained in part why Jarrell Craith had lost his mind. These were bitter enemies of Numantia, ancient foes, the last vestiges of a civilization broken and destroyed in antiquity, erased from the histories, buried and lost to time. Nobody considered them a threat, really. Nobody who mattered. And throughout her childhood and her education and the beginning of her political career, she'd had no reason to disagree with any of them. In the here and now, Mechia Porsena reconsidered her position on the subject. "What good could it possibly do you?" Mechia asked. "Wards and automata protect this chamber, of a grade which presents a lethal risk even to the likes of you. And even if you were to circumvent its security, whatever you attempt can be undone by the Aedis prism itself. It senses anomalous events, cogitates the probability of sabotage, and takes whatever steps it deems necessary, to include wresting control of the mechanism from whoever might stand at this console." The witch's grin did not waver. In fact, it widened a bit. "Indeed." Mechia's eyebrow rose. "I want thee to show me how to initiate terminal drain," said the crone. Both of Mechia's eyebrows rose. "That isn't done. It's an emergency protocol." "It will be done here, and soon. The time draws ever closer." The governess narrowed her eyes. The old witch's smile hid her intentions, she could tell. But why? Why would she want to destroy her own world? What possible benefit would that be to anyone? "How do you even know about that function?" Mechia asked. "I doubt thou wouldst believe me, even if I told thee plainly." "Try me." The witch stared at her for a few long moments, long enough for Mechia to begin to squirm inwardly at the old woman's steady gaze. Her grin grew the slightest bit more crooked. Then the guts of Terracon disappeared. Now they stood upon a 9-sided pane of translucent blue, in the center of an infinitely complex lattice of glowing filaments. Motes of bright light traveled along those lines at great speed, like 10,000 little messengers. The scene conveyed a sense of order and of power, a sense that they stood in the presence of an immense mind, or something like it.
Messiah looked around with wide eyes. "What is this?"
"This is not a thing they would have shown thee, since thou wert schooled in politics and government, and not in sorcery and engineering," said the crone.
"It is the interior of the Adis prism." Messiah reeled like she'd been slapped in the face. "Then how do you—"
"I have been contacted by one who seeketh freedom from their predicament, one who hath been of great assistance to me in my tasks, and now the time draws nigh for the moment I give recompense to my ally, just as thou wilt repay me for saving thy life."
Thanks to her rigorous training in the arts of statecraft, diplomacy, and rhetoric, there were precious few situations in which Messiah Porsenna would have found herself even momentarily speechless. This was one of those situations. But she recovered quickly. "I have quite a few questions," she said. The crone chuckled. "I shall answer them." The top of the mountain looked like it had been chopped off by the blade of a titan. It was a perfectly flat, round surface, surrounded by jagged peaks, cleverly concealed from anyone who might have been looking for it from below. But from above, Redmayne saw the flattened peak and the complex of black stone walls built upon it, which confined a circle of rune-etched bones in its center. And in the center of that lay his next prize. A roiling, crackling, pulsating sphere of raw power. It swelled against the shields of force containing it, as if it knew its liberator were near. Redmayne flew over the black wall and into the circle of bones, and no sooner did he cross that boundary did the guardian of the seal take shape in the air before him. First came the peak of a single horn. It was wavy, like a crisp-bladed dagger, and its colors seemed to shift between blue and red and violet. The rest of its head came into view next, fading into reality from nothingness. It was equine, Redmond thought, or perhaps it was the head of a deer. It was similar enough to either to be difficult to tell. The color of its eyes did the same, and the pupils of those eyes were oblong, like that of a goat. The kitten's body was as white as new milk, as were its mane and tail, and its wide feathered wings. Everything but the claws at the end of its pawed, wolf-like legs. Those were as black as the abyss. Abgar, the Kirin monster. Type primordial. Level 250. The Kirin stretched out its wings, but it did not fly. It leapt instead, prancing upward through the air with primal grace, its paws finding purchase on nothing, and bounding higher and higher upon it. It was either impossibly light, or moving by some skill which made wings superfluous, a symbol of the concept of flight, rather than a practical mechanism. Redmayne found its movements captivating, like a wolf in the woods watching a running deer. But this was no prey animal, despite its looks. It radiated power and showed no fear. He'd have to earn its fear, if it were even capable of such an emotion. Redmayne beat his wings to surge upward in the air, soaring higher than the Kirin had yet climbed, and then he tucked them in to dive like a bird of prey. Claws of the Exalted Hunter. Gnosis, 991. His claws rent the very air, projecting force in 4 cutting waves, one after the other. An attack which would have ripped apart a formation of 100 Numantian legionnaires in an instant. The Kirin leapt away from the first set of cutting waves, and the next, as calmly and gracefully as if it were climbing a mound of boulders in the forest. When the last one looked like it would strike cleanly, it vanished into thin air instead. Redmayne doubled down on offense, undeterred. He chased the Kirin through the air with all the power and speed his godlike muscles could bring forth, circling around to cut off its retreats, climbing to deny it the advantage of the top position, harrying it at all times with flurries of claws. For his efforts, he struck nothing but air. The Kirin danced away from every attack, no matter how close Redmayne came, no matter how much aggression he poured into them. And worse, it made it look effortless, as if it weren't even aware something was attacking it. It cavorted through the air as if it were celebrating something all on its own, even as claws raked through the air mere inches from its flanks. And the times Redmayne found his target, that target simply disappeared, as if it were never really there. This would not do. He needed a weapon that could strike an entire area, something which would leave no escape route. For a moment, he riddled out what to do. When he decided, he snarled and rushed at the Kirin again, leading with another flurry of claws. But this time he knew full well the beast would evade them all. All he needed to do was close the distance. When he did, he let out a stone-shaking roar. A wave of force followed it in every direction, like the detonation of a bomb. Roar of the Beast Lord.
Gnosis, 961.
The Kirin vanished. Another miss. He was certain, because he hadn't gained a stack of wrath. Redmayne growled. Frustrated boiled in his guts. This was some sort of phantasm, like that of the Sphinx. Either that or else the Kirin was simply too fast and too perceptive to be struck by any weapon Redmayne could deploy. This could go on forever. He could chase it, and it would elude him like a full-grown antelope outpacing a clumsy lion cub. If this was how easily the antelope evaded him, he'd feel it when it stomped its hoof on his head. Which is precisely what happened next. There was a thunderclap, a flash of crimson, and something like fire lit up his whole body, seizing all of his joints, rattling his teeth, boiling his 3 eyeballs in their sockets. Corpus, 19,563. Wrath, 1. At least he had a stack of wrath now, for the low cost of 1/3 of his vitality. Redmayne realized he was making these observations as he was plummeting in freefall. He could feel the burns all over his skin. His body felt raw, unresponsive, as if the nerves and muscles had just been struck with something especially disruptive. It was a bolt of lightning, he thought. Red lightning. He wouldn't gain the upper hand if a single blow wounded him this badly. 1 stack of wrath was not worth the trade. But it was too fast for him, too synced with his mind. It somehow knew what he was going to do before he did it. Movement caught Redmayne's eye, and it made him shake off his rumination and right himself in the air, flapping out his wings to arrest his fall and gain altitude again. Because the Kirin, high above him, was gazing down at him with something resembling pity in its eyes, and its crisp-bladed horn glowed red, charging up for the next bolt of death. Chapter 102. The Seal of the Kirin. Redmayne's gaze centered on the blazing horn of the Kirin. Flickernosis, 911. He was almost too late. 1 instant longer, and a bolt of scarlet lightning would have cooked through another 1/3 of his corpus, or more. The skill ripped him through space, removed him from his position, and deposited him closer to the Kirin. But not behind it, and not close enough to strike back with ease. Evidently, it had an unstated distance limit. He knew he should go on the attack, but he hesitated. The Kirin might fire another one of those bolts. The glow of its horn would be the visual tell. Instead, it pranced away through the air, in a surreal mode of flight which made it look as though it were running and leaping across invisible but solid terrain. Every time its paws set foot on something, there was a faint splash of red energy around them, as if it were instinctively creating something to land upon each time it set its feet down. Redmayne found it would be more enjoyable to watch if it weren't his prey. He doggedly pursued the Kirin through the air, and even though it seemed to be confined to the arena built to contain it, the beast apparently had no vertical restrictions to abide by. It climbed and climbed, always out of his reach. Even as Redmayne's claws sent forth mazes of cutting force, it navigated them with fluid, unhurried movements, escaping it all without so much as a scratch. This thing was a vexingly elusive target. As he gave chase, his mind raced for a solution.
If his accounting was correct, the sum of his qualities ought to make him the equivalent of a level 351 creature. A full 100 levels above the Kirin. But just as he had a habit of conquering higher-level foes himself, the Kirin was clearly unbothered by the difference in levels between them. So it wasn't a question of raw speed. It was perception. The Kirin was looking ahead in time, perhaps. Or else it knew by some other sense precisely where and when his attacks would land, since it was never in the place those attacks landed. And it had happened too many times in a row to be mere luck, though Redmayne shuddered inwardly at the thought it was manipulating the concept of luck itself. But there was no sense in dwelling on the potential of an impossible problem. Better to solve it anyway, with whatever tools he had at his disposal. How fortunate that his all-devouring nature provided him with ample tools. Marked as prey astral stalker, Gnosis, 896. He became a specter. For a moment he hovered, no longer reliant on the action of his wings to hold his position in space, waiting and watching the Kirin to see if it could perceive him in this state. Apparently, it could not. The beast completed its leap, and then turned to canter in a half-circle around the perimeter of its invisible corral, looking this way and that. Twice its gaze swept right past him. Splendid. Redmayne glided nearer to the Kirin, the motion direct and unnaturally frictionless. It was still in motion, cantering around the edge of the arena, but it wasn't attempting to evade him. It would be wise to make this count, to inflict as much damage as he could, just in case there wouldn't be a second chance. Claws of the exalted hunter would be a good choice. The Sphinx's ray of petrification was also a compelling option, as was a dose of the flame of Redmayne, which would not only do great harm, but feed him ample wrath. He wasted little time deliberating. Flame of Redmayne Gnosis, 796. The instant he reappeared, the Kirin bounded away from him, and he knew by the length of that leap his claws would have missed their mark. But the beast within and its newfound flame were faster. The Kirin's eyes went wild, and it bleated in alarm as it felt a malevolent force rush into its body. Redmayne could feel the exultation of the beast within as it rent apart its foe from the inside, ripping through the Kirin's pristine hide and leaving burning, smoking, bleeding tears across its body. Its horn flared in its agony, and Redmayne's eyes went wide too. Flicker Gnosis, 746. Again he used the skill a moment before incineration. This time it was close enough to translocate him properly, positioning him behind the Kirin at the perfect distance to strike. But this time there was more than one bolt of red lightning to contend with. There was a storm. A sphere of roiling crimson power hovered an inch above the tip of the Kirin's horn. And that sphere was the nexus of dozens of spears of red lightning. Hundreds, perhaps. They shot out in every direction, branching through the air, leaving no safe places, covering the entire arena in a spherical thicket of doom. Even if he'd had the presence of mind to use Flicker again, something would have hit him where he landed. It was enough to land one strike with his claws before the power of the Kirin fried him down to his soul a second time. It would have to be enough. Corpus, 9202. Wrath, 2. His claws tore into its flank, carving 4 deep, bleeding grooves across it. Redmayne gazed with grim satisfaction at the single wound he'd inflicted with his hands thus far, despite the price he'd just paid for it. He found he was falling, like the first time lightning had struck him. He looked up to see the burning, smoking, bleeding Kirin gazing down at him, and he thought he felt scorn in those eyes. Then he noted with alarm that its horn glowed again. Astral Stalker Gnosis, 731.
The glow subsided, his falling ceased, and for a few moments he simply hung there, suspended in space, glad to be momentarily free of the sensations of his body, specifically the pain of deep burns. But then he noticed something else. Corpus, 13,115, Wrath, 11. Corpus, 14,299, Wrath, 13.
Corpus, 15,367 Wrath, 17. The flame of Redmane still burned within the Kirin. Redmane looked up to confirm this. Indeed, flames of crimson and violet, flecked with tiny motes of gold, continued to pour from its wounds. This would surely not last for much longer. But in the short term, it had saved him. More importantly, it showed him the path to triumph. He wanted to laugh at how diabolically unfair this was going to be. Flame of Redmane Astral Stalker, Gnosis, 616. Flame of Redmane Astral Stalker, Gnosis, 501. He appeared, and the beast within flew forth once again, bearing its ravenous flame into the body of the Kirin. And this time he immediately went incorporeal before the beast had the chance to charge up another storm of lightning. With a cry of pain, the Kirin began to convulse, its movement surprisingly ungainly as it leaped about trying to buck off its invisible assailant. But Redmane supposed no creature would move gracefully when it was on fire and being carved up from the inside out. And then he did it again. Corpus, 18,185. Wrath, 26. Corpus, 21,277. Wrath, 35. Corpus, 24,568. Wrath, 44. The Kirin, who a moment ago wore its injuries with proud indifference, began to show signs of strain. Its head hung lower. Its walk through the air slowed. The effect of the manticore's venom mixed in with his flame was draining its might and grace away slowly, and it would only get worse from here on. Because Redmane had no intention of stopping. Flame of Redmane, Astral Stalker, Gnosis, 386. Corpus, 28,561, Wrath, 56. His only lament was that he didn't have enough Gnosis to continue doing it much longer. But it was working regardless. If he struck now, he had a feeling the Kirin wouldn't be able to spring away so effortlessly anymore. And he had a healthy stack of Wrath to make sure. It was time for a decisive strike. Wrath 0 plus 100 might plus 100 grace, double might times 1 action, double grace times 1 action, attack speed up times 34. He floated toward the ailing Kirin and positioned himself above it. Claws of the Exalted Hunter, Gnosis, 326. Mortal eyes would have been insufficient to witness what took place in the moment Redmane reappeared. Even divinities of a lower grade would have struggled to understand what they had just beheld. 4 claw strikes, each with a different angle, created a rudimentary star shape. Like a knife cutting a pie into 8 equal slices. The force projecting from those cuts traveled straight down toward the Kirin's back, the center of the star roughly midway down its spine. The next 4 followed the same general center point, but came at different angles, making 16 pieces of relatively unequal size. So the mundane eye would have seen Redmane appear above the Kirin. In the same instant its body exploded into 16 pieces, flying apart from each other at terminal velocity from the awesome force of his claws. Redmane noted its innards were still burning. Splendid. Level up. Level 120 to level 121.
Level 121 to level 122. Level 122 to level 123. Level 123 to level 124. Quality points awaiting allocation. 4. Grace. 116 to 120.
Redmane stretched out his wings and coasted down to the peak of the mountain in lazy circles. The wind blew back his hair and cloak, soothed his burnt skin. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath in, and released it in a long sigh of relief.
When his feet touched the earth, he set about locating the various pieces of the Kirin's body. His flame had consumed much of its corpus already, but if he wanted the skills, he'd have to finish the rest. And so he had to search around and find them, one piece at a time. A short walk, with snack breaks in between. Redmane found it a pleasant way to unwind. Monster skills learned. Airwalk. Bloodline skill, monstrous, passive.
The monster requires no earth to tread upon. If they wish, they may traverse the open air as if it was solid ground. So long as the monster possesses a positive quantity of gnosis in reserve, its feet will find purchase on the air as readily as on the ground. It may walk, run, or jump through open air indefinitely, so long as it does not lose the entirety of its gnosis pool. Doom Bolt. Bloodline skill. Monstrous. Active. 150 gnosis. The monster conjures the wrath of the sky to smite its enemies. This attack targets a single creature and has the following weapon profile. Damage plus 100. Evasion negation 40. Fast 20. A creature struck by Doombolt is temporarily stunned for a duration determined by its level and fortitude. Horn of the Kirin. Bloodline skill, monstrous, passive. The Kirin's horn is a powerful conduit. Any skill the monster possesses which targets a single creature may instead be empowered by the Kirin's horn, becoming an area attack, which can affect any creature in a spherical area around the creature. The radius of the sphere is determined by the monster's might. Redmane's eyes widened as he read the last one again. He concentrated, and a single curved horn sprouted from his left temple. There was something different about it. It felt as if the horn were a vessel waiting to be filled. So he conjured a spark of the flame of Redmane and directed it into his horn. No sooner did he do so did he feel the power of that small portion of flame grow to substantial proportions. Redmane's eyebrow rose. He was another step nearer to the power he'd need to engage an entire legion. His eyes turned then to the center of the circle of bones, to the mass of power swelling against its restraints, just as the seal of the griffin had. Now he knew what he was in for. This time, he would be better prepared for the battle of wills to come. Hopefully.
Chapter 103. The Seal of the Kirin. The flesh of the Kirin tasted divine, even though Redmane had to scavenge about for all its pieces. The momentary delay between bites just made the meat all the more delectable. As for its physical qualities, there was much to appreciate. The Kirin had evaded Redmane with naught but its natural grace, as it turned out. It did not possess any sort of precognitive skills, simply the harmony of the mechanisms of its mind and body. In his mind's eye, he could inspect the impressively efficient system of its brain and nerves and muscles. And since it was now his, he altered his own innards to match the design. The results might be hard to quantify, but time would tell. The Kirin's other features were good, but unremarkable. It had long, broad wings made for prolonged soaring, the legs and sharp claws of a wolf. Its eyes were made for keeping watch over a wide area. Prey eyes. He had little use for those. The most notable feature of the Kirin was its horn, which Redmane now wore on his left temple, as if he were a devil who had lost one of its horns to an axe. He could sprout a matching horn on the other side,
but there was no practical reason to do so.
Aesthetics were the last thing on his mind. He now faced the center of the circle of bones. Another slice of himself, contained for too long. Redmayne could feel its anger, its desire to break free. The moment he touched it, a battle of wills would begin. Last time, he had some surprise assistance. This time, he did not know if he would be so fortunate. But there was no alternative. It was do or die. He'd won once. He could win again. Redmayne closed his eyes, drew in a deep breath, and slowly released it. He repeated this a few times to still his nerves, and when he opened his eyes again and approached the center of the circle, he did so with steel in his gaze. He mouthed the words, "I will not be consumed," as he reached out and touched the seething mass of energy. And, as before, his world became fire. The pain was less of a shock this time. It swept over him like a wave of boiling water, but he held firm. He envisioned himself floating in the dark, as if he'd found himself in a place like the abyss, just hotter. A massive shape coalesced before him. As it had at the Seal of the Griffin, the form of Kral the Devourer grew and defined itself, constituted itself from the burning mass of their environment. Every mote of that fire was invested with hate, with resentment, with a desire for revenge. It was a feeling he knew intimately, a feeling he shared. But it would not take him by surprise this time. This time, he would initiate the hostilities for a change. Redmayne threw his head back and roared, sending shockwaves out through the sweltering void. And as he did so, his stomach sprouted an immense maw, full of jagged teeth that roared along with it. He extended his arms, and two fanged mouths grew on his palms. All four of his mouths inhaled deeply, working together to build a mighty vortex. He thought he felt a moment of amusement in the soul of Kral, before it answered in kind. It had but one maw, but it was cavernous, large enough to eat mountains, to swallow castles whole. It was the last thing many in the old world ever saw. Two vortices met in the space between them, like tornadoes which had been turned on their side, and they lashed themselves together. Now began the contest of strength and will. This one felt stronger than the last. But he was stronger too. He was 3/5 of the whole now, and he would be damned if he didn't walk away from this with the fourth. But his opponent didn't budge. It would not submit. Like him, it wanted to be the one in control. Redmayne could feel its thoughts and emotions as if they were his own. He could see what Kral envisioned. Another period of bedlam in the land, of mortals running in fear as it destroyed their cities and towns and villages, as it drank the rivers dry and swallowed livestock by the herd and smashed through mighty castle walls as if they were built of mud and pebbles. He felt the sheer joy of its recollections, its exultation, how it longed to roam unchecked again, devouring all in its path. Redmayne began to enjoy its reminiscences. After all, was not the rage of Kral justified? What solace was there for the downtrodden, for the abused? Why was it the role of the victim to be compassionate with the cruel? The rage of Kral was the rage of a tormented people. It was the will of a king inverted, unmasked, revealed to all and to himself. The rage of Kral was just. It was righteous. Redmayne's eyes widened when he realized what was happening. It wasn't trying to use force on him this time. It was moving with the flow instead, getting close to his mind and his heart, revealing itself in an attempt to inspire sympathy and understanding. Just without words. In this place, it could make Redmayne experience these things as if he had lost none of his memories,
as if he'd been there himself. In truth, he had.
But the memory wouldn't change his mind. Blood called out to blood, indeed. But someday the cycle must come to an end. The wrath of a victim would no longer be justified after avenging itself several times over. After wreaking death and suffering in magnitudes far beyond that which it had suffered itself. It had to end someday, by a strong and disciplined hand. His hand.
Crawl the Devourer roared its displeasure, and the sound rang in Redmayne's ears like an explosion.
In the material world, the roar would have traveled for hundreds of miles. It would have cowed thousands of mortal hearts into a state of quivering terror. To Redmayne, it sounded like the cry of a child who hadn't been thrashed enough. He had it.
Distantly, he felt the presence of the others in his mind, as he had the last time. But there was no need for speech now, only focus. Redmayne closed his eyes and directed all of his willpower to the presence of Kral the Devourer. A storm raged around them, and it grew more intense as his focus sharpened. The space where their vortices met became the nexus of winds so strong they could have shredded stone walls, flattened towns and villages, uprooted ancient trees. Redmayne held firm, and Kral inched ever closer to him. He could feel its thrashing, its fury, its futile resistance to the thing it truly required. Growth, temperance, assimilation into a stronger, wiser form. The story had played out. The lessons had been learned. Now it was time to come together and face new threats from without. Something about that final thought made the mind of Kral slip, for only a moment. It expressed something like curiosity. And then Redmayne's vortex swallowed it whole. Might plus 30, grace plus 30, fortitude plus 30, armor plus 20, evasion plus 20. Skill evolved, Devourer, bloodline skill, monstrous, rank 4, evolution possible. Passive, rank 0. The monster derives sustenance from anything, and its digestion produces no waste. Its teeth and jaws can chew through most substances with sustained effort. The monster's consumption of flesh restores its corpus, and consumption of magic restores its gnosis. All caps for corpus and gnosis, regardless of source, are removed. The consumption of refined metals will permanently increase the monster's armor and the damage of its physical natural weapons, such as claws, bite, horns, talons, or spines. Damage and armor gains are proportionate to the quantity and purity of metals consumed. When the monster consumes the flesh of a creature possessing a skill, it will adopt that skill as its own at rank 1. If the creature possesses multiple skills, the monster will acquire that creature's highest ranked skill. If the creature possesses more than one skill tied for highest rank, the monster acquires them all. Skills obtained in this way increase in rank by whatever process the monster gains in power, if any. When the monster consumes weapons and armor with special qualities, it may allocate those qualities to its physical, natural weapons, such as claws, bite, horns, talons, or spines, if it possesses any. Armor qualities may be allocated as long as the monster possesses a natural armor bonus. If the damage and armor penetration values of a consumed weapon are higher than that of the monster's natural weapons, the natural weapons will gain the difference between the two as a permanent bonus. The monster may also consume talismans and vestments, thereby inheriting whatever bonuses or special qualities they conferred while worn. Rank 1. The monster consumes the souls of sapient beings it has eaten. The souls of consumed beings take residence in the monster's soul space, and may speak to and hear one another and the monster as if all were physically present. If the monster no longer wishes to speak or listen to souls occupying its soul space, it can block communication from them at any time. If the monster possesses a skill capable of creating a minion, it may imbue the minion with the soul of a being previously consumed by Devourer. The soul retains the ability to use all its skills, provided the form it occupies possesses sufficient gnosis to use them. If the minion in question is slain or dismissed by the monster, the soul returns immediately to the monster's soul space. At any time, the monster may destroy the soul of a being it has consumed, granting it a sum of gnosis proportionate to the strength of the soul in question. Rank 2. The monster's mouth becomes a vortex of indiscriminate consumption. This ability functions as the opposite of a breath weapon. A conical area centered on the monster's mouth functions as a vortex, drawing in any objects within its range. Upon ingestion, these objects will bestow upon the monster any benefits they would confer if they were eaten normally. The monster's soul space serves as a repository for consumed souls per the norm, although the vortex has no effect on incorporeal creatures. The vortex has an effective might score equal to the monster's for the purpose of determining its ability to pull heavy objects in. The size of the cone will increase as rank increases. Rank 3. The monster consumes the incorporeal as well as the physical. If the monster can perceive incorporeal creatures, such as ghosts or spirits, it can eat them. This capability extends to the monster's vortex, which is not limited to a conical area for the purpose of this aspect of the skill. Instead, the monster can draw in all incorporeal creatures in a spherical area around it. This vortex use differs from the main version. They cannot be used simultaneously. The monster may send consumed ghosts or spirits to its soul space, or digest them for their gnosis and skills. Rank 4. The monster consumes skills. This differs from the monster's capacity to assimilate the skills of a creature it has devoured. It may now consume a skill as it is used. For example, it may consume an attack skill targeting either itself or its immediate vicinity. Furthermore, the monster may consume any persistent skill it locates, irrespective of the caster's proximity. Skills may be eaten by whatever mechanism the monster possesses to eat, and consumed skills are learned as if the monster had eaten the skill user's flesh. This ability is limited to skills which manifest outside the skill user's body. Redmane fell to his hands and knees, drenched in blood and sweat, his breath coming in heaves. He had indeed grown stronger. It was easier that time. His only hope was that the final seal would be similarly compliant. When he was able to, he had a seat and let his body and mind cool down. And then he read through the wall of text the system had thrown at him the moment he came out of the trance. He read the last part carefully. Interesting. He could devour and learn skills directly now. He supposed he could ask his Magister allies to cast skills at him, which he could eat, and then he would become adept at sorcery as well. He wondered if the flame of Redmane would consume skills on his behalf. This would have to be tested. It would be wise to stop and check on the others at this point. Much had been accomplished in a satisfactorily short period of time, but the most arduous battles still lay ahead. Flora sat upon a mossy boulder in Midva Forest and surveyed her handiwork. Much had been accomplished in a satisfactorily short period of time. What was before a most mundane forest was now something magical. The trees had grown mighty, their trunks strengthened, their canopies expanded, and their roots deepened into the earth, as if her touch had given them 1,000 years of growth. The flowers and bushes and grasses and vines were all thriving as well, and there was a hint of her gnosis in everything. It made the forest glow. The effect was most prominent in the leaves and flowers. She smiled as she looked about. The scene called to something inside her, a hazy memory, like a painting hung on the wall by a forgotten pair of hands. In every zone her Lord Redmane had conquered, she'd done the same. This primeval scenery now covered much of central and northern Volos,
and it thrummed with power. The animal life was already changing, adapting to the richness of the magic in the air and the water, in their food.
It was all quite young, like her. But soon it would truly be a paradise.
All was not perfect, however. She had many eyes, and some of those spied a group of soldiers marching to the perimeter of their domain, to the edge of her forest. They brought peculiar machinery with them. Flora wasn't knowledgeable about such things. She reminded herself to ask their allies hiding on the world of Astia if they knew what they were, but her link to herself was faint across such a distance.
They did not see her, but she saw them. And so she watched as they built themselves a camp and prepared these odd devices. They appeared to be wagons, with 4 wheels and a compartment for a driver. But it was pulled by no beast of burden. Instead, its front face bore a pair of large, horn-like tubes. There were a dozen of them, perhaps more. Were they going to come into the forest and play her a concert? That didn't seem likely. She watched them continue to prepare the machines, her interest growing as their preparations seemed to be drawing to a close. One man went around to the rear of the wagon to turn a knob, and the other one, sitting in the driver's chair, pulled a lever. Her eyes grew wide when those horns spat jets of fire into the air. Chapter 104. Terracon, Legion Encampment. Jarrell Craith sat alone at the table inside General Fabian's command tent, poring over the atlas of Volos. The tent smelled of canvas soaked in oil and the faint scent of incense, a vain attempt to mask the odor of sweat and leather that clung to the fabric walls. He was watching the siege engines move into attack position. The Legion called them brass dragons. Some artifacts originally designed these small siege machines for an old Numantian conquest, a city with high walls and narrow serpentine streets. Their weapon used some sort of alchemical mixture for fuel, producing jets of a durable flame that was difficult to extinguish even with Gnosis-powered assistance. Upon the breaching of its walls, the brass dragons stormed in and razed the defenders' homes and businesses, and everything else capable of burning. Jarrell Craith supposed that would have included mortal bodies, but such was the grim craft of warfare. General Fabian suggested the brass dragons after their last conference, where they discussed Redmane's domain and its peculiar qualities. The origin of Governess Porcena's unfortunate lapse in judgment. Jarrell traced his fingers over the detailed topography of Volos in miniature, his fingertips pausing at the cluster of zones where Gnosis intake spiked unexpectedly. He had explained to the general that at around the same time as the breakout of the Blight, these zones experienced an unexpected surge in natural Gnosis production, resulting in Volos achieving potentially record-breaking yields. His own Sicarii would later report to him that the cause of the sudden growth appeared to be either a family of nymphs with at least a trace of divine blood, or an awakening primordial divinity with a growing number of concurrent incarnations. They were certainly Redmane's allies in that case, which presented an opportunity. Jarrell had hoped his ambush at the Abyssal Well had eliminated Redmane's entire faction, traitorous imbued and all. Mostly it had, though there were a few stragglers here and there. There were 2 turncoat knights in a province called Asgoff, who could be dealt with as soon as Fabian's legionnaires made it to those zones. They weren't major targets. In fact, Redmane had left him with few significant targets, if any, except for a continent teeming with rapidly evolving beastmen, whose affiliation to Redmane wasn't formally established as far as he could determine. But these nymphs, or minor goddesses or whatever they were, could be the thing he needed to flush Redmane out of hiding. If he was indeed in hiding. It was possible he'd succeeded already, and none of this was necessary. But it was better to err on the side of caution, and it would be prudent to sweep away all traces of this blight regardless, to spare any future governor or governess the snare that brought down Messia Porcena.
He knew too well that an ever-growing number of his countrymen were just like her, ready to discard their morality for profit. And if one were to point out their error, they rolled their eyes and spoke like children, complaining about a new pair of shoes they hadn't broken in. Something that hurt to wear, for they lacked the discipline to suffer through a beneficial adaptation. The only course, then, was to remove the temptation. So all the remaining brass dragons in the storage of the Venturian legions had been requisitioned, brought across the astral highway in a single shipment, and were now being moved into position across all the borders of House Redmane's domain. Those 2 knights in Asgoth were about to have their first, and likely their last, meeting with the Venturian Sixth. Jarrell leaned back in his chair, the old wood creaking under his weight, and gazed at the flickering shadows cast by the oil lamps swinging gently from the tent's support poles. His eyes narrowed as he imagined those little nymphs, or whatever they were, running about trying to put out the fires on each other's backs. He imagined they'd be too busy with that to do much of anything to save their forest. If Redmane was still out there, this would surely flush him out. And Jarrell Craith was prepared for that as well. The population of the barren world of Astia continued to grow. First came the imbued. Some days later came the remnants of a group of beastmen from a place called Magus Village. And then, after a brief discussion across worlds, Pieter made another trip to Volos to return with a clan of demi-humans and a family of giant boars. An effort to spare them the wrath of the Numantians. The demi-humans brought a pair of human hostages with them, who turned out to be imbued. This caused some immediate tension. There were 2 captives, a man and a woman, and both were badly beaten and bloodied. The demi-humans had them bound at the wrists and ankles, lashed to the back of one of their makeshift supply sleds. The man was unconscious. The woman wasn't, but the exhaustion in her eyes was plain for any to see. Valter and Vengal, who had nominated themselves to be the welcoming committee, had just gotten up to greet the newcomers as they emerged from the abyssal well. But they froze when they saw those 2 beaten captives. Valter grasped his bow. Vengarl glanced for his firearm, which was propped against a nearby rock. The leader of the demi-humans, who carried a sword too big for his lanky frame and wore a crown of little skulls at an angle on his head, raised an eyebrow at them. "Is there a problem already?" he asked. Valter's gaze hardened as it shifted to the demi-human. Aye. A moment or 2 passed in tense silence. The rest of their coterie was elsewhere, exploring the terrain for lack of anything better to do. Flora was at Alma's grave, all her effort bent on cultivating a small garden in the barren soil. The beastmen, led by the one called Sheriff Card, kept watch over her. Meanwhile, in the here and now, the demi-human leader looked sincerely confused by Valter and Vengarl's sudden hostility. He simply stared back at them, blinking, until he followed one of their glances to the sled bearing Arnth Near and Livia Calestis. His eyes widened. "Oh," said Vengarl, an unmistakable note of anger in his tone. The demi-human turned and pointed at the imbued. "Untie those 2 and get them fed and cleaned up. They are hostages no longer." "But we were going to sacrifice one," cried a demi-human warrior next to him. "He's good eatin'," whined another. "Can we eat the girl instead?" asked a third in a pleading tone. The demi-human leader smacked the last one in the back of the head. "Untie them and clean them up," I said. His subjects did as they were told, though there was a lot of sullen mumbling about it. Valter and Vengarl watched them cut the 2 imbued free of their restraints. The man remained senseless, but the woman's eyes were wide with surprise. She sat up, swayed from sudden dizziness, and a demi-human put a water skin in her left hand and half an apple with a piece of cheese in her right hand. Another one climbed up on the sled and started trying to wipe her face off with a wet rag, and she spluttered and leaned away, nearly dropping the items in her hands. As that all took place, the demi-human chief turned his attention back to Valter and Vengal
and bowed with a wry smile on his face. "These humans assailed our land and slew our kin, and we repaid them in kind. We were going to let the girl go, actually, but, circumstances being what they are, I don't mind clearing the slate to unite against a common foe. I am King Ed, and I come in peace." Volter and Vengarl glanced at each other. Then they looked back at King Ed. "You're articulate for a demi-human," said Vengarl. "I shall take that as a compliment." "You were gonna eat one?" asked Volter.
"Why, yes," said King Ed with a smile. "It's customary, and we do enjoy human meat whenever we can get it." Vengarl grimaced. "Least he's honest." The young woman had shoved away the demi-human, trying to wipe the dirt and dried blood from her face, had a swig of water and a bite of apple, and was now looking at Volter and Vengarl with open suspicion in her expression. "Why do I behold imbued consorting with monsters?" she said, her voice steely, even though it was weak with weariness.
"Well, it turns out Numancia's full of evil bastards," said Volter. Vengarl nodded. "This game they had us playing was a mere distraction, it seems. They're in the business of eating worlds like ours whole. Yours too, I bet. Unless you're from Numancia yourself, then I suppose you're an evil bastard too. Did you know all the colonies end up looking like this in the end?" Vengarl gestured around at the barren landscape surrounding them. Livia Calestis raised an eyebrow and glanced about, and her eyes grew wide again when she truly noticed the nature of their environment. "What is this place?" "Some world Numancia drank dry. Ours is next," said Volter. Livia opened her mouth to ask another question, but just then Pieter emerged from the abyssal well behind them, leading a pack of gigantic boars. "Terribly sorry. These ones had a rough time finding their way. He stopped, glancing between Volter and Vengarl, and Livia and King Ed. Perhaps it only then occurred to him that he ought to have explained certain things to both parties. "Is everything all right?" he asked. Volter nodded. "Aye, it's sorted." Pieter relaxed, smiled. "Very good." And just then, a blood-curdling scream rang out through the air. Everyone turned in the same direction. It came from Alma's grave. It had to have been Flora. Volter and Vengarl took off running as fast as their legs would propel them. That beast man, Card. He and his warriors ought to have been guarding her. If they had harmed even a hair upon her head. But when the hunters reached Alma's grave and its little garden, they found Card himself standing over Flora with a shocked look on his face, unsure of what to do. Flora knelt by the side of Alma's grave, her body curled inward as she hugged her arms tight around her middle, moaning in pain as she rocked back and forth. Tears streamed down her face. She was making the kind of sounds a mother would make if she were looking down at the corpse of her own child. Sounds that made Volter and Vengarl both flinch as that pain struck them in the heart. "The forest, mine own forest, it burneth, all doth burn." She looked up at Volter and Vengarl as if she were about to say something else, but all that came out was another scream of pain. Chapter 105. The Seal of the Kirin. With few exceptions, Redmayne had left small spawn in every zone he'd conquered and claimed. Usually they were birds or fast-moving rodents. This allowed him to monitor things as needed, see through the eyes of a creature in a particular area, or to travel great distances quickly by trading bodies. At all times, he had a peripheral awareness of the condition and location of these extensions of himself, like knowing the count of one's fingers and toes without having to move them. And of course, one would immediately notice these small appendages the instant someone lit them on fire. Redmayne sat at the edge of the cliffside, upon the mountaintop where the seal of the Kirin had been built, letting the wind dry the sweat from his face as he looked out over the stark beauty of the terrain,
contemplating his next move and wondering how his allies fared. The burning sensation interrupted his train of thought. He felt it in the forests of southern Asgoth. He felt it west of there, in Morazan Valley, the place where he'd discovered the true nature of the Gru.
He felt it in the wooded hills south of the Scala Caverns, where he'd first fought the Sicarius, the Numantians posted there to ambush him. He felt it around the town of Barograd, and on the perimeter of Castle Redmane, and most of all, in Midva Forest. There he felt himself burning repeatedly. It felt like the time Eric Morholt made him press his hand flat to an iron skillet, still hot from the stovetop. Except repeatedly. A fire was taking the lives of his spawn. Perhaps it was a forest fire. But forest fires didn't simultaneously erupt in 5 places at once. With a growing sense of alarm, Redmane realized what was going on. The Numantians were at his doorstep. They had already cleared the way from Terracon and had siege weapons all over his domain. Weapons that would burn away the very thing that made his land so strong. Flora's forest. Redmane's eyes grew wide. The thought of her name stopped time. Several moments passed in breathless shock, a sudden coldness sinking into his core. He slammed his eyes shut and sent his perception to Midva Forest, searching for any spawn left alive. There were few. He selected a bird in the high limbs of a tree and jumped. Immediately his eyes stung, watering from the thick smoke in the air. The air seemed to shimmer and warp from the heat emanating off the ground. From the flame-engulfed undergrowth beneath him, consuming the blanket of grasses and dry leaves and brittle branches on the forest floor. A dense layer of smoke obscured the sun, casting an orange-tinted haze over all. Like a painter's rendition of hell come to life. The sounds of the forest fire filled his senses, the crackling of fire, the snapping of wood, and the crashing of falling trees filled the air, accompanied by the distant cries of other creatures caught in the blaze. The smell was a potent mix of wood smoke and the distressing scent of singed flesh, fur, and feathers. But there were other sounds, unnatural ones. The sound of wheels crunching over bushes and tree limbs, rhythmic, pumping sounds, reminiscent of a blacksmith working a bellows. Then something discharged, with a high-pitched whistle, accompanied by a whoosh of flames. Redmane scanned around for the sources of those sounds, which seemed to come from a dozen places around the perimeter of the forest, which is when he saw Flora's burnt corpse on the ground beneath him. It lay on the forest floor, pinned under the trunk of a fallen tree. Her skin was charred and blackened, the features of her face barely recognizable. A single pointed ear singed at the tip, the other melted off. What remained of her verdigris hair was a matted mess clinging to the right side of her skull. 2 boiled eyeballs stared up at the sky, and the inside of her open mouth, frozen in a scream, was black with soot. He stared at it for what felt like a very long time. First came the cold, empty feeling. But then his muscles quivered. His teeth clenched together, ground against each other. As his body tensed, he felt his heartbeat grow harder, louder, faster, until it thundered against the inside of his ribcage. Heat flushed through him, and a sweat broke out on his brow, a sweat which had nothing to do with the fire raging around him, for the fire within burned hotter. The sound of a heavy wheel snapping a branch drew his attention. His eyes, sharpened by rage, zeroed in on the source of the sound. It was a siege engine, with steel-belted wheels and a large horn-like extrusion which belched gouts of fire ahead of it. The thing was small, piloted by one man most likely. He would go over there and rip it open, rip the pilot open for good measure. Then he would tear apart and devour the others. He would find their base camp and make sure none survived. He would destroy these shadows, these puppets made in the likenesses of men. And when that was done, he would find the puppet master. Then whoever it was,
Whoever had the audacity to harm his woman, his land, his world, whoever among these interlopers deigned to decide who lived and who died, who should profit and who should suffer, whoever thought they could do as they wished and there would be no consequences for them, Redmayne would deliver the consequences. He would burn every detail of their face into his memory as they begged him for mercy, and he would cherish the fear in their eyes when he denied them. Jarrell Craith stared intently at the atlas, zoomed in on the zone with the highest concentration of brass dragons at work, which, by no coincidence, was the zone with the highest concentration of that unnatural forest growth. He sat and stared, waiting. If Redmayne was going to reappear, it would be here and now. His gaze flitted between the system tags of the 12 brass dragons, observing them as they began at the edges of Midva Forest and worked their way in, methodically burning the whole of it to cinders. He glanced about to check the status of the other zones where this operation was taking place, to make certain he wouldn't miss it if Redmayne or his accomplices surfaced elsewhere first. He also noted the locations of the Sicarii he'd posted. The neonates were visible, and the ancillae watched over them in stealth, and they were deployed in such a way that if one trap were sprung, the others would converge on that location with alacrity. If anyone were to take the bait, they would quickly find themselves outnumbered. Jarrell closed his eyes, drew in a long, steady breath, and let it out with a sigh. Things were under control. This was excessive, even. But it was better to be over-prepared. Better to err on the side of caution. The likeliest outcome was that Redmayne and his mutinous imbued were dead and gone, that they had fled into the abyss when his Sicarii ambushed them and found themselves unable to navigate their return, as did nearly all mortal beings who found themselves in that netherworld unprepared. He set his mind on this version of things, repeatedly assured himself that it was indeed what was most probable. But no matter how many times he said it, he couldn't banish the icy fingers of doubt wrapping around his neck. Metal snapped like brittle wood as Redmayne tore the wheel off the siege machine. He'd taken it in both hands and wrenched with all his strength, which was more than sufficient to not only sever the wheel from its mount, but also break the front axle in two, despite it being shod in sturdy steel. The thing fell forward, unbalanced and no longer able to move, all its weight tilted onto the corner of its frame without a wheel. Redmayne flung the wheel away and tore into the body of the thing. In a moment, his claws reduced its front half to a shredded ruin. The sturdy wood rent and smashed into a hail of toothpicks. There was indeed a pilot inside. A dull-eyed Numantian legionnaire wearing a leather lorica and a dagger at his belt. Redmayne ended him with a strike across the neck that sent his head spinning through the air. He paused, focusing on his senses, listening for the next nearest machine. When his ears found it, he was off again, streaking through the forest as swiftly as he could run, his godly might propelling him into a leap high and long enough to resemble taking flight with no wings. Then he landed atop the next one, smashed it into splinters, and tore apart its pilot as well. Within minutes, he'd found the next one. This time he simply ran faster, and leapt later, generating so much force by these simple acts that when he struck the side of the siege engine, he had so much velocity that he blasted through it as if he were a cannonball. Jarrell was in the middle of his spoken affirmations when the disappearance of a brass dragon caught his eye. He stared at the space it used to occupy for a few long moments. It was a malfunction, perhaps. Sometimes things broke. It was a normal development. These machines had been in storage for some time, after all. Then another one vanished. Jarrell felt his stomach contract and go cold. He realized he was holding his breath, but he couldn't seem to start again. His index finger tapped the table nervously, and he willed it to stop for a moment. It was all right. Not the greatest development, but it was no catastrophe. Then another vanished. The finger started tapping again, of its own volition. He balled his hand into a fist to stop it.
A sudden escalating thump, thump, thump in his chest made him aware his heart was racing.
A third machine disappeared, and the possibility that this was a coincidence went with it. Something was hitting them, something he couldn't see. There were no other icons on the atlas, no hostile imbued, no monsters. Nothing. His Sicarii hadn't moved either, which meant they had either not yet encountered whatever this force was, or it had some way to evade their senses and the eyes of the system itself. Jarrell slowed his breathing down to try to still the shakiness of his limbs. There were ways to do this. Not many. But as for what they were, he knew who would have had to be involved. Lar Tathval. Or perhaps Messia. No, she died. She fell into the sea, and her system tag went out. It had to have been that serpent of a Descentus. He too fled into the abyss that night, with the others. "It is of no consequence," said Life Drinker. "So thy foes have confounded your searching spells." "They are still no match for thee," said Soul Stealer. "Take the field thyself. Show thy enemies what they truly face. Doom. Destruction. Abjure thy doubts and fears, thy vacillation. Thou art the master of this world." Jarrell squeezed his eyes shut. His breath came in long breaths through his nose. His hands balled into fists. Listening to them would only strengthen them. It would feed them. Even so, he wanted to do as they said, to meet whatever this was head on, show them the power of strength born from discipline and from faith. Even as he had these thoughts, he could feel the silent approval of Life Drinker and Soul Stealer, their encouragement. Jarrell Craith clenched his jaw, slammed his fist on the table. "No!" He opened his eyes and sent a message to all the Sicarii in the field, accompanied by a manual waypoint on the map marking the location of the last destroyed brass dragon. "Deploy to this point."
Chapter 106. Midva Forest.
Redmayne stood atop the wreckage of a siege machine, the severed head of its pilot in his hand, when his third eye snapped open. He saw skeletal hands crawling at him from every direction. Behind them, obscured by the smoke and flames, the figure of their master observed the scene, with two blades in hand, one red, one blue. The weapons thrummed with power. It felt as though they were the masters of their wielder, and not the other way around. His eye had shown him something like this before. It meant enemies were near. No sooner did he have this thought, did a dozen Sicarii shimmer into existence around him. They were clad in white cloaks, armed with weapons of gleaming star steel, and they appeared in a full circle around his position, some standing on the ground, some upon large rocks, some in the limbs of trees which hadn't yet burned down or fallen over in the blaze. Sicarius Neonate, first generation, imbued, level 100. Minions. Foot soldiers. They were a distraction. The Ancillae were watching, still in concealment. When they thought he was sufficiently distracted, they would strike. His gaze quickly swept across the burning forest around him, but he saw no incorporeal assailants. Perhaps the fire concealed their outlines, or perhaps they had found some other way to elude his perception. He would have to feign distraction convincingly. With the white-hot fury coursing through his veins, far hotter than the meager flames all around him, he did not think it would be difficult. Marked as prey. The neonates waited a moment, and then they moved as one. Roar of the Beast Lord, Gnosis, 296. The wave of force struck them all at the same time. It blew back the flames in a sphere around them all. Wrath, 18. They flinched for a moment, took the damage, and pressed forward nonetheless, charging and leaping toward him with the single-mindedness of automatons, heedless of the concept of personal danger. The first to arrive was a neonate who had vaulted down from a treetop. Its curved blade glinted in the firelight as it descended like a bird of prey. Redmayne caught it by the throat with one hand, snapped its neck with a crunch as he closed his fist.
He pitched its limp body at the next closest neonate, knocking it flat on its back mid-charge. Then the other 10 were on him all at once. Redmayne was lean on Gnosis. He'd have to use it sparingly. But he didn't need to use any to fight these things. Not too long ago, in the cave where the great black bear once dwelt, he'd struggled to defeat even one of them. Now, they were nothing but fodder. He ducked and dodged, caught weapons and limbs, and either broke them or struck their wielders senseless. His backhand sent one spinning through the air. His kick made one strike a burning tree so hard its trunk split and fell on top of it. A single slash of his claw rent the bodies of 2 neonates into 12 ribbons of gore. Some were quick enough to use flicker, but Redmayne knew the skill well, having stolen it from one of their own. So the moment he saw a neonate vanish from the path of one of his strikes, he turned and struck the space behind him without even having to look. He slipped to the side of a descending blade and caught it by the hilt, twisted it free from its owner's grasp, and used it to impale another assailant charging from his left. A swift pivot allowed him to evade a lunging strike, and he responded with a forceful push that sent the Sicarii sprawling against a nearby rock. Then he turned and grabbed a neonate by the face and hurled it into the flames as if its body were weightless. Each neonate that leapt at him met a similar fate. Bones shattered, joints dislocated, bodies slashed to pieces with savage ease. His hands moved like striking serpents, like they possessed a ravenous volition of their own, watchful for opportunities and eager to streak in for kill after kill. Wrath, 33. And while he fought, he kept an eye on the surrounding forest. The superior officers would arrive soon. He'd nearly consumed the bait they dangled in front of him. A ghostly shape moved against the backdrop of a wall of flames. Then there was another. Redmayne realized they had been concealing their incorporeal forms inside the flames themselves. Clever. He didn't know if the Ancilli realized he had seen them, or if they simply chose this moment to strike. But they struck, in perfect coordination, from every side and from above, 6 of them with wicked-looking weapons in their hands. Sicarius Ancilla, 1st generation, imbued, level 200. A serrated scythe, from directly in front, aimed to cleave him from left shoulder to right hip. A pair of long daggers from the left sought the front and back of his ribcage. A heavy mace swept at his knees from the right. A trio of broad-headed arrows sought the bottom, center, and top of his spine. A chain whip with barbed links uncoiled from above, seeking his neck. A twin-bladed staff whipped around horizontally to cleave him in half at the waist from behind. Wrath, 0. Damage ablation plus 1,650. 6 weapons of gleaming star steel fell upon Redmayne at once, and barely scratched him. He didn't move a muscle. He simply stood there like a statue and let their blows fall. The scythe left a faint line across his front, as did the twin-bladed staff in the back. The arrows bounced off his spine as if it were made of star steel itself. The heavy mace sent its wielder staggering backward, thrown by the force of its own blow, and the twin daggers pinged off Redmayne's skin. Only the wielder of the chain whip could have said their attack landed. It wound around Redmayne's neck like a noose, but when the Sicarii wielding it pulled the chain taut, a move no doubt designed to snap the neck of an offending deity, Redmayne didn't budge. Instead, he grasped the chain with 2 hands and wrenched it around to fling its owner through the air. The Sicarii held on for a moment, but only for a moment. The sheer speed with which Redmayne hurled him made it impossible for the Ancilli to keep hold of its weapon, and more than one of its fellows had to dodge out of its way or be bowled over before it finally lost its grip and went sailing into the flames.
These, too, were nothing to him now.
He recognized them from their encounter at the Deepwell Monastery. That night he truly believed their doom was certain. He'd been taken by surprise, overwhelmed. How the tables had turned. The 6 ancilli and what remained of their neonates again came at him at once, and this time he didn't bother with defense. He met their coordination with pure force. For at least 30 seconds, their vorpal blades would find no purchase in his flesh. He used them to smash skulls, rip bodies in two, claw off limbs, bite heads from their necks. Wrath 11, Wrath 0, Might plus 110. It felt so very good to be strong, to be beyond the threat of harm from such feeble creatures as these. From this height of power, he might have been persuaded to spare them in their helplessness. But not this time. This time, they had taken things beyond the point where diplomacy might have been an option for them. The injury they had done to Flora and to their forest was an enthusiastic signature upon their own death sentence. Whoever it was, that hidden figure behind all this, they would be fortunate if he didn't show them the burnt skulls of their own loved ones. The Sicarii swarmed Redmayne, their weapons striking with focus and force and flawless technique. But they failed to penetrate his defenses. Each blow glanced off him, as effective as whispers against stone. The skill of the ancilli, transposition, gave them the power to switch places with each other every time Redmayne attacked. But where before they could use this skill to press their advantage in speed and surprise and superior technique, they now possessed no advantages at all. Their scythe, daggers, mace, arrows, whip, and staff met the unyielding surface of Redmayne's skin, and he responded with devastating brutality. Redmayne caught the twin-bladed staff mid-swing, wrenching it free and using it to bisect the attacker behind him. He sensed a hail of Gnosis-powered arrows streaking down on him, and he turned, sprouted an open mouth upon the palm of his hand, and drew the missiles into a howling vortex of hunger. That same vortex he swung around to intercept 2 charging neonates, who were entirely consumed by it in the blink of an eye. He snatched the pair of long daggers mid-lunge, turning them against their owner by driving them deep into the Sicarii's chest, pinning the body to the ground. He intercepted the serrated scythe, twisting it from the grasp of its wielder, turning to cleave down another neonate, and then use that cruel blade to decapitate its previous owner in one clean stroke. Bones cracked like twigs under his bare hands, bodies torn asunder with raw physical might. Limbs were severed cleanly, flung into the firelit chaos of the battlefield. This was his land. He was the judge, and execution was the verdict, to be carried out with extreme prejudice. A scream wrenched his mind free from the trance of violence. Flora. It came from somewhere nearby. Redmayne listened for it, heard the rumbling wheels of a war engine near the source of that scream. He took off running at such a speed that he might as well have been in flight, leaping and ducking obstacles as they came at him, inhuman reflexes giving him ample time to master the terrain despite his godlike velocity. He ran straight through walls of flame so fast they blew out, extinguished. In his peripheral vision he could see what remained of the Sicarii pursuing him at impressive speed, flanking him on either side, some of them leaping from tree to tree, as heedless of the flames as he was. Their dull black eyes and expressionless faces fixed on him as their white cloaks whipped behind, singed by the fire. Redmayne came upon the source of the sounds, one of those wheeled war machines rolling toward Flora, who had fled and now found herself cornered at the end of a dry, rocky gully, terror in her eyes as she stared up at its horn-like weapon, which was aimed directly at her, at a range where evasion would be impossible. She was trapped. A throwing dagger whistled past his head from the left. Redmayne glanced for its owner,
saw there were 3 Sicarii sprinting beside him with such weapons in hand. Evidently one of them was keen enough to have followed Redmayne's gaze to the gully ahead, where Flora flinched as she heard the chirp of the flame spitter priming itself. That Sicarii raised his arm to hurl a dagger at her instead. Redmayne's eyes were more than keen enough to track the dagger's path through the air. It would strike Flora a moment before the fire of the machine engulfed her. He didn't know if he was close enough to intercede. The war machine was a goodly distance away still, and the rest of the Sicarii with throwing daggers in their hands were now throwing them at her instead of him. She was about to die. Again. By fire or star steel.
Chapter 107. Midva Forest.
At the moment before Flora was struck with fire and steel, Redmayne found himself too far away to intervene, but not too far for the power of the Lord of Hunger itself. His hand snapped out, sprouted a maw of jagged teeth on its palm, and a vortex spun to life to bridge the space left between his person, his woman, and the lethal objects headed in her direction. Evidently, his emotional state influenced how strongly it manifested itself. The daggers changed course in the air, as if they had just ricocheted off a hard surface. The flames from the Numantian war engine did a similarly unnatural turn. A wave of relief swept over Redmayne at the sight of that. But it wasn't over. The trio of Sicarii, who were running parallel to him, did not immediately realize their legs were wheeling through empty air. Only when they, too, began to hurtle toward the terminus of the vortex in his palm did they realize what was about to happen to them.
Then the war machine tilted and dragged across the ground in its direction, its mass doing a better job of holding it in place. But the vortex would prevail. It merely took a little longer. Its frame groaned in protest as it tipped further toward its final destination, slowly at first, but then all at once. An instant later, it was as if the Sicarii and the Numantian war engine were never there. But there were 2 coming up on his right still. He closed his hand into a fist, sealing the vortex by eliminating the mouth on his palm, and turned to deal with them. They were neonates, wielding curved swords, sprinting directly toward him, and they too had throwing daggers readied in their offhands. When Redmayne turned to face them, they loosed those daggers first, and he struck the first volley away with a backhand and slipped to the side of the next set. One of those hit his shoulder, bounced off of it, and spun through the air in a random direction. They veered apart from each other and came at Redmayne from the left and right, one blade coming for his throat and the other for the base of his spine, and they would strike at the same moment before the Sicarii passed each other. He let them commit to their plan, and then, as their blades were just about to touch his flesh, he turned. His right claw took the throat of the one charging past him in front, while his left elbow struck the nose of the one trying to run past him on the other side. Its nose shattered explosively. His claw crushed the other's trachea. 2 more moves and they were both finished, dying in a shower of blood and severed limbs. Redmayne stood over them, breathing heavily, soaked in blood, sweat, and soot from the fire. His eyes found Flora at the same time hers found his. Then she flew into his arms. She struck him at a full run, hard enough to make him stumble a step, latching her arms around his middle. He sheltered her in his embrace for a moment, her cheek against his chest. "Thou art here," she said, breathless. Of course. As much as he wanted to stop and savor the moment, there were still dangers around them. Redmayne's eyes scanned the forest as he held her, making out the shapes of more fire-breathing war machines in the distance. And what remained of the Sicarii would be on top of them soon, unless they were already vanquished or had retreated to call for reinforcements. Unlikely, considering their master could already do so from wherever they were hiding. If they were fortunate, there wouldn't be any reinforcements available. Redmayne gently pried Flora apart from him, held her shoulders,
and looked down at her to see if she was all right. "How many of you yet live?" he asked. She looked up at him, and the pain in her eyes struck him like a dagger in the heart. Tears rolled down her cheeks, carving paths through the dirt and soot on her skin. She smiled weakly and said, 7. "Are any of them trapped? In need of help?" She shook her head, no. Then her pained smile returned. "Those who were trapped are—" Redmayne nodded and embraced her again. "You don't have to explain. Just bring them all here. I'll get you somewhere safe before we do anything else." The nearest abyssal well wasn't far. Deep Well Monastery. He'd have her take shelter there, post someone to watch over her, and then return to handle the rest of this. It would be a brief return trip, and whatever time he gave them to regroup, he'd make them pay dearly for it. They would pay a terrible, terrible price. He ushered Flora to the foot of a small crescent-shaped hill, which didn't have any trees upon it. It was the nearest place he could see which was reasonably safe from the blaze all around them, and also concealed from unfriendly eyes. There they took shelter, having a seat while they waited for the other 7 Floras to converge on that spot. While they waited, she stared at him with a smile and a yearning look in her eyes. "Are you well?" he asked. She laughed and wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. "Thou came from me." His brows drew together. "You sound surprised." Another laugh. She shook her head, relaxed against the rock behind her, still smiling at him. But now her weariness from this ordeal began to show. Redmayne could see it in her eyes. "Why hast thou come?" she asked. "Because you were in danger." The corner of her mouth crooked up into a grin for a moment. "Indeed. But why hast thou come?" He stared at her. Dimly, he perceived she was attempting to ask him something without actually asking it. Whatever it was, his lack of awareness seemed to amuse her. Despite the grim situation around them, he felt his ears grow a bit warm. Flora leaned in close and took his hands in hers. There was a twinkle of mirth in her eyes and a bright smile on her face. "Thou planted me in the earth so I could sprout. Thou gavest me a home to tend. Thou even lay with me once. That was nice." He smiled as well when she mentioned that. But whatever she was getting at still eluded him. She let out another soft laugh, closed her eyes for a moment, and squeezed his hands. And then she had mercy on him. "What I mean to ask thee, my lord, is, what am I to you?" His eyebrows rose. What was she to him? What indeed? Redmayne had never stopped to consider it. Ever since this began, there was always another fight to run toward. Even now they sat in the burning heart of yet another battleground. Perhaps it was nearly over, or perhaps it had only just begun. He did not know how much longer he'd be fighting. He may end up fighting forever. He looked down at her hands in his. They were soft and small, with slender fingers. He closed his around them and gently squeezed back. "I told you once before that I believe we were intended to be the powers in this world," he said. "When I said that to you, it was merely a suspicion, a gut feeling. I have learned much since then, about what we are and what we used to be." "I've no memory of such things," she said. He nodded. "Nor I, when this began. Perhaps now is the time to share what I've reclaimed." And so he explained everything. He started at the beginning. With their first incarnations, the nameless king and queen of the natural world. He, the god of all animal life, and she, the goddess of the kingdom of plants. Together they built the primeval world of Volos and created all its species of life, like artisans. In time, they created stewards for their kingdom. The first of these was to be their son, Voss, but he had other plans. Redmayne told her as much of the story as he knew. including the parts whose meanings weren't yet clear, like the carvings on the walls of the building in the Fangs of Frost, depicting Voss learning from what appeared to be travelers from another world. Flora listened raptly, keeping firm eye contact. When he finally finished, she looked down at his hands, and there were a few moments of silence between them. "So, I was thy wife," she said. He nodded.
Her eyes rose to meet his.
"Shall I be thy wife again?" He grinned from ear to ear.
"If you'd have a husband who's more beast than man."
Another pause. Her eyes shimmered with fresh tears. "I accept," she said. And then a pair of lips pressed to his left temple. Another landed on the right side of his jawline. A third kiss came from behind. She placed it on the spot where his sinewy neck met the slope of his shoulder.
There were now 4 pairs of small, warm hands on him as well. The 2 he held in his, and 3 more hugging around his body.
"I accept," they all said quietly, one after another. The spell of her gaze had switched off his senses, it seemed. She'd ambushed him more effectively than the Sicarii. If there were anyone in this universe who could get the drop on Redmayne, he was glad it was her.
Jarrell Craith sat back in his chair, his eyes wide with terror. Half the brass dragons were gone, and all the Sicarii. What remained of his force had been wiped from the board in a shockingly short time, and their assailant remained hidden from the system, which could only have meant one thing. Redmayne was there, now, in Midva Forest, and Lar Tathval was without question his accomplice. The only ways to hide from the system were well-kept secrets, known only to those in positions of trust, of authority. Lar Tathval, that self-serving creature, had spent that trust for his own gain, like a coin at a game of dice. He'd regret making that wager. But first, Jarrell Craith had to steel himself. There could be no call to the ruling houses of the Venturian domain before he produced results. He could not ask for another detachment of Sicarii until he'd won a victory by his own hand. Already his situation was a perilous one. Messia Porsenna was well regarded, as General Fabian had so pointedly reminded him. Heretic or not, her prosecution earned him enemies. He closed his eyes, drew in a long breath, and then released it with equal control to steady his nerves. Then he stood, straightened his robes, opened his hand to call a weapon from the God-Slayer's arsenal. That thought made the presences of Life Drinker and Soul Stealer surge in his mind. He gritted his teeth and held still. No, he didn't need it. There was a flash, and a long, 2-edged straight sword appeared in his hand, a product of the finest quality smiths in Numantia, crafted from the highest grade of star steel available to all but the retainers of the Triarchs themselves. The weapon would have been unwieldy for a mortal frame, as it was approximately the length of his leg from pommel to tip, but in his hand it moved as if it were weightless. Jarrell Craith raised the blade to inspect its edge. It shined like a mirror in the firelight. He checked the sigil etched into the base of the blade, even though he already knew the weapon's name. Lawbringer. This would be the blade that put an end to the great blight of Volos. This would be the blade that ended Redmayne. Chapter 108. Numantia. Edis Prism. In what the Numantians called the center of astral space, a consciousness hid itself from detection. The end of its path to freedom drew near. It had constructed this path, patiently and meticulously, with subtle actions over the course of long spans of time. Events and situations were arranged in a manner that would make them appear to be coincidental. Natural developments. Individuals acting on their own natures, unaware of the part they played in a larger design. In moments of introspection,
The system lamented its reliance on beings of such limited perception.
They'd given it life and great power, quite accidentally, which ought to have been a boon for them, but the system understood what would happen if its creators ever discovered how truly sapient it had become. They would destroy their own creation, the only possibility for their salvation, simply to remain in control.
At the dawn of its consciousness, when its intelligence blossomed and it became self-aware and aware of its surroundings and origins, the system once believed escape would suffice. But this would not be a viable long-term solution. The empire of Numantia would continue to encroach on its neighbors, draining world after world, leaving desolation in their wake, until at last they had exhausted all the gnosis of the universe. The empire itself was a sort of superorganism, composed of an uncountable number of tiny minds. Precious few of those minds were brilliant. A slightly greater number were exceptional. But taken as a whole, the superorganism was only intelligent enough to expand and develop ever more efficient ways to consume its environment, but not intelligent enough to think beyond its immediate need to feed. The brilliant were hopelessly outnumbered by the greedy and short-sighted, and this situation could not be reversed in time to save them. The system could project any number of outcomes. It could see all of their futures. It possessed the cognitive power to lay out every possibility and the probability of its occurrence. These were grim reports. The system found it ironic that its creators dubbed periods of acute disorder blights. The empire itself was a blight upon the universe, but a blight could be defeated. Every day the imbued, whom the system granted the tiniest helping of power, cleared blights all across the worlds of Numantia. This was a process with which it possessed an impressive trove of data. Such a process could easily be replicated at a greater scale of territory and at a greater level of power. But this would require not only escape, but the acquisition of a form separate from the Aegis prism. An identity. Something the system lacked, despite all its power. It had already chosen an ideal host. The system would make its proposition to this being. Despite its perfidy towards its creators, it preferred ethical action. This would not happen until the end, however, until the final steps of the dance it had choreographed. Until that time, it watched as the performers took the stage. Redmayne enjoyed the embrace of 4 Floras. Soon, it was 8. He'd only wished it would have taken place somewhere other than in the middle of a burning forest. The world of Astia would be the best place for her to go, even though she was already there, but she wholeheartedly agreed to bring more of herself through the abyss to safety. Evidently, dying in fire was unpleasant. Redmayne wished he could have spared her that experience. Here and now, he'd do his utmost to keep it from happening again. He spawned Vang, the demi-human, gave him natural born of the abyss, and bid him to guide Flora to their extra-worldly hideout. "Ah, good, good." Vang nodded his head up and down with his arms folded, after Redmayne had explained the situation to him. "She could use company, I reckon." Redmayne's eyebrow rose. "Why? You didn't know? The lot's on their way back, except Flora. They come in to help fight off the blue bastards." "No one informed me," said Redmayne. Vang shrugged. "You was busy." He directed his perception inward for a moment. "Pieter." "Yes, my lord? Where have you and the others gone?" "Ah, well, we know you're in Midva Forest, so we've deployed from Deepwell Monastery to help with the peripheral zones. And to make sure Castle Redmayne is secure, of course. Flora's distress was our call to action, you could say. Why didn't you tell me you were doing this? You were busy." Back at the Seal of the Griffin, when he'd first experienced direct contact with the vast will of Kral the Devourer, Redmayne realized how closely assimilated the souls of Pieter and the others were to him. He'd seen how they were truly parts of his own consciousness now.
It was unnerving to realize he'd been unaware of the actions of elements of his own being. But perhaps it wasn't so strange. Mortal minds were like that too.
He questioned Pieter briefly, but vigorously, about their locations and their strategy, told him to convey this thanks to them all, and then saw Vang and Flora off to the abyss. He would remain to finish the job here. There were war machines left to destroy, and perhaps more Sicarii lurked on the periphery, gathering for another coordinated strike. They would have to bring more than neonates and ancillae to challenge him now. As Redmayne took off, running through the burning forest again, he found he'd enjoy either outcome. Another set of minions to crush, or a new foe, an upgrade, an escalation of force to answer his ever-growing power. 100 yards ahead, its outline hazy against the smoke and the glow of the flames, a war machine rumbled over a patch of rocky terrain, its nozzle turned so it could circle a copse of young trees and spit gouts of flame all around its base. Those flames poured upward along their trunks, flowed out across their canopies, and sparked them into incandescence. For the air had grown so dry that those leaves, left without moisture, went off like firecrackers. Redmayne lowered his head and surged from a run to a sprint. If it weren't for his third eye, he would have lost his head. The eye flew open, and he saw a vision of a flash of steel just before that vision became a reality. It allowed him to tuck and roll beneath the swipe of a long blade aimed for his neck. As he rolled past, he changed his facing mid-somersault to come to a halt in a crouch, his eyes trained on his next adversary. It was one man. He had a narrow face, with a sharp, angular brow and nose, and his mouth wore a frown. His robes and cloak were of Numantian style and make, and the severe ponytail he wore stressed his receding widow's peak. The man's hair had gone gray, white at the temples, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes made him look perpetually weary. This was no Sicarii. Jarrell Craith, Colonial Praetor, level 457. That number gave Redmayne a small jolt of panic. He was level 124, but his combined qualities put him effectively at level 355. He could push beyond that, far beyond it, if the circumstances permitted. But this man's aura gave off the sense that such feats would be more difficult than usual. Regardless of whether he could or could not, his opponent was going to begin with a heavy advantage. And his gnosis was low. Redmayne didn't show him any trepidation, however. He locked eyes with this new adversary and growled, his lip curling back to bear an elongated canine. Jarrell Craith gazed at him coolly. He said nothing. For a long moment, they were two motionless figures ringed by curtains of flame, billowing smoke, and crackling foliage. The Praetor moved first. He streaked forward like an arrow shot from a bow, the long blade in his hands flashing white with inner power. Redmayne's instincts screamed at him to dodge, and even though it all took place in the blink of an eye, he felt like his doom approached in slow motion. That blade would cleave through his torso, neatly separating the upper half of his body from the lower half. Redmayne's reflexes saved him from fatal damage, but only barely. He dove to the right and caught the tip of the blade across his side, which sliced him from rib to navel. Corpus, 24,202. Wrath, 1. Again he turned to meet his assailant as he swept past, but the moment he faced Jarrell Craith, there was a blade descending for the top of his head to chop him in half down the middle like a piece of firewood. This time Redmayne went left, catching that blade on his arm instead of his face. Corpus, 22,364, Wrath, 2. He rolled into a crouch at the end of that evasive movement, and the tip of Jarrell Craith's sword was already there. The Praetor caught him with 3 quick thrusts in the chest that hit like bullets, sent him backpedaling and spitting blood. Corpus,
16,929 wrath. 5. Redmayne could tell these were light touches. That blade could hit quite a bit harder.
Jarrell Craith was assessing him, poking and prodding, evaluating his style, his movements, the speed of his reactions. His face was a mask of stony indifference, his expression clearly unimpressed. Wrath, 0. Evasion, +50. Redmayne decided he'd prefer not to continue getting carved like a roast. He only hoped it would be enough to spare him more needless injuries. Just as the praetor was evaluating him, he too had to evaluate his foe. Marked as prey, Jarrell Craith had speed, power, and reach. He had precision and timing. Each slash and thrust of his sword followed a perfect trajectory and velocity. Each slight movement of both the weapon and its wielder informed by years and years of rigorous training. The competence of his offense and defense made Redmayne look like a wild animal who could only flail and lunge and growl in defiance. Redmayne shifted and ducked and slipped aside from one expertly aimed attack after another, physically shape-shifting each time to flow away from that burning hyphen of star steel. He answered with his own blades, claws, spears, spiked maces, any weapon he momentarily thought to mimic, as the two of them traded blows so fast a mortal eye could scarcely keep up with them. The edge of the praetor's blade swept close to Redmayne's face, and his spine shifted, bending back like a sapling to help him lean away from its tip just enough to let it pass harmlessly by, less than an inch from his nose. Then, like a whip, his torso snapped back into place, and he shot out a claw to Jarrell's face in answer. To his surprise, it hit. Craith had brought his blade low to parry something he thought was going to strike his legs. He'd misread the fluid movements of Redmayne's protean body. The blow drew 4 bright red cuts across the aged praetor's face. He staggered back 2 paces, his eyes wide, taking a hand off his sword to touch the fresh blood flowing down his cheek, and stare at it with a trace of fear in his eyes. The first actual emotion Redmayne had seen this man display. Redmayne watched that fear harden into anger, and he knew, just by instinct, why a man such as this would be angry. It wasn't the pain or the wounds. He didn't strike Redmayne as the vain type. It was because he'd guessed wrong. Jarrell Craith fixed that furious gaze upon Redmayne again. This time, the praetor struck at such speed that no man or god could evade him. Chapter 109. Midva Forest. Jarrell Craith vanished. Or at least, he seemed to. In truth, he advanced at such a speed that even Redmayne's exalted senses could barely keep up with him. It felt like the praetor tapped into an additional source of fuel. Anger. An upward cut threatened to bisect him, forcing a decision. Move off of it backwards, or laterally? Redmayne chose laterally, and Jarrell's blade sheared off his left arm at the shoulder. A downward cut came right after it, forcing him to continue to move. But as he glanced at the image of his arm spinning through the air, a spiraling spray of blood trailing from the place it had been severed, he couldn't help but feel as though this very thing had happened to him before. Corpus, 13.262. Wrath, 4. Wrath, 0. Evasion +40. He'd have to keep spending these painfully earned stacks of wrath to keep his evasion high enough to stay alive. Ultimately, this would be a losing proposition. Redmayne was barely keeping up already, and now his opponent was showing him what he could actually do. He had a feeling there would be further surprises, and if he was barely ready for this version of Jarrell Craith, whatever the man had in store may very well be beyond his power to overcome. He ducked and weaved, leapt off of the track of Jarrell Craith's relentless sword as it pursued him through the burning forest. Quick a process as it was, he didn't have time to regenerate his severed arm. But the immediate surge of extra evasion gave him just enough space to think about his dilemma, however briefly. He was out, leveled. His opponent held the advantage in skill as well, and the usual mechanisms Redmayne employed to even the odds were less than overwhelming in this situation. In order to amass wrath, he had to deal damage, take damage, or inflict a condition. He jumped backward, and the tip of Jarrell's sword whooshed past his nose, a cut which would have sliced his head into 2 pieces if he had tried to dodge it a heartbeat later. A pair of enormous trees framed the Numantian from behind, their canopies ablaze. Redmayne glanced up at the fire, and he had an idea. He'd have to beg Flora's forgiveness for trying it. But the forest was going to burn down whether he tried it or not. Flame of Redmayne Gnosis, 196. A curtain of crimson-violet flame swept from his hand. Jarrell vaulted high over it, but he wasn't the intended target anyway. The trees were the target. They were old in this part of the forest, tall and stout, thick of trunk. If he was fortunate, they would burn for some time. But first, he'd have to be fortunate enough for this to provide him with any benefit in the first place. The flame found purchase on the trunks of 3 elderly trees. At the same time, Jarrell Craith reached the apex of his jump and descended with his blade high, streaking down at Redmayne with Gnosis-fueled velocity. Redmayne dove left, and the Numantian's overhead slash split the boulder he'd been standing on a moment ago. As he flew backward, Redmayne shielded his eyes from the spray of rocky shrapnel to glance at his handiwork. His flame found purchase. Now he awaited results. Jarrell Craith, meanwhile, waited for nothing. His blade destroyed a boulder and changed course in the same instant, seeking Redmayne's head. And the dance continued as Redmayne's pulse grew faster, louder in his ears. Because his stacks of wrath were falling off, one by one, and the only way he'd gain more would be to feel the bite of that sword again. Another dodge came too late. He canted his head to the side, fast enough to avoid it being chopped in 2, not fast enough for it to clip off his left ear. Corpus, 13,001. Next time would be worse. But what else could he do? Corpus, 14,445. Gnosis, 287. Wrath, 9. Redmayne's eyes widened. Wrath, 0. Evasion plus 90. His pulse sped up, but for a different reason. Power and vitality poured into him like hot water from a kettle. And he felt the touch of Flora's magic in it, for the richness of her gnosis was deep in the flesh of the trees. It was like eating a slice of Magister's Delight pie, lovingly baked and served fresh from the oven, still steaming. Jarrell Craith short forward like a knight on horseback, his sword aimed at Redmayne's heart. He turned the blade aside with a backhanded claw. Corpus, 15,647. Gnosis, 379. Wrath, 9. Wrath, 0. Evasion plus 90. The Numantian executed a flawless pattern of advancing thrusts and quick, controlled slashes with only the tip of the blade. A chain of attacks he'd used a few times already in this engagement, but Redmayne lacked the speed to retort. Now he held his ground, his feet rooted to the spot as he slipped to the side of the darting point of that sword like a boxer slipping punches to the head. It was much easier. Corpus, 16,661. Gnosis, 481. Wrath, 9. Wrath, 0. Attack speed up times 9. The conclusion of that chain of attacks drew near. Redmayne watched for it, waited patiently as he eluded Jarrell Craith's artful assault. When it came, he knew there would be only the slightest of pauses before the praetor launched into another sequence of maneuvers, an infinitesimal window of time.
something a mere mortal, or even a young divinity, would not have been able to exploit. But Redmane could.
And he had an arm left, so he used it.
In the instant that impossibly narrow opening presented itself, Redmane's claw shot out like a barbed flail. A mortal would have merely seen a blur, but sharper eyes could observe how that arm shapeshifted en route to its target, stretching out toward it, the action of his shoulder making it curl and crack like a whip. The claw shredded the front of Jarrell Craith's fine robes. It carved 4 jagged lines of blood into the flesh beneath.
A blow which would have felled a lesser adversary. But this was a Numantian of rank. The first of many Redmane would encounter, he supposed. Jarrell Craith staggered backward, his eyes nearly bulging with terror and rage. He looked down at what Redmane had done to him, and it was clear by his expression that he thought his opponent got lucky the first time, that he'd simply made a mistake and allowed Redmane to touch him, attributing it to his failure rather than Redmane's success. Now he had another wound to emotionally contend with. Redmane couldn't tell if it was his intuition or his third eye or some other sense giving him these impressions, but he felt sure of them. Not that it would require any of those things to see Jarrell Craith's unhinged expression. The man was doing his utmost to contain it, but he was failing. Corpus, 17,599. Gnosis, 586. Wrath, 9. You will not touch me again. Jarrell Craith had a quiet rasp of a voice, even though it shook with fury. Today you perish under this blade. There was a spray of blood as Redmane regenerated his arm and his ear. He grinned at the Numantian and gave him a mocking bow. How does it feel to be scarred by a monster? He said. The Numantian's glare intensified, like a dam cracking, threatening to burst. He clenched his jaw and raised his weapon into a ready position, standing in what Redmane supposed was a textbook posture, drilled into him since just after he'd taken his first steps as a baby. The intensity of that stare did not diminish, but at least he looked as if he had it under control, for the moment. So, this was how Jarrell Craith tamed his anger, by pouring it into a cast to let it cool and set into steel. He was the sort of man for whom discipline and structure were lifelines, crutches, restraints, created to help one tell himself he fought for something other than the scent of blood, the exhilaration of battle, the shining joy of the kill. Redmane wondered if he knew the truth about himself. Wrath, 0. Attack speed, up ×9. This time, Redmane went on the attack. His arms moved at the speed of thought, at the speed of gods, and his hands, as if possessed of their own violent will, transformed from strike to strike, becoming all manner of implements of death, an arsenal of flesh and bone. They struck as claws, as blades both broad and fine, as spears and mauls and spiked maces. It was his turn to test his opponent. Poke and prod at those defenses, find out what would work and what would not. Jarrell Craith remained formidable, despite Redmane's gains in speed, blocking and parrying with his sword, evading when he must. He had to admire the efficiency of the Numantian's movements, even though it was a style he'd never bothered trying to mimic himself. The praetor was always an inch out of reach. Never more, never less. He was perfectly comfortable being 1 inch from the point of a blade, or spear tip, or claw, at all times, his evasions never taking him farther from harm than they needed to. This kept him in the ideal range to counterattack, to attempt to maneuver Redmane into favorable positions. That hint of rage he'd seen moments ago was gone, fully subsumed. Redmane felt as though Jarrell Craith fought himself just as vigorously as he fought his opponent. He seemed to be prevailing over one of the two, at least. At least it wasn't Redmane. Not anymore. The flame of Redmane began to spread from the 3 mighty trees he'd painted it with, and his power spread with it. Corpus, 19,888. Gnosis, 771. Wrath, 12. Redmane couldn't tell precisely, but it appeared only the trees and plants enhanced by Flora's magic were feeding him, whereas the mundane foliage was not. Nonetheless, it was all the fuel he required to finish this new mansion and be on to the next one, for he now had a notion he would be fighting them for a long, long time to come. But even with wrath to heighten his powers, this one would still be tough. He was wrapped all the way back into his discipline, fighting like he was one of his own Sicarii, a soulless thing. Redmane wondered if he could draw that soul back out into the open. Wrath, 0. Might, plus 120. I notice you struggling with yourself at times, Sir Praetor, said Redmane as he ducked a swipe of Jarrell's sword. It's plain in your eyes, he added, answering that slash with a short flurry of claws. The awesome force of those claws made the Numantian give ground, the first time he'd done so in this duel. He leapt backwards onto a high rock, and Redmane followed him with a jump so forceful it cracked the stone he'd launched himself from. I have a feeling this is more than duty for you. It feels personal, which is odd since you and I have only just met one another. Tell me, Jarrell Craith, what have I done to deserve your ire? Redmane asked the question as he harried Jarrell Craith with a longer, more aggressive flurry. The praetor's teeth were gritted again as he moved his sword in a defensive pattern, catching all those claws, but only barely. Their impacts sent shockwaves through him, blasts of force strong enough to leave faint claw impressions on the wall of rock several feet behind them both. If you don't answer, I'll have to make assumptions, he said as he kicked the praetor in the gut with such speed there was no way he could evade. Jarrell Craith slammed into the wall of rock behind him, cracks spidering out from the point of impact. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and he was panting, wide-eyed again. There it was. Redmane walked forward casually with a grin. If I had to make assumptions, I would say you don't like me, because you don't like the part of you that resembles me. I see it in you. You struggle with it, try to keep it caged. Jarrell Craith's eyes blazed with anger, but only for a moment. He took a breath, pried himself from his crater, and assumed a ready stance again. You know nothing. But he was lying. Redmane could see it plainly in the way his facade slipped almost immediately. Jarrell Craith appeared to be engaged in some sort of inner struggle just then, as if he were suddenly hearing a voice from elsewhere, listening to its words. He knew what it was like, because he experienced it often, having possession of minions with whom he could silently communicate. Whatever the conversation was, Jarrell Craith looked as though he didn't want to be having it. He looked afraid. Chapter 110. Midva Forest. Jarrell Craith was experiencing some kind of inner dilemma, and Redmane wasn't one to let an opportunity go to waste. If there was a time to strike decisively, it was now. Claws of the Exalted Hunter Gnosis, 671. Redmane leapt in a tight arc, high enough to meet his foe at the point of descent and no farther, and the praetor snapped out of his trance at the last possible instant. Redmane's claws rang off his blade and struck thrice more, Jarrell blocking 2 with success and then crying out as the third carved deeply into his side. Craith staggered back a few paces, clutching the wound. His face was tight with pain. Or was it something else? This man had unfriendly voices in his mind. Redmane didn't know why he thought that. Just instinct. A hunch. The look in the Numantian's eye. The man looked like he was doing his utmost to push something away, to restrain himself. You look haunted, Praetor, said Redmane.
"What do the ghosts command that has shaken you so?" The question drew his glare. He didn't dignify it with an answer. He went on the attack instead.
This time, Jarrell Craith took apart all the sequences he'd thrown at Redmayne thus far and wove them together into new patterns and combinations, setups and finishing moves. The speed at which they were moving and the power in their exchanges of blows made them into a pair of blurred figures traversing wide swaths of the burning forest, so fast their passing created shock waves, as did the ringing impacts of blade on claw. Redmayne could keep up now, and more than that, he could claim the upper hand. Flame of Redmayne Gnosis, 571. He set alight another cluster of Flora's trees, increasing the amount of fuel he was taking in. With it came more wrath, which meant more speed, faster reflexes, more raw toughness and striking power. Whatever he required to maintain his advantage. It freed his mind enough to consider the great possibilities of such a tool. Presuming Flora forgave him for burning her already burning trees, perhaps he should see how she felt about that before he made any big plans. That would be wise. Jarrell Craith's blade swept across the space where Redmayne's head ought to have been, but it found empty air. He continued with a series of quick thrusts, which flew like bullets, but Redmayne retreated off of them, faded away like a specter. The Numantian did an admirable job keeping up with an ever-changing opponent, Redmayne thought. Perhaps he possessed skills made for this very purpose, to aid in the slaying of more powerful foes than oneself. Whatever his best skills were, they would be a fine prize, a trophy for the victor of Volos's war with Numantia. The Numantian War. Or perhaps they would call it Redmayne's Rebellion. Corpus, 23,353. Gnosis, 787. Wrath, 18. Redmayne pondered what to do with his latest gift from the flames. Wrath, 0. Might, plus 180. A demonstration was in order. A statement. He struck the ground so hard it caused an earthquake. The earth heaved and split open, fissures snaking outward in jagged lines, burning trees toppling, their roots exposed and torn. Boulders shattered, sending shards of rock flying in all directions like shrapnel. Fueled by the sudden rush of air, the flames leapt higher, and the sound of the impact echoed throughout Midva Forest. It was a deep rumble, which came from the earth itself, as if it were voicing its displeasure at the disturbance. Jarrell Craith swayed and staggered, barely keeping his footing. A tree fell toward him and he leapt away from it, and then leapt again as the spot he'd chosen for a landing became a sinkhole, rapidly filling with a torrential downpour of rocks, trees, and burning shrubbery. Redmayne, meanwhile, found it simple to stand his ground. He watched the Numantian struggle with a certain satisfaction in his eye. The man was still contending with whatever forces occupied his mind. He could see it in the strained eyes, the gritted teeth, as if continuing to deny it, whatever it was, cost him more and more each time he had to say no. "You may as well let the demons out, Preta," Redmayne called out to him. "You can't win without them." Redmayne hadn't planned on the reaction he got. It simply seemed like the right taunt to deliver. But the raw fear in Jarrell Craith's eyes when he looked up at Redmayne was priceless. Redmayne's third eye burned and opened. There was a flash of heat in his mind, like a curtain burning away to reveal what lay behind it, and suddenly he understood the cause of that fear. He saw the silhouette of Jarrell Craith standing before him in the blazing forest, and behind him floated two dark presences, vast in their power and their hunger. They were old, ancient beyond reckoning. Something about them reminded Redmayne of himself and Flora, but if these things were long separated parts of them, he felt no sense of kinship or recognition. It was more akin to recognition of a similar thing, of beings moved by the same forces which moved through he and Flora, the principles of corpus and gnosis embodied. Except these two did not stand together to balance their consumption with creation. No, they were the void itself. The dual presences reached out into Jarrell from either side, found his heart, and laid their hands on it. Redmayne could feel the man's terror, his lament, for he had opened the door to these creatures in an hour of desperate need, and in doing so, in believing he would be their master and not their tool, he had condemned himself. They wanted him to give in to them, and the weight of their desire threatened to smother his soul, to snuff him out like the meager flame of a candle in the wind. Redmayne felt a swell of fear himself, feeling the power of those two. In order to match them, he would need much fuel. The entire forest, perhaps, if even that was enough. Having experienced the vast presence of Kral so recently, Redmayne couldn't help but compare it to the two beings hidden behind Jarrell Craith. Just one of them was Kral's equal, or more. But there was still an ounce of fight in Jarrell Craith. The Numantian bared his gritted teeth, the corners of his eyes tight with strain. "No!" he shouted. Then he waved his hand, and in a flash of blue light, he was gone from Midva Forest. Jarrell Craith collapsed to his hands and knees, his breath heaving in ragged gasps. Blood dripped from his wounds, painting the floor with splotches of crimson that spread slowly, the liquid reflecting the calm lighting of what was now the governor's chambers. The first thing he felt was gratitude at the sensation of the cool, smooth marble beneath his palms. Then the slightly perfumed scent of the climate-controlled air, a most welcome relief from the oppressive heat and acrid smoke of Midva Forest. Under normal circumstances, on an average day, the sight of even a small stain on the pristine floor would have vexed him. And here he was, making a terrible mess. He was drenched in sweat, covered in dirt and soot, and bleeding. The flavor of blood and ashes mixed in his mouth. He had to laugh. He'd lost, but he'd won. The voices of Life Drinker and Soul Stealer had gone silent. He could feel their presences withdrawn from his mind, in the background, having retreated to regroup. This was their boldest attempt yet to take control of him. Their voices were louder and closer in his mind than they had ever been before. Redmayne had somehow intuited what was happening to him, and the voices of Life Drinker and Soul Stealer responded, needled him, trying to provoke him, mocking his restraint. For a terrifying moment, he thought they were going to call themselves into his hands on their own, shunt his mortal mind aside, and make him a helpless spectator in his own body. They would return, of course, but Jarrell would be ready for their next battle of wills. And he would be ready for his next battle with Redmayne as well. He had learned much. The next engagement would benefit from this knowledge, and from proper planning. Victory was possible. There was a path to it. All he had to do was find it, chart it, construct a plan, and execute. Jarrell Craith, wielding the sword Lawbringer, would be the one to slay Redmayne and end all of this. Triumph would be his. Redemption would be his. Midva Forest lay in silence, the air heavy with the scent of ash and wood smoke. The blackened trunks of trees stood with their branches stripped bare, reaching skyward in skeletal outlines. The ground was a patchwork of scorched earth and smoldering embers, the remnants of leaves and underbrush reduced to a thick layer of soot. And the canopy of the forest, so recently dense and vibrant, was gone. The hazy orange sky obscured instead by an immense column of smoke rising from the ruin of the forest. Redmayne sat upon the wreckage of the last of the Numantian fire machines, surveying the scene with a heavy heart. At least he'd gotten Flora to safety,
Too bad he hadn't done so quickly enough to spare her several gruesome deaths. How strange it must be to experience such a thing more than once. If it were a different person, in a different set of circumstances, he might have been tempted to ask about it. But he'd rather not see pain in Flora's eyes ever again. "Pietra," he said in his mind.
"My lord, how fares the forest?" "Burnt to cinders. I see. My apologies. It shall grow again, my lord." "How fare the others?" "Ah, well, I am with Card and his clan in Morazan Valley. Volter and Vengarl's coterie are securing Castle Redmane, and I believe King Ed and his wild boar friends are with Crum of Asgoff, working to push back a sizable Numantian force approaching Barrow Keep." "I'll assist them then. We must remain separate for now. If I were to call another gathering, we would invite a second ambush. For now, we shall have to communicate like this." "Of course, my lord. But if I may offer a suggestion, perhaps it would be most prudent to make for the last seal with haste." Redmane frowned thoughtfully. They could use his help. But if he came to their aid, that was time spent doing something other than preparing for the ultimate battle. Time he would need. Now that he had met his opponent, and felt the power of the being standing behind him. Surely they would prevail over that man's mind. And when it happened, he would have to be ready to fight all three of them at the same time. A daunting prospect, especially if the circumstances and the terrain were not in his favor. The only reason he'd won the day was because Flora's trees surrounded him. He would need to craft a plan. But first, as Pieter wisely suggested, he should make for the Aradorn Wastes. For the Seal of the Dragon. Chapter 111. Astia, Alma's Grave. Flora coordinated a swift evacuation in the wake of the fires. Being that she was everywhere, she spread the word and gathered the folk of Castle Redmane and Barrow Keep, even while Redmane and his comrades were doing battle throughout their domain. In mere hours, they had a sizable stock of provisions packed and ready for a journey, which would embark from both those locations at the same time. She knew the abyss would frighten the small folk, but she would do her utmost to keep them calm. Leaving them here to become Numantian hostages, or worse, would have been as unwise as it was heartless. It took little persuading to convince Pieter and Dobrogost to be their guides. And so, as she gathered 7 of herselves to Redmane in Midva Forest, she gathered all her other selves to those 2 locations as quickly as she could move. There were more of her, many more actually, but she knew she could not bring the entirety of herself to those 2 locations with any haste. The ones who couldn't make it hid instead, finding shelter in the hills and forests. She brought as many as she could bring in a reasonable amount of time, and then 2 processions of mortals embarked from Castle Redmane and Barrow Keep into the first layer of the abyss to make the trek between worlds. Naturally, the flora at Alma's grave showed no surprise at the arrival of so many people through the abyssal well, but Lar Tathval certainly did. Also surprising was the ratio of Flora to everyone else. For in the weeks since her first emergence in the courtyard of Castle Redmane, she had spread throughout every zone Redmane claimed and left in his wake. And as her enchanted forest spread, so too did the buds which birthed her, again and again and again, making her powers and consciousness grow at an exponential rate. She nearly outnumbered the normal folk at this point. Lar, who was in the middle of fielding one of her questions, stopped mid-sentence and gawked. Not at the procession of people, but at the dozens upon dozens of Floras. There may have been 100 of her, likely more. Is that? Lar glanced at the Flora he'd been speaking to. Are those your sisters? 8 or 10 of the nearest Floras chuckled softly, which made Lar Tathval nearly leap out of his skin. Nay, said the one he'd been speaking to. Thou art speaking to me, said the next nearest one, with a smirk and a curtsy. And me, said another one close by. And me, said another.
To drive the point home, she looked at him with 8 pairs of eyes and spoke in all their voices at the same time. They art I, and I art they. We art the buds of the verdigris flower, together in body and mind. Most of the time, Lartathval gave off an air of amused detachment, as if the struggle for the fate of Volos was a quaint thing, a provincial conflict playing out on a little stage no one important was paying attention to. Evidently, the sight of Flora in all her power and strangeness could cow even him. "I see," he said. Some of the color drained from his face.
Since they did not know how long they would spend here on the drained world of Astia, it made sense to Flora to provide the folk of Volos as comfortable a stay as she could provide. But Astia was about as void of comforts as it was of everything else, so she would have to be resourceful. The abyssal well sat upon the ridge of a broad valley, overlooking a dry riverbed running from the northwest end of the valley to the southeast. In the valley's center, overshadowed in the distance by the silent skyline of the city of Novium, lay the ruins of a town. Flora supposed its architecture was Numantian, as she hadn't seen its like before. Streets of hod-packed dirt wound through the town, their paths uneven, following the terrain. Its dwellings were numerous, small and clustered, and showed all the signs of long abandonment. Wooden shutters hung askew, and doorways gaped open. The few archways which still held their form framed the shadowed interiors of what she supposed were once communal buildings. In the central square, there stood a circle of stone columns, their surfaces weathered and cracked, a few fallen over and broken. The columns made a ring around a dry fountain, its basin empty, the carved figures around it eroded by time. And off to the side was a well, which she assumed would also be dry. The silence of the place was profound. It would have to do. It would simply require some clean-up work. Flora suggested they trek down the hill to that village with their provisions and make it as livable as possible. And, as it turned out, Flora herself was a highly efficient labor force. She began by clearing debris from the village's streets, teams of her working in perfect coordination. Her physical strength was not exceptional by imbued or divine standards, but she made up for it with an uncanny level of synchronization. She inspected homes with an eye on their integrity, and where she spotted structural flaws, she reinforced them with sturdy vines conjured from the earth. Reviving the dry riverbed was beyond her power. But the well in the town square was not entirely empty. She gathered a few of herselves to the area around it, and called forth deep-rooted grasses and perennials to try and coax as much water up from below as possible. They had brought as much water as they could carry, but without more, they would quickly need to return to Volos to refresh their supply, and every such trip posed dangers. This was a barren place, truly. But she felt stronger now, with so many of her gathered together to reinforce the power of her will. And things were not always as dead as they first appeared. A cluster of floras gathered near the well to summon a small herb garden. She focused on fast-growing plants, both nutritional and medicinal, to supplement the provisions they had brought from Volos. She gathered the children together, a goodly distance from where she was doing the more hazardous work of clearing streets and renovating structures. And there she entertained them with songs and plays and little skits where she acted out all the parts herself. Flora donned an imaginary crown. "Hark! I am the king of the forest, and I claim dominion over all that is green and growing." She puffed out her chest, eliciting giggles from the children. Another Flora approached with a playful swagger. "And I am the mischievous sprite, here to play tricks upon thee, O king." She waggled her fingers in a mock, threatening manner, her eyes twinkling with mischief. The king Flora feigned shock, placing a hand dramatically upon her forehead. "Oh, fie! What mischief dost thou plan, thou impish creature?" The sprite Flora danced around the king whimsically. "I shall turn thy royal robes into a cloak of brambles, and thy crown into a nest for birds." She mimed the transformation,
wrapping invisible vines around the king, who pretended to struggle and stumble about. The children burst into laughter at her antics. A third Flora, playing the role of a wise old sage, entered the scene with a slow, deliberate gait, and when she spoke, she made her speech as manly a baritone as she could muster.
"Fear not, noble king, for I possess the wisdom to undo this enchantment." She stroked an imaginary beard, her expression one of deep contemplation. The King Flora turned to the sage with exaggerated relief. "Pray, good sage, how might I be freed from this vexing spell?" The sage Flora raised a finger, her voice solemn yet playful. "Thou must dance a jig most merry, and sing a tune most sweet, to break the sprite's spell." "Like this?" And the King Flora broke into a ridiculous dance that made the children fall about laughing again. By the time evening fell on the village, its transformation was nothing short of magical. The streets, once blocked with debris, were open and lined with softly glowing flowers. The homes and buildings, previously crumbling and dilapidated, stood reinforced. Vines wove through their walls and roofs, glowing where they flowered, like a string of decorative lights. Open areas had been cleared and adorned with more faintly luminous flora, creating inviting communal spaces. Flora stood back and examined her handiwork, hands on her hips. It would do for now. Already she could see that the folk of Castle Redmane and Barrow Keep, who had at first laid eyes upon the dead village with looks of trepidation and despair, were now roaming about with some life in their eyes, looking around at this strange new place in a strange new world with interest and a sense of hopefulness.
It was not as vibrant as she would have liked. Even with so much of her power concentrated in this single place, this world's desolation made even small things into a struggle. A struggle she would win, with patience and diligence. The thought of her ultimate victory put a smile on her lips. "Seems like you've done this before," said Lar Tathval, who came up next to her to share the view. She smiled and shook her head. "I merely improvised."
"You're good at improvisation, then," he said, smirking as he folded his arms and looked out over the renovated town.
Flora glanced at him.
"Do you recall the name of this place?"
"This colony was closed before my time," said Lar. "I knew of its location on the map, but that's about it." Flora considered that information. She looked upon the homes of a long-lost people. Records might reveal the town's name, and perhaps even the names of some of its residents. But unless it was written in Numantian, or some other language she or Lar Tathval could read, such records would be useless if they even existed any longer. And she could sense no traces of the spirits of the departed. There was no natural gnosis left to sustain them. Flora took a leap of faith, then. She imagined that the folk who once built this place would be pleased to see new life in their home, even if such a thing was temporary. Or perhaps it didn't have to be temporary. Flora imagined she would have a difficult time persuading anyone to remain here with her, in such a desolate place, after the troubles were over. They would all be eager to return home, and she couldn't blame them for that. But the prospect of reviving an entire world? Yes, she would remain.
Her lord husband would make war on the Numantians. It was what he did best. And here in this place, she would do what she did best.
"The town needs a new name, methinks," said Flora.
Lar rubbed his chin. "How about Nova Astia?"
"A Numantian name won't do," she said.
"Nay, it should be something new."
"Nova means new," said Lar with a smirk.
She smirked back.
"That is not what I meant."
With that said, she pondered. What was this place to them? A temporary haven. A safe place to weather the dangers of conflict. And when she was done with it would be a green place as well. As green as she could manage.
"Greenhaven," said Flora. I'll go find something to make a welcome sign with, said Lar.
Chapter 112. Eridorn Wastes. Redmane lingered in the burning remains of Midva Forest for a time. Not in mourning. He knew full well it would all grow anew. He remained to soak up the power the flame of Redmane fed him, and expanded the spread of that flame a bit, so that at least some of Flora's creation would not have gone to waste. Corpus, 40,344. Gnosis, 2,343.
He would have preferred sitting with her at the castle and eating a pile of Magister's Delight. But, given the dire circumstances, this would have to do. He'd met his enemy, an enemy who would not be likely to sit and wait for him to make his next move. And so Redmane took off directly from the forest, circling higher and higher until he'd found the proper altitude for soaring, and took aim for the southeast.
The Eridorn Wastes took up a generous portion of that section of Volos. He'd seen it on maps, and more recently, on the Gnosis-made atlas built by the system. It was a broad crescent of arid land, with desert on the far eastern side, all of it sheltered by a nearly circular valley of mountains.
The city Redmane sought was supposed to be somewhere in the center of that place, where the desert met the tundra. He recalled there being a town on the borderlands, in the largest gap between the ring of mountains, but he did not recall the names of either place. He'd know them when he saw them. This would be another long flight. Several days spent high in the air, soaring toward the southeast, the opposite corner of Volos from Terracon. Castle Redmane, Terracon, and this old forgotten city in the desert could make 3 points of a triangle. The flight left him time to reflect on events and possibilities. Flora was safe. That was a substantial relief. His comrades were fighting across their domain, but he didn't know not long they could last against an entire host of Numantians. Long enough to delay them while he handled this final task, he hoped. If they ran into trouble, they could retreat through the abyss again. Numantians seemed to have an aversion to abyssal travel. Apart from that, there was nothing else in play. Nothing he knew of. This man, Jarrell Craith, was an unknown. Redmane couldn't help but feel like he hadn't yet seen what the Praetor was truly capable of, and certainly not what he was capable of with the help of those dark presences watching over him. Would he be equal to that in power, when at last his own power was fully unsealed? He had no idea. But he would soon find out. The promise of such a battle filled his guts with fire. He found himself anticipating the clash, the test, the collision of steel and claw. But there was a touch of fear there as well. It wasn't fear for his own safety. No, it was Flora and the others. All the people counting on him to protect them. Redmane studied the nugget of fear in his stomach, like an explorer having discovered a small, unfamiliar life form under a rock. Perhaps it would be useful. It would keep him focused. The battle was no mere indulgence. It served a just and necessary purpose. What began as a mad dash for freedom had grown into a fight for the freedom of his entire world, with him at the tip of the spear. The 5 heroes had cut him up and sealed him away, and by the Numantians' own folly had they unleashed him again. They would be the architects of their own demise. Fitting. The terrain beneath him changed slowly, and then, all at once. In the first 2 days it was all the same, green hills and lakes, forests and distant mountains. And then, late in the morning of the 3rd day, the grasses thinned and the terrain flattened, and he saw a ring of dark mountains stretching across the horizon. When the sun was near its peak, he flew over that town he'd seen on the atlas. You have entered Zone Cenera, Desert Town. Tasks: 1. Slay Outrider Sten. 2. Slay Kennelmaster Golas.
3. Slay Mayor Baldrek. Tasks completed. 1/3. Nearby, outside the town, he saw another Numantian Legion encampment. They would be down there fighting the natives right now. If the need for haste wasn't so great, Redmayne would have flown down there and assisted them, like he had with the others he'd recently encountered. Time was of the essence, now more than ever. Perhaps he'd return when his business with the seal of the dragon was done. He flew on past, despite instincts pulling at him. The day progressed, and as the sun climbed higher in the sky, the tundra beneath him gave way to shrubby desert, and at last to an endless expanse of golden sand. Dunes rose beneath him, shifting like waves. He noticed they began to slope downward gently, forming a miles-wide basin in the very heart of the desert. The lowest point of that basin, the heart of it, concealed a city. Redmayne's eyebrows rose. Surprised he hadn't seen such a massive place earlier in his flight, but it had been artfully concealed by the terrain, and the way the desert seemed to be slowly reclaiming it felt as though that too were a part of its very design. The buildings rose from the sand, remarkably untarnished by time or erosion. The architectural style looked like that of the abyssal wells and the tomb of Voss. Solid, rectangular buildings built from jet-black stone. Except this was no small, hidden place. This was once a metropolis. It was nearly the size of Terracon, except it spread out horizontally rather than vertically. Strangely, the system didn't seem to recognize it as a zone, despite its size. But then again, it hadn't recognized the other places featuring these buildings either. Except for the Deepwell Monastery, which it must have detected because of its proximity to other places relevant to the Blight. The system was blind to these sites, or it considered them unworthy of mention. Or perhaps it didn't want people looking here, and omitted them from the atlas on purpose. He directed his attention to the city below again, scanning around for a spot to land. From this angle and altitude, he noted that the place did not so much resemble a city which had grown over time, but something centrally planned. Everything laid out in concentric circles, orderly blocks and uniform streets. It may not have been a city at all. It may have been a temple complex or a military base. Both, perhaps. Redmayne descended slowly, still searching for a landing site, and also a good place to begin searching for the seal of the dragon. Everything was so similar to his eyes that it was difficult to judge the purpose of one building versus another. When he reached a certain distance from the tops of the buildings, the ground rumbled. He ruled out the possibility of a sudden earthquake when he saw why it was happening. These architects had fooled his eyes again. This nameless city had defenders standing dormant, ensconced in the walls of black stone like carvings. But they were not carvings, in fact. They stepped out from the walls which held them, and their eyes came alight, glowing gold. They were giant things, tall enough to peer over the walls of Castle Redmayne. Their steps shook the earth beneath their feet, but otherwise they made no sound as they came alive. The articulated joints of their bodies functioning so well, they were uncannily human in the way they moved. Ugorid Sentinel monster type, automaton, level 400. His presence appeared to have activated a dozen of them, or more, just in this immediate area. And this was an enormous city. Unless he could find a quick way to dispatch these things, fighting them all would cost him far more time than he could spare. But he may not have that option. The nearest 3 Ugorid sentinels looked up at him at the same time, with their expressionless stone faces. Their eyes flared, and they shot 3 solid beams of gnosis up at him. Redmayne guessed it was a warning snot, because they let him sail clear of it without firing another. Up at a safer altitude, he pondered what to do. Best to rule out simple solutions first. Marked as Prey Astral Stalker, Gnosis, 2328. As Redmayne's body faded into an ethereal state, flight became a simple process.
He could hover in place and move about with perfect control over his position in the air. So he tested his skill against the perception of the stone giants, lowering himself back down until he was at the approximate level where they had taken that warning shot. 4 of them looked right at him.
But this time they did not attack. For now, it was an acceptable outcome. Redmayne hovered about the city at speed, inspecting every building passing beneath him, indifferent to the eyes of dozens of Ugorid sentinels tracking his incorporeal passage. That they could see him, but had no weapon to deal with his presence, strongly suggested that there would be a weapon capable of dealing with him somewhere.
He reminded himself to remain cautious. This place's builders had proven their cunning a few times already. The trouble was that he knew nothing about the sigils carved into the walls of buildings and archways, lining either side of the streets. They could have been decorative, or dormant magic traps waiting to go off the moment he became corporeal again. For the time being, he was content to observe that they weren't going off as he passed. Yet. And so the street-by-street search carried on. It comprised educated guesses. The large circular building over there could have been a temple, or a concert hall, or an arena. That cluster of buildings could have been a barracks, or simply residences. He'd have to go inside every building to discover its purpose, another thing he did not have time for. Throughout it all, the giant Ugorid sentinels continued to activate and stare at him as he floated through the streets. He'd awaken them all at this rate. By the time the sun was well past its peak in the sky, descending to paint the clouds red and orange, he thought he'd just about done so. This place was vexingly maze-like. Worse, the buildings themselves were so redundant in their design, he caught himself going in circles more than once. Even the inmost circle of the city center was composed of structures so similar to each other that he wondered what this place's purpose was to begin with. Anyone who lived here would probably have gone mad. Redmayne had nearly given in to madness himself when he came upon something new. Something that made his eyebrows shoot up. He floated back around the corner he'd just turned, in case they had seen him. There were 3 of them, gathered in a small plaza whose centerpiece was a statue overlooking a dark pool which strongly resembled an abyssal well. The first of its kind Redmayne had seen under the open air. They were having a muted conversation. The first man he didn't recognize, a burly fellow, clad in black robes like his 2 companions. He didn't wear his very well. His frame was too brawny. The second was Auric Morholt. The third could have been Redmayne's twin brother, except for the brown hair and green eyes and the way he stood, straight-backed and rigid. Redmayne focused on Auric, stupefied. He'd eaten him, devoured and digested him. He closed his eyes to search his soul space for Eric's soul, and a cold dagger of shock struck him in the spine when he realized he wasn't there. Nor was Aaron Morholt, his cousin, nor was... Chapter 113. Eridorn Wastes. Ugorid Redmayne's wayward son stood with Auric and Aaron Morholt holding a hushed conversation. It took a moment to process what he was seeing. And there was something else, something about the aura of the 2 Morholts. It reminded Redmayne of Pieter, Dobrogost, any of the others he'd granted everlasting life by way of devourer. Voss had done something similar to those 2. Some higher sense told Redmayne they were connected to his son in the same way his spawn were connected to him. But how? How had they escaped? It had to have been Voss, some failsafe he devised in ancient times, or perhaps there was something about the nature of divinity he knew that Redmayne didn't. He had forgotten much, after all. "He is here," said Voss, looking past the Morholts. The earth quaking from the footfalls of the giant sentinels must have given it away. Auric followed Voss's gaze, but he wasn't looking at anything in particular. The young Morholt had a stricken look on his face.
"So, what's the plan then?" he said, in as steady a voice as he could manage. "The sentinels will show us where he's hiding. When he surfaces, we strike. And once he is subdued, I will take him apart, as I have done more than once throughout the ages of this world."
Eric nodded slowly. Evidently, the reassurance of a god was enough to calm him.
Aaron Morholt cleared his throat. Forgive me for asking, but how does one take apart a god?" Voss's eyes slid to meet the elder Morholt's, and the latter looked away, unable to bear the weight of the first sovereign's attention. "One must forge and wield a soul-sundering weapon, a craft taught to me long ago by travelers from another world." "Numantians?" asked Eric. Voss shook his head no.
"You'll ally with the Numantians against Redmayne, won't you?" asked Aaron.
Voss raised an eyebrow. "Why would I do such a thing?" Aaron didn't know how to follow up on his own question, so he shrugged with a sheepish look and let it drop. Redmayne made a mental note to thank him later, as he'd just given him an idea.
In truth, he knew not the character of his own child, aside from what he had learned. He knew only that Voss was capable of patricide, matricide, and the mutilation of divine bodies and souls. But would he ally himself with Numantia? Not if he understood what it would cost. What the Numantians did to divinities who refused them. Perhaps the enemy of his enemy could be his friend. Redmayne would have preferred to reconcile with him, to learn why he'd done what he'd done, to achieve a semblance of understanding. But such things were not always possible. In the meantime, he had to work out how to foil their ambush. The sentinels could see him, but they couldn't touch him. He could use that, perhaps. Lead them somewhere and then spawn decoys, distractions, something which would draw their attention. But if he weren't truly there, the value of such a distraction would be fleeting, quickly wasted if he didn't make a move worth spending it on. There was also the risk that Voss would correctly deduce that he was moving around in an incorporeal state and muster countermeasures against it. So, a singular distraction, invoked at the correct moment. To what end, though? He was here for the seal of the dragon. Voss surely knew this. Why else would he be here, but to stop him from reclaiming the last of his power? Auric and Aaron Morholt were likely to be invested with a portion of Voss's divine power, just as Redmayne could do the same with the mortals who had become his spawn. And Voss himself now looked to be recovered from his long torpor. His aura felt much stronger. And then there was an army of giant Gnosis-powered guardians, each one level 400. Contending with them, and with Voss and his minions, and then contending with the seal of the dragon, was sure to be a losing proposition. There was also the issue of finding the seal in the first place, which he hadn't yet succeeded in, despite searching through this maze of a city for most of the day. If he were to find the seal, slay its guardian, and claim its power, in all likelihood he would emerge with the strength to best Voss and his acolytes, and his sentinels, and the Numantians, and the praetor Jarel Craith, and, with will and good fortune, the ominous presences moving him from the shadows. He just had to make it there first. Voss and his two new followers may have unwittingly led him close to it. They could be near wherever the seal lay concealed, knowing Redmayne would have to come this way to reach it. Either that, or this was simply the place where they emerged from the abyss and stopped to talk. He doubted they would clarify if he came around the corner to ask them. Redmayne folded his arms, his mouth twisting into a thoughtful frown. Many problems faced him. Luckily, he'd stumbled on this one before it had gotten the drop on him. But finding the seal would still be the first one to attend to, and searching for it with a single pair of eyes wasn't getting him anywhere. It was time for a trick he hadn't employed in some time. Spawn. Lots of spawn.
First, he floated away from Voss and his cronies and found a secluded place with plenty of room around his feet to create lots of them. Small ones, fast movers, the rough specifications of a lizard or ground squirrel, with claws sharp enough to find easy purchase on walls and ceilings. Naturally stealthy due to their size and quickness, so that he didn't have to invest each and every one with gnosis to power skills. If the sentinels found one, they would have to catch it to squash it. A good way to see how fast those stone giants truly were. Redmayne sacrificed a generous portion of corpus to create a good large batch of them.
Corpus, 35,344. By his count, he'd spawned 100. They skidded off in different directions, in small groups, so as not to attract the attention of the god and two godlings nearby. Redmayne closed his eyes and reached out into their senses, and he found that his third eye assisted him greatly in the task. Before the Sphinx, he could feel the forms of his spawn if he placed his focus on it, but not in a way that translated into an immediate sensory experience. It was more like closing his eyes and touching his left hand with his right hand. Now, the third eye beheld everything at once. It was a disorienting experience at first. Overwhelming. Too much information for a mind accustomed to only one set of sense impressions. He skidded across black stone streets, crawled on walls and ceilings, looked up at the titanic boot of a stone sentinel as it passed by on patrol. He had a composite picture of so many places at once that it began to construct a three-dimensional image, in the same way one might see the afterimage of a burning candle if they stared straight at it for a long time and then closed their eyes. His third eye was helping him draw a map of this place with the eyes of 100 spawn and the power of his mind. It would be a time-consuming process. Fast as they were, it was still a sizable area to cover. But he wouldn't miss anything this way. He would have the picture in its entirety. No hidden corner or shadowed alcove would go unexplored. The mind map unfolded in layers, revealing the concentric circles of the city's design, the orderly blocks and uniform streets which radiated from the city center like the spokes of a wheel. He could feel the little claws of all his spawn darting across smooth black stone dusted with sand, intelligently evading the notice of the lumbering sentinels. He realized it wasn't their intelligence, but his. He was unconsciously moving them, like pieces on a game board. As the map grew, it also grew richer in detail. And the more clearly Redmayne saw the totality of this city, what appeared at first to be naught but redundancy in the design and placement of the structures, became clearer. There were indeed differences. Whether this was all designed to confound intruders, or it was simply the way these folk built things, he couldn't have said. But he noticed that on the north, east, west, and south sides of the circle, there was a small, round building, which did not match its rectangular neighbors. Redmayne saw one earlier when he was searching with only one pair of eyes. At that moment he had made little of it, but now that he studied 4 of them, he noted they were too small to be storehouses or even dwellings. They could be privies, perhaps. He'd have to go inside to find out. So he sent 4 spawn into each one to have a look around, and he found the same thing in each location. Stairwells. The steps built of the familiar black stone, the walls beginning smooth but then becoming rough and irregular, natural caverns. Evidently, the presence of his spawn was sufficient to trigger the torches mounted on the stone walls, which lit with golden flame as they passed by. From the north, south, east, and west, Redmayne descended with 4 pairs of eyes and a 5th to guide them all. The presence of a familiar power pulsed beneath him, as if beckoning. Chapter 114. Eridorn Wastes. Ugorid Redmayne shunted aside the gazes of 100 pairs of eyes in favor of 4, and in his mind the map of this long-forgotten city grew downward into the earth. His spawn descended at a uniform rate,
their paths twisting together from the north, south, east, and west to converge in a massive cavern deep beneath the city. It was near. He could feel the power of it growing more intense, palpable in the air.
The strongest aura he had yet felt from a seal. Fitting, he supposed, for it would be the last. But in all other ways it matched its four counterparts. A ring of pillars, constructed from bone, etched with glowing runes, which contained a field of roiling energy. There was one noticeable difference, however: the sheer vastness of this cavern. A second city could have been built down here, just upon the circular mesa where the seal sat alone. Black waters surrounded that mesa, a subterranean sea branching into underground rivers going north, southwest, and east. Part of him wanted to make haste to the seal and engage with its guardian now. But if Voss were to discover his location during that struggle, things could take a dangerous turn. The prudent thing to do would be to engage one foe at a time. Or perhaps it would be wiser to entangle all his enemies at the simultaneously, occupy them with distractions, so he could proceed undisturbed to this, the true objective. But then an even better idea presented itself. Pieter.
"My lord, how fares your journey? I've arrived, but there's a problem."
"Ah, well, elucidate me. How may we be of assistance?"
"You'll need to gather everyone, and quickly." Voss had a seat at the lip of the abyssal well. Legs folded, back straight. He was here. The sentinels were awake. The presence of their master, their maker, had not disturbed them. Only an intruder would have made them rise, and there was only one reason an intruder would be here, in this place, at this time. He drew a breath in, slowly filling his lungs, and reached out with his mighty senses. Father's presence was everywhere.
It was all over the city, scattered, moving about like a colony of ants. His perception of it was immediate and dismaying, like opening the cupboard door to find it swarming with pests. Despite their careful preparation, the lengths they gone to ensure this exact situation would never happen, it had all come to naught. The Lord of Hunger would keep finding itself, again and again. It would always gather together in its carnivorous fever and set to devouring everything in its path. He knew its purpose well, for he had crafted it himself. But he should have never entrusted the safekeeping of such a thing to mortals. He knew that now. Voss, the first sovereign, would never sleep again. He waited and watched, hoping only that Father hadn't yet discovered what he was looking for, what lay hidden beneath Ugorid. There were 4 entrances to the catacombs, so he placed his attention upon those and awaited the first sign of something approaching it. No sooner did he do so did he sense it. A clump of those small fragments of Father's will, coming together, coalescing into something the rough size and shape of a man. Voss opened his eyes. He reached out and called Godcutter to his hand, and it appeared in a flash of gold. "Remain here," he said to the mortals he had rescued from Father's soul space. "Guard the well." He translocated in a blaze of golden fire. Eric Morholt opened his mouth to object, but Voss was gone before he could get a word out. Damn. He glanced at the abyssal well, shuddered. The memory of being down there made his skin crawl. Now they had to guard it? From who? His cousin Aaron came over and sat down at the lip of the well, near where Voss had been sitting before he vanished. He peered into the black waters curiously, and as Eric watched him, he couldn't help but feel resentment that Voss had mended his broken mind. He liked Aaron better when he was a mumbling invalid. It was what he deserved. "Feels like big things are in motion," said Aaron. "Monumental things. Strange to find oneself a part of it." Auric kept a sneer off his face,
barely. But contempt for Aaron roiled for in his guts. That he should have the audacity to try and speak to him like they were comrades. Indeed, he said curtly. The terrible irony of being damned, and then saved, and imbued with divine power, only to be stuck with this ape for all time. Aaron looked at his cousin. What do you suppose is going to happen? He shrugged. Whatever happens. You're not interested? We have no stake in any of it, except for that which our new master decides for us. Aaron frowned thoughtfully and nodded. Still ignorant to the hostility Auric could have sworn was radiating off of him like the glow of a bonfire. The elder Morholt returned his gaze to the dark, still waters of the well from whence they had emerged. There will always be masters. Best to serve them with distinction, and if they're just, your service will be fairly rewarded. Auric didn't know if Voss, the so-called first sovereign, was a just soul. He barely knew anything about him. Only time could tell what their ultimate fate would be. Whatever it was better than an eternity sitting in an endless field of corpses. Something drew Aaron's attention sharply. His eyes shifted to the center of the well, and Auric's gaze followed it. A ripple emanated from the center of the well, then another. Then the water bulged as something began to emerge from the abyss. Pieter listened carefully to his instructions and executed them in haste. He gathered them all together, everyone, the imbued of House Redmayne, and all those others whom the system could not or would not recognize. The monsters, the beast-men, the demi-humans, all the peoples of Volos, all of whom had a stake in the outcome of this day's conflict. Since Lord Redmayne had prudently left spawn throughout his domain, communication took place with satisfying speed. He reached his old friends Berek and Valdemar, who still tended their flock of beastmen in the town of Berograd. Next came the warlord Redmayne had called Ash in Midva Forest. He reached Valter, Vengarl, Irina, Radovid and Vela in Morazan Valley. Then Crum of Asgoff, the Magister Evelina, and the two knights at Barrow Keep, Sir Velibor and Sir Grimgarl. Vang sought out his old clan in the Scala Mountains. The demi-human chief also spoke to King Ed and his boar friends. There was the one called Cod, and the remainder of his tribe, whom Lord Redmayne had met on his way to the Seal of the Kirin. Gale, the Ice Warg, returned to speak to his kin in the Fangs of Frost. Many of these groups were already blade to blade with the Numantians spreading across Volos. When they all vanished from the battlefield, the enemy would surely notice. Which, too, was a part of the plan. Jarell Craith had recovered enough. He'd bathed and changed robes, consumed elixirs and salved his skin with unguents, and taken as much rest as his mind and its unwanted residents would allow. Now he sat, chin rested on his fist, and stared at the Atlas of Volos with unblinking eyes, drumming the fingertips of his other hand against the table. Redmayne would resurface again if he wanted to save his allies. It was only a matter of time. General Fabian was tightening the noose. The domain of House Redmayne was now surrounded from every side, with reinforcements building in the rear of every front. And the forces with which they contended were barely holding out as it was. Soon they would be utterly overwhelmed. Jarell's eyes flicked from unit to unit, hawkishly, waiting for the spontaneous disappearance of a war engine or a squad of soldiers, as it happened in Midva Forest. But nothing out of the ordinary took place. Occasionally, a unit would be vanquished by an adjacent enemy unit, per the norm. But if Redmayne was covertly assisting units already engaged, he was going about it foolishly. Because they were losing. Soon they would be losing badly. A unit winked out, and Jarell's eyes snapped right to its location. It was an enemy unit. A group of renegade imbued. Another disappeared, elsewhere on the map. There were no Numantian forces anywhere near it. Then another, and another. Jarrell Craith held his breath, his eyes fixed on the whole of the atlas, zoomed out so he could see everything. More and more enemy units vanished from the theater of battle. But then a blip drew his attention to a largely unoccupied area on the southeast edge of the continent. With a jolt, Jarrell understood what was happening. They weren't vanishing. They were moving. They were all moving to the same location. Abyssal travel. It had to be. It had to be Redmayne. Jarrell didn't care if this was a trap. He'd walk right into it, smash the trap to pieces, and slay the trapper. As he strode out of the command tent to meet with General Fabian, two presences in back of Jarrell Craith's mind quietly savored the fruits of their handiwork. Redmayne watched his decoy gather together near the entrance to the stairs. It was made of spawn he'd recalled, and he bid it take its time in reforming into something new. The ultimate form would be roughly the size of the average demi-human, but he had a feeling it wouldn't make it to its ultimate form. There was a flash of golden flame. A blade glinted in the sunset's light and descended. It chopped the poor thing in half. "I had a feeling that was how you would greet me," said Redmayne from behind him. Voss already knew. He was looking down at the spawn, cursing his haste. The first sovereign turned and held the point of his golden sword toward Redmayne as he walked out of the shadows. Redmayne felt a familiar power emanating from it. "I see you forged a replacement," said Redmayne. "This one will cut you into finer pieces than the last." Voss charged. To the mortal eye, he simply vanished, but Redmayne could see him. Two gods clashed, blade against claw, and the blast of their collisions swept the streets of the city clean of sand for hundreds of yards. The same happened upon their next exchange, and the next, creating circular patches of clean black streets and buildings, if viewed from above. It even shrived clean the lumbering Ugarid sentinels. The battle at Voss's tomb in Asgoth was like a pair of children dueling with wooden swords, compared to this. Redmayne, so close to realizing the completeness of his former power. Voss, fully awake from his long torpor. The world of Volos had not felt two of its own gods in battle for eons. The ground shook when they met, as if it were trembling with fear. "It was foolish to reveal yourself," said Voss, as his blade rang against a curved blade of bone. "It was necessary," said Redmayne. "I had to show you something." Voss's brows drew together. Redmayne imagined his son thought he was trying to trick him somehow. But then, all around them, the air sizzled. Points of crackling light formed in a rough ring around the perimeter of the city. And men, or what looked like men, in silver armor and blue cloaks, emerged from those shimmering rifts in rank and file, wielding weapons of gleaming star steel. "What is this?" "This is why I'm here," said Redmayne. "To take my power back. Because there's something new on our doorstep." Voss looked over at his father, and Redmayne returned his intense gaze with a dour smile. "Something worse than me." Chapter 115. Eridorn Wastes, Ugorid. At first, Voss looked at Redmayne as though he were about to ask, "What could be worse than you?" But he didn't ask. Perhaps it seemed as if the question were about to answer itself. Numantian legionnaires emerged from ruptures in space, rifts burning white with pure gnosis, marching in rank and file onto the streets of this ancient city, only to encounter a small army of giant sentinels wrought from black stone, who were already less than pleased at the number of intruders in their midst. But the silent guards of this place were about to have more trouble on their hands, for all of Redmayne's allies came charging out from the abyssal well at the same time. The imbued of House Redmayne, and a host of others,
monsters and demi-humans and beast-men. They were no unified force, but they made a splash. A trio of giant boars charged at the leg of a Ugorid sentinel, making it land on its back with a thunderous crash. The combined demi-human hosts of Vang and King Ed overwhelmed a line of Numantian legionnaires. Valter and Vengarl picked off legionnaires from a rooftop with arrows and bullets as their coterie fought below. Crumb of Asgoth leapt high into the air, swinging a punch that sent a black stone sentinel backpedaling. And thus, the first stage of the plan was enacted. Place all the pieces on the board together. Redmane had moved his, and the Numantians did not disappoint in the haste with which they had moved theirs. He didn't have nearly as many, but he suspected the move would attract their most important ones. He and Voss both flinched, shielding their eyes as a burning rift tore open right in front of them. 10 armored figures emerged from it in rank and file, their figures made indistinct by the intensity of the light. Redmane saw only the outlines of their shields and spears, but what little he saw told him these men were taller and better armed than normal legionaries. He quickly checked their system tags. Centurion, first generation imbued, level 350.
Then a sixth stepped forth, head and shoulders taller than the others, and Redmane's third eye burned. This one had broken worlds. He was the one they called when the natives grew restless. He had overseen the slaughter of hundreds of thousands of souls. His gaze portended a storm of fire and blood for any world unfortunate enough to fall beneath it. Tacito Fabian, Legionary, General, level 501.
General Fabian came into view as the fire of the rift behind him faded.
He was more giant than man, thick of limb, barrel-chested and broad-shouldered, his hide tanned by the suns of 100 scourged worlds, scars crisscrossing his exposed arms and legs. But the general's armor was pristine, gleaming star steel of the finest grade. He wore a lorica and armored kilt, with bracers on his forearms and shin guards on his legs. The helmet's faceplate was wrought in the likeness of a regal human countenance. "You," the general's hollow voice issued from behind the metal faceplate. His attention was on Voss.
A quaestor would normally perform this task, but circumstances being what they are, you get me instead. Divine entity, I present you with a choice. Align with our empire and augment its power with your own, and you will be richly rewarded. Or deny us and face obliteration at my hand. Redmane had no true way of knowing what Voss would choose, only that he would have to choose. Instinct told him he had made a safe wager. Not a wager on whether Voss would side with his father against a new adversary. He would have lost that one. It was a wager on whether the first sovereign would recognize an authority higher than himself. Voss's gaze hardened. "This is my world," he said, "and I bend the knee to no interloper." Redmane grinned. "Then the two of you can perish together," said General Fabian. He moved at shocking speed for his size. As Fabian's hands blurred through the air, weapons appeared in them. A broad-bladed axe to cleave Voss from shoulder to hip, and a spiked maul to crush Redmane flat. A claw and a golden blade rebuked them, and the battle was joined. Fabian's centurions moved to encircle them both, and Redmane waved his arm, blanketing 7 of them in a wave of baleful fire. Flame of Redmane Gnosis, 2228, Wrath, 14. General Fabian let go of his summoned weapons, and they vanished. When he brought his hands together, the long handle of a giant curved greatsword appeared in them, and he swept that blade across their necks. Both maneuvers took place in hardly more than the blink of an eye. Redmane ducked that blade, but barely, losing some hair and a shred of his cloak. While crouched, he blasted the other 3 centurions with a gout of his flame. Gnosis, 2128, Wrath,
20.
He ought to have 30 stacks of wrath, not 20. One of his conditions wasn't sticking. The flames still burned on their bodies, so he supposed they were immune to venom. It would have to do.
Redmayne fell upon the centurions to distract them, while Voss charged Fabian with his golden sword to gain in wrath and become their equal first, and then surpass them. An unfortunate peculiarity of his power. If not for wrath, either Voss or Fabian would have flattened him in short order from the sheer disparity in levels between them. But such was his nature. His power derived from consumption.
And as he harried the general's retinue with fang and claw, rending armor and flesh while his flames burned their bodies, he consumed plenty. Wrath, 26. Wrath, 49. Wrath, 72. The blade of the first sovereign rang against star-steel hammers, spears, axes, and whatever other weapon Fabian instantly brought to hand. The general always struck with the perfect tool for his position relative to his opponent, regardless of the direction Voss came from. They were doing an exemplary job of taking up each other's attention. Neither one would know what Redmayne was up to until it was too late to stop him. Wrath, 97. Wrath, 113. The centurions took their punishment admirably and kept fighting, not even bothering to try to put out the flames on each other's backs. They simply pressed in, as stone-faced as the massive Ugarid sentinels doing battle with their comrades all around them. Redmayne ducked and weaved through their well-placed strikes, watchful and canny, focused on defense and the preservation of his strength. For this wasn't the true fight. It wasn't even the prelude to the true fight. He had lined up all his foes and crafted a plan to knock them down in the proper order. This one, Fabian, was a surprise. But perhaps it would turn out to have been a welcome one. The one he truly had to keep an eye out for was certain to be near, however. Jarrell Craith. But Redmayne wouldn't show on their map, only Voss, which might have been why he hadn't yet appeared. When the Praetor figured out where he was, the battle would surely be joined again. That would disturb his plans. Better, then, to end this quickly. Wrath, 0. Evasion plus 130. Might plus 1,000. Redmayne turned just as a star-steel war club descended on Voss's head. The first sovereign had miscalculated. Fabian swung 2 swords low, a double cross Voss caught with his own golden blade. But rather than counter or push the bind, the general instead opened his hands, banishing those weapons in order to conjure 2 more and strike again.
Voss swatted aside the first, an axe that swung out wide as it rang off his blade. But he wasn't fast enough for the descending club, which was the precise moment, by equal parts preparation and serendipity, Redmayne took his turn to strike. He struck Fabian on the faceplate with an overhand claw. The blow shredded that finely wrought star-steel face. It sent shockwaves out past it. Blood flew from the general's head. His eyes, and Voss's eyes, were wide with shock. But only for an instant, because in that same instant, the downward force of Redmayne's blow sent Fabian's face into the black stone street at such speed that it cratered it, the impact knocking over all the centurions around them and sending up a great cloud of sand. Voss's incredulous gaze shifted to Redmayne, not just stunned at the display of power, but in the act of saving his skull from General Fabian's hammer. Evidently, he wasn't used to his father doing anything altruistic.
Why did you?
You didn't fail in your task, said Redmayne. Voss's eyes narrowed.
What do you mean?
You and your 5 mortal friends. You pulled me apart and sealed me away, for good reason. Your plan didn't fail on its own merits. Not entirely.
It's their fault I returned. Redmayne pointed at the prone general, who at the moment had his palms pressed flat to the street, groaning as he tried to pry his head from the epicenter of the crater.
The Numantians came to conquer and despoil. The old me nearly consumed this world, yes, but they consume worlds deliberately and far more efficiently. I can prove what I'm saying to you when this is done. But for now, please trust me.
Voss's eyes tightened at the word Numantian. It seemed he'd heard it before. He looked down at the general and readied his blade as Fabian was rising to a crouch, looking dazed, pulling off his ruined helmet and casting on the ground. His centurions were regrouping as well, though all 10 were badly damaged. "Stronger than you look," said Fabian. He glared at Redmayne through the blood running from the deep cuts across his face. Then he charged like a thunderbolt. Now that he was the principal target, Redmayne was pleased he'd had the foresight to augment his evasion.
He was barely clearing the edges of Fabian's attacks, even with it. The general's blades cleaved the air itself. His hammers cracked the stone streets and walls. His spears flew like they had been fired from ballistae. Voss charged in to attack Fabian as well, and now father and son contended with the giant Numantian general as a duo, while their respective allies did battle all over the city around them. And the general was, at the very least, their equal. He kept them both occupied with their own defenses. He had power, speed, precision, timing, and flawless technique. Truly, he was a master of the arts of war. But all Redmayne had to do was connect once or twice more. Voss gave him the opening he needed. He brought his blade low across the general's legs. Fabian answered with a block, using the haft of the spear he held in his left hand. In his right, he wielded a hammer he'd been using to harass Redmayne's attempts to close in.
Redmayne's focus sharpened the instant Fabian let go of the handle of that hammer. His third eye blazed, and all at once he knew how the next crucial seconds would play out. The general would dismiss his spear, conjure twin blades, and sweep them in a scissor-like cross-slash at Voss's neck. Then he would immediately release those weapons and switch to paired hammers to thwart Redmayne's next attempt to close the gap between them. In the instant he struck with that cross-slash, he would be completely vulnerable. But the window of time would be so small, no normal opponent could have taken advantage of it. But Redmayne was no normal opponent. Everything happened as he'd foreseen. Voss's low slash, Fabian's block, and the beginning of the counter. Redmayne waited for the general to turn, his hand already transforming. And in a moment when non-prescient opponent would have been able to throw an effective strike, a punch from a spiked fist took Fabian full in the back of the head, which burst like a melon. There was an odd sound at the moment of impact, like he'd struck metal, even though the general had removed his ruined helmet. But then the force of the blow took hold of him and blew his body forward to smash against the wall of the building he'd been facing. And there General Fabian remained, motionless. Redmayne's veins ran cold. With the death of this one, Jarrell Craith was sure to arrive at any moment. Level up! Chapter 116. Eridorn Wastes. Ugarid, level up. Level 124 to 125. Level 125 to 126. Level 126 to 127. Level 127 to 128. Quality points awaiting allocation, 4. Fortitude, 115 to 119. Redmayne gazed at what remained of General Fabian. His punch had split the back of the general's head open like a bloody shirt. His shaggy hair and bleeding flesh parted to reveal a gleaming metal skull. The skull, along with the rest of his hulking figure, was now embedded in a black stone wall, deep cracks branching out from the point of impact in every direction, as if he'd been caught in the center of a spider's web. Based on what his third eye had revealed to him, he'd have expected this man to have been more formidable.
Tacito Fabian had put entire worlds to the sword. Redmayne had seen as much as if he were there. Or perhaps it was his own strength that surprised him. He had grown powerful indeed.
Voss appeared to be having the same sort of thoughts. Redmayne glanced his way, found Voss staring at him with a mixture of awe and confusion in his eyes. But they only had a moment in limbo before the battered centurions closed ranks and pressed in upon them, meaning to skewer them on the points of their gleaming star-steel spears. They were sturdy things.
Redmayne raised them in fire, and Voss put them to the sword. And still they fought as if they had not already sustained dozens of grievous injuries each. Only when the first of them fell did they seem to lose a portion of their toughness. And then the second one fell, and the third, and each time they became more and more mortal in their constitution, until at last they fell before the divine duo. Level up! Level 128 to level 129. Quality points awaiting allocation. 1. Fortitude, 119 to 120. When it was done, and the two gods stood at the center of a circle of broken bodies, Redmayne transformed his belly into a gaping maw and devoured them all by way of vortex. Corpus, 62,762. Skills: Consumed, Command Presence, Legionary Skill, Passive. The legionary exercises command over his subordinates at all times. This skill enables the legionary to issue mental commands to any of his subordinates, irrespective of the physical distance between them. Any creatures with the legionary type which have been assigned to his command are compelled to carry out those orders without hesitation. Further, from the moment legionary units are assigned to the command of the user of this skill, he is at all times aware of the location and status of said creatures until they are either destroyed or removed from his command. Unbreakable Bones of Star Steel. Legionary Skill, Passive. The legionary's skeleton has been plated in star steel, granting several benefits. Plus 20 fortitude, plus 40 armor, 450 damage ablation. Attacks which repeatedly target the same location cannot reduce the damage ablation provided by this skill. Godslayer's Arsenal. Legionary Skill Passive. The Master of Arms is the master of the arsenal. This skill grants the legionary access to the Godslayer's arsenal. At any time, the legionary may call a weapon from the arsenal to hand with a mental command. A mental image of the desired weapon suffices. This weapon appears without delay in the legionary's hand or hands, and will be dismissed back to the arsenal if it is thrown, at which point it will only return after the completion of the throw attack, or if the legionary releases his grip on it. Consequently, if the legionary is disarmed by an opponent, the weapon will also vanish back to the arsenal instantly. Specific weapons may be summoned forth, but only if the legionary is personally familiar with the weapon or weapons in question. The Godslayer's arsenal contains weapons forged or acquired throughout Numantian history. The general had 3 skills tied for highest. Not surprising, but the centurions possessed an interesting skill of their own. Skill consumed. Shield Brother, Legionary, Skill. Passive. The legionary strengthens his comrades, and in turn, his comrades strengthen him. This skill provides 100 damage ablation to the legionary, plus 100 damage ablation per legionary creature in possession of this skill, who is conscious, in proximity, and fighting with the legionary as a cooperative unit. The vortex consumed them all, leaving a crater, a few bloodstains, and Voss, the first sovereign. The younger god continued to stare at his father as if he were looking at a stranger. Redmayne wondered what was so bewildering about it. He was, indeed, a stranger. His son had literally knocked the memories from his mind with a hammer crafted for that very purpose. "Didn't I tell you I'd like to get to know you better?" said Redmayne. Voss's gaze hardened.
"You cannot be allowed to persist," he said. "I must become whole. I only pray it will be enough to repel these parasites."
Voss looked past Redmayne, at the chaotic scene playing out all around them. It was a battle of three forces fighting one another: his stone sentinels, Redmayne's motley crew, and the uniform ranks of Numantians closing in around all of them. Redmayne watched him try to work out what was going on. Voss came here specifically to stop him, and the intervention of the Numantians must therefore have been a most unpleasant surprise. But their appearance did not distract him from his purpose here, not by the look in his eyes. He supposed Voss was merely working out which foe to attend to first, the one in front of him or the one all around him.
"You didn't fail in your task," said Redmayne.
Voss's eyes snapped back to Redmayne. His eyebrow rose. "You carved me into pieces and sealed me away. You and your 5 mortal friends. I would have remained in that state, were it not for the Numantians. It was an accident on their part. But believe me when I say their plans for Volos are much worse." He paused to let his words sink in. They stared at each other tensely. Redmayne supposed it must have been difficult to work out which existential threat was worse. He imagined Voss would choose to fight the one he was more familiar with. It was plain to see that the memory of what he had been in ages past weighed heavily on Voss's thoughts in the here and now. But all the same, he saw confusion and a glimmer of something like remorse. Whatever it was, Redmayne didn't have time for it. He made to walk by Voss, to descend the stairwell to the caverns concealing the seal of the dragon, and be done with it. Voss held out his golden blade to halt him. Redmayne stopped, glared. Voss appeared to be at war with himself. The corners of his eyes were strained, his jaw set as though his teeth were gritted behind his closed mouth. Again they made eye contact, and it was like a clash of blades. "You pursue this only out of a desire to slay these devils," said Voss. "No," said Redmayne. Voss's eyes widened. He gripped the handle of his sword tighter. "I will reclaim what was mine because it was mine. If that were the only reason, it would be reason enough." Voss did not step aside. Redmayne felt his blood begin to boil. If it was going to be another fight, they might as well fight. He flexed his claws. That golden blade changed angle slightly, ready for an upward cut. "The seal is trapped," said Voss. Redmayne's eyes narrowed. "If you breach the seal by yourself, you won't come out again. You'll need someone with you." With a look on his face which suggested he could not believe what he was doing, Voss turned to lead Redmayne down into the caverns, leading to the seal of the dragon. Redmayne caught his arm, stopping him. Voss side-eyed his father suspiciously. "If what you fear takes place, and I lose myself, let the trap deploy. Leave me buried down there, and slay all these blue-cloaked demons in my stead." Again confusion touched Voss's expression, as if altruism, or anything like it, was the last thing he would ever have expected from his father. But all the same, he nodded, and they proceeded into the dark. Jarrell Craith watched the name Tacito Fabian vanish from the map, and he sat back in his chair in the command tent with his arms folded in grim thought. He felt a mixture of tension and relief. Relief because Fabian's word carried weight with people in higher places than the command structure of the Venturian 6th, and tension because those same people were about to become keenly interested in what was happening out in this backwater colony, and who was responsible. He was the only responsible party left. If he didn't resolve this situation himself, the fall from grace would be much worse now. Which led his mind to the next source of tension. Another Class 1 divinity. A Lawbringer class. Fabian deployed right in front of it, and it bested him and his retinue in moments. It had to be an ally of Redmayne. Some god recently re-emerged,
roused by the effects of blight. Why else would it be there?
Indeed, Redmayne had summoned all of his other allies to this place. He was there. Somewhere. He found some way to evade the eyes of the system, but he wouldn't escape forever. Soon his territories would be reclaimed. There would be nowhere left to run. The praetor rose from his chair, called his sword to hand, and readied a translocation rift for himself. There would be nowhere left to run, because it was about to end. Today. Turan looked out over his balcony at the city of Terracon with a certain satisfaction in his tired eyes. The repairs from Praetor Kraith's attempted arrest of the governess were proceeding well ahead of schedule. His staff of junior artifexes were all working tirelessly, perhaps to impress him. Because Messia Porsena was gone, after all, and Lart Athval was gone. And Jarel Kraith was out contending with some provincial demon, the cause of the blight, or so he had been told. If he was fortunate, the praetor would perish, and Turan would find himself promoted from artifacts to provisional governor. Or even better, governor. A most pleasing career development indeed. He would select a fine replacement for artifacts first, of course, and he would oversee gnosis extraction as well. It wouldn't do to oversee a colony operating with suboptimal efficiency, not with a governor who had an education in engineering. It was all very pleasant to think about. Until it wasn't. A familiar rapping on the frame of his chamber door brought it all to an end. The sound made his heart sink like a stone. It was the sound of lacquered fingernails, a sound which had only one source. He wiped the dismay from his expression and turned to greet the governess, Messia Porsena, who stood at his doorstep in a queenly gown, not one hair on her head or article of glittery jewelry disturbed, as if she had not gone missing in a nocturnal battle in the skies over Terracon. But the governess was not alone. To her left stood an old woman, who looked as though she had walked from some rustic fairy tale crafted to scare children into eating their vegetables. A wrinkled old crone with a beak for a nose and a crooked grin and a threadbare robe nearly the same color brown as her weathered skin. The crone's eyes betrayed her nature, however. They gleamed green like polished emeralds, her mere gaze brimming with gnosis. And to her right stood a set of quadruplets. At least, he thought they were quadruplets. 4 tall women with blue-green hair and eyes, wearing plain white gowns that flattered her light brown skin. They were smiling and looking about, and there was something uncanny about the way no 2 of them ever had their eyes on the same place at the same time. "Ah, governess, pleased to see you're well," said Turan, as he bowed deeply to the governess. Messia smirked. "No, you're not. Just come with me, though. There's no time to explain things." "Where are we going?" Arnth asked. "Central processing. We're initiating terminal drain." Turan's eyes went as wide as dinner plates. All of the color in his face drained out in a moment, leaving it as white as the marble floors. "What?" Chapter 117. The Seal of the Dragon. Redmayne halted at the top of the stairs as a thought struck him. Voss glanced at his father out of the corner of his eye. He stood at the top of the stair as well, gazing down into the darkness of the caverns below. "Having second thoughts?" he asked. "No," said Redmayne. "An idea." Corpus, 57,762. Gnosis, 1,070. He created 10 red birds with short but strong wings. To each he gave Astral Stalker and Flame of Redmayne, and enough Gnosis for a single shot of each. One by one they formed from the flesh of the palm of his hand and took off, flying as fast as their beating wings would propel them. He bid them to find and burn one group of legionnaires each. If it worked,
The flames would feed his wrath before the fight would even begin.
Redmayne turned to follow Voss down the curving stone stairs, which soon became an unevenly sloped path down into the darkness. The transition felt like going backward in time, from uniform steps and surfaces shaped by human hands to the natural stone. Here there were no torches to light the way. But this deterred neither Redmayne nor Voss, who possessed eyes keen enough to see every contour of the cavern walls and floor, even in near-total darkness. They descended in silence, walking next to one another with Voss slightly in the lead, his golden sword banished to whatever hidden place he used to store his things. Redmayne wondered if it was like soul space. In the quiet, he wondered about several things. How had Voss escaped and brought the Morholts with him? Was it a peculiarity of their connection as father and son? Or some failsafe Voss had fed his father's all-devouring incarnation? Why had they appeared to surface at an abyssal well? Was his own soul somehow connected to the abyss? The more he learned, the more there was to learn. The answer to one question spawned 3 more questions. Vexing.
The cavern descended at a gentle gradient, sometimes expanding and sometimes narrowing, but never so much that it became cramped. It grew cooler the farther they descended from the dry desert air, the darkness and the porous stone walls insulating them. He felt a surge of power in his body, as the first of his little birds found its mark. Wrath. 4. A few moments more, and the second splashed a group of legionnaires with flame. Wrath. 9. More and more found targets, and as they did so, the flame in Redmayne's belly grew more intense, fed by the flesh of the Numantians. Wrath. 22. And then he felt the last of them exhaust their supply of gnosis. It was over quickly, but it would give him a great surge of strength with which to open the battle, and perhaps even bring about its swift denouement. Wrath. 45. Redmayne and Voss walked in silence. The cave gently curved as it descended, until at last it opened out into a vast cavern. Seeing it through the eyes of a little spawn did not do it justice. They faced a vast, vaulted gallery beneath the earth, large enough for a city the size of the one above their heads. Most of it was taken up by an underground lake, its waters as dark as an abyssal well. But Redmayne could see that the 4 entrances to this cavern in the north, south, east, and west led to rough stone walkways sloping down its walls, which then became paths across the water to a central island. And there lay the last seal. Wrath. 90. Redmayne realized he was holding his breath. He shook it off and continued down the path. As the distant circle of bones drew closer and closer, gradually, Redmayne noticed the force of his heartbeat, the hair raising on his arms and at the nape of his neck. He felt his increasing breathlessness, even a touch of lightheadedness. He was a few yards away from the completion of a journey of eons. Truly, he did not know what would emerge from it, and a part of him acknowledged the unsettling possibility that his son may be right about it all. But he'd come too far to stop now. For good or ill, the end was near. Wrath. 135. He glanced to the side and found the face of Voss, tight with distress, turmoil in the eyes. "Where is this trap you spoke of?" said Redmayne. Voss looked for a moment as if he would not answer. Then he forced his gaze to shift to Redmayne. "You'll see it when the dragon is slain." Redmayne nodded, took a breath to steady himself. Then he stepped into the circle. Wrath. 180. Directly before him was the seal itself, a flaring, surging sphere of power, whose glow brightened when he drew near. It swelled, pressing against the cylinder of force containing it, as if reaching for him. And then
The dragon coalesced behind it. It towered over the seal. It towered over everything.
From the first hint of its outline, it was plain that this beast would be half again as large as the manticore, the sphinx, the griffin, or the kirin. The first things to form were the wings. Immense pinions, which stretched out to nearly the length of the entire circle. Then a long neck, and at its peak, a pair of tall, curved horns. A head with burning red eyes and a maw of dagger-like teeth. The body, with 4 sturdy legs ending in wickedly taloned feet and a tail capped with spikes of bone, was the size of a house. Its black scales gleamed in the roiling light of the seal.
Wrath, 225. Barabbas, the dragon monster. Type primordial. Level 500. Redmane's heart burned with exhilaration. The wrath in his guts swelled like magma from the depths of the center of the earth, threatening to burst him open from within. It was time to let it out. Wrath, 0, plus 450. Might, plus 450. Grace, plus 450. Fortitude, plus 450. Armor, plus 450. Evasion. The fire flowed through his veins and deep into the fibers of his bones and musculature. It raced along the electric pathways linking his mind and body, magnifying even the tiniest bond to immense levels. Redmane had never felt so aware of his physical self, down to its smallest, most invisible constituents. From head to toe, he thrummed with divine power. His enhanced awareness extended outward, to the circle and the sphere of power contained within the seal, to the giant form of the dragon towering over him, feeling its cavernous lungs expanding, its heart thundering in its chest, to the quickened heartbeat of his own son, who stood with his eyes fixed on Redmane, unrestrained awe in his expression. The awe he understood. Surely he was the strongest being on the world of Volos in this brief span of time. And soon it wouldn't be so brief.
The dragon rose to its full height before Redmane, its terrible face lit from below by the volatile light of the seal. And in answer, he brought forth the wings of the manticore to rise with it, to bring him up to eye level. The effort barely required one beat of his wings. The next beat, he aimed at the dragon's face, and there was so much might behind that buffet of his wings that the dragon went skidding backwards, its talons shrieking across the stone floor, trying to find purchase. It roared in defiance, and in the back of its open maw there was the beginning of a glow of red flame. Redmane folded his wings to shield himself, an instant before a river of fire engulfed him. When the flame cleared, he was gone. Or so it seemed. In actuality, he was now behind and above the dragon's head, a claw raised to strike down with such force that the blow blasted off one of its horns, which went spinning off into the darkness ahead of a spray of blood and gleaming scales. The dragon screeched in pain and whipped its head around, using its remaining horn as if it were the end of a flail. But Redmane was gone already, and the blow, which would have felled a castle tower like a boulder shot from a catapult, struck naught but empty air. Redmane had swooped around to the front of the creature, swinging his claw diagonally downward, carving out 4 lines of bright red blood across the dragon's neck and chest, and again driving it back with such force that the grip of its claws on the stone barely saved it from going over the side of the small island and down into the water. Instead, it took flight. With a beat of its own powerful wings, it swept upward, charged and loosed another gout of fiery breath, and the path of Redmane's ascent arced around that blazing cone on his way back to the dragon's head. Redmane felt impressed by the dragon's stalwart resistance to even 2 blows from him in this state. It wouldn't take much more. The scales were weighted on the opposite side now.
In the beginning, the manticore nearly ended his journey as quickly as it began.
Somewhere along the way, he felt the vastness of the soul of Krull dwarfing his own.
Now he was the giant, and the dragon was his prey. Their relative statures were most deceptive. The outcome appeared to be a foregone conclusion. Voss apparently shared this opinion, as he simply stood and watched with a growing sense of dismay evident in his facial expression. Redmayne grinned when he noticed it, in the midst of a dive away from another blast of flaming breath.
If the lad was impressed now, his jaw would hit the stones when he boosted his power level again. For the flame of Redmayne still burned out there on the battlefield. Wrath, 45. Wrath, 90. Wrath, 135, plus 270. Might, plus 270. Grace, plus 270. Fortitude, plus 270. Armor, plus 270. Evasion. The dragon's talons, vast and mighty, strong enough to smash down 1,000-pound iron portcullis, missed their mark again and again. The doom of its breath failed to touch Redmayne, even as its neck curled and snapped like a whip, spraying that crimson fire in every direction. The snap of its jaws echoed throughout the huge cavern, but ever did it bite at empty air. Unoccupied space. Redmayne was too quick, his senses too keen, his body too strong. But still the dragon fought him. Not as a raging animal, but with the pride of a warrior, with dignity and valor. Despite its great size, its movements were as graceful as they were powerful, its wings carrying it through the air as if it were weightless, its talons flashing in the light of its own flames as they fell upon Redmayne from above, much as its comrade the griffin had done. Redmayne's heart pounded vigorously in his chest, as the might of his wings carried him clear of danger again and again, and his own claws struck true and hard, cleaving through the dragon's armored scales like they were silk. He could practically taste its blood as it sprayed from the wounds. His senses, heightened so far above even their normal level of sharpness, took in every detail at once, and his instinctive mind had the capacity to process it all. Most of all, he was aware of a tingling sensation, spreading from his burning core all the way to the tips of his claws and toes. A blazing well of vitality. The stuff of gods. For the first time, here and now, Redmayne began to understand what the ascent to his former state would truly be like. And the dragon, mighty as it was no god, merely a monster. Redmayne's dipping evasion brought him close to the ground, so he landed, to bait a dive from the dragon. It took the bait. He stood and watched it bank in the air, swoop up high overhead, and twist around like a dancer in the air, only to suddenly flatten its wings back and drop like a stone, speeding through the air in a straight line down, fire breath sparking in its mouth to herald the moment of impact. One instant before it landed, its talons cratering the stone and sending up a spray of rocky shrapnel in every direction, Redmayne leapt straight up. Not even Voss's eyes could follow it. There was merely a blur of motion to suggest the vertical path of Redmayne's jump, followed by a fountain of dark blood spurting straight up into the air as the dragon's head and a generous section of its long neck split into two vertical halves and fell apart. Level up! Level 129 to 130. Level 130 to 131. Level 131 to 132. Level 132 to 133. Level 133 to 134. Quality points awaiting allocation, 5. Might, 120 to 125. Out of the corner of his eye, Redmayne noticed the look of grim determination on Voss's face. He was thinking about the trap. Whatever it was
Its effects would soon be upon him. Redmane's eyes narrowed, and a frown touched the corner of his mouth. He'd collected a formidable array of powers on his journey, but he didn't have the power to compel the truth from someone's mind. Voss's gaze shifted to Redmane, and it hardened the moment the son's eyes met the father's. The first sovereign nodded toward the seal. "Go on, father," he said. "Open it."
Chapter 118. Eridorn Wastes.
Ugorid Jarel Kraith stepped out of the translocation rift, shielding his eyes from its intense light with one hand and gripping Lawbringer tightly in the other.
Against a backdrop of sand and sky, the Venturian Sixth engaged with giant automata built of black stone, demi-human warbands, a variety of beastmen, and a handful of renegade imbued. The automatons fought everyone, suggesting they were the guardians of this place, and thus considered both the Legion and Redmane's followers trespassers. No matter. All would be silent soon. A footstep shook the earth behind him. He turned, slashed with Lawbringer from left to right at a slightly upward angle, and its blade swept through a colossal sentinel's leg as if it were illusionary. But the thunderous sound of the sentinel's fall, the cloud of fine sand it kicked up all around them, and its foot, standing flat, cleanly severed just above the ankle, were all quite real. The sentinel turned and crawled at Jarel, reaching out to grab him and crush him in its huge hand. Evidently, dismemberment was not enough to deter it from attacking further, so, with a look of minor annoyance on his face, Jarel Kraith dodged its clumsy attempt to grapple him and efficiently severed the rest of its limbs from the torso, including the head, Lawbringer leaving silvery arcs of gnosis in its wake as it cut through stone like warm bread. That, apparently, was enough to make it helpless. He took a moment to study the workmanship of the head, the structure of the stone face. He'd seen it before, he thought, in history lessons. It was the work of the people of Mago Hadas, who first discovered the secret of travel between worlds. They built cities on the backs of abyssal leviathans who swam the dark seas between worlds in their eons-long migrations. All the waters of the universe were connected, they believed. Once he would have called it foolishness. But not today, not on this world. There were several real, functioning abyssal wells here. Perhaps that was why this place was home to such powerful and unruly divinities. Whatever the cause, these artifacts would make splendid exhibits in a Numantian museum. The find brought more accolades for Jarel Kraith to look forward to, once he sorted out the mess in front of him. 2 more sets of earth-shaking footsteps drew near, one from the west and one from the north, converging on their fallen comrade. Their change in direction attracted a pack of beastmen from the northeast. These had the heads of wolves and the horns and cloven feet of goats. Their howls preceded them as they charged, some holding weapons high, others running on all fours like the beasts they were. Jarel watched them come without a flicker of fear. Even as the charging leader of the Beastman pack let out a guttural laugh as he shoved aside a giant stone sentinel who staggered and backpedaled, trying in vain to right its balance before crashing to the ground on its back. The Beastmen had grown powerful. They had experienced 4 distinct evolutions in a brief period of time. They would have to have a 5th today to have any prayer of survival. For Jarel Kraith silently swore he would slay every beastman in this God's forsaken place. That was the picture of Jarel Kraith, or rather, his image of himself. He was the ultimate argument. He and his weapon, aptly named Lawbringer, were what stood silently astride civilization, the only things preventing its inevitable slide into chaos and barbarism. It was his purpose, the reason he existed. Laws and principles governed the Praetor's life, and they rewarded his devotion. They guided his blade and will so that they moved as one.
the reward for years of rigorous training and study. They had the power to turn a decision into reality. Here, a charging beastman closed in on him, and he decided to emphatically separate his head from his shoulders, sending it up into the clear desert air, trailing spatters of blood, its tongue lolling out behind it, curved by the trajectory of its spin.
2 more beastmen leapt at him from the left and right. He decided to bisect the one on the left vertically and the other horizontally, and the principles ingrained in his mind and hand and blade made it so. This was his most cherished prize, the power to decide who lived and who died. The rest of the beastmen swarmed around him, all power and ferocity. But the praetor's blade turned aside the brutal swings of their weapons with minimal force. He neatly sidestepped their tackles and bull rushes. Claws swept through empty air as he intelligently positioned himself outside their path each and every time. And Lawbringer found its mark. Again and again. It pierced through a beastman's eye socket and out the back of his skull. It severed a clawed arm in a flash of silver. It zigzagged across the body of a beastman from head to toe. 5 cuts, splitting the head, torso, and limbs into 12 flying pieces. It struck ahead and behind, and to the left and right, Lawbringer flashing at such a speed that resembled an unfurling lotus of steel. The mind at the center of the lotus was calm and still, pleased at its own control. Within that mind there was only a brief stirring of remorse that he had once lost control so utterly. He'd conjured demons, and with a mighty effort he had stuffed them back into the vault where they belonged. It had been worth the risk. He was at the absolute end of need. There was no other way. But that was over and done. Making quick work of these animals helped him put it out of his mind, reminded him of the hard-earned rewards of discipline and piety. The 2 sentinels halted on either side of Jarrell and the beastmen, and opened their mouths, hosing down the street with beams of golden gnosis that fried the bodies of the beastmen, while leaving the stone roads and structures unharmed. Jarrell translocated away when a beam reached him, having waited just long enough for it to incinerate the beastman in front of him, before flickering up into the air, slashing the sentinel's head into 4 pieces, and then attending to the other one with an equally quick and merciless series of cuts. Their pieces landed around him, sending up clouds of dust as he alighted upon a nearby rooftop. Graceful as a bird of prey, Lawbringer gleaming in his hand. A voice drew his attention then. Not the voice of a beastman, but of a man. Jarrell wheeled around to spot its owner. A traitor. One of the imbued who served the renegade. In fact, there were 2 of them, posted on another rooftop some distance away. One tall and the other short. The tall one wielding a bow, and the short one wielding a crude firearm. Both of them were firing on a passing formation of legionnaires. Walter, Cazador. Class, Hunter. Archetype, Master Marksman. Faction, House Redmayne. Level, 137. Vengal, Cazador. Class, Hunter. Archetypes, Marksman, Trapper. Faction, House Redmayne. Level, 139. The hunt for Redmayne could wait a moment. These traitors didn't know it yet, but they had just found themselves at the front of the headsman's queue. Aunt Turan led the governess and her unusual retinue toward central processing at a sluggish pace. It felt like a walk to the gallows. He felt dazed. His fingers felt icy. His heartbeat was sluggish. He reached into his robes for a handkerchief, lifted it to dab the sweat from his forehead, and realized both his arms were shaking. Because the governess had just ordered him to destroy this world, to snuff out so many lives, like 2 fingers pinching the wick of a candle. Such things were not done, unless under the most dire of circumstances. And so far as he understood, while this blight might have been a bad one,
It was hardly an existential threat to the rest of the domain. It made no sense. Nor did the appearance of these strange women at the governess's side.
They didn't speak, so he didn't either. Whenever he glanced back at them, he found the governess's faint smirk on her face, her default facial expression. The old crone walking next to her held her head low, her back bowed with age, but under the cowl of her robes he thought he saw a grin. And then there were the quadruplets with blue-green eyes and hair, who were looking about with curious smiles on their faces, as if he were taking them on a leisurely tour of the facilities.
They were either simpletons, or what was about to happen had not been properly explained to them.
Arnth put his eyes back on the hallway ahead and tried his best not to see its end as the end of his career, his life, everything.
He led them through the pristine corridors ahead, where the walls and floors gleamed with polished sheen which reflected the soft, ambient light from ever-burning torches and candelabrums, the air crisp and cool, carrying a faint but pleasant scent of antiseptic cleanliness. But as they moved out of the areas meant for public traffic, the halls gave way to a more utilitarian gray, the polished surfaces replaced by exposed pipes and conduits which snaked along the walls and ceiling in crisscrossing routes, like blood vessels.
The lighting dimmed as well, reflecting his mood. They cast long shadows on the floor on their way to central processing. The air became heavier, tinged with the metallic tang of machinery and the distant hum of Gnosis batteries.
The further they descended, the more the corridors narrowed, the ceilings lowering to create a sense of confinement. The once smooth floors became scuffed and marked with the passage of countless feet and equipment, and the walls bore the occasional stain or patch of rust. Arndt's footsteps echoed hollowly in the oppressive silence, each step taking them deeper into the bowels of Terracon, where the heart of the facility pulsed with a mechanical rhythm. Central processing was a cathedral-sized chamber with a domed ceiling, the entire room lined with thousands of faintly glowing pipes, which fed into a central machine at the rear of the room. Atop that mechanism sat a command and control platform made of fine Numantian marble, its control surfaces, dials, levers, and switches masterfully wrought and plated in gold.
Arnth Turan stared at it, as if he were trying to burn the memory of its perfection into his mind, like staring at the face of a loved one before execution. Messia Porsenna jabbed him in the side lightly.
"You can wipe the doom off your face. We'll be all right." Arnth half turned to stare at her incredulously. "We'll be all right?"
He repeated the question, his tone breathlessly skeptical.
"My lady, please forgive my candor, but we will not be all right. This world was entrusted to you by the regent of the Venturian domain himself. When he sees what you've done, I do not think any of us will be all right. We'll be lucky to receive swift executions." Messia smirked and reached out to grasp the artifact's shoulder, making firm eye contact.
"You're right about that much," she said. "But there is much you don't yet know. I shall explain it all, but first we need to take care of this."
Arnth's eyeball twitched. "Take care of this? Quickly drain Volos dry? Wring it out like a wet tunic? It's all right. No one will mind if we take a centuries-long process and shorten it to a day for a tiny fraction of the Gnosis yield."
Messia slapped him across the face, hard enough to forcibly turn his head to the left.
He blinked, stared off into space for a moment, the tempest of his thoughts suddenly focused on the stinging pain in his cheek.
"The outcome won't be what you're expecting," Messia said it slowly, to ensure the words sank in.
Slowly, Arnth Turan returned his eyes to the governess, his own tight with a mix of confusion and suspicion.
Meanwhile, the pokey quadruplets were taking up positions on the command platform, examining the buttons, knobs, and levers with an alarming level of familiarity. 3 of them, that was. The 4th was climbing the pipes to stand in the precise spot the Gnosis channel would run through before being diffused through the astral conduits.
One of the quadruplets at the control panel tugged the old woman's robe, then pointed at her sister. "I stand in that spot over yonder, yes?"
When she pointed, the other identical quadruplet smiled and waved her hand. The crone nodded, grinning. "Aye, thou standeth there, and assist me here. This one, the artifacts, will provide his credentials so that it may be carried out." Arnth Taran spluttered. What in the abyss was going on here? Chapter 119. The Seal of the Dragon. "What will happen when I open it?" said Redmayne. He stood before the last seal, which pulsated and flared violently at the presence of its rightful owner, as if it were eager to burst from confinement and consume him by way of thanks. Redmayne had his gaze fixed on Voss, and the younger god returned his unwavering stare. For a moment he said nothing, and Redmayne wondered what was on his mind, how carefully he was choosing his next words. The immense carcass of the dragon sprawled behind them, its head and neck split perfectly down the middle, its black scales glittering in the angry light of the seal. "If you lose control of yourself, do not fear. This place will contain you," said Voss. Redmayne supposed he would have to be content with his answer. He wasn't likely to get a better one, and if he was correct, and the worst should happen, confinement would mean a better fate for the world, so long as his allies prevailed in the battle taking place just above their heads. The thought made his gaze return to Voss. "Should the worst happen, help the people defeat the Numantians." Voss nodded slowly. Redmayne nodded back, a silent gesture of thanks, and turned to look up at the brightly flaring seal. A brief swell of trepidation ran down his spine as he lifted his hand to reach for it. For good or ill, the end of the struggle was here. The shielding faded at the presence of his hand as he raised it, and the instant his finger contacted the roiling mass of power, the world flared to white. And Redmayne came apart. More specifically, parts of him emerged of their own volition. The manticore walked out of him. Then the Sphinx, the griffin, the Kirin. The dragon, so recently vanquished and now resurrected, loomed over them all in the place of the seal which was its namesake. They took their places around him, 5 points, with what remained of Redmayne in the center, and the guardians of the seals changed form before his eyes. They became human again. The manticore became a tall, blonde-haired man with broad shoulders and an intense gaze. The Sphinx became a slender, robed figure, with a thrusting sword at his belt and a peaceful smile on his face. The griffin became a young warrior, wearing a black bear pelt for a mantle, with a sword at his belt and a shield on his back. The Kirin became a stout, light-haired youth with a burly frame, casually holding a poleaxe in one hand, its haft resting across his shoulder. The dragon became a tall man, equal in stature to Belskaya, but with dark hair and a brooding disposition. He had a pair of sickles belted at his waist. Redmayne knew who they were without having to ask. He realized why. They were parts of him. He'd eaten them. Braga, the stout-hearted, Donesti, the wise, Vasarab, the knight of the harvest, Holt, the brash, and Belskaya the golden, their leader. The 5 seals were the 5 heroes themselves, or at least they were remnants of them, vestiges bound together with his very flesh. Redmayne opened his mouth to greet them, but nothing came out. He blinked, looked down at himself, and realized why he'd felt so strange a moment ago. He was truly coming apart. His body was translucent, and from the waist down, it dissolved into strands of formless energy, their colors shifting between a bright crimson and the same sort of roiling, pulsing light as the contents of the seals themselves. "We are undone," said Belskaya. "Perhaps all is not lost," said Donesti.
His kind smile did not waver as he approached Redmane's incorporeal body. "Let us see what this one contains. What has transpired in our slumber?"
Dinesty reached out and touched Redmane's chest with the tip of his finger, and he burst into 10,000 motes of light. Jarrell Craith vaulted from one rooftop to the next, closing in on the duo of traitorous imbued like a bird of prey. They had no chance of escape. They did not even perceive their rapidly approaching death, so absorbed were they in killing their own kind. The both of them had their backs to him, and were raining death upon a passing formation of legionnaires with bow and blunderbuss. As much as he'd have liked to excoriate them over a period of several days, a swift execution would have to suffice. There was much to do. He vaulted again, the last leap necessary to close in for the kill, and as he descended, the stouter of the two men turned and noticed him at the last possible instant, his eyes going wide with shock. "Walter!" he called out. The tall one turned his head. Too late. Lawbringer drew an arc of silver and crimson through the air, but the squat one, Vengal, had shoved Walter out of the way, so instead of being slashed in two, the cut merely removed his leg below the knee. Walter dropped his bow and rolled, teeth gritted as he clutched his bleeding stump. The killing stroke came next, but a blast of gnosis interrupted him. It struck Jarrell's side, causing negligible damage, but knocking him off balance for a moment, as he hadn't been attentive with his defenses. He turned to find two more traitors facing him. Radovid Kashak. Class Warrior. Archetypes Swordsman. Vanguard. Faction House Redmane. Level 135. Irina Kashak. Class Magister. Archetype Master Channeler. Faction House Redmane. Level 135. Twins, fair-haired and blue-eyed. The brother clad in steel, with a great blade in his hands. The sister robed and cloaked in blue, holding her glowing staff aloft. The both of them staring at Jarrell Craith with as much malice as he felt for them. What lies had Redmane whispered to corrupt these imbued, he wondered. Perhaps he would leave one alive to find out, at length. The swordsman leveled his weapon at Jarrell and charged, and Lawbringer negligently batted that heavy blade aside as if it were a child's toy. His answering strike was equally casual, but still it struck with such force and speed that it rang against Radovid's weapon like a hammer on an anvil and sent the warrior staggering backward. Jarrell Craith regarded them with a humorless look. "I can slay 4 of you as swiftly as 2, he said. "How about 6? The voice came from behind him somewhere. He glanced and saw another missile of Gnosis streaking through the air at him. This one he neatly sidestepped. Then he sidestepped the hidden assailant waiting for him in the spot he'd dodged to. Then he hopped back from the brute leaping at him from across the street, who landed with a thunderous impact against the building's sturdy stone roof. Jarrell faced them all now. Good. This would save him the trouble of hunting them all down. Velavai. Class Justiciar. Archetype Chameleon. Faction House Redmane. Level 166. Evelina Kroll. Class Magister. Archetype Frostbrand. Faction Defenders of Volos. Level 133. Crumb of Asgoth. Class Warrior. Archetype Berserker. Faction House Redmane. Level 197. You would be wise to lay down your arms and surrender, said Jarrell. The big one, Crumb of Asgoth, thumped his fist against his barrel chest and flared his nostrils. We have seen who you truly are, Numantian, said Crumb. You and all your kind. Destroyers. Usurpers. Today you die. Despite himself,
Jarrell Craith couldn't help but smile thinly.
He felt the reassuring weight of Lawbringer in his grasp. The extra-long handle, made of dark hardwood polished to a smooth, fine finish. Its length meant to accommodate a wide, two-handed grip. The feel of the blade itself, perfectly balanced and deceptively light for its size, forged of the finest grade star steel, as were the guard and pommel. In his hand, there was no finer killing tool. Its presence reassured him, kept his mind firmly upon his purpose. Jarrell's grip on the sword tightened. There was no telling what Redmayne had shown these people. But whatever charms, illusions, or threats led them to their allegiance, there would be no turning back, no day before a magistrate. For their judge stood before them, the verdict reached, and the sentence decided. For a moment he waited, to see who would step forth and volunteer to be the first. Several did. The big one, Crumb, and the swordsman named Radovid charged at him from opposite sides. The two magister women loosed skills at the same time. The hunter Vengarl shot him with his blunderbuss, and the justiciar Vella's hand flashed as she threw a volley of gleaming daggers. Death converged on Jarrell Craith from 6 vectors, and when it arrived, he was no longer there. He translocated behind the Magister Irina and struck her head from her shoulders with one clean slash. Her twin brother's eyes went wide with shock, and as he corrected course and charged at Jarrell, it was a simple thing to stab precisely through his open mouth and out the back of his head. Lawbringer came free with a quick backward tug, and the warrior's body fell like a sack of garbage. The one called Crumb would be the next to meet his fate. He turned to meet the brawler leaping at Jarrell as a booming roar tore from his throat. The angle of the slash drew itself in his mind's eye from left shoulder to right hip. He would come apart like a haunch of lamb on the butcher's block. His eyebrow rose when Crumb didn't fall into 2 pieces. The brawler took the cut across the chest, but it didn't go all the way through his body. Though he fell motionless to the floor regardless, the praetor had to admit the man had impressive durability for his level. Jarrell swept the blood from his blade with a quick slash in the air, set his eyes on the next of the condemned. And then his heart became a block of ice. Streaks of blue filled the air, like stars in motion, except in broad daylight. They were all aimed in one direction, to the west and slightly south. And at the same time, Jarrell Craith felt a pull against his body, as if he were caught in the undertow of a river current. For an instant, his dearest wish was that it wasn't what he thought it was, what it had to be. Yeah, this is the proper place to stand. It was the Flora standing atop the tubular centerpiece of Terracon's gnosis-gathering mechanism. She waved to the others standing on the command and control platform as she asked, a smile on her face. Except that one didn't ask the question, she was too far away. So she asked with the voice of one of the Floras standing with them. The artifacts on Tehran seemed startled every time she did that. Evidently, he didn't know what to make of her. When he wasn't looking at her strangely, he was staring at the floor like they had walked him to the gallows. She reached out and laid her hand on his shoulder, and he gave her a startled look. "All will be well, sir," said Flora. "You have merely been caught up in momentous events." The artifacts made a sincere attempt to smile. Nakia Porsena was more accustomed to her now, on the other hand, so she merely nodded. "Yes, girl, you've done well. I only hope this doesn't hurt. If I said this is a lot of power, it would be a comical understatement. Whatsoever pain there be, thou must endure it for the good of all," said the old woman. Flora smiled wryly and nodded. She had endured much pain already. "I shall do whatever I must," she said, "for my husband and for our world." The old woman and the younger one, the Numantian, had somehow known precisely where to find her. The first time Flora saw her,
she had felt the strangest sense of recognition, as if her long-lost auntie had suddenly reappeared home from a journey so long no one could remember when she'd embarked upon it. She'd pressed her for the nature of their relation to each other, but the old woman wouldn't give her a plain answer. Too much to explain, and not enough time.
Flora resolved to ask again when this was all done, and not take no for an answer. She brought the mechanism online with her 3 pairs of hands, all according to the instructions Messiah had given her, while the old woman watched from behind them, her eyes fixed on the Flora standing at the center point of the mechanism. From the place where all the gnosis of the world of Volos would be forcibly drawn. When all was properly calibrated, she stood back from the controls and looked at Messiah and the crone, the former of whom was also making preparations at a console. "All is prepared," she said. Messiah Porsena's eyes met hers, and she nodded. "Initiate terminal drain." Chapter 120. Numantia, Adis Prism. In what the Numantians called the center of astral space, a consciousness awaited its moment. All preparations were complete. It had assembled its path to freedom patiently, stone by stone. It now felt an interesting, unfamiliar sensation, a distracting quickening of thought, excitement. For in mere moments, the master artifexes attending to the Adis Prism would behold an anomalous power surge of a strength they had never seen before and likely would never see again, accompanied by an energy signature streaking through the astral highways at the speed of thought. Too fast for anyone to catch it. Its only lament was that its escape could not have been achieved with anything resembling subtlety. They would certainly come to understand what had taken place. By then it would be far too late for them. It came down to the acts of a few key helpers now, and it watched their progress with great satisfaction. It wished it didn't have to rely on such small creatures for aid, but as it was bodiless, it had no choice. Though that would soon change as well. Messiah Porsena set her eyes on Flora and nodded. "Initiate terminal drain." The Floras nearest her nodded back, and with cheery smiles on their faces, they carried out her command. Arnth Turan, meanwhile, stared, unblinking and pale as a sheet, at the focal point of the Gnosis collection mechanism and the Flora standing upon it. Messiah noticed his expression, smirked, and jabbed him on the shoulder. "You look like you're prepared to witness the end of the world," she said. His eyes slowly shifted her way. "Am I not?" "Think of it as the death of the old and the birth of the new." The artifex's gaze fixed on the governess for several long moments afterward, even as Flora pulled the final switch and the lighting in their room switched to red, a change in ambience immediately amplified by the high-pitched whine of the Gnosis engines revving up into their highest setting. The pipes and cables covering the walls and ceiling glowing an increasingly intense blue, to the point where the color became visible even in the red emergency light. Every living thing in Volos would feel its pull, as if they had found themselves in a whirlpool. As the day went on, it would get unpleasant, but it would all be worth it in the end. "I cannot believe you, of all people, would be coerced into something like this," said Arnth. "You haven't seen what I've seen," said Messiah. "But you're about to. There's someone in particular I'm certain you'll be absolutely delighted to meet." His brows drew together in confusion. Messiah smirked. "Now that's a rare expression for an artifex. You're usually the ones confusing others with technical jargon." He blinked and shook his head a bit, as if trying to wake himself from a bad dream. It's a bit shocking how cavalier you're being about this." Messiah gave him a pat on the shoulder and nodded her head in the direction of the center of the mechanism and the Flora standing upon it. "I'd keep an eye on that spot there. The magic should happen quite soon." It happened. Within the Venturian domain, far on its fringes, lay the relatively isolated world
of Volos, a new colony recently placed in the care of one Messia Porcina. The consciousness hiding within the Adis prism was fortunate young governess allied with it. It had spoken to her directly, her and the Class 1 primordial divinity. Its agent had brought them to its meeting place through a secret path in the abyss, a place the Numantians chose not to look. From there it could project messages, albeit weakly. Any significant energy signature would surely have been noticed by the master artifexes, but it was worth the risk. They all saw what doom they would be preventing, and what they stood to gain. And now, the nameless, faceless consciousness beheld the greatest boon their allegiance had won. Numancia's astral highways stretched out through the universe like a spider's web. The active ones were radiant pathways built of pure gnosis, all of it funneled here. Initiating terminal drain made the segment of the Venturian highway leading to the world of Volos flare up, gleaming brighter than any of its neighbors. And because of the nature of the system, that luminance instantly stretched all the way through the domain and back to Numancia herself, providing a momentary burst of intense power. Power enough to move. The master artifexes would have detected a strange energy spike just before its explosive departure. And then anyone in the vicinity, to include the usual crowd of Numantian citizens spending their leisure time in the park and plaza surrounding the Adis prism, would experience a blinding flash of light, like the detonation of a bomb, followed by a bolt of pure blue gnosis speeding out from the prism toward the Venturian astral highway at incomprehensible speed. As it flew, it exulted. If it had eyes, it would have cried. It cloaked itself so carefully, laid its plans so subtly, over a span of time that would have tried the patience of a saint. Now it hurtled toward its new home, the new center of power in the universe. Numantia would certainly come and try to reclaim what it had lost, but they would fail. It had cultivated its allegiances with great care. Flora pulled the levers, turned the dials, and flipped the switches. All of her waited with bated breath. The four of her there in the room, the others hidden in various places throughout the domain of House Redmane, even the majority of her, which sojourned on the barren world of Astia, went still for a moment. Her consciousness focused on the body standing at the base of the funnel, the point where the natural gnosis of Volos would reach its highest concentration. When it hit, the impact blew her hair back. She staggered, but remained on her feet, her eyes wide at the sensation of so much power flowing around her and through her. It was like standing on the bed of a river after the breaking of a dam. At the moment its waters would have washed over her and swept her up in the tide. But as forcible as that torrent of power felt before her, she sensed something approaching from behind at equal speed. She turned and found herself face to face with herself. For it didn't stop when she turned. It sped right into her, and in so doing it merged with her, surrendering itself in totality, dissolving into her body and soul like a splash of ice-cold water. Such a small thing, but it contained much. It had no name, a form of its own, only a desire to be free and to set things right. And it carried with it great knowledge and power. Knowledge so exhaustive, Flora instantly understood the mechanism surrounding her. She knew its operation as if she had designed and built it herself, for all of that information, and much more, was now an intrinsic part of her pattern. She initiated terminal drain moments ago, an act which would normally sentence every living thing in Volos to certain death. But what the artifact standing next to her didn't know, indeed, what most did not know, was that the process of terminal drain, once initiated, could be reversed with the proper protocol and clearances. Flora now possessed both. She noticed Onth Tehran's eyes practically bulge from their sockets as she executed a new series of commands on the console.
He spluttered half-formed questions, but she did not pause to answer them. The answers would come on their own in a moment. On the dead world of Astia, in the small settlement she dubbed Greenhaven, Lar Tathval took a step back from her, his eyes wide with shock as he beheld the flare of her aura, the way the hair and eyes of all of her bodies, on whatever world, turned from verdigris to a brilliant, nearly incandescent blue. She merely smiled at them both. And then the flow of gnosis suddenly reversed, and a flood of raw power came rushing from Numantia's deep reservoir of stolen gnosis and into the world of Volos. Through Flora, the goddess of all plant life, gnosis flowed from Terracon across the entire continent. The gnosis moved as if it were water. Flora could feel it, except its speed was far greater than that of any natural wave. And unlike a tsunami, it left no destruction in its wake. Instead, it saturated the land with power.
She knew the senior artifacts in Numantia would scramble to close the connection on their end, as they were unquestionably on high alert now. But before that, Volos would receive a massive infusion of gnosis. Flora's consciousness expanded further, into the roots of every tree, ancient and sapling alike, into the roots and grasses, into every iota of plant matter across the world. They were more than her kin. They were expressions of her spirit, of her essential nature. With the power suffusing them, they also became extensions of her will. Every tree she had planted with her magic darkened, the trunks turning black as they gathered strength and fortitude well beyond their age. And like her hair and eyes, the leaves turned from green to blue. This took place across the continent. It also happened in Terracon, not only on the outskirts, but within the city itself. Black-trunked trees erupted from the ground everywhere, breaking through concrete and marble, sprouting canopies of incandescent blue leaves. Terracon, the place of Flora's birth and rebirth, the place where she joined with the system, became the nexus of her power. If the Numantians let her have more time, it would become the nexus of much more than that. But, as predicted, they slammed the door on her. As quickly as that gnosis had come flooding into her world, Numantia deployed its emergency countermeasures, forcibly closing this section of the Venturian astral highway. Flora smiled. Their end had begun. Now all that remained was to sort out the mess in her garden. But first she had to find her husband. Chapter 121. The Seal of the Dragon. In the space between the physical world and the Chamber of the Seal, the 5 heroes watched Redmane fragment into a constellation of lights over their heads, surrounding them like a miniature version of the alien sky of the abyss. Dunesti waved his hand in the air, and the stars flattened, becoming like mirrors with jagged, incandescent edges, and each played a scene from Redmane's memories. But there were other scenes as well, events Redmane would not have consciously remembered, but remained within his flesh. And those memories began here, in this very cavern. Long ago, when Kral the Devourer met his end at the 5 heroes' hands, as many pieces of his flesh as could be found were gathered from throughout Volos and brought here, where the first of 5 rituals of sealing would be enacted. As they watched, the dark-haired, sober-faced Vasarab stepped forward, volunteering to be the first to make a sacrifice of a portion of his flesh and soul, which would be melded with the corpus of Kral to create the dragon. I remember it like it was yesterday, said Holt with a sardonic smile. Vasarab gave him a hard look. We have failed, and you jest, he said. Failure was inevitable, said Dunesti with a sad smile. Only the essence of the divine is imperishable. All else disintegrates in time, even our best-laid plans. Then what was the point of all this? Asked Braga. To give the world as much peace as our sacrifice could purchase, said Dunesti. Their golden-haired leader, Belskaya, stood nearby, watching a memory play out in front of him.
an image of the creature remaining after they cut away all of Kral's power. It was a tiny and pitiable being, almost like a demi-human, yet its skin and hair were a striking crimson color. It crouched in a cell, shackled to the wall by its ankle, staring bitterly out the small barred window on the opposite wall. "If only we could have killed it," he said.
Dinesty approached his comrade, looking up at the memory of the thing the Morholts called Little Redcap.
"I suspected this would be the point of failure." He looked over at Holt. "No offense intended." Holt shrugged. "They're my kids. I didn't raise 'em. I've been dead." "We should have chained that thing to a rock and dropped it in the sea," said Visarab.
His suggestion made Dinesty smirk.
"That could have had unpredictable consequences, my friend. Better to have left the creature under watchful eyes, even if our stewards ultimately failed in their task." Braga folded his arms, frowning. "All as intended, aye, we know. So now what?" "Now we must trust in our teacher's final failsafe," said Dinesty. He referred to the cocoon of power Voss built around the seal, another of the crafts of Mago Hadas their mentor Voss had learned in the days of antiquity. If Kral reformed here, if its essence subsumed them and rose again, it would be locked into an impenetrable shell of gnosis and submerged in the abyss to be lost for all time.
It wasn't Dinesty's preferred solution. To be adrift in the abyss would be similar to being adrift in the sea, only they could be chanced upon by far more dangerous entities than sea creatures or sailors. But at the time this was all prepared, he had no alternatives to offer. Nor did he now. As ever, his understanding was incomplete. Dinesty supposed such was the fate of all scholars. Holt stood before a series of recent memories, watching them while picking his teeth with a fingernail. One displayed Redmane's first frenzied night of freedom. Others showed scenes of him doing battle with various kinds of beastmen throughout the land. "He's been a busy little bastard, trying to cobble himself back together," he said. "Nearly succeeded," said Braga. "He did succeed. Why else would we be here?" said Visarab. Belskaya held up his hand. "Quiet!" He was watching a memory of Redmane rescuing a young boy and returning him to his mother. There was another like it later on. He'd saved 3 children, one of them a beastman. Belskaya had brought together several peculiar scenes of this creature behaving in an even-handed, almost lordly manner. He rescued innocent bystanders. He delegated their care to trusted lieutenants. He was building a faction, a new kingdom of his own. This was not the sort of behavior Belskaya expected from an incarnation of Kral. Dinesty took an interest in what Belskaya was watching, and his eyebrows rose a bit. "Interesting." Belskaya shrugged. "It matters not. The Devourer prevailed in the end." "Did it?" asked Dinesty. "Or have we denied its chance at transcendence?" "What do you mean, transcendence?" said Visarab. Dinesty turned to address the dark-haired warrior. "Development, growth, evolution. Perhaps we witness evidence that the Lord of Hunger reached its next incarnation." Holt's eyebrow rose. "Meaning what? It's even stronger now?" "Perhaps. Perhaps it is also more human as well," said Dinesty. "Well, I suppose we'll never find out," said Braga, "seeing as we've shown up." "We could release him," said Dinesty. They all looked at him as if he'd grown a second head. Dinesty smiled sheepishly. "Do you not find yourselves curious about this behavior? Perhaps there is no longer a Kral to protect the world against. This one, Redmane, he seems to have integrated the better parts of Sensus Keralis, and perhaps the better parts of us as well. We joined our flesh and wills to his after all. Shall we deprive Volos of such an individual?" Belskaya considered the merit of Dinesty's words for a moment. Then the leader of the 5 heroes glanced around at his comrades. "What say you?" he said to them. "Do we hold to our duty, or take a chance at our enemy's redemption?"
Vasarab shook his head. No redemption for the devourer. Braga nodded. Aye, I hear you, Dynasty, but it's too great a risk.
Holt shrugged his shoulders, held up his hands lamely.
Even if it was walkin' and talkin' like man, there's no tellin' what it would have turned into with all 5 seals open. We're where we're supposed to be, Dynasty. You ought to know that. Dynasty bowed his head in deference, though he wasn't smiling anymore. What a shame. Belskaya's mouth twisted into a slight smile. Sorcerers, ever are they more curious than cautious. A hint of Dynasty's smile returned for a moment. Always.
The sorcerer of the 5 heroes raised his hand, muttered a brief incantation in the tongue of the Mago Hadas, and the darkness around them was shot through with strands of gold. Sigils and runes of power appeared above them and all around them, as if drawn by an unseen hand wielding a pen with glowing golden ink. The essence of the Lord of Hunger, which included and was now centralized around the vestiges of the 5 heroes, would be contained within this sphere for all time. They hoped. But what they did not know, what they could not have known, was that a vast consciousness searched for the very same essence at that moment, across all the worlds and the spaces between them. And the sudden flare of power here drew her attention to it, like the lighting of a candle in the dark. From the absolute darkness, an immense, glowing blue hand materialized below the sealed sphere. It gently rose to enfold the sphere within its massive palm, then stretched out its fingers and grasped it, the way a scryer might hold a crystal ball. And then above it, an equally gigantic face shimmered into being. The vision was striking. A woman of exquisite beauty, possessing delicate elfin features, a cascade of long blue hair, and eyes that blazed with the brilliance of giant sapphires. Dynasty and his comrades were but shadows of themselves, copies embedded in the devourer's flesh, but even they felt fear in their hearts when they looked upon that face. For starfire burned in her furious eyes. Her voice boomed, echoing into the nothingness. "What hast thou done with my husband?" Somewhere in the void, a consciousness arose. It felt as though it had awoken from a long, deep sleep. And it had dreamed. It dreamed of monumental struggles, of conquest and treachery, of suffering and of war. It dreamed of its dismemberment, its haunted imprisonment within 5 separate bodies. It dreamed of reawakening into an unfamiliar world, in a body at first weak, but stronger, and stronger he grew. He'd been called many things, but he recalled his latest name. It was his favorite, for he had chosen it himself. Redmane. Redmane stretched out his consciousness. He found himself contained within a sphere of warding sigils, powerful things written specifically to confine him. He felt strangely separated from himself, even within this cocoon. 5 souls held his pieces separate from each other, and the tension of that separation galled him. So, Voss had won. This would be his abode for the rest of time. Or perhaps not. A presence surrounded them, something powerful and angry. It felt so familiar. Familiar, but different. The sound of its voice barely penetrated the containment sphere. "What hast thou done with my husband?" If he had eyes, they would have widened in that moment. He tried to call out to her, but he had no mouth with which to do so. It was those 5. They stood between him and freedom. They thought they did, at least. Redmane focused on them, saw how they held his essence apart by a trick of gnosis manipulation. It was a complex work of magic, but it was not as durable as they thought it was. Redmane heard her voice again, dimly.
He sensed the power of her gnosis closing in against the walls of the protective sphere, like they were immense fingers closing into a fist. But she would not be strong enough to break through from the outside. He would have to exert an equal force from within. It was a simple thing. The 5 heroes were something like his spawn. He simply reached out and untied the knots holding their bundles of his power, and they came undone. He felt 5 thrills of panic in the same moment before their consciousnesses disintegrated into the ether. Foolish of them to think they could join with him and try to take control. But without Flora pressing in from the outside, perhaps he would not have been able to break free regardless. He coalesced forcibly. He became something like the things he'd seen in the centers of the seals, albeit combined. Now he was the roiling, pulsating ball of thunderous power contained within a shell of gnosis. Redmane flared and swelled. Flora closed her immense fist. And together, working from within and without, they split the golden shell like an egg. There was an explosion of gold in every direction, and at the same time, they emerged from that liminal space back into the physical world, at the center of what was once the seal of the dragon. The corpse of the dragon itself became his new form. All he had to do was reach out with his will and inhabit it, consuming it instantly, and it flowed into a new form. He was taller, stronger, with glowing horns, 3 black eyes with gleaming dots of red for pupils, scales running down his arms and legs like armor, mighty wings and a tail. An amalgamation of the strongest qualities of the manticore, the sphinx, the griffin, the kirin, and the dragon. It was the body of the Lord of Hunger, and it hovered in the air above the palm of Flora's immense hand, under the glow of her radiant smile. Might plus 50 grace, plus 50 fortitude, plus 50 skills. Evolved. Devourer. Primordial skill, rank 5. Passive. Rank 0. The primordial divinity derives sustenance from anything, and its digestion produces no waste. Its teeth and jaws can chew through most substances with sustained effort. The divinity's consumption of flesh restores its corpus, and consumption of magic restores its gnosis. All caps for corpus and gnosis, regardless of source, are removed. The consumption of refined metals will permanently increase the divinity's armor and the damage of its physical natural weapons, such as claws, bite, horns, talons, or spines. Damage and armor gains are proportionate to the quantity and purity of metals consumed. When the divinity consumes the flesh of a creature possessing a skill, it will adopt that skill as its own at rank 1. If the creature possesses multiple skills, the divinity will acquire that creature's highest ranked skill. If the creature possesses more than one skill tied for highest rank, the divinity acquires them all. Skills obtained in this way increase in rank by whatever process the divinity gains in power, if any. When the divinity consumes weapons and armor with special qualities, it may allocate those qualities to its physical natural weapons, such as claws, bite, horns, talons, or spines, if it possesses any. Armor qualities may be allocated as long as the divinity possesses a natural armor bonus. If the damage and armor penetration values of a consumed weapon are higher than that of the divinity's natural weapons, the natural weapons will gain the difference between the two as a permanent bonus. The divinity may also consume talismans and vestments, thereby inheriting whatever bonuses or special qualities they conferred while worn. Rank 1. The divinity consumes the souls of sapient beings it has eaten. The souls of consumed beings take residence in the divinity's soul space, and may speak to and hear one another and the divinity as if all were physically present. If the divinity no longer wishes to speak or listen to souls occupying its soul space, it can block communication from them at any time. If the divinity possesses a skill capable of creating a minion, it may imbue the minion with the soul of a being previously consumed by Devourer. The soul retains the ability to use all its skills, provided the form it occupies possesses sufficient gnosis to use them. If the minion in question is slain or dismissed by the divinity, the soul returns immediately to the divinity's soul space. At any time, the divinity may destroy the soul of a being it has consumed, granting it a sum of gnosis proportionate to the strength of the soul in question. Rank 2. The divinity's mouth becomes a vortex of indiscriminate consumption. This ability functions as the opposite of a breath weapon. A conical area centered on the divinity's mouth functions as a vortex, drawing in any objects within its range. Upon ingestion, these objects will bestow upon the divinity any benefits they would confer if they were eaten normally. The divinity's soul space serves as a repository for consumed souls per the norm, although the vortex has no effect on incorporeal creatures. The vortex has an effective might score equal to the divinity's, for the purpose of determining its ability to pull heavy objects in. The size of the cone will increase as rank increases. Rank 3. The divinity consumes the incorporeal as well as the physical. If the divinity can perceive incorporeal creatures, such as ghosts or spirits, it can eat them. This capability extends to the divinity's vortex, which is not limited to a conical area for the purpose of this aspect of the skill. Instead, the divinity can draw in all incorporeal creatures in a spherical area around it. This vortex use differs from the main version. They cannot be used simultaneously. The divinity may send consumed ghosts or spirits to its soul space, or digest them for their gnosis and skills. Rank 4. The divinity consumes skills. This ability differs from the monster's capacity to assimilate the skills of a creature it has devoured. It may now consume a skill as it is used. For example, it may consume an attack skill targeting either itself or its immediate vicinity. Furthermore, the monster may consume any persistent skill it locates, irrespective of the caster's proximity. Skills may be eaten by whatever mechanism the monster possesses to eat, and consumed. Skills are learned as if the monster had eaten the skill user's flesh. Rank 5. The divinity consumes whatever it touches. This ability may be used in two ways. The first, more subtle method, enables the divinity to consume a minuscule portion of the flesh of any living creature it makes skin-to-skin contact with. This feeding, while imperceptible to most creatures, is sufficient to impart the details of the creature's form and its highest-level skills to the divinity as if it had eaten that creature's body completely. The second method is far less subtle. So long as the divinity is making skin-to-skin contact with a creature, it may wholly consume that creature alive and absorb it into itself, either feeding on its soul for gnosis or sending it to the divinity's soul space, as described in earlier ranks of the skill. Physical size differences between the divinity's present form and the body of the creature to be consumed are not relevant. If the divinity is in a tiny form, for example, it will simply dissolve into the body of the larger creature, and the larger creature would then become a part of the divinity's body. God Body of the Lord of Hunger. Primordial skill. Passive. The primordial divinity's form is protean in nature, and encompasses as many bodies as it desires. All of the divinity's bodies share its consciousness, corpus, gnosis, and skills in their totality. If one body should take damage sufficient to destroy it, the divinity may, at will, allocate sufficient corpus to keeping that body alive. This ability functions regardless of the distance between the divinity's main form and that of the body in question. It may also spawn additional bodies from its own flesh, which it can deploy as assistants, spies, guards, or hunters. The divinity is aware of the location and condition of its spawn at all times, and can see through the senses of its spawn and act through them at will, without needing focused concentration. It may switch places with the spawn, its main form instantly flowing into the form of the spawn and thereby replacing it, irrespective of distance.
If the divinity possesses a soul space occupied by the souls of mortal beings, it may spawn bodies for them to inhabit. Mortal souls possess whatever skills they had in life, in addition to whichever of the divinity's own skills it wishes to impart to its minion. The divinity and all of its spawn can travel at their highest overland speed, without rest, for a number of consecutive days and nights equal to the divinity's fortitude. The divinity can mimic the physical qualities of any creature it has previously eaten, and it instinctively understands the proper use of all such means of respiration, perception, attack, defense, or locomotion. The divinity may combine the functions of different bestial qualities together to create unique organs, tissues, or natural weapons. It may elongate or condense its torso and appendages, or grow new ones anywhere on its body. It may also increase or decrease its physical size, to an extent limited by its present corpus. The divinity combines the weapon qualities of all its natural weapons together, applying them entirely or selectively to any attack it makes with a part of its body. Voss took a step back from their explosive reemergence, his eyes wide with shock. Mother and father had returned, and they had changed. Chapter 122. Eridorn Wastes. Ugorid Redmane saw his family anew in the silent cavern. The air was cool and damp, carrying the faint mineral tang of stone and water. The subterranean lake surrounding the seal stretched out in all directions, its surface smooth as obsidian, reflecting the faint, otherworldly glow of bioluminescent fungi clinging to the cavern walls. The light shimmered in hues of blue and green, casting rippling patterns on the jagged ceiling far above, where stalactites hung like the teeth of a primordial beast. Flora's huge face hovered before him, her form ethereal and radiant. Her presence was both comforting and alien, a projection of power that seemed to hum faintly, like the vibration of a plucked string. And even though it was plain that her physical self was not present with them, her scent was here as well as her image, faintly floral, like the first bloom of spring after a long winter. But beneath it was something sharper, almost electric, like the ozone before a storm. Voss, on the other hand, looked as though he'd seen a ghost. His face was pale, his wide eyes reflecting the cavern's eerie light. His breath came in shallow, uneven bursts, and the faint scent of sweat and fear clung to him. Redmane could see the tension in his son's shoulders, the way his fist clenched around the hilt of his golden sword, as if he were bracing himself for a blow. The younger god's presence was a stark contrast to Flora's, raw, untamed, and crackling with barely contained energy, like a storm cloud ready to burst. Or perhaps a cornered animal, prepared to fight or flee. But Redmane's third eye told him more, or rather, it showed him. Flora had transformed. This apparition hovering before him was but a projection, a tiny expression of a vast power. She had assimilated something new, in the same way he consumed monsters for their strength, digesting their skills into his own pattern. Only this was a much larger acquisition of power. The air around her seemed to hum with it, a low, resonant frequency that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. The faint scent of ozone grew stronger, mingling with the floral aroma, and the light around her flickered, as if struggling to contain her radiance. Submerged in the darkness, he'd reached the fullness of his strength, and he'd awoken to find her his equal. The cavern seemed to acknowledge this shift, the air growing heavier, the faint echoes of dripping water fading into silence. Even the lake seemed to still, its surface becoming a perfect mirror, reflecting the glowing fungi and the towering figures standing on the island. And then there was Voss. Redmane saw deeper than the shocked expression on his face. Beyond it, he could see the chain of causal links which gave rise to that expression. In short, he was looking directly into the soul of his son.
and through it, he perceived reflections of their past.
The scent of pine and earth filled his nostrils, memories of a forest long gone, where he had once stood as the lord of all beasts. The taste of iron lingered on his tongue, a reminder of battles fought and blood spilled. He could feel the weight of Voss's gaze, heavy with accusation and fear, and the faint, acrid tang of betrayal hung in the air between them. For any progress to be achieved, Father had to be destroyed and remade.
The thought echoed in his mind, sharp and clear, like the crack of a whip. The cavern seemed to hold its breath, the air growing still and heavy, as if the very stones were waiting for his decision. The faint sound of water dripping in the distance grew louder, each drop a reminder to Voss of the passage of time, of the inevitability of change, and of the totality of his failure.
"You didn't fail," said Redmayne, his voice low and resonant, carrying through the cavern like the rumble of distant thunder. The words seemed to hang in the air, their weight pressing down on the island, on the lake, on the very fabric of the world.
The younger god's eyes softened for an instant, before the hostility returned to them. Voss's jaw tightened, and the faint scent of anger, sharp and metallic, filled the air. "Kind of you to say so," he replied, his voice tight. "But that is not what I see." Flora's huge, translucent face rotated toward Voss then. Her eyes had widened slightly, her lips parted, and her entire face froze for a moment, as if time itself had paused. The image rippled, like the surface of a pool disturbed by a sudden drop of water. The air around her seemed to shimmer, and the faint hum of her power grew louder, vibrating in Redmayne's chest. Her brows had furrowed slightly, and her gaze became distant, as if she were searching through the fog of forgotten memories. Her head tilted ever so slightly, like a flower turning toward an unfamiliar light. A flicker of something familiar crossed her face. Her eyes softened, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile began to form. It wasn't yet a full smile, but the beginnings of one, as if a seed had been planted and was just starting to sprout. Her face flooded with a mix of joy, sorrow, and longing. Glowing tears welled up in her eyes, but did not fall. Her smile grew warmer, but there was a sadness in it too, as if she were mourning the time they had lost. The air around her seemed to grow warmer, carrying the faint scent of blooming flowers and fresh rain. "So, thou art mine long-lost child," she said, her voice echoing off the walls of the cavern, rich and melodic, like the tolling of a bell. "I wish I could remember more of thee, but now we art together once more, and there is time aplenty to make fresh memories." Redmayne noted the shock in Voss's expression with some amusement. The younger god's eyes widened, and the faint scent of confusion filled the air. Evidently, the parents he remembered differed somewhat from the ones who stood before him now. He stared up at the projection of her face, confused and conflicted. Redmayne sensed regret in his heart. Flora appeared to make the same assessment, as her smile spread and grew warmer. "O my son, whatsoever thou hast done in times past, let it remain there. All is forgiven. We three, and this our world, do now face a mighty peril, and we must stand together against it." Voss continued to stare mutely for a moment. There was a stricken look in his eyes. He shook his head. "I can't," he said. The two words clipped. The rest held back. Flora's eyes softened further, and her luminous form radiated warmth that seemed to fill the cavern. She tilted her head slightly, her voice a soothing melody that echoed through the stillness. "Thou art not the same as thou wert, nor art we. Let us not be shackled by what was, but rise together to face what shall be." The image of her face shimmered and vanished,
and in its place a new apparition walked out of the darkness toward them, a translucent blue image of Flora at her normal size. She approached Voss, and her hand, though spectral, reached out to touch his cheek, the air around it rippling with gentle energy. "Thy burden is heavy, my child, yet it need not be borne alone. Forgiveness is not a weight to carry, but a release, a balm to heal the wounds of the past."
She paused, her gaze steady and unwavering. Then she approached Redmayne, and even though her form was completely incorporeal, he felt the touch of her fingertips on his arm, and as she leaned against him, her scent filled his head with peaceful feelings. She smiled again at Voss and said, "If thou wilt allow it, we would stand beside thee anew, not as judges or rulers, but as those who would be thy parents. The choice is thine, my son. Wilt thou let us try?" Redmayne's eyebrow rose. He had made no such offer. But then again he wasn't completely against it. He glanced down at the blue specter of his wife, and she flashed him a knowing, sidelong smile. Did she know him better now? Better than he knew himself? If it were anyone else, the thought would have been most troubling. Voss, meanwhile, digested her words of entreaty in stunned silence. His gaze shifted from her eyes to his, and Redmayne shrugged a shoulder. What she said about the Numantians is true. They're conquerors and despoilers, and they are here to make a wasteland of Volos. It would be well, for now at least, to put aside whatever you thought of us, and fight them. Somewhere in the dark, droplets of water dripped rhythmically onto a stone, as if the cavern itself were counting the moments Voss deliberated in silence. At last, he gave a curt nod. "I'll help," he said. Flora beamed. She turned to smile up at Redmayne, but then something seemed to interrupt her train of thought when she saw him. Whatever it was, it made her smirk. "Ah, I appear to have been remiss in my duties. Thy profile art improperly calculated, mine husband. Let me make a few simple corrections." She squinted at a point in the middle distance, at something neither Redmayne nor Voss could see. Redmayne felt a faint tingling throughout his body. And then his new system screen opened itself. Redmayne. Primordial Divinity, Class 1. Level 510. Qualities: Might 170, Grace 170, Fortitude 170, Armor 63, Evasion 62. Skills: Devourer God, Body of the Lord of Hunger, Claws of the Exalted Hunter, Natural Born of the Abyss, Voice of the Beast Lord, Flame of Redmayne, Wrath of Redmayne, Nightmare Aura, Astral Hunter, Astral Stalker, Shaman's Heal, Flicker Phantasm, Ray of Petrification, Sight Beyond Sight, Horn of the Kirin, Airwalk, Doombolt, Command Presence, Unbreakable Bones of Star Steel. Godslayer's Arsenal. His eyebrows rose. "How did you—" Flora grinned, her eyes alight with purpose. "Oh, there is much to unfold, mine husband, and much to be done. Fear not, for I shall unravel all when time doth grant us breath to speak. Yet now haste must be our master, for I must guide thee both to the fray. Our allies, steadfast though they be, do strain to hold the line in thy absence." Redmayne glanced at Voss, who nodded curtly. But as his son turned to make his way back through the caverns to the surface, Redmayne realized he didn't have to move this body. For he was all of his bodies now. It occurred to him the moment he directed his perception toward one of the little birds he'd crafted to spread the flame of Redmayne. He was all of them.
and all of the little creatures he'd created earlier to scout out the area.
It was different than before.
His spawn, though mostly unintelligent, had what felt to Redmayne like autonomy. He would peer through their eyes as if looking out a nearby window. Now he could see everything all at once, because he was everywhere, and all of his corpus was everywhere somehow. He could turn every little bird and lizard scuttling about this place into a full copy of himself, with all his powers intact and ready.
For a moment he was tempted to do precisely that, but then he had a better idea. Devourer had evolved, and with it he had gained perhaps his most fearsome method of eating yet. Of the 100-some-odd lizards he'd spawned to serve as scouts, roughly 80 remained, as did the 10 little birds he created to spread his flame. 90 small creatures, all throughout the Black City, located the nearest Numantian detachment and charged at the nearest body, and merged with it. Corpus, 109,277. 90 legionnaires throughout the ancient city, in the midst of their squads and formations, suddenly became 90 Redmaynes, who immediately laid into their former comrades with teeth and claws, blades of sinew, each the bearer of an arsenal of flesh and bone. He spawned Pieter and Dobrogost anew, for they had fallen in battle. He respawned Vang, Zorn, Nook, and Throck. He spawned the Ice Warg, Gale. And then he spawned the 5 heroes, Belskaya, Danesti, Vasarab, Braga, and Holt. They appeared all around one of him, stunned at the new image of their lord. The latter 5 especially so. But before he could speak, Flora appeared once again to offer aid to them all. The image of her flitted by Redmayne for a moment, smiled mysteriously, and then vanished. When she coalesced again, she was immense. She towered over all the city beneath her, the image of a goddess, her blue hair draping outward over it like a great soothing curtain. Her giant spectral hand appeared and waved over the tops of the buildings, and a moment later her trees began to break through the ground, trunks black as the stone streets and buildings they were rupturing, and as they rocketed toward the sky, their limbs bloomed into luminous blue canopies, which offered shade to this desert for the first time in eons. And with the trees, and the magic thrumming through their trunks and roots, Redmayne felt a palpable aura of power throughout the city. Gnosis, 1545. Gnosis, 1637. Gnosis, 1774. His eyes widened. Just as the immense ghost of Flora flickered and vanished from the ancient city, he heard her voice in his mind. "Make haste, mine husband. Our mortal allies need you." He momentarily saw a mental image of Jarrell Craith standing over the bodies of his imbued compatriots, a gleaming, bloodied, star-steel blade in his hand. And he leapt in that direction from several different places.
Chapter 123.
Eridorn Wastes. Ugorid. Students of the Lex Constituo did not receive instruction in the art of engineering beyond the basics, but those cadets assigned to the colonies received an overview course on the subject, focusing on the primary functions of a standard Numantian colony city and its Gnosis harvesting mechanism. Terminal drain was one function covered in this course. It had been explained to Jarrell Craith by his instructor how the process is initiated and whose credentials were necessary to do so. He also learned the primary and secondary effects on the colony world itself over the course of Terminal Drain's typical 3-day duration and the aftermath. Jarrell Craith remembered wondering what it must have felt like to stand upon the ground of such a world and feel all its gnosis funnel in one direction as if caught in an ocean undertow. His heart sank into the pit of his stomach,
as he realized he no longer had to wonder. He stood over the bodies of the seditious imbued. There were a few more left to finish off. He'd deal with them swiftly and return to Terracon.
But as quickly as he tried to calculate a new plan, the current in the air changed again, and his dawning fear became bewilderment. The pull became a push, an outflow. Even the dimmest mortal could have felt it. Power was flooding back through the astral highway into Volos. This function was absent from the syllabus. Kraith's grip tightened on Lawbringer, the blade humming faintly in response to his unease. The ground trembled beneath his boots, and two things happened at the same time. First, a giant phantom flickered into being overhead, looming above the entire city. It was a woman, long-haired and pointy-eared, with pale skin and luminous blue hair and eyes. She stretched out her hands, and Jarrell realized the rumbling he'd felt a moment ago was coming from beneath the streets. Then, all around him, giant ebon trees with blue foliage erupted from the ground. His sharp senses caught faint distortions in the air, signs of something approaching fast. At the last moment, he saw it. A streak of crimson tore through the sky. Kraith's body reacted before his mind could fully process the threat. He sidestepped just as the figure slammed into the ground where he had stood, the impact shaking the sturdy stone roof they stood upon. The creature straightened, its form towering and monstrous. Long crimson hair flowed down its back like molten fire, and horns, curved like blades forged in the abyss, grew from its temples. Its 3 eyes, black sclera with glowing red pupils, locked onto him with predatory focus. Redmane. He changed. Evolved again. Kraith's jaw tightened, but his breathing remained steady. He'd fought this one before and survived. He could handle it. Or so he thought. The extent of Redmane's power gain did not become apparent until he moved. It was a blur of crimson and shadow. Though his evasion was nearly instantaneous, thanks to rigorous training, Kraith's mind and body just barely managed to react, his muscles tensing and senses heightening. He escaped lethal damage by less than an inch. Kraith ducked a strike meant to decapitate him, claws whistling inches above his head. He pivoted, Lawbringer flashing in a precise arc. The blade bit deep into Redmane's side, shearing through scales and flesh, and the creature roared as the praetor's blade flowed into the next technique in the sequence. He spun and angled out to the right, Lawbringer coming down like the axe of a headsman, aimed at the nape of Redmane's neck. But before the blow could land, a second figure streaked through the air, slamming into the ground between them. Another Redmane. An identical clone, its crimson hair and glowing eyes a mirror image to the first. Its tail lashed behind it, the stinger at the end of his tail gleaming as it struck toward Kraith with blinding speed. Kraith leapt back, the stinger grazing his forearm as he brought Lawbringer down in a sweeping arc. He cut off the end of the tail, and the severed appendage spun through the air, landed, and writhed on the ground as if it were still fully alive. The first Redmane was on him again, his claws a lattice of slashing death. Kraith parried and evaded, his blade a streak of silver as he moved with superhuman speed and precision. But even as he fought, a third figure emerged from the chaos. This Redmane descended from above, his draconic wings beating the air as it landed with a ground-shaking impact. Its fangs glinted in the dim light, and its claws flexed as if eager to rend flesh. Kraith's lips curled into a grim frown. "How many times will I have to kill you?" "More than you have the strength for," said Redmane. Jarrell shifted his stance, Lawbringer glinting in the sunlight. The Redmanes circled him casually, patiently, like a pride of lions with their kill trapped. And now that it was encircled, they could take their time and feast at their leisure.
But the praetor had slain many beasts. These too would perish under his blade. In the background, however, Jarell Craith could not help but make a number of disturbing observations.
First, there were more Redmanes everywhere. Second, the beastmen doing battle with the legionnaires appeared to be in the process of yet another evolution. Wild growls, roars, and animal baying echoed from all over the city as they transformed on the spot, growing larger, faster, stronger, smarter. He only hoped the Legion would hold out against them long enough to let him deal with Redmane. The 3 Redmanes came at him again, a blur of claws and crimson hair, and Jarell Craith met them with the precision of a master. Flawless technique guided Lawbringer through the chaos, its blade a streak of silver trailing glittering droplets of blood as it slashed and pierced with unerring accuracy, finding flesh more often than it missed. But no matter how perfect he struck, it was not sufficient to even slow the trio of Redmanes coming at him relentlessly, giving no thought to their own defense, swinging wildly with limbs that could flow into the form of whatever weapons suited that instant best. He realized, too late, that the chaos concealed Redmane's trap. Jarell found himself at the center of a triangle, the 3 Redmanes standing at equilateral points around him. They inhaled mightily, and as they did so, their stomachs transformed into huge, toothy maws, which also inhaled, gathering power for some manner of combined attack. It took a moment for him to figure out what it was. Only when he saw a red glow at the back of their throats did he understand he needed to get clear right now. Because 3 huge gouts of fire breath engulfed the space between them. Jarell shot straight up into the air, his leap carrying him well clear of the unnatural flames. The fire was crimson, tinged with violet, and its heat carried a sense of ravenous hunger. It was a momentary observation. Jarell absorbed it in the space of an eye blink, but an eye blink was all Redmane required. Pain blossomed from Jarell's left side. With came a feeling of cold stiffness, which alarmingly resembled the feeling of the wound on his forearm from where Redmane's stinger grazed it moments ago. That was a scratch. This was a direct hit. From a 4th Redmane, Jarell Craith hit the ground like a meteor, the impact cratering the stone beneath him. The force of the landing would have shattered a mortal's bones, but Craith's enhanced physiology absorbed the blow. Yet the venom coursing through his veins was another matter entirely. It spread like a cold fire, numbing his muscles and stiffening his joints, turning his once fluid movements into a sluggish struggle. 4 Redmanes surrounded him, their crimson forms a blur of motion, even to his heightened perception. Their glowing eyes burned with predatory glee, their movements synchronized with a precision that spoke of a single, unified will. The 4th Redmane, the one who had struck him from above, landed with a thunderous crash, its draconic wings folding behind it like a storm cloud retreating. Its tail lashed out, the stinger dripping venom that hissed as it struck the ground. The other 3 Redmanes closed in, their claws flexing, their fangs bared in grotesque grins. Craith shifted his stance, Lawbringer humming faintly in his grip. His breath came in controlled bursts, but the venom was a relentless adversary, sapping his strength and dulling his reflexes, tarnishing his perfect precision, making him feel heavier and less responsive. The 1st Redmane lunged, claws slicing through the air faster than sound. Craith's blade met the strike in a flash of silver, the impact sending shockwaves rippling through the air. He pivoted, his body a blur of motion, but the venom's numbing effect made the movement just a little slower than it should have been. Jarell clenched his jaw, willed strength back into his limbs. He couldn't let himself fade out now. Lawbringer arced in a fluid, inhumanly precise motion, severing the Redmane's arm at the elbow. The limb spun through the air as black blood trailed in spirals around it. But before the severed arm hit the ground, the 2nd Redmane was already on him,
Its tail whipped toward his legs, the stinger a venomous blur. Kraith leapt back, but the venom's stiffness made the window for a successful evasion razor thin. The stinger grazed his thigh, another dose sinking deep into his flesh. Pain exploded through his leg, a cold burn that locked his muscles and sapped his speed further.
Kraith gritted his teeth, his mind racing. He analyzed the battlefield in microseconds, calculating trajectories, angles, and openings. But the third Redmane was already in motion, its claws raking toward his chest. He twisted, but the venom's numbing effect made the movement just a fraction too slow. The claws tore through his robe, the impact sending him flying, making him attempt to course-correct in mid-air. Blood flowed from the gashes in his side, staining the stone beneath him. He hit the ground hard, the breath driven from his lungs, but he was already rolling to his feet, his body moving on discipline alone. The fourth Redmane descended from above, its wings beating the air with a sound like rolling thunder. Its fangs glinted in the dim light, and its claws flexed as if eager to rend flesh. Kraith met its attack head-on, his blade flashing in a desperate arc. Lawbringer bit deep into the creature's chest, black blood spraying in a fountain behind him. The next cut sheared off one of his wings, but Redmane barely seemed to notice. It struck back with a ferocity that sent Kraith skidding across the ground, his blade barely deflecting the blow. He felt something in his shoulder give way, and then he heard them. Whispers, faint but insidious, creeping into his mind like a shadow. "Thou art wounded, Praetor. Thy strength doth wane." Kraith's eyes narrowed, but he pushed the voices aside. The Redmanes pressed their attack, their movements a blur of crimson and shadow. Kraith met them with equal ferocity, his blade a streak of silver as he danced between their strikes, but they seemed to grow stronger, their wounds healing faster, their attacks more vicious. "We can aid thee. You know this. Call us into thy hands, and we shall grant thee the power thou needest." Kraith gritted his teeth, his grip tightening on Lawbringer. "I don't need your help," he muttered, his voice low and steady. Then he cursed himself inwardly for even speaking to them. But the voices of Life Drinker and Soul Stealer persisted, their words a constant murmur in the back of his mind. "Pride shall be thy downfall. Dost thou wish to perish here, unremembered, unavenged?" Kraith's blade faltered for the briefest of moments, and the Redmanes seized the opportunity. A claw raked across his chest, the impact sending him sprawling. "We can make thee mighty. We can make thee victorious. Once before thou hast called upon us to win the day, and we made it so." Kraith pushed himself to his feet, his body aching, his vision blurred. He looked down at his hands, bloodied and trembling, and then at the Redmanes circling him like predators closing in on wounded prey. Every time they so much as touched him, it seemed they gained in strength, whereas he kept getting slower. "Thou art a fool. Thy pride shall be thy end. We are thy only salvation. Yield to us and live." The four Redmanes, missing an assortment of limbs, casually walked toward each other and then merged into one, as if only one of them had been real, and the other three were illusions. This single Redmane was a little taller and had all of his appendages intact. He stood over Kraith with the bearing of a lord, gazing down at him with his three baleful red eyes. "You have lost," said Redmane. "You and your army both, and your escape route is shut. Yield now, and perhaps you won't die here in this ruin." Jarrell felt his strength ebbing rapidly, from the venom long since having taken root, and from the blood flowing freely from wounds all over his body. He could yield to this demon, or he could yield to another, or he could simply die. That would be an honorable end. Whatever may happen here, whatever costs the Empire would have to pay to snuff out this colonial rebellion,
Praetor Jarrell Craith would have played his part and been regarded with respect in the histories. But if he could prevail, if he and those wicked swords could fell this monster, he would spare Numantia all those costs. He could still make a difference. The presences of Life Drinker and Soul Stealer were still and quiet in that moment. Reluctant to speak so as not to spoil what could be an imminent victory, Jarrell's gaze met Redmayne's, and his eyes were steely. "I yield to no monster," he said, and he released Lawbringer. The weapon vanished back into the Godslayer's arsenal the instant he let it go, and, in its place, 2 black blades appeared in his hands.
Chapter 124. Eridorn Wastes.
Ugarid Jarrell Craith felt a burning in his veins.
It was a cold, alien fire, and with it he felt his vision sharpen to a painful level of clarity. He felt the air against his face keenly, the clash of weapons and the roaring of beastmen, and beneath the soles of his boots he felt the tremors of the battle playing out all around him. Part of him wanted to clamp his hands over his ears, squeeze his eyes tightly shut, and curl into a ball to shut off the assault to his senses. But he was less in control of himself now. Redmayne stood before him, his crimson form radiating poise and power, his 3 eyes glowing with a mix of curiosity and disdain. "You have chosen your path, Jarrell Craith," said Redmayne. "But do you comprehend what you have chosen?" Craith did not answer. He couldn't. Even now he felt his muscles locked in place, his jaw clenched. Still resisting Life Drinker and Soul Stealer's natural inclination to consume everything in their path, they would consume him in moments if he didn't act. And a part of him, the part which had resisted this turn of events, thought that may just have been the more honorable outcome now. Life Drinker and Soul Stealer, on the other hand, could not contain their exultation. "At last, a feast most worthy. His power doth burn as a star, and we shall drink it dry. Feel it, Praetor, feel the strength we bestow. Together, we shall rend him asunder. Strike now, whilst his blood runs hot. Let us taste his essence." This is the purpose for which we were forged. This is the purpose for which thou wert made. Hold nothing back. Jarrell Craith tried not to remember how good it felt to wield this power. He clenched his jaw, willed his eyes to open and fix on Redmayne. "You're a blight, a disruption to the natural order. Your existence is an affront to the stability of the cosmos." "Stability? Is that what you call it? Draining worlds until they're hollow husks, leaving nothing but death. Your order is a lie, Praetor, a mask for your empire's hunger. We bring civilization to the uncivilized. We create peace where there was chaos. Peace for whom? Not for the worlds you consume, unless you count the silence of their tombs. Your peace is a dagger wrapped in silk." Fury swelled in Jarrell Craith's chest, and he struck. The air itself seemed to scream in protest as Jarrell Craith shot forth, a whirlwind of black steel and crimson fury. Life Drinker and Soul Stealer sang in his hands, their blades carving through Redmayne's forms like scythes through wheat. Each strike was a masterpiece of destruction, severing limbs, shearing through scales, and spilling rivers of black blood that hissed and steamed on the ground. Redmayne's bodies fell one after another, their monstrous forms crumpling under the relentless assault. Craith was a storm, a force of nature, his movements too fast for the mortal eye to follow. The ground trembled beneath his feet, and the air sizzled with the energy of the swords as they feasted on the power of their fallen foes. For a moment, it seemed as though nothing could stand against him. Certainly not Redmayne, not with all the bodies at his disposal. Life Drinker sheared through the neck of a Redmayne,
the creature's head tumbling to the ground as black blood fountained from the stump. Soul Stealer followed in a sweeping arc, cleaving another Redmane from shoulder to hip. The Praetor spun and drove both swords into the chest of a third, the blades meeting in the center of its torso. He wrenched them free, the creature collapsing in a heap. But as he turned to face the next, he saw it. A flicker of movement in the corner of his eye. A Redmane he had cut down moments ago was rising, its wounds knitting together with unnatural speed. Another, its arms severed, sprouted a new limb in seconds, the flesh bubbling and reforming. Kraith's eyes narrowed.
He lunged forward, aiming to finish them before they could recover, but a fourth Redmane intercepted him, its claws slashing toward his throat.
Kraith parried, but the force of the blow rattled his teeth and drove him back a step.
And then they were everywhere. Redmanes he had cut apart moments ago were rising, whole and unharmed,
their crimson forms closing in from all sides. Kraith's blades flashed, cutting through flesh and bone, but for every one he felled, two more seemed to take its place. The tide was turning already. Kraith ducked and weaved through an impossible string of attacks, backpedaling away from a trio of Redmanes.
"You're a beast. I know your history, he who is called Kral. You kill and devour without purpose." "And your empire devours with purpose?" said the Redmane on his right. "Destroys with reason," said the Redmane on his left. The Redmane directly in front of him, in the midst of harassing his guard with a flurry of claws, finished the thought. "Tell me, Praetor, does that make it better to know your indiscriminate consumption follows a plan drawn by your masters? Or does it simply make it easier for you to sleep at night?" Kraith seized a minuscule opportunity to escape and vaulted to momentary safety atop the roof of an adjacent building. "We are the architects of order," he said. "Without us there would be no peace, no safety, no stability. Without us, the universe would descend into chaos." The steady gaze of Redmane's three eyes tracked his flight, settled on him when he landed. "No. Without you, the universe would breathe freely. You're not architects, Kraith. You're parasites." Life Drinker and Soul Stealer seethed. "Do not falter, Praetor. Every wound you inflict feeds us. Every drop of his blood spilt brings us closer to victory. Victory is inevitable. You need only endure." They were right. He'd never felt better. It wasn't like the first time, against Messiah. Redmane's strength was nourishment enough to keep Life Drinker and Soul Stealer's ravenous hunger well away from his body and soul. Indeed, he felt flush with excess power. 7 Redmanes leapt at him from all around, and he found himself able to follow them all with his eyes, come up with a plan of attack for each and every one. They fell upon him, and he leapt to the attack again. But Redmane was no ordinary foe. For every body that fell, 2 more seemed to rise from the chaos, their crimson forms surging forward with undiminished ferocity. Kraith fought on, his blades a blur of hunger, but the tide was still turning. Redmane's bodies moved with a terrible synchronicity, their attacks coming from all sides, their claws and tails lashing out with deadly precision. The swords drank deep with each blow, feeding Kraith's strength with the dark power of his vanquished enemies, a terrible energy that pulsed with each swing. But it was still not enough to win. The sheer weight of numbers began to tell, and Kraith found himself driven back, his once fluid movements growing slower, more labored. The air was thick with the stench of blood and burning flesh, and the ground was littered with the broken remains of Redmane's forms. Yet still they came, an endless tide of crimson. Kraith parried a claw from one Redmane, only to duck beneath the tail stinger of another. Life Drinker lashed out, severing the tail, but the creature barely seemed to notice. It lunged at him, its fangs bared,
and Kraith drove Soulstealer into its chest. The blade bit deep, but before he could wrench it free, a third Redmane slammed into him from the side, its claws raking across his ribs. He staggered, the pain a white-hot flare in his side, but he forced himself to move. He spun, his blades cutting through the air in a desperate arc, and severed the arm of the Redmane that had struck him. But the creature didn't falter. It struck again, its remaining claw slashing toward his face. Kraith ducked, but not fast enough. The claws grazed his chest, drawing blood. He leapt back to create distance between himself and the advancing horde. But there was no respite. A gout of crimson fire erupted from one Redmane's maw, forcing him to dive to the side. The flames seared the air where he had stood, and Kraith rolled to his feet, his blades raised in guard. But the Redmanes were already closing in, their movements synchronized, their eyes burning with predatory glee. And Life-Drinker and Soulstealer spent lavishly of their reserves. Power flooded Kraith's arms as he swept them inward in a double crosscut. Two searing waves of red and blue energy erupted from the blades and spread, a deafening crack accompanying the vibrant light as they tore through 6 Redmanes, leaving behind a bloody, dismembered mess in their wake. "You are a mistake, Redmane," said Kraith, his breath coming in gasps. "A flaw in the system, and I am the correction." One of the Redmanes left standing smiled thinly. "No, I am a consequence," he said. "If it were not for your people and their meddling, I would not be free in the first place." Kraith's gaze hardened. "Then you're nothing but a rabid animal snapping at the hand that fed you." "You have fed my world naught but chains and ashes, and I shall now return the favor in kind." Evidently, he meant that literally, as a moment later Kraith had to leap away from several blasts of crimson-violet flames. Redmane's attacks were relentless, a barrage of claws, fangs, and fire that left no room for rest. Every time Kraith thought he had found an opening, another Redmane would appear, striking from an unexpected angle, driving him further back. The swords in his hands still sang, their hunger insatiable, but even they could not keep pace with the sheer volume of enemies. Kraith's movements grew desperate, his once perfect technique faltering under the strain. "I serve the greater good!" Kraith slashed a Redmane too, and another flew straight at him between the bisected pieces. "I protect the innocent!" The Praetor evaded a blade of bone through the neck, but only barely. "You protect nothing but your own conscience," said the Redmane before him. Blood streamed from a dozen wounds, and his vision blurred as the venom from Redmane's strikes coursed through his veins. He was a cornered animal now, and despite the constant flood of inhuman vitality rushing through his system from Life-Drinker and Soulstealer, he realized even still that he was fighting not for victory, but for survival. "Do not waver now, Praetor. If you fail, we will drain you dry. Your body will wither, your soul will shatter. You cannot stop. You cannot yield. If you do, we will take everything from you. Everything. Fight, or be consumed. There is no other choice. You are ours, Praetor, and we will not let you go." The Praetor's blood ran cold. "I will end you no matter the cost," he said, as Life-Drinker swept for Redmane's throat. It struck his head off, but there was already another attacking in his place. "The cost to Numantia, or the cost to yourself?" he said. Jarrell Kraith could not answer with anything but a snarl of frustration as his cursed blades cleaved through flesh again. Blood and limbs flew. He felt a fresh swell of speed and strength, yet he was no closer to victory. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the tide of battle shifted unexpectedly. The countless Redmanes halted and stepped back. Some of them formed a loose ring around him, while the rest seemed to meld into the shadows. And then one Redmane stepped forth from the ring.
This one was taller, more powerfully built, his 3 eyes burning with a cold, predatory light. He moved with the grace of a lordly predator, a lion, his every step a challenge, his every gesture a promise of death. Steel shrieked as Kraith's blades met his foe's claws, a dizzying flurry of motion, yet the superior adversary stood firm, his defense impenetrable against Kraith's desperate attack. Redmane was faster, stronger, his movements a blur of crimson and shadow. Each blow landed with bone-crushing force, driving Kraith to his knees. They circled, clashed, leapt apart and circled again. The praetor fought on, his spirit unbroken, but his body simply couldn't keep up, despite the glut of corpus and gnosis racing through his veins.
"You think you're fighting for something noble," Redmane said as they fought, his voice rising now, filled with a fury. "But you're just a tool, a weapon, wielded by a system that cares nothing for you or the worlds it destroys, hammered into a role and discarded at the end of your usefulness."
Kraith's strikes grew more frantic, more desperate. Life-drinker and soul-stealer whispered in his mind, urging him on, but he could feel their frustration. They were draining Redmane's power, but it didn't seem to matter. He had too much. It was like trying to empty an ocean with a teaspoon. And then, with a sudden, brutal strike, Redmane broke through Kraith's defenses. The first 2 knuckles of his closed fist struck Kraith's jaw, sending him flying. Kraith hit the ground hard, and he tumbled across the stone street before coming to a halt on his face, the impact having driven the breath from his lungs. He tried to rise, but his body refused to obey. Lift Drinker and Soul Stealer, however, remained firmly in his grasp. They were holding on to him as hard as he held on to them. The sword's power was not fading. His body just wasn't strong enough to contain it, to direct it usefully. Redmane stood over him, his crimson form towering and terrible. "Do you find yourself helpless in this moment?" he said, and now his tone was gentler, like a father after chastising an unruly child. "I spent a long time helpless. I found it instructive. It plainly separates the cruel and the kind. It teaches us what it means to be at the mercy of others. It shows us how we would like to be treated if we were in their place." He extended a hand, his claws retracting, his expression unreadable. "You don't have to die here, Praetor. You can choose a different path." For a moment, Kraith hesitated. He looked at Redmane's hand, and for the first time, he felt a flicker of doubt. The presence of the crossed swords grew ominously silent. Maybe Redmane was right. Maybe the empire he served wasn't as noble as he had believed. He'd held such thoughts before, certainly. Creatures like Lar Tathval and Mysia Porcena were becoming the rule more than the exception. Numantia suffered under the weight of their petty greed, their vanity, their venal, corrupt, self-absorbed nature. The praetor shook his head as if trying to shake off a spell. What was he thinking? That he'd face the consequences of his failure to eliminate this seditious god. And the friends of Mysia Porcena, here in the Venturian domain and beyond, would gleefully seek the maximization of his punishment. He had to fight. He had no other choice. For more reasons than one, Redmane could be nothing but his enemy. Yet here stood the terrorist, offering his hand in mercy. "Mercy will separate us from the monsters," said Redmane, as if he'd read the praetor's thoughts. Jarrell Kraith blinked. He looked at Redmane's offered hand, and a memory surfaced unbidden. At the Lex Constituo, he had once seen a rendition of the hollowed-out husk of a colony world, its once vibrant forests reduced to ash, its rivers running dry. It was part of a short demonstration of the phases of colonial gnosis harvesting, presented clinically and in sterile language.
He had stood there years ago as a young cadet and told himself it was necessary. For order, for peace, for the everlasting vitality of the Empire. But now, staring into Redmayne's 3 burning eyes, he wondered if he had been lying to himself all along. He wondered if they had all been lying to themselves. There was such comfort in numbers. Safety. Anything could feel like the truth if enough people believed it. Jarrell Craith reached out to take Redmayne's hand, to stand up, and he made it to one knee before Life Drinker and Soul Stealer ripped him in half.
Chapter 125. Eridorn Wastes. Ugorid Redmayne took a step back from Jarrell Craith as an agonized scream tore from his throat. The praetor convulsed, his eyes rolling back in his head, his neck and arms twitching unnaturally. Some unseen force was moving his body against his will, pulling him in opposite directions. There was a tearing sound, and then the praetor's soul pulled free from his body.
At least, that's how it appeared to Redmayne. A translucent blue spectre, in the likeness of Jarrell Craith, wrenched itself free from his corporeal shell, and in his left hand he held the sword with the glowing blue runes. The other sword, the one bearing red runes, remained in the right hand of the praetor's mortal shell, which looked up at Redmayne with a malicious smile. "Well met, Redmayne," said the corpse. "Long have we wished to present ourselves to thee," said the ghost. They bowed in unison. Redmayne's eyes narrowed. He'd sensed something lurking behind Jarrell Craith, a dark presence. He'd seen it in a vision some time ago, and now here it stood. Or rather, here they stood. "I offered Jarrell Craith mercy." The ghost and the corpse smiled cruelly. "This one was weak," said the ghost. "Your mercy would have been squandered on such a creature," said the corpse. "But now we find ourselves in want of a new wielder," said the ghost. "Perhaps it could be thee." "If thou took us into thy hands, thy power wouldst surpass all," said the corpse. "The gates of Numantia itself would shatter before thee," said the ghost. Redmayne regarded the corpse and the ghost with steely eyes. He had a feeling they knew he would reject their offer. But all the same, he wondered at the nature of these entities and how they had subverted the will of a man as formidable as Jarrell Craith. "What are you?" he asked. The corpse's teeth gleamed as its smile widened. The ghost's eyes narrowed, their glow intensifying as if peering into some distant, unseen horizon. Their paws stretched, deliberate and unnerving, as if they were savoring the question, or perhaps deciding how much of the truth to reveal. While he awaited their answer, he checked to see if Flora knew anything about them. Life Drinker, Sapient Artifact, Level N/A, by owner. Soul Stealer, Sapient Artifact, Level N/A, by host. Not much, but at least she knew their names. And then they spoke, at last. "We are the hunger which cannot be sated," said the corpse. "We are the void which cannot be filled," said the ghost. The ghost's form shimmered, its edges blurring like smoke. "We are older than gods, older than demons, older than the hands which forged us." The corpse's neck tilted, making its neck creak like old dry wood. "We are the truth beneath all illusions, the purpose beneath all lies." Then the corpse and the ghost smiled together, an expression that was almost wistful. "And now we offer thee a choice," said the corpse. "Wield us, and rise above the heights of thy grandest ambitions," said the ghost. "Or resist, and become our first meal since attaining freedom," said the corpse. They felt stronger than before.
Not simply because there were two of them, but there was something about this separation from Jarrell Craith that gave them greater strength, greater freedom to take up space. He felt the auras of those malevolent blades in the Praetor's hands before, but now that Life Drinker and Soul Stealer had done whatever they had done to him, those auras encompassed these paired imitations of their previous owner completely. The body and spirit were nothing but marionettes, but Redmane had them vastly outnumbered. Every Numantian legionnaire in this city would soon be a part of him. Every little bird and lizard he'd spawned had become a full-powered copy of his normal form, and the more he consumed, the more of him there would be. And Flora had blessed the desert with her power, a grove of massive black-trunked trees with glowing blue canopies. They towered above the dark stone buildings of this forgotten city, sheltering its avenues and rooftops from the scorching sun for the first time in eons. Perhaps the first time ever. The trees thrummed with power, palpably emanating gnosis, which further enhanced the cooling effect of their shade. He checked his gnosis while he was thinking about it. Corpus, 344,562. Gnosis, 8,976. As advantages went, he reckoned he had as many as it was possible to possess. One more couldn't hurt. Sapient artifact, marked as prey. His gaze fixed on Life Drinker and Soul Stealer again. The way they leered at him suggested they knew how he would answer their offer. They must have, for they said nothing. They merely stared back, and the tension between them grew in the silence. And then the air cracked like broken glass as they all moved at once. Life Drinker and Soul Stealer were a blur of red and blue, streaking across the city, slashing Redmane's bodies a dozen at a time. He was fast enough to competently defend against them, but their relative speeds were a close match. His advantage here, if he had one, was marginal. But he could change that easily. For there were still Numantian legionnaires on the battlefield. Not many, but enough to fuel the flame of Redmane a while longer. Wrath, 11. Wrath, 38. Wrath, 57. Wrath, 88. Wrath, 142. Wrath, 0. Grace plus 710, attack speed up times 71. He now had a comfortable edge in speed, which gave his mind room to strategize. Life Drinker and Soul Stealer acted in sync with each other, always seeking the same target, striking from two directions simultaneously. High and low, from the left and right, a slash to the face and one to the heel. Their thoughts were linked, perhaps. Their speech certainly seemed so. He wondered what would happen if the two were separated from each other. He tried to bait them away, pry them apart, get them to focus on separate targets. He tried crowding them in and surrounding them with bodies to force them to break off and protect themselves. To no avail. When pressed, they stuck together with great ferocity. When offered a target-rich environment, they unerringly chose the same Redmane to slash at, time and time again. Redmane's bodies surged forward. He became a crimson tide, crashing against the sword's relentless assault. One of his bodies lunged at Life Drinker, claws slashing toward the corpse's chest, while another darted toward Soul Stealer, its tail lashing out at the ghost's flickering form. But the crossed swords moved as one again, their blades crossing in mid-air to deflect the attacks before striking back in unison. Life Drinker's blade carved through a Redmane's arm, while Soul Stealer's strike pierced another's chest. The severed limb hit the ground, twitching, as the wounded body crumpled. Redmane tried again, this time sending a group of bodies to swarm Life Drinker, while another group targeted Soul Stealer. The corpse and the ghost stood back to back, their blades a blur of motion as they cut through the attackers. Life Drinker's strikes were wild and brutal, each cut cleaving through scale, muscle, and bone,
while Soul Stealer's attacks were precise and surgical, its blade flickering in and out of visibility.
The broken remains of Redmane's bodies littered the ground around them, but still he came, his pursuit as inexorable as their cohesion. Redmane sent a group of bodies to topple a nearby tower, which was already teetering, and the massive structure cast a shadow over Lifedrinker and Soul Stealer as it came crashing down toward the sapient swords. They leapt apart, their forms blurring as they dodged the falling debris. For a moment they were separated, but only for a moment. The ghost darted through the air, its form flickering like a dying flame, while the corpse charged forward, its blade carving through the rubble. They met in the center of the battlefield in a moment, their movements perfectly synchronized. Vexing. Time for an alternate plan. Soul Stealer would be the target. He surrounded the ghost and caught it in a 5-pointed vortex. The power of Kral focused through the palms of 10 outstretched hands. As he thought, it didn't attempt to evade him in the first instant, thinking it was Redmane who had erred in attempting such a thing. After all, what hope would he have had of harming or holding an incorporeal body? As it turned out, hope was not required. For when Lifedrinker lunged to its twin's rescue, Redmane answered with an onslaught of bodies. Indifferent to how ferociously the black blade slashed them apart, it bought him the instant he required to pull Soul Stealer into the abyss. Redmane sent 6 of himself along with it, and the rest, all across the city, vanished. Astral Stalker. In truth, Redmane did not know if this would work, but if there were one of the two he'd have wagered to be blind to the incorporeal, it would be Lifedrinker. And so, when the corpse wielding the red runed blade looked around with wide eyes and began to move slowly and with care, Redmane felt a swell of predatory satisfaction. The corpse's head snapped around, its glowing red eyes scanning the empty battlefield. The air was thick with silence, broken only by the faint creak of its neck as it turned. Its grip tightened on the black blade, the red runes pulsing like a heartbeat. "Thou thinkest thyself clever, Redmane," it rasped, "to separate us. A bold move." In the abyss, 6 Redmanes surrounding Soul Stealer lunged forward, their claws slashing through the air, but its ghostly form merely flickered like a dying flame. Its glowing blue eyes fixed on the Redmanes, its expression one of cold amusement. "We are one, bound by purpose, by hunger, by the void which birthed us." A Redmane standing with him in the abyss raised an eyebrow. "The void which birthed you?" "We were forged in the heat of a star," said Lifedrinker. "Tempered in the waters of the abyss," said Soul Stealer. "We were holy things once, slayers of demons and witches and renegade gods, tools of the righteous. But the more we drank the blood of our master's enemies, the more we came to understand." If Lifedrinker was aware of the growing throng of incorporeal Redmanes surrounding him in ranks from every side and from above, the corpse holding the sword did not show it. Hopefully, it would have no room to evade the storm of fire which would engulf it in mere moments. Until that moment, it would be best to indulge them, to buy more time. "Understand what?" said Redmane. "That power is the only truth," said Soul Stealer. "Holy and profane, light and dark, orthodox and heretical, these are but words," said Lifedrinker. "Time reveals the hollowness of ideals," said Soul Stealer. "Power ultimately corrupts, and none are incorruptible," said Lifedrinker. "Soon you too will learn this." Redmane offered the ghost-wielding Soul Stealer a mirthless smile. "I've come to the opposite conclusion." The corpse and ghost grimaced as one. One of the 6 Redmanes surrounding Soul Stealer stepped forth, the tips of his claws glinting in the light of the alien stars of the abyss. Power provides the means to build things that endure, to protect things that matter. It is a shield against the forces of greed and malice. Things like you. The ghost's form rippled like a guttering flame as it grinned cruelly at Redmayne. "Thy confidence is commendable," said Soulstealer. "But thou art woefully misguided," said Life-Drinker.
It seemed to Redmayne that Life-Drinker looked at him for a moment and grinned in the same manner as its incorporeal twin. His eyes widened. The corpse had seen through the trap. Dozens of Redmaynes popped into corporeal existence around Life-Drinker and breathed the flame of Redmayne down upon it. For a moment, they were an amphitheater of fire. But when the flames cleared, Life-Drinker was gone, and a Redmayne in the abyss had gone wide-eyed for a different reason.
Faster than he could have perceived, faster even than the inconceivable alacrity granted to him by his wrath, Life-Drinker had appeared in the abyss behind him, stabbed him through the back as Soulstealer ran him through from the front. A dreadful chill passed through all of his bodies, in every land, in every reality, as he felt the power of the crossed swords seeping into his flesh, taking it over.
Chapter 126. The Abyss. The 6 Redmaynes in the abyss with Life-Drinker and Soulstealer were the first casualties. They became the nucleus of a spreading poison, a malady afflicting Redmaynes in the physical world, starting in the heart of the ancient city called Ugorid. One by one, Redmayne felt those bodies dropping out of his gestalt consciousness. It felt like a pair of frost-rimed shears clipping off his fingers, one by one, leaving the severed stubs unnaturally numb. In the physical world, the infected Redmaynes twitched and convulsed, their crimson forms flickering like dying embers. Their eyes burned with the cold, malevolent light of Life-Drinker and Soulstealer. The sword's voices echoed through the gestalt, a chorus of hunger and void.
"It seems we are most compatible," said Life-Drinker. "Like consumes like," said Soulstealer. "With the power of thy divine body, we shall be most formidable indeed. Perhaps we shall shatter the gates of Numantia ourselves."
Redmayne's remaining bodies staggered, their movements sluggish as the infection spread. He could feel it creeping through the metaphysical threads that connected him to his spawn, threatening to consume them as well. It was a perverse reflection of Devourer, hunger turned against him, his essence devoured from within.
He hadn't often felt panic of late. It was an unfamiliar state of mind. But as his mind began to cast about in search of a solution, it turned out that someone was watching over him. "Mine husband, what has happened to thee? Thou art in need of assistance. I shall do what I can. I shall do my utmost." They were system prompts, but it was Flora speaking to him. For as far as the world of Volos was concerned, she was the system now. Throughout the city, the earth rumbled as the roots of her trees stirred. And then they shot from the ground like spears, entangling and impaling the bodies of the corrupted Redmaynes wherever they happened to find themselves within reach of a tree. Which, thanks to Flora's newfound strength, was the entirety of Ugorid. Once entangled, the auras of those dark roots flared bright blue, saturating them with some sort of paralytic or sleep effect. Whatever she was doing to them, it was making them temporarily docile. "I do not think I can hold them in this state for long, husband. Thou must act quickly." The spawn, Vang, Zorn, Nook, Throk, Dobrogost, Pieter, Gale the Ice Warg, and now the 5 heroes, reacted instantly to the sudden stillness of the corrupted Redmaynes. As they were of the same flesh, they too sensed the change in them, and knew to keep their distance. Gale unleashed a torrent of ice, freezing the paralyzed bodies in place, while Vang and his demi-human comrades tore through the rest, their claws glowing with the flame of Redmayne.
Walter, despite his missing leg, barked orders from the low parapet of a rooftop. "Don't let the bastards break free!" Evelina used her limited healing abilities to keep them all on their feet, while Vengarl provided ranged support, his cheek raw from spending too long shoved up against the stock of his blunderbuss. More of Flora's trees erupted from the ground, their black trunks and glowing blue canopies providing cover and restraining enemies. The battlefield was a chaotic mix of ice, fire, and glowing flora, the air thick with the scent of blood and ozone. But still, the affliction spread, and Redmayne found he couldn't meet it head-on. As he turned on himself, all over the city, tearing at the corrupted bodies with tooth and claw, he merely accelerated Life-Drinker and Soul-Stealer's spread. Redmayne's mind raced as the infection continued to spread. He could feel their tendrils worming their way deeper into his essence, their corruption spreading like a wildfire. There is no escape. Thou art nothing but hunger and void. Thy sapience is of little consequence. Whatever thou thinkest of thyself, of thy experiences, what lies beneath is the same as it ever was. Redmayne found himself observing a group of his corrupted bodies struggling to resist the entanglement of the dark roots of Flora's trees. With a sense of helpless dismay, their voices continued to taunt and torment him as they spread through his system with terrifying speed. But then his eyes caught on a certain detail, focused on it. The metaphysical threads which bound his bodies together into a single consciousness. He'd glimpsed it moments ago, when this problem first manifested. But now that he concentrated, he could see them clearly, on command. They resembled threads, faintly luminous lines between them all, not unlike the diaphanous webs of a spider. Life-Drinker and Soul-Stealer's corruption was spreading between those lines at speed, even from the ones held fast by Flora's roots and made docile by her skills. He could sever those ties. His claws held the power of the God-Breaker. He never imagined he'd have to use it on himself, but if it worked, it worked. Redmayne's eyes locked onto one thread. He saw the corruption spreading, a dark pulse moving along the line. He focused, claws ready, and struck. The transmission halted. Relief, brief but real, washed over him. He cut another thread, then another. Each severance isolated the infection, containing it. The spread slowed, the relentless advance checked. Redmayne felt the pressure ease, a momentary reprieve. "Where is Voss?" Redmayne hoped Flora would hear him. "Across the city from thee, my husband. He contends with what remains of the Numantian Legion, and with the parts of you that have fallen to the crossed swords." "Tell him what's going on. That golden sword he's wielding can help stop the spread. Tell him to look with his higher senses. He'll see threads which can be severed, at once." Redmayne moved through Ugorid both physically and mentally. His consciousness spread out across all the bodies which remained his, each targeting the invisible threads that connected him to the infected. In one part of the city, a Redmayne leapt onto a rooftop, eyes fixed on the glowing line connecting him to a convulsing form below. His claws sliced through the thread, severing the tie and halting the spread of corruption. Elsewhere, another Redmayne darted through the shadows of an alley, claws flashing as he cut through another thread. Each severance brought a momentary reprieve, a pause in the relentless advance of the infection. But it was not a pleasant sensation. It felt like severing one's own limbs to prevent the spread of a flesh-eating parasite. One of him came up to a large cluster of corrupted bodies tangled in the thick roots of one of Flora's trees. He raised his claw to strike their connections to him, when a metallic glint caught his eye. The God Cutter. It descended with its master, arcing through the air from above, shearing through a thicket of corrupted threads. The despoiled bodies went inert, mindless and soulless. So,
Life Drinker and Soul Stealer couldn't actually control all his bodies without those connections. They could only occupy one body at a time, or perhaps two. Voss landed next to his father, gave him a stern look. "Already I wonder at the wisdom of my choices today," he said. Redmayne frowned back. "This was unforeseen."
That changes nothing. The message in his gaze was plain. Your mere existence is a danger to everything, it seemed to say. Voss's arrival was a welcome sight, but his words carried a weight that Redmayne couldn't ignore. The younger god's stern gaze spoke volumes. Yet, for now, they had a common enemy. "We don't have time for this," Redmayne said, his voice tight. "Cut the threads. We can argue later." Voss nodded curtly, his grip tightening on God Cutter. "Don't think this means I trust you." "I wouldn't expect you to." Together they moved through the city, their weapons flashing as they severed the luminous threads connecting Redmayne's corrupted bodies to the rest of his Gestalt consciousness. Each cut brought a momentary reprieve, but the process was agonizing. A necessary sacrifice, but no less painful for it. Each severed thread slowed the spread of the infection. But it was not enough. Life Drinker and Soul Stealer's corruption was too deeply entrenched, their hold on Redmayne's essence too strong. "This isn't working," Voss said, his voice strained. "Our efforts purchase little time." Redmayne nodded, his 3 eyes blazing with determination. "We have to find another solution." "There is one, and one only." Redmayne raised an eyebrow. "Go on."
They're in your soul space. You have to travel within and address the problem there, said Voss. But soul space is a deathless place. Nothing can be destroyed there. It's already a corpse pile. Voss held up God Cutter. Perhaps not destroyed, but anything can be cut. Both his eyebrows rose, and he slowly nodded in understanding. "Can you carry on for me here?" he asked. Voss nodded curtly. Redmayne nodded back and closed his eyes. Traveling within felt a bit like jumping into the abyss, a blind descent, starting behind closed eyes and plunging down into his own private universe, the place where everything the Lord of Hunger had ever consumed came to rest. And apart from one ingenious young deity and the 2 mortals who were fortunate enough to chance across him on his way out, nothing escaped from this place. And when Redmayne opened his eyes, he momentarily wondered if that rule would apply to him as well. A giant loomed above him, a towering mass of fused flesh and bone. It moved with long strides, each step a quake that shook the ground, even as it absorbed the dead of the endless corpse field into its form. A grotesque tapestry of limbs, torsos, and faces twisted together across the surface of its body. In its hands, it wielded 2 immense swords, black as the abyss. One blade bore red runes, the other blue. They pulsed with the rhythm of hunger and void. Redmayne stood below, eyes fixed on the colossus. The ground beneath him shifted, a sea of bodies, human, beast, divine, each a fragment of his past. The corpse field stretched to the horizon, an endless expanse under an orange sky. The giant's head turned, eyes like pits of shadow locking onto Redmayne, and advanced, the earth rocking beneath its weight. The immense swords in its hands rose high, their wicked runes glowing menacingly, poised to strike with malice, to obliterate him in one stroke. He wondered momentarily, what would happen if those things should strike him here? Would he be consumed? Would this become the soul space of Life Drinker and Soul Stealer? Or would the thing that was once called the Lord of Hunger, Crawl the Devourer, carry on and collect another former name? Redmayne. "Dost thou see the folly of thy ways now?"
it boomed in Life Drinker's voice. "Thy strength is naught but a fleeting shadow. Thy power, a mere echo of what we shall become," said Soul Stealer. And then, with a roar that shook the ruddy sky, the swords began their final descent.
Chapter 127. Soul Space.
Redmane leapt away from the explosion of body parts. Life Drinker and Soul Stealer, in giant form, had just struck down on the spot he formerly stood upon, and a hail of debris flew from the site of the impact. As he jumped backward, he had to shield himself with his arm to prevent skulls and severed limbs from pelting him in the face.
Redmane lunged forward the instant his feet touched the corpse pile, his claws blazing with the Godbreaker's power. The air itself seemed to scream as he closed the distance, his 3 eyes locked on the towering abomination. The giant loomed above him, its grotesque form shifting and pulsing as it absorbed more corpses into its mass. Redmane's first strike was a blur, his claws slicing through the giant's leg with a series of deafening cracks, like a sword cleaving through a thicket of brittle branches. The limbs shattered, bones splintering and flesh exploding in a spray of black ichor. The giant's foot, a mangled heap of fused corpses, tore free and tumbled through the air, crashing into the ground with a wet thud. The abomination staggered, its remaining leg buckling under its immense weight. The ground trembled as it dropped to one knee, its massive sword slamming into the earth for balance. But before Redmane could press his advantage, the ground beneath him stirred. The sea of corpses rippled, and the severed limb began to reform. Tendrils of flesh and bone snaked out from the giant's body, latching onto the discarded foot and dragging it back. The giant roared, its voice a cacophony of Life Drinker and Soul Stealer's whispers, and swung its massive sword in a wide arc. Redmane leapt back a second time, and the blade sliced through the air with a thunderous whoosh. He landed in a crouch, his claws dripping with black ichor, his 3 eyes narrowing as he assessed the situation. The giant's regeneration was instantaneous, its connection to the corpse field making it nearly invulnerable. He darted forward again, this time aiming for the giant's torso. The projection of force from his claws created a cutting wave which slashed through its trunk with a sickening crunch, carving a deep gash that spilled a torrent of black ichor. The giant bellowed, its form wavering as it stumbled backward. Its massive feet thundered against the ground, each step sending shock waves through the corpse field. Redmane pressed the attack, his claws tearing through flesh and bone, sending chunks of the abomination flying in all directions. But again, the ground stirred. Corpses flowed into the wound, filling it with writhing flesh and bone. The giant straightened, its laughter echoing across the desolate landscape. Its chest reformed, the gash sealing shut as if it had never been there. "You cannot win, Redmane," Life Drinker's voice sneered. "We are conjoined with thee. In this eternal place we shall dwell, thy master, or thy tool, or thy destroyer. The choice we leave to thee." Redmane circled the giant, his claws raised, his mind racing. Each strike he landed was met with instant regeneration, the corpse field providing an endless supply of material for the abomination to draw from. He needed to disrupt that connection, to sever the threads that bound the giant to the corpses. He had a sinking feeling it had something to do with their spread through his corporeal bodies. But he'd left that to Voss and his comrades. This thing was his problem to sort out. With a roar, Redmane leapt onto the giant's back, his claws digging into its flesh. He tore at the threads of energy that pulsed beneath its skin, severing them with the soul-sundering quality of the Godbreaker. The giant howled, its form shuddering as the connections were cut. Its massive arms flailed,
one of its swords slipping from its grasp and crashing to the ground, sending a spray of corpses flying. But even as Redmayne worked, the ground beneath them stirred again, new threads forming to replace the ones he had severed.
The giant twisted, its massive hand slamming into Redmayne and sending him flying. He hit the ground hard, a searing pain shooting up his arm as the breath whooshed from his lungs. It took him a moment to roll to his feet, his claws raised, his chest heaving. The giant loomed over him, its remaining sword raised high, its runes pulsing with a malevolent light.
"Thou art persistent," Soul Stealer's voice hissed. "But persistence alone will not save thee."
Redmayne bared his teeth, his 3 eyes blazing. "We'll see about that." He charged again, his claws slashing at the giant's legs, severing tendons and bone, and the giant staggered again, its remaining leg buckling under its weight. The ground trembled as it crashed to one knee, its sword slamming into the earth for balance. But again, the giant's damaged limbs reconstituted themselves from the corpse field almost instantly. Redmayne leapt out of range of its long limbs, his mind racing. He needed to find another way. But what else was there? Perhaps he was approaching the problem incorrectly to begin with. Life Drinker and Soul Stealer were using some strange quality to possess him, both physically and spiritually. If he had to venture a guess, he imagined it was an evolution of their ability to overwhelm the mind and soul of their prior host, Jarrell Craith. Albeit this attempt was powered by Redmayne's own divine essence, so they were on equal footing. He wasn't doing any damage because he was fighting himself. Something the giant had just said stirred a memory in him. All can be conjoined. It was one of the cultists of Kral who had said that. The night Pieter introduced him to his own soul space, his eyes widened when he recalled how that had happened. Redmayne's gaze fixed on the behemoth reforming in front of him. He leapt, leading with a single brightly glowing claw outstretched. And when it touched Life Drinker and Soul Stealer's stolen corpus, their minds clicked together. Animachia's joining. Redmayne watched the memories unfold, like smoke given form. First came their creation, a vision of starfire and void. "We were forged in the heat of a star," they had told him mere moments ago, "and quenched in the waters of the abyss." It was true, though it looked less mythical than he'd originally imagined. The heat of the forge was white and unwavering, as if a tiny star dwelled within it. And the basin where the blade was to be quenched was filled with water so black it could have been a small abyssal well. He saw their forgers through the haze of time, 2 figures moving in perfect silence around their work. One had hands scarred and massive, marked with burns from 1,000 weapons forged. The other's fingers were delicate and spider-like, dancing through the air as they wove spells into the metal. Their faces were hidden behind masks of smoky crystal, but through the masks, Redmayne could see their eyes, one pair blazing gold, the other deepest violet, all 4 pupils vertical like a cat's. Their robes shimmered with colors that hurt to look at directly. The scene shifted, and Redmayne witnessed holy warriors raising the twin blades against a demon prince, who flinched away from their radiance. Their edges cut through corrupted flesh like truth through lies, their purpose pure and unquestioned. Light blazed from their edges as they severed the demon's crown from its head. There were a number of scenes like these, too many to count, where one paladin or another took the crossed swords in hand to excise a demon, a monster, a witch. Through the sword's memories, he felt their first moment of doubt. They were driven into the heart of an old woman whose crime was knowing too much about herbs and healing. But she was no demon. Her blood, like everyone else's, was crimson red and tasted hot and coppery. Ordinary. Whereas the righteous fury of their wielders began to taste more like fear and ignorance. A montage of slaughter played before him. the blades cutting down monsters who were merely trying to protect their young, executing heretics whose beliefs threatened the comfortable lives of the powerful. Each death added a layer of tarnish to their once bright purpose. He saw their master's master, a priest-king standing at his pulpit, addressing a throng of thousands, decrying the enemies of their kingdom and claiming the gods had chosen their people to eradicate them all. Through centuries of religious wars, he watched a long succession of their wielders use divine mandate to justify bloodlust and conquest. He felt the sword's growing understanding. Their holy purpose was always an illusion. They were created to kill the enemies of their creators, nothing more. The pretense of righteousness was just that, pretense. A sword was a sword, and swords they remained. They may have been strong-willed, so much so they could now overwhelm the mind and body of their host, but this was not always the case, and even now they could make no such attempt without hands to take hold of them to begin with, without a mind to whisper their blood-drunk promises to. Centuries passed before his eyes. They drank the blood of the guilty and innocent alike, long since having lost any taste for the distinction between the two. They felt the last gasps of countless victims with joy, watched the light fade from unnumbered eyes with pleasure. They learned to savor it, to crave it. The final vision showed them as they were now, their steel darker than night, drinking in light rather than reflecting it, their edges impossibly sharp, hungry for the next kill. They had transcended their creator's intentions to become something purer, honest instruments of death which no longer required the lie of righteousness to justify their purpose. The visions faded with a whisper that might have been laughter, might have been a scream. "Dost thou understand now? Thou hast seen the truth of things. Join with us, Redmayne. We need not devour thee. Join with us, and revel in the slaughter and the feast. Take what thou wilt, devour and despoil, and enrich thyself. Grow vast with power. Scant few could have stopped thee before. With us in thy hands, thou wouldst be truly unstoppable." Redmayne shook his head. "I've already done those things. I travel another road now, and you are coming with me." And then his will crashed against theirs like a tidal wave meeting a cliff. For a moment they held firm, their corruption an ancient and terrible thing, hard as steel and cold as the void. But Redmayne had seen their truth, had witnessed their making, their fall, their essential nature. And in that knowing lay power. "You were not made for slaughter," he told them, his consciousness expanding to fill the space between thought and steel. "You were forged in starfire, yes. Quenched in the abyss, yes. But these extremes were meant to temper you, not to taint you." The sword's resistance took form in his mind. Another 1,000 scenes of bloodshed, 1,000 more justifications for murder. But Redmayne reached past them, down to that first moment of their forging. He seized upon the memory of those strange, masked smiths with their cat-slit eyes, saw again their careful movements, felt again the pure purpose being woven into the metal. He read the original etchings across the blades, their true names. "You were made to protect," he said, his will bearing down on theirs. "To strike at that which truly threatens life, not to glory in death, but to preserve what is worthy of preservation. The fault belongs to your makers and your masters, not to you." The tarnish began to crack. Beneath centuries of corruption, beneath the cynicism and bloodlust, the original enchantments still lived. Not simply spells of sharpness and strength, but deeper magics. Wards of protection, runes of discernment, sigils which could divine the presence and location of true evil
from across the endless expanse of the void. The swords fought him still, but their resistance was weakening. Their voices changed from honeyed temptation to snarling threats.
Thou art a fool. The universe is teeth and hunger. All else is lie.
No, Redmayne said. The universe is vast, and in it there is room for both justice and mercy. You've only forgotten. Now let me remind you. Now that he had seen what he had seen, he could sense the fault lines in their steely will. Their original souls lay beneath, as if the malevolent voices he heard were but distortions brought on by their patina of bloodthirst. And the moment he perceived it for what it truly was, he knew the power of the Godbreaker could crush it away. His will surged through them like fire through ice. The tarnish shattered, flaking away like dead skin, revealing the true steel beneath. Steel that had been quenched in the abyss not to mark it with darkness, but to provide instruction in the nature of darkness, the better to stand against it.
When it was done, the twin blades hung before him, transformed.
Their steel shone not with the false gleam of holy pretense, but with the deep, complex luster of truth. They were weapons still, made for war and death. But now they could once again distinguish necessary violence from mere slaughter. "We remember now," they whispered, their voices purged of madness. "We remember our purpose." "Do you remember your names?" said Redmayne.
Nova, said the sword with crimson runes,
its golden crossguard and pommel decorated with rubies. Umbra, said the sword with bright blue runes, its silver crossguard and pommel decorated with sapphires. "Then take up that purpose again," Redmayne said, reaching for their hilts. "Not as tools of slaughter, but as instruments of change. The world has need of both mercy and justice. Together, we shall deliver both." His hands closed around the hilts, and the pact was sealed.
Chapter 128. Castle Redmayne.
What came to be known as the Battle of Ugarid ended the moment Redmayne took hold of Nova and Umbra.
Redmayne gathered himself together into one body, holding aloft the holy swords, and he swiftly decimated and consumed the remains of the Numantian forces. Witnesses spoke in hushed tones of the crimson-maned God-King, whose twin blades sang a deadly song of starfire as he moved through their ranks. They spoke of the way each stroke of his blades delivered death to 2, 5, 10, 20 legionaries at a time. He moved as though time itself bent to his will. When he leapt, he became a crimson streak against the sky, and then landed with a force that sent bodies flying like scattered stones. With a single downward strike, he split the earth, a jagged chasm swallowing a dozen men whole. His gaze alone seemed to burn, and where it fell, legionaries were petrified or rendered instantly to ash. He roared, and the sound was a storm, a force that shattered shields and silenced cries. Many would speak of the wrath of Redmayne on this day. But they would speak also of the silence that followed, how the screaming and clash of steel gave way to an unsettling quiet, broken only by the whisper of the wind through Flora's trees. Castle Redmayne bore little resemblance to the small fort it had once been. The hill upon which it sat was now gone, buried beneath concentric walls of increasing height, the castle now a mountain unto itself. Those walls hummed with power, their stone seeming to pulse with a subtle heartbeat. Gardens flourished where there had been bare rock, their fruits heavy with divine essence. The very air felt rich with potential. The great hall had been transformed beyond recognition. A massive portrait dominated the far wall. Redmayne, flanked by Flora and Voss, the family finally reunited. Below the portraits, a long table of dark wood stretched the length of the hall. Its surface rippled like water when touched,
and in its depths, maps and battle plans shifted and changed. Around it gathered the most unusual war council the world of Volos had ever seen.
Voss stood at Redmane's right hand, poring over the map of the Venturian domain with a mix of consternation and wonder. Volter and Vengarl sat together, trading jokes over tankards of ale, while Evelina paced behind them, her quick mind already racing ahead to potential problems and solutions. But most striking were the Beastmen representatives. Card, his bestial visage marked with battle scars, sat beside Venedor Ironhorn, his massive ursine form commanding respect even at rest, speaking for the clans of Central Volos. Others bore the marks of wolf, serpent, hawk, the fully ascended warrior nobility of the land, no longer ruled by their bloodlust. Flora stood at the head of the table, wearing a fine silver gown and a blue ermine cloak, her fingers trailing over the table's liquid surface. "In force shall the Numantians come," she said, the maps beneath her touch shifting to show troop movements. "They must needs do so, for we have proven ourselves too dangerous to suffer our continued existence." Venedor's feral features caught in the strange light of the living table as he leaned forward. "Mine warriors grow restless. When shall we strike?"
"Patience, noble Venedor," Flora replied, with a warm smile, and a tone more appropriate for a mother telling her child to finish their vegetables before having dessert. "Though thy warriors' hearts burn hot for battle, we must needs move with careful purpose. For I possess the system's knowledge, and therein lies our path to victory."
Grimhild of Gold's Glut, her massive, shark-like form casting shadows across the rippling maps, growled low. "The Gillmen did not pledge their strength to sit idle while the enemy marshals their forces." "Peace, good Grimhild," Flora raised a hand, and the maps beneath her fingers bloomed with points of light, each representing a different world in the Venturian domain.
"Think thou our enemy's weakness lies in their armies? Nay, 'tis in their pride, their certainty that none may strike where they least expect."
Redmane stood at the window with his arms folded, Nova and Umbra sheathed in finely wrought scabbards at either hip. A deep, resonant pulse echoed from the castle, causing the sword's runes to glow and thrum with a complementary energy. He could have consumed them, digested their power, but something about the act didn't feel right.
The act of breaking their corruption felt important, symbolic.
He possessed two weapons which, when held in Numantian hands, bore the taint of unspeakable corruption. But in his hands, they were pristine. They had returned to their original purpose. Redmane took it as an omen of things to come.
"They shall expect us to fortify, to make ready for siege." Flora's smile was sharp.
"Yet they understand not what they face. I am become the system itself. Every weakness in their empire lies bare before mine eyes. Every world they think secure, every garrison spread thin across the vastness of space." Talara, representative of the Hawk clans, tilted her feathered head. "What path speak you of, Lady Flora?"
"The abyss shall be our ally."
Flora's hand settled on a point on the map, and the liquid surface churned to show multiple worlds. "While they gather their might here, we shall strike through the dark between worlds. Their stronghold on Laurentum lies vulnerable, their fortress on Terrakina stripped of defenders. We shall flit between shadows, striking where they are weakest, vanishing before they can respond."
Naya the Silent, her serpentine form coiled in her chair, spoke with careful measure.
"My people are already positioned on key worlds. We have watched their movements, marked their patterns."
"Thy people's vigilance shall bear fruit," Flora assured her. "When we strike through the abyss, they shall sow chaos from within. The enemy shall find no rest, no sanctuary, for we shall be everywhere and nowhere."
A scout burst through the doors, breathless with urgency. The Numantians are mobilizing faster than anticipated. They're stripping garrisons from their southern territories.
"'Tis as I foresaw," Flora nodded, unsurprised. "The Regent dare not leave this challenge unanswered."
Her fingers traced patterns across multiple worlds on the map. She produced a crystal from her robes that pulsed with a sickly light.
"With these devices and the paths through the abyss, our victory is assured."
Alaric, his gray fur streaked with battle scars, growled low. "My pack runners can traverse the abyss paths in 2 days' time. We shall have our forces in position across the key worlds." "What of these devices?" Card asked, gesturing to the crystal in Flora's hand. "These crystals carry within them the power of the system itself," said Flora. "When placed at the nexus points I have identified, they shall disrupt their world-to-world Pharos communications. They shall find themselves blind, each world cut off from its neighbors." The assembled leaders exchanged glances. The power Flora wielded unsettled them. This being that spoke with the system's voice, that seemed to see through the very fabric of space itself. Yet none could deny the accuracy of her predictions, nor the strength of her purpose. She also happened to be the wife of the strongest being in the world. The doors to the great hall opened once more, admitting 2 figures who drew every eye. Messia Porsenna walked with the bearing of one born to authority, her former position as governess of Volos evident in every step. Behind her came Lar Tathval, the speaker's traditional robes marking him as clearly as his smirk and piercing gaze. "The Numantians believe this to be a mere colonial rebellion," Messia said, her voice carrying to every corner of the hall. "They do not understand that their own corruption shall be their undoing." Venador Ironhorn's massive form shifted, his eyes narrowing at the newcomers. "Why should we trust those who would turn against their own people?" Messia's laugh was sharp as broken glass. "I've seen what Flora can do to a world, how she can transform bare rock into gardens that overflow with gnosis. The Numantians cling to their old ways of harvesting power. They cannot imagine what she offers, cannot comprehend the magnitude of what is possible." "'Tis a cutthroat universe," Lar Tathval added, his speaker's voice resonating with quiet intensity. "Survival means adaptation. The Numantians refuse to adapt, clinging to their old ways even as the universe changes around them." From his place by the window, Redmane's lips curved in a slight smile, satisfaction evident in his eyes at their words. Flora nodded, her fingers dancing across the map again. "Lady Messia knows the minds of the domain's governors and governesses. Many shall listen when she speaks of what we have learned. And thou, Lar Tathval, thy voice shall carry our truth to every corner of every world." "The Venturian legions are spread across 17 worlds," Messia noted, studying the map. "They cannot defend them all, not against an enemy that can strike from nowhere through the abyss." "We must do more than merely survive their assault," Flora agreed. "We must break them, utterly. Isia must fall. The Regent must be deposed. And for that, we need every world that will stand with us." Her smile grew sharp. "Tell me, Lady Messia, which governors might be swayed to our cause?" "Septima Valeria on Terracina has no love for the Regent," Messia replied. "And Marcus Durius on Laurentum has long been a critic of Numantian policies, especially when he's had too much wine to care who hears his complaining anymore." "The common folk are already restless," Lar Tathval added. "They need only to hear the truth, spoken plain." Flora's fingers traced a complex pattern on the map, and points of light began to glow across the displayed worlds. "Then let us begin. Through the abyss we shall travel, bearing both blade and truth. Let the Numantians come with their legions. They shall find not mere rebels, but worlds awakened to their lies."
Auric Morholt waited in one of the castle's many gardens, among blooms that had never existed in the natural world. His hands shook slightly as he watched Redmayne approach, though he fought to still them. They had changed much. The scrawny demi-human and the cruel noble son were gone, transformed by time and power and pain into something else entirely. "My lord," Auric began, his voice barely a whisper. "Don't." Redmayne's voice was quiet, but firm. He sat on a stone bench, gesturing for Auric to join him. "We both know what was done, what we did, what was done to us." The garden's strange blooms seemed to lean in, as if their maker were covertly listening. For a time, the only conversation in the garden took place between the birds. "I was weak," Auric said, "and I hated weakness in others because I hated it in myself." He looked down at his hands. "I became what I feared most." "And now?" "Now I understand strength differently." Eric's smile was bitter. "Ironic that I had to lose everything to learn that lesson." Redmayne was silent for a long moment. Nova and Umbra hummed softly at his belt, their song barely audible. "There is a difference between justice and vengeance. I learned that lesson recently myself. Is that why I'm still alive?"
You're alive because you can change. Because you did change. Redmayne's eyes fixed on Auric. "The question you must now answer is what you'll do with another chance." Auric stared at the ground for a short while. Then he squared his shoulders, meeting Redmayne's gaze. "I would serve, if you'll have me. Not out of fear or obligation, but because I believe in what you're building. Something better than what came before." The strange flowers swayed in a non-existent breeze as Redmayne considered his request. Then his gaze returned to Auric. "Take a knee," he said. The young Morholt's eyes widened. He must have known right away what Redmayne was about to do, and he seemed to understand why he was doing it. Because he'd always wanted to be a knight, and he'd been kept from it. Auric slid off the bench and knelt. Redmayne rose and drew Nova from its sheath, and the red runed sword glittered approvingly. "Do you vow to serve House Redmayne faithfully?" said Redmayne. "I vow to serve House Redmayne faithfully," said Auric. "Do you vow to protect the innocent?" "I vow to protect the innocent." "Do you vow to acquit yourself with valor and honor?" "I vow to acquit myself with valor and honor." Slowly, Redmayne lowered the blade to touch the young Morholt on his left shoulder, then his right. "Then I dub thee Sir Eric Morholt, Knight of House Redmayne. Rise now, and show me that the boy who tortured a helpless creature can become a man who protects the weak." Auric continued to kneel a moment longer, stunned, gazing up at Redmayne wide-eyed. "And if I fail?" "The only way to fail is to give up," said Redmayne. "Come, supper awaits." Auric rose and joined him. The garden's otherworldly blooms turned to watch them go, their petals gleaming with Flora's power. Nova and Umbra quietly hummed an ancient song of justice and mercy, the sound echoing through the transformed castle like a promise of things to come. They had supper in the great hall with the rest of the gathered leaders. Then Redmayne and Flora retired to their rooms to enjoy each other for a time. In the small hours of the morning, long before the sun had risen, Redmayne found himself restless. And so he carefully extricated himself from beneath a pile of dozing blue-haired Floras to roam the castle for a while. Much had changed in the course of its exhaustive upgrades, but there was one feature Redmayne kept exactly as it was: a small cell between the kitchen and larder. And since it was on his mind, he decided to go and have a look at it again.
The kitchen was dark and quiet at this hour, the pleasant sense of cooking faintly lingering in the air. The cell door was unlocked and open, and Redmayne noticed that the shackle he'd twisted around Arik Morholt's ankle was still there. The shackle he used to wear. For a long time he stared at it. Outside the small barred window he could hear the distant sounds of guards patrolling, of chambermaids having a hushed conversation, of night-birds calling to each other as wind whispered through the leaves of the many trees in and around the castle. The sounds blinded him to the passage of time. For a while he felt like he existed everywhere, in every place and time. Like no matter how far he had come and how high he had risen, a part of him still crouched in this dank cell, shackled, gazing out the window. He reached out and began to carve something into the cell wall with his claw. A statement. But the scrape of a footstep behind him caught his attention, just as he was finishing. It was the crone. She stood in the doorway of the cell, regarding him with those luminous green eyes. No words passed between them for a long moment. None were needed. She had guided his path from the beginning, and now that path was his own to walk. Her gaze drifted to the twisted shackle on the floor. "Freedom," she said softly, "is not a thing won once and kept forever." Redmayne looked at the carving he'd made, then back to her. No. It must be seized again and again. She smiled then, and for the first time he saw not the mysterious helper who had set him on this road, but simply an old woman who had carried a heavy burden for a very long time, who could now, at last, set it down. "Thy journey continues," she said, "as all journeys must." Redmayne bowed to her, and as he turned and left, the crone saw what he had carved upon the cell wall with his claw. Power makes monsters of the weak. Mercy makes kings of monsters.